Ding, ding ding. Qin Liu was woken up by a series of notification sounds. Who's this, waking me up in the middle of the night? Ugh, why's the air conditioner so low? I'm freezing to death. Qin Liu reached for his phone, quickly pulling his hand back under the covers. Snow Country Strange Train Service Group? Did I join this group? Qin Liu casually scrolled through the chat history. Conductor number 1. Congratulations on becoming the new challenger of the Rule Weird Tales. This challenge is Snow Country Strange Train. Your success or failure will determine your life and death, as well as the fate of your country's national fortune. So, please be sure to read and memorize the survival rules sent by this group. Rule 1. This train is stopped in an extremely cold environment. Passengers, please keep warm. Wear clothes if you have them, cover yourself with blankets if you can. Absolutely no running around naked. Rule 2. This train does not provide any free services. If a conductor offers you free food, refuse it firmly. Do not make eye contact with them. Rule 3. Do not get near the windows. Do not gaze at the window. Rule 4. During train stoppage, toilets are off limits. If you find a toilet with its door open, leave as quickly as possible. It's dangerous. Rule 5. Do not engage with the other passengers, no matter how much they beg for help or try to be friendly. Just ignore them. Rule 6. Do not go to other carriages. If you hear any strange noises from this or other carriages, do not go investigate. Rule 7. Maintain a sleeping posture, but do not actually fall asleep. Qin Liu finished reading and suddenly sat up in bed, looking around. Sure enough, he wasn't in his dorm anymore. The carriage, windows, aisle, hard sleeper. Holy crap! Did I really get pulled into the Rule Weird Tales and become Dragon Country's 6th chosen one? Qin Liu scratched his head frantically. The Rule Weird Tales had been appearing on Blue Star for some time now, with people from every country having the chance to be chosen as challengers. If they succeed, the country of the challenger will gain immense national fortune, and the challenger will become a national hero, enjoying the highest treatment. But high rewards always come with high risks. If the challenger fails, they die, and their country will randomly face a bizarre event in some city. And since the Rule Weird Tales appeared, no one in Dragon Country had succeeded. The death rate was practically 100%. Damn it, I'm wearing nothing but underwear. If the stay in the blanket rule is fake, what happens when the bizarre event comes? Don't I have to run? And running counts as running naked. I can't hide in the bathroom, can't go to other carriages, ah. Qin Liu howled in despair. After quickly analyzing the rules and his own situation, he concluded, I'm just cannon fodder. While Qin Liu was still in a daze and breaking down, his personal information had already been broadcast nationwide through Dragon Country's livestream. Dragon Country Challenger Initial Data. Name, Qin Liu. Occupation, University Student. Physical Strength, 10. Stamina, 2. Intelligence? Personality, steady. The livestream comments exploded. Another university student? The other challengers are either special forces with explosive strength or professors with extraordinary intelligence. Only in Dragon Country do we get newbie university students. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. It's official, Dragon Country is 6-time losers. Look at this scaredy cat, if I were a bazaar, I'd go after him first. What does intelligence mean, can't even detect any IQ? Physical strength 10, big deal, I'll just mess with him a bit longer. Fun fact, in the zombie world, university students' brains are worth 1 million yuan per pound. Why? Because not even a few thousand university students can come up with a pound of brain. Come on, let's start betting. Where will this bizarre event hit? 655 cities, start from 10 yuan, bet on your own city, if you don't hit, at least make a profit, if you hit, no more mortgage to pay. Win-win. Doesn't that mean the house always wins? Businessmen, get lost. Not watching this, bad luck. If he manages to leave this carriage alive, I'll livestream myself eating a ton of poop. In Dragon Country, except for the Rule Weird Tales Command Center, not a single netizen was optimistic about Qin Liu. In the first 5 challenges, university students who had earned the title of Strongest Brain King had all met their end midway. With Qin Liu's stupidity, it's basically certain that he will fall into the trap. When the livestream was filled with desperate curses, suddenly, a ding sounded in Qin Liu's head. System binding in progress. Binding successful, the Scream system will safeguard your eerie journey. You can collect eerie fright points to fully activate this system interface. Once activated, the system will provide all sorts of conveniences with full force. What? A system? As a web novel enthusiast, Qin Liu knew systems all too well. That was the most powerful golden finger. Help me up, I can still save myself. Let me see, what kind of convenience is there? Please complete the pre-task, randomly select an eerie entity to collect fright points, and fully activate the system interface. Qin Liu's expression stiffened suddenly. This system task was easy to understand, just find a ghost and scare it. But the information leaking from the task was terrifying to think about. Qin Liu could encounter ghosts anywhere, anytime. And it was always the ghosts that scared people. Who would scare a ghost? Was it trying to make him die faster? Forget it, wealth and danger go hand in hand. If I fight for it, maybe I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. After thinking for a moment, Qin Liu wrapped himself in the quilt and got out of bed. Quick, look, the college beast moved. Didn't they say it was stable in personality? Is this it? Don't understand the rules or something? Telling him to hide under the covers and stay still, but he insists on getting out of bed. Qin Liu's movement made the Dragon Nation's eerie command center, which had held some hope for him, feel disappointed. Let me know when there's a result. The deputy commander took off his black-rimmed glasses, unwilling to watch any longer, and got up to leave. 5 times on his knees had already drained him. He really didn't want to see the 6th time. Commander, you should rest too. The commander, who had graying hair, said in a deep voice, after all, he's a child of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, Qin Liu stopped in front of a bed partition. In this partition, there was a set of flight attendant clothes hanging, and a human shape was faintly lying on the bottom bunk behind the clothes. Qin Liu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, a flight attendant was resting in this hard sleeper carriage. He immediately slipped inside and grabbed the clothes to put them on. It was only at this moment that the audience saw that Qin Liu was only wearing a pair of flower-patterned boxers. He was here to steal clothes. Ha! This guy's thinking isn't bad. Rule number 1, no running around naked. It's definitely right to find clothes to wear first. He's got no brains. When you're hungry, you eat. When you're cold, you put on clothes. That's instinct. He didn't even consider the risk. Do you believe that in a moment, the owner of those clothes will jump out from under the blanket and punish him? As soon as this comment flew by, the human figure across from Qin Liu started to move. It had originally been facing the back of its head towards the camera, but now, its body didn't move, but its head twisted 180 degrees, revealing blood-red eyes glowing with eerie light, staring at Qin Liu intensely. Qin Liu, however, seemed like he didn't notice anything, calmly putting on the clothes. *T. It's an eerie being. Run, 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 don't worry about the clothes, just wrap yourself in the blanket and run, you idiot. It's over, this college beast is about to perform the opening kneel. If you didn't place a bet earlier, hurry up, once he dies, the eerie city will be revealed, and we won't be able to place bets anymore. Damn, I'm going to immigrate. Dragon Nation has no hope, I don't want to stay here and wait to die. Wait for me upstairs, I'm leaving too. Is there still a queue outside the XX embassy? In an instant, the Dragon Nation livestream's bullet comments started to exchange immigration info, while viewers who couldn't immigrate began spamming in a furious rage, blasting Qin Liu. Meanwhile, inside the Snow Country's eerie car, the red-eyed eerie being had already slid off the bunk like slime, slowly wriggling towards Qin Liu, and a visible white cold air instantly emanated from its body. Qin Liu shivered from the cold, suddenly looked up, and found his face inches away from the eerie beings. Quick, go to the Dragon Nation livestream. The Dragon Nation challenger has summoned the eerie being. Noble users from the foreign internet. Typing in crimson, shaking the screen. So fast? My challenger's still curled up in bed, reading the rules. No wonder Dragon Kingdom leads the way in self-destructive behavior. A massive influx of foreign viewers rushed into the Dragon Kingdom's live stream to feast. Sakura Country viewers donated 0.1, Weirdchan, fighting, quickly eat him. Bamboo Country viewers donated 0.1. Izapa says, the dragon was originally our cultural symbol, but it was stolen by Dragon Kingdom. I hope Weird directly descends on the entire Dragon Kingdom, taking all of its national fortune at once. Monkey Country viewers donated 0.1, this is the divine punishment for stealing our islands, ha 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 ha. Dragon Kingdom viewers, seeing so many foreign users mocking them, immediately began to fight back. Especially those from aristocratic circles and big influencers, who used their privileges to flood the livestream with various flashy fonts, blocking out the foreign viewers' comments. They're panicking, they're panicking. Panicking won't help, they'll be the first to die again. Dragon Kingdom's women, come to my country, I can support 10 of you. So pitiful, so cruel, but I love it, ha 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 ha. As a friendly neighbor to Dragon Kingdom, I have a suggestion, Dragon Kingdom should declare now and join my motherland, leaving just one city for the weird to descend. This way, most of Dragon Kingdom's people will be saved. Russians, don't fight us for land. Send Dragon Kingdom's men to Siberia to mine coal, Dragon Kingdom's land and women belong to us. Your country's men haven't even hit puberty, and you're fighting for Dragon Kingdom women? Go fight for lizards with India. Foreign devils, go die. Qin Liu, don't you dare kick your legs even in death, don't let the foreign devils look down on you. On the weird car in Snow Country, Qin Liu locked eyes with the weird. A single fuck reverberated so loudly that it almost made the audience's ears ring. Seeing this scene, the foreign viewer's mockery grew even fiercer. He looks like he's scared out of his wits. Ah! The people of Dragon Kingdom sighed in hopelessness. But in the next second, Qin Liu suddenly flung off the blanket and swiftly covered the weird. Instead of running, he pounced on the weird, his knee pressing down as he straddled it. With his left hand holding down the blanket, his right hand swung, fists falling like rain. What kind of junk car is this? Not providing heating is bad enough, but you're also running the air conditioning to freeze me. Freezing is one thing, but you also scare me like this. Tell me, what's your employee number? I'm going to file a complaint. Do challengers have no rights? Speak up. Why are you silent? I'm going to make you scare me, make you silent, make you scare me. While cursing, Qin Liu was wildly beating the weird through the blanket. Qin Yu's mind heard the system's pleasant voice. The weird is caught off guard and being violently beaten, scare value +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Ah, beat, beat, beat. Qin Liu's fists were moving so fast they almost left after images. All viewers, staring in shock.jpg. Damn, what is he beating? The weird? This move is explosive, even by explosive standards. Heh, naive. If beating the weird could clear the level, so many people wouldn't have died before. Wait for it, the weird Oppa will definitely counterkill. Just as this comment flashed by, the weird Qin Liu had pinned down struggled out from the blanket with a slightly flattened head, angrily and helplessly shouting, "Enough, I am the weird, I am the rules." Crack! The sound of celery snapping echoed, as Qin Liu forcibly twisted the weird's head off. PFFSSS. Black gas burst out from the blanket, and the bloated blanket quickly deflated. The head in Qin Liu's hand instantly turned to ash and vanished. Ha, counterkill? You've had your dog's head twisted off. So this is the power of 10 strength? Damn impressive, I admit I talked too big earlier. Turns out, not having IQ can be a benefit too, no fear, just go for it. If you're uneducated, keep your mouth shut. This is what they call a fearless rookie. Where are those foreign devils who were mocking Qin Liu just now, saying he was definitely dead? Has the mute or the broken hand stopped you from typing? Keep sending gifts and mocking us. Out of money? Grandpa will top it up for you. Damn, isn't this a violation, Smita? What? A challenger from Dragon Kingdom killed a strange creature? How is that possible? There must be something fishy. Foreign netizens had swollen faces, but their mouths remained defiant. On Qin Liu's side. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully killed one strange creature, earning 100 fright points, with a total of 233 fright points. The system interface is activating. After a series of joyful ding-ding-dong sounds, Qin Liu's system interface was activated. Upon checking the system interface, Qin Liu's expression slowly turned into one of complete disdain. The interface was ugly enough, but it had unlocked 3 items: plain white rice, disposable sunglasses, and lucky little firecrackers. The white rice was gone after eating, the firecrackers were gone after setting them off, and the sunglasses were disposable. What the hell? I risked my life to scare the strange creatures, and this is what I get to exchange for? This system is an upgraded version. Please continue to collect fright points, unlocking more items in the shop. Qin Liu, what else can be unlocked? This system is an upgraded version. Please continue to collect fright points, unlocking more items in the shop. He asked again, and the system still gave the same answer. Damn, what an idiot. Qin Liu sighed helplessly, forget it, let's open the beginner's gift and see. Ding. Beginner's gift received successfully. Obtained item Eye Blinding Dog Eye Sword. Item description: Eye Blinding Dog Eye Sword, level D, attack power, 3, attack range, close range piercing. Draw it out to blind the eyes, no trace left after 1,000 miles. Obtained item Superpower Small Backpack. Item description: small backpack with large capacity, can store anything. A must-have fashion item for home and travel. P.S. Current capacity is the same as the strange vehicle. Oh well, the weapon's attack power is a bit weak, but better than nothing. But this backpack is pretty impressive. It has the same capacity as the strange vehicle, so of course, I'll pack everything in it. First, the blanket can keep me warm and also defend against some strange creatures' attacks. Pack it. Pack it all. Sheets, bed curtains, window curtains, look, they're made of material similar to the blanket. Pack them all. The hard sleeper compartment, it seems like I could use it as a weapon. I'll dismantle it, it's a bit difficult. I'll wait until I have the right tools to take it apart. The audience was completely confused. What is he doing? Becoming a train cleaner? Both domestic and international netizens rarely agreed on one thing. Qin Liu killed an NPC, wore their clothes, and now has been assimilated by strange creatures, doing the NPC's work. The difference is, in China, there were whales. Abroad, there was celebration. Meanwhile, spies from various countries hidden in the shadows sent the news back to their own countries, which was then relayed to their respective challengers. The challengers from each country read the message. Ha! There's a loophole in the rules, so we can actually leave the bed? What? The Dragon Kingdom challenger killed a strange creature and got a backpack that can't be filled no matter what. Wow! The Dragon Kingdom challenger, possibly due to wearing strange clothes, has become strange themselves and started doing cleaning work? Some cautious players, not sure, let's wait and see. The more daring players, well, I'll just kill the strange creature and pick up the loot, no problem. It makes no sense that the weak Dragon Kingdom challenger can kill the strange creatures, but I, from Sakura country, Eagle Sauce country, Stick country, Ajan country, can't. The fastest mover was Miyamoto from Sakura country. Chapter 3. Miyamoto lifted the blanket and got out of bed. His initial stats appeared on the screen. Name, Miyamoto. Class, Ninja. Stamina, 6. Endurance, 6. Agility, 9. Wisdom, 6. Personality, steadfast and decisive, with strong action ability. Sakura Country Livestream. Agility 9? That's exaggerated. Did you max out agility because you were afraid you wouldn't catch the strange creature? Too strong, truly blessed by the gods of our Sakura country, we're sure to win this time. Miyamoto out, who can compete? Is there anyone from Dragon Kingdom in the stream? Take a look, this is real strength. Miyamoto-san, Ganbat. Dragon Kingdom's Qin Liu in the hard sleeper car is taking too long to assimilate and die. Go grab his backpack, help him along, and send the strange creatures straight to Dragon Kingdom. Die, Gaoi. As expected of a ninja, all of his stats are top tier. Sakura Country wins high. Let's crush the Snow Country's weird train. Ninjutsu seems to have come from Dragon Country to Sakura Country, right? I never thought Dragon Country would lose its ancestors' traditions. It seems that Sakura Country is the hope of Blue Planet. Worship. Gong Bendao's profession and exaggerated raw data spread across the world in a second, and countless world netizens rushed to the Sakura Country livestream. People from countries already allied with Sakura Country all ran to worship. Even the Korean country, at this time, chose to put aside historical issues and begged to take care of their country's challenger. This is how strong people should be. Not like the Dragon Country's challenger, who sneak attacks weaklings out of instinct in a weird way. The people of Dragon Country found out that Gong Bendao might kill Qin Liu and snatch his special bag, and they were worried. Stupid university student, can't even hide good things? What an idiot, like a tadpole with a frog tattoo on its back, showing off like crazy. No way, no way. Can anyone seriously think Qin Liu can clear the level? Good luck won't favor a fool forever. Hurry up and jump out the window with your backpack and die, don't let Gong Bendao get an advantage. Gong Bendao got out of bed and was about to look for the weirdness, but after a few steps, the wall lamp flickered, and ahead, 5 meters away, a graceful train cleaner slowly walked toward him. Although her face was unclear, her eyes shone with a bluish-green light, proving she was a weird being, not a human. Gong Bendao drew his gun and aimed. Just as he was about to fire, he thought to himself, even the weaklings from Dragon Country can kill weird beings. As a proud elite ninja from Sakura Country, I must do it more splendidly and stylishly. Gong Bendao sneered coldly, put away his gun, and drew his ninja sword. He was going to dismember the cleaner weird being into 8 pieces. Wash inside. Gong Bendao shouted and swung his sword, charging forward. Then. Fast steps like. Slow motion replay? Gong Bendao's body frosted over. His speed slowed down. He was frozen. The cleaner raised her broom and tapped it, smashing Gong Bendao into real crushed ice, in a physical sense. Gong Bendao, crushed ice version, was swept into the trash can by the cleaner weird being. Supreme Rule, Sakura Country Challenger Gong Bendao violated Rule 1, failed to keep warm, died from the cold. Sakura Country Challenge failed, 20 national luck points deducted, weirdness descends upon Kyoto. Ah. The audience in Sakura Country all had confused expressions. They rubbed their eyes and looked again, seeing the crushed ice, the ninja with agility 9, dying in such a way? I just can't hold it in anymore. Wahahaha. My good deeds are gone. Less than 3 minutes and he's reincarnated, as expected of ninja speed, he really. I'm crying. My tears are too easy to shed to watch this. My mom asked why I was lying on the floor laughing, she doesn't even watch Sakura Country's livestream. Ha 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 ha. Gong Bendao, one sword style Great Chenshan shock. Cleaner, get lost, old man. Hey, Sakura Country, why aren't you laughing anymore? Don't you love laughing by nature? I have great lung capacity and a good voice, I'll help them laugh, ha ha ha. In return, netizens from Dragon Country also climbed over the wall to crazily output. Trash ninja, hurry up and do something useful. Not as good as the cleaner's Ice Age move. Useless on a hard seat, didn't even wrap up a blanket, died and deserved it, wasted my expression. Even Dragon Country's Qin Liu, who has a question mark for wisdom, is smarter than your useless six. Before, they were all begging Sakura Country, asking for protection and care, now they're mocking and insulting Dong Bendao and Sakura Country, their firepower is no less than Dragon Country netizens. The last second, they were licking up to them, now they're cursing harder than ever. Sakura Country fell silent, everything was quiet. Qin Liu also saw the death information of Sakura Country's challenger sent by crew member number 1 on his phone. What was the name of this train? Snow Country's weird train. The cold-resistant materials must be very important. If you don't prepare well for warmth, you'll end up like Sakura Country's challenger, landing as a box, so tragic, TSK TSK TSK. Moreover, these quilts, which he had tested, definitely have certain abilities to defend and seal away the bazaar. After putting on all the layers and decorations, he felt a sense of security. Then, when encountering the bazaar, shake the quilt, cover his head and beat wildly, stab a few more times when it won't die, if still not dead, shake the quilt and cover the head again. Although upgrading the system would likely get him better armor. Upgrading the system requires collecting fear value from the bazaar. Though fortune is sought through risk, Qin Liu's principle is to stay steady when possible. With a blanket in the sleeper car to keep warm, the people with standing or regular tickets are probably not so lucky. But it doesn't matter, I can be a mover for nature and bring warmth to them. Whether they pay or not doesn't matter, I just don't want to see people breaking the rules. Sigh, who told me that this cursed train has no free service? Qin Liu muttered to himself. What? You say that rule might be fake? Fine. If it's fake, then let's make it true. At that moment, all the challengers in the Snow Country cursed train involuntarily sneezed. Challengers, damn, this cursed dungeon is really cold, wrapping themselves tighter in blankets, quilts, and big coats. Some brave challengers with skill, since the bazaar is tough to fight, why not take a look at the miraculous little backpack of Dragon Country's newbie? Which carriage are the Dragon Country challengers in? At that moment, their phones all rang at once. Special Staff Qin Liu, traveling thousands of miles in Snow Country, warmth and cold protection come first. Passengers needing blankets, clothes, or other warm items, please come to carriage 3 of the hard sleeper section to find me. Chapter 4. In the live streams of the rules horror stories from various countries, Qin Liu's message in the chat group immediately appeared. Foreign viewers didn't comment much, but viewers from Dragon Country exploded. Other challengers are waiting to steal his backpack, but he's actively revealing his location. What kind of delivery behavior is this? He even lets people come to him for cold protection items? Should we take the cross from Notre Dame de Paris and hang him up instead? Damn it, if I am guilty, let the police catch me, not make me watch this saintly lunatic. I can't take it anymore, I'm done. Call me when Qin Liu dies. Dragon Country netizens were full of curses and wailing, but in the Rules Horror Command Center of Dragon Country, some people were deeply impressed by Qin Liu's actions. This kid turns out to be quite smart. The commander's mouth curled into a long-lost smile. The young assistant standing next to him frowned tightly, his face full of questions. He couldn't understand why the commander would praise Qin Liu. His actions seemed really foolish, right? Just as he was about to ask, the deputy commander nodded in agreement. Looks like I misjudged him earlier. Using this method to test Rule 6, although it's a bit unfriendly to other challengers, the Rules horror story is always like that. The assistant shuddered and quickly glanced at Rule 6, don't go to other carriages. The assistant suddenly understood, if this rule is true, then some challengers will die while trying to reach him. Qin Liu was waiting for them to tire themselves out. The commander and deputy commander exchanged glances, both revealing knowing smiles. But the young assistant still had some worries, but if Rule 6 is fake, the other challengers will safely reach Qin Liu. What if they continue trying to steal his things? Just as the deputy commander was about to reply, there was a sudden creak sound from the command center. Everyone stiffened and quickly turned to look at the huge live stream screen. The bathroom door at the junction between carriages 03 and 04 of the Snow Country cursed train slowly opened a crack. The dim yellow light from the bathroom spilled out through the crack, casting light directly on Qin Liu, who was sitting at the very front of the carriage, in the aisle seat. Qin Liu didn't even blink, as though he was blind. Stay under the blanket and don't go to the bathroom were two independent yet connected rules. This is obviously a problem. If the challenger obediently stays curled up in the blanket, then naturally, going to the bathroom wouldn't happen. But if someone breaks rules 1 and 6, whether those rules are true or not, they are highly likely to trigger rules 3 and 4. It can almost be confirmed that the bathroom danger rule is real. Little brother outside, I forgot to bring any paper. Could you please bring me some? Thank you. A soft, shy voice came from the bathroom. Qin Liu ignored her. Little brother, I know you're out there, please help me. If I don't have any paper, I won't be able to put on my pants. How awkward and shameful that would be. Hearing this, Qin Liu finally sneered coldly. You have no public decency to hold off on going to the bathroom while the car is stopped, yet you talk about shame? If everyone parked like you and defecated, the whole track would be covered in excrement. Do you know how hard the staff work to clean and maintain the track? Ding, congratulations to the host for occupying the moral high ground. Strange sense of pride -1-1-1-1-1-1. Scare value +1+1+1+1+1. There was silence in the bathroom. She hesitated for a while, then continued, grinding her teeth as she squeezed out her voice. I know I was wrong, just give me some paper, and once I clean up, you can punish me however you like, alright? Anything is fine. Her soft voice was full of allure, making people's bones go weak. Qin Liu expressionlessly dug in his ears. No. There are no free services on this train. If you want paper, what will you pay me? The voice in the bathroom seemed annoyed. Damn straight guy, I've made it so obvious, why aren't you coming in? I can offer myself, I swear. The voice became even softer, and the bathroom door cracked open a little, revealing a graceful figure. Qin Liu glanced a few times, then disgustedly said, You're so disgusting, getting up without wiping, won't the shit stain your backside? Offering yourself? If I give you paper, you'll repay me with bitterness? This deal is a loss for me, no deal. The graceful figure stiffened, then completely lost control. Ah, ungrateful little brat, you want to drink my punishment instead of my offering, I'll kill you. As soon as the words were out, a flash of light suddenly shot out from the crack in the door. A pale hand, without a trace of color, stretched out from the crack in the door. It stretched longer and longer, eventually reaching right in front of Qin Liu. That hand looked like a white snake, with its head held high. The palm suddenly opened, revealing an eye and a bright red mouth. Die. Qin Liu expressionlessly reached into his bag and pulled out a dazzling knife, closing his eyes and swinging it. Ah! A sharp scream pierced through several carriages. Ah, my eyes! The real world was also filled with cries of distress. At the moment Qin Liu drew the knife, a white light more dazzling than lightning shot out, and the viewers watching the live broadcast were caught off guard, all covering their eyes and crying out. The black they saw wasn't really black, and the white wasn't truly white. They felt unbearable pain, with tears streaming down their faces. When their vision cleared and they looked at the live stream again, they saw that the hand with the eye and mouth had been cut off and was lying on the floor. And Qin Liu, with one hand dragging the severed strange arm, stepped on it with his foot, while the other hand rubbed his eyes. Clearly, he had also been flashed. He seemed to finally understand how the disposable sunglasses in the system shop, costing 50 scare points, were meant to be used. Damn it! What a ripoff! If you can't earn at least 50 scare points, then using the sunglasses with the flash-blinding knife setup is a huge loss. With that thought, Qin Liu stomped down hard on the strange creature, kicking it fiercely. Ding ding ding, the strange creature has been severely injured by you, scare value +1+1+1+1+1+1+1. Ding ding ding, the strange creature has been kicked violently by you, scare value +1+1+1. The pleasant +1 sound kept ringing for a long time, and Qin Liu's mood improved slightly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country live chat room was full of curses. When did he drop such cheap equipment? Almost blinded my eyes. Damn, I want compensation. You kill one strange creature and it drops this much stuff? Isn't it that all the luck accumulated by Dragon Country in the last 5 times has been given to him? This kid's getting a free ride. That was close. Luckily Gongben was mysteriously taken out, otherwise, with that weird creature's strength, who knows how insane the dropped equipment would be. Look quickly, someone's coming at the end of the carriage. Qin Liu also noticed that the door connecting carriages 2 and 3 had opened, and 2 figures, one tall and one short, sneaked in. The hallway was dim, and their faces couldn't be seen, but their movements were sneaky. Qin Liu scratched his head and muttered to himself, they seem to be weird creatures. The 2 who came were challengers from the Monkey Country and the Asen Country. Ruan Safong from the Monkey Country was an active duty soldier with the same physical strength as Qin Liu, both at 10. Endurance, agility, and intelligence weren't as high as the ninja from Sakura Country, but they were at least 5, completely overpowering Qin Liu. As for Lakuri from Asen Country, his stats were pretty average, but besides physical strength, everything else was higher than Qin Liu's. He also had a stat no one else had. Poison resistance, 5. As the 2 approached, Qin Liu innocently asked, Hey, are you guys human or weird creatures? The Dragon Country viewers in front of the screen were about to spit blood. What a stupid question, do weird creatures tell you they're weird creatures? I can tell you, they're not weird creatures, but they're scarier, they're here to steal your backpack. Idiot, run. Qin Liu stood still keeping his pure, innocent expression while waiting for an answer. Ruan Xiaofeng's lips curled into a disdainful smile. I'm Challenger Ruan Xiaofeng, I'm human. Brother, I have a battle plan, I want to discuss it with you carefully. He waved his phone at Qin Liu, but the hand behind his back was holding a gleaming military knife, waiting to get close and kill Qin Liu with a single strike. Qin Liu tilted his head. Really? I don't believe it. Before he finished speaking, his left foot kicked, sending the weird creature under his feet into the air, then his right foot quickly kicked out. In an instant, the weird creature, like a flash of white lightning, shot toward Ruan Xiaofeng. The weird creature had already been heavily injured by Qin Liu earlier, but its anger level reached an unprecedented peak. Screech! The weird creature let out a sharp, explosive roar, instantly wrapping around Ruan Xiaofeng like a long snake, wildly coiling him. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! The sound of bones breaking was enough to make your teeth ache, and Ruan Xiaofeng's screams were even more chilling. Dragon Country viewers were already going crazy, with the bullet screen full of shouts telling Qin Liu to run. As for the insults aimed at Qin Liu, they were long sentences, only halfway written, when suddenly, a white object flew across the screen. Then, Ruan Xiaofeng started, screaming, rolling, crawling on the ground, blood and flesh splattering, turning into human skin toilet paper plus QR code, toilet paper version of Ruan Xiaofeng being rolled up by the weird creature and stuffed into its embrace. Supreme Rule, Monkey Country Challenger Ruan Xiaofeng violated Rule 5, upset the enraged passenger, and was killed by the passenger. Challenge failed, Monkey Country loses 10 national luck, weird creatures arrive at Mountain Viewport. Acid rain will cover the whole area for 1 month. What did Qin Liu do? I was typing just now, didn't see carefully. He did nothing, it's just that a weird creature probably thought the Monkey Country Challenger was too arrogant, so it leaped over and wrapped him up. Ah yes, for some reason, the Monkey Country Challenger was attacked. Dragon Country, stop pretending. Qin Liu killed our challenger. Dragon Country is really too sinister. I strongly condemn the actions of Dragon Country's challenger, and support Monkey Country's claim for compensation. The huge losses caused by the destruction of Yacheng by weird creatures must be borne by Dragon Country. I second that. On the internet and in the news, all kinds of voices flooded in. However, in the face of these unreasonable idiots, the Dragon Country officials remained as calm as Qin Liu. And the official website of Dragon Country's Rule Strange Tales command had posted a call. The world of Strange Tales is full of risks, humanity should unite and face the hardships together. Unity, friendship, cooperation, and mutual success. Selfishness, mutual slander, only creates opportunities for the eerie to take advantage of, and leads to a tragic end. Who's ending up tragic? Ruan Xiaofeng, toilet paper version. You report my ID number, good. The eerie car in the snow country, car 03. The eerie took away the human skin, but did not leave. Instead, it viciously fixed its gaze on Qin Liu, the culprit. This gaze caused foreign viewers to instantly climax, especially those from Cherry Blossom Nation and Monkey Nation. Charge, Toilet Sister, kill him. Ah, this is great, Toilet Sister, you haven't forgotten him, send him down to join Gong Bendao and Ruan Xiaofeng. Please, torture Qin Liu severely. Unfortunately, things didn't go as expected. Qin Liu, not knowing when, had grabbed a toilet brush from the restroom, and with one swing, knocked Toilet Sister down as she lunged at him. Next came the cycle. Toilet Sister stunned, reluctant, baring teeth, lunging again, knocked down again. This repeated 2 or 3 times. Qin Liu, with a fierce and vicious expression, swung the toilet brush. I gave you the toilet paper, now hurry up and pay up. Toilet Sister whimpered but bared her teeth, yet her gaze towards Qin Liu was now filled with fear. Qin Liu snorted coldly, hurry up, clean up the aisle. Toilet Sister, sticking out her tongue, ran back to the pile of QR code Ruan Xiaofeng, and began eating. Qin Liu, you motherfucker, I thank your ancestors for 8 generations, gag, gag, gag. Chef Qin Liu teaches you how to make delicious food. In the carriage, Likuri, his face splattered with blood, was clenching his buttocks, trying not to shit his pants, but the bottom was holding, while the top was losing control, clutching the car window and vomiting endlessly. Rule 3, don't stand near the window. Qin Liu reminded him. Likuri shuddered and instinctively glanced outside the window. Though it was dark outside, an invisible fear instantly spread throughout his body. Looking at the eerie devouring its food with complete focus, Likuri made a difficult and bold decision. He crossed over it and slid down on his knees, landing in front of Qin Liu. Big brother, please protect me. We are all human comrades, why be so polite? Do you need something to keep warm? I have blankets, sheets, curtains, which one do you want? Qin Liu kindly helped him up, looking at him with anticipation. Hurry up, pick one, then we can exchange it for something. Likuri had just witnessed Ruan Xiaofeng being mercilessly killed by Qin Liu, so how could he dare ask for anything from him? I don't need anything to keep warm. Qin Liu's smile instantly disappeared. Don't need any warmth? Then why risk crossing the carriages? Since you're here, at least buy something. Lakori looked up in confusion, and his eyes met Qin Liu's cold, deep gaze. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he understood the meaning of the word buy. Lakori immediately took off his backpack and pulled out a thin laptop. I'm a programmer, all the connecting doors in these carriages are computer-controlled, I can open them. Big brother, protect me, I can open the doors for you. Next, Qin Liu planned to go to other carriages to collect things to give everyone some warmth, but if the doors couldn't be opened, it would be quite troublesome. What's with this big brother little brother? Qin Liu returned to his friendly demeanor. In the face of strange tales, humans are all in this together. Helping each other is the right thing to do, let's go together. With that, he pulled out a bed curtain and covered the eating toilet sister with it, tightly tying it and stuffing her into his backpack. You've collected such a big roll of toilet paper, you can't just do this little thing. Dragon Country viewers, should we say it or not, did we just pull an SSR? Lakori, this person is so twisted, can I really complete the mission the Eagle brothers secretly gave me? Lurk and ambush Qin Liu, steal his backpack? Lakori stood stunned for a while. He cautiously asked, Big brother, shouldn't we take advantage of its illness to end its life, why are you still putting it away? Don't ask about the world's matters. Qin Liu casually passed him the toilet brush. Lakori took it, his heart overjoyed. Just now, Qin Liu used the toilet brush to knock Toilet Sister into a state of doubt. How awesome! As for whether it's clean or not, he has gone through a cow dung bath and is a human with natural resistance to toxins. A simple toilet brush is nothing. From now on, he is someone with a weapon. This big brother from Dragon Country is actually pretty good. Thank you, big brother. Big brother, should we wait here for the train to start? Lakuru is a person who likes to think. He thought that this third carriage should be the safest place on the whole train. The sleeper has already been swept by Qin Liu, and there are no more hidden dangers. Even the toilet lady has been subdued. Even if they mistakenly entered the toilet, the safety factor here is definitely higher than in other carriages. You came from the second carriage, right? Let's go to the second carriage. Qin Liu said. Ha? Lakura thought he had heard wrong, but when Qin Liu repeated it, he couldn't help but shiver. If it weren't for Wan Safong clearing the way, Lakura wouldn't have been able to leave the second carriage at all. But now, they have to go back? Big brother, the second carriage isn't too good. Can we not go? The worse it is, the more we need to go. A bad living environment is exactly why people like me, who care, are needed to spread warmth. Qin Liu said with righteous determination. As long as humans unite in love, we will be able to overcome all difficulties. Lakuru felt a bit awkward, maybe there are no humans left, just danger. Qin Liu was stunned for a moment, but quickly said firmly, then it's even more important to eliminate the danger. Even if there's no one now, that doesn't mean no one will pass by in the future. We need to prevent things before they happen. The most important thing is, based on the experience he has gained so far, where there are abnormalities, within 5 steps, there will always be something that can restrain those abnormalities. If there are still people alive in the second carriage, then he can spread warmth and earn some small rewards. If everyone in the second carriage is dead, then that means the abnormalities are very strong, and the things in the second carriage are definitely worth collecting. Either way, he wins. Not going would be stupid. Qin Liu took the curtain from the toilet lady and waved it, pointing forward, let's go, you know the way, you lead. Lakuro looked at the large, sunny doll-like thing Qin Liu was holding. What else can I say? JPG. Lakuro could only march toward the second carriage, fully prepared to face death. Live stream comments. This is basically a big battle royale game, and Qin Liu is actually doing a Mother Teresa act? Is he crazy or what? This old sixth, does he feel uncomfortable if he doesn't act reckless? Did the control room die? Why doesn't anyone stop him? I just watched the live stream about the second carriage, and it's definitely not something Qin Liu, relying on luck and brute force, can handle. If he goes, he's dead. Stop cursing, okay? He's just showing his big country responsibility. In reality, Dragon Country people would starve to death but still try to spread warmth everywhere. Qin Liu is just proving by action that he is from Dragon Country. Does this even need proof? Are you worried that the Korean country might try to claim his nationality? Are you a raccoon upstairs? Our Korean country doesn't have idiots like that. Come to the Korean livestream and check out our Park Dwan Koon's data, and you'll know our challengers are not something Dragon Country can touch. As soon as the Korean comments came out, a huge number of viewers from Dragon Country and around the world flooded into the Korean livestream. Once the challenger's data is released, viewers can click on the challenger's avatar in the livestream to view his data in real time. Park Dwan Koon's data showed that he has strong singing and dancing abilities, and thanks to this talent, his physical strength, endurance, and agility are all quite impressive. Except for looks and physical strength, Qin Liu's data doesn't seem to be as good as his. Sigh, people are just better than others, and goods are better than others. This Park Duan-kun, aside from nationality, there's nothing to criticize. I'm out. Qin Liu is just a shut-in college student. Does he have Park Duan-kun's singing and dancing ability? Dragon Country people must be jealous and envious. So many people from Dragon Country have come, they must be trying to bash my appa, but they're getting totally shut down. Oh yes, yes, yes. When facing abnormalities, your appa's song will break your heart. I'm not weird, even listening to your appa's songs feels like it's gonna kill me. Many people in the Dragon Country's Rule Strange Talk command center were also chewing their teeth in frustration over Qin Liu's reverse approach of delivering warmth. Most people believe that Qin Liu should stay quietly in the number 3 carriage and not move around, especially not take the initiative to deliver warmth. Commander, do we really not need to remind Qin Liu to not let his kind heart overflow? The public is starting to curse us at the command center. The assistant spoke with a tone of frustration. It's normal for them to be upset. Find a way to calm everyone down. Xiao Lu, read the rules again, see how they differ from the first 5. The commander's expression was both kind and commanding. The assistant thought to himself, I can almost recite those rules by heart. Every time the strange rule talk happens, the location is different, so naturally, the rules are different, but the method is the same. This time was no exception. But the assistant still reread the rules and honestly shook his head, Commander, I don't see any difference. Then let me ask you, what are the winning conditions for this Snow Country Strange Car Challenge? The commander asked. The assistant suddenly shivered. He realized with a jolt that this time, the challenge didn't specify how one would win. This time, the Snow Country Strange Car Challenge can even kill the strange things. It seems simple, but the difficulty has been upgraded. There may be additional rules later, but how to win, I'm afraid the challengers will have to find clues on the train. The commander said slowly. The assistant suddenly felt enlightened. Commander, are you saying that Qin Liu is heading to the number 2 carriage because he might be looking for clues? But could it be so lucky that there's a clue in the number 2 carriage? What if there is? The commander gave a fatherly look full of care. The assistant scratched his cheek, showing an awkward smile. He really didn't dare to make any rash judgments. They say those in the middle of the situation are confused, but in my view, Qin Liu is clearer than all the onlookers. The commander continued with deep meaning. The assistant muttered quietly in his heart, no matter how I look at it, he seems like a foolish good-hearted person trying to deliver warmth. He can deliver anything, just as long as he doesn't deliver his life. Though the assistant didn't have much faith in Qin Liu, emotionally, he fully hoped for him to win with all his heart. Amid the general lack of confidence, Qin Liu and Likori successfully arrived at the number 2 carriage. This was a soft-seat carriage, and the passengers here only had a small blanket to keep warm. Hiss. It feels much colder here than in the number 3 carriage. Qin Liu pulled his gloves tighter and raised the fluffy collar of his coat to wrap around his neck. Much warmer now. Likori, already dressed lightly, now felt like the floor was burning his feet, constantly moving around. Qin Liu noticed that the seats near the door were empty, so he immediately stuffed the seat cushions and covers into his backpack. Likori looked at him with both envy and disdain. Does having a super-functional backpack mean you can do anything you want? It turns out, he really can do whatever he wants. This chair looks good too. Shala, do you think you can help me take it apart? Chapter 7. Big brother, though I'm an engineer, I'm a software engineer, so I don't know anything about this. Likori helplessly shrugged and spread his hands to Qin Liu. Really not possible? Qin Liu still hoped he could try. Likori put a hand to his forehead, really not possible, I don't even have a screwdriver. Qin Liu immediately asked the system in his mind, I need a screwdriver, do you have a screwdriver? Please actively collect fright value to unlock more items. Sigh. Qin Liu sighed heavily, swinging the toilet sister version of the sunshine doll in his hand and said, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, there's none of this, there's none of that. You guys are really useless. Likori's gaze followed the toilet sister sunshine doll, turning back and forth, trembling, big brother, everyone has their expertise. I can't dismantle chairs, but opening doors is definitely my strength. Give it a chance. Qin Liu nodded and then patted La Coolie's shoulder. Don't worry, here, any garbage is just a resource misplaced. La Coolie. Although he seemed to be comforting me, why can't I feel happy at all? Could this be the so-called national cultural difference? Meanwhile, in the live stream of the Korean nation. Park Duan-kun Appa is amazing. The conditions in the soft seat carriage are so bad, yet he can quickly keep warm and stay hidden. Cursing loudly and counterattacking. Likori was caught off guard, pressed to the ground by Park Duan-kun, who was pounding him fiercely. You're dead, Likori. Die, you. Park Duan-kun yelled as he punched, isn't the rule fake? Ha! I was just quietly hiding under a blanket, why can't you leave me alone? The Dragon Country fights, so of course I can fight too. Die. Lakori was terrified inside, struggling desperately but still couldn't break free from the blanket, only able to cry for help. Brother, save me. This weird one is too strong. Hearing the cries for help from under the blanket, Park Dwan-koan realized that it was a challenger, and he even had a companion with him. Instinctively looking up, he saw a face he had never met but could easily recognize. Wasn't this the Dragon Country's Qin Liu, who called himself an extra crew member? Seeing the backpack Qin Liu was carrying on his chest, Park Dwan-koan knew that this was the equipment Qin Liu had dropped while fighting the weird one, as the command center had told him. Since you brought it to me, I can only accept it. Park Dwan-koan's eyes suddenly became cold with murderous intent. You bastard. Do you really think I'm a soft target? Die. Park Dwan-koan cursed loudly, yanking the blanket off Lakori and throwing it over at Qin Liu. Once Qin Liu was dead, all his equipment would belong to him. Anyway, no matter how the story is told, it was Qin Liu who led Lakori to attack him first. His counterattack had accidentally killed the person. Wasn't that only fair and reasonable? Plus, their country, backed by the Eagle Nation, no matter how angry the Dragon Country got, they could only protest and condemn. What could they do to the Eagle Nation? Park Dwan-koan imagined himself standing on Qin Liu's corpse, holding up the backpack and howling to the sky, sweeping across the weird talk, becoming the focus of the world, a superstar that no one could surpass. The moment the blanket blocked Qin Liu's line of sight, Park Dwan-koan launched a rapid attack, his fists falling like raindrops on Qin Liu's body through the blanket. His agility was higher than Qin Liu's. At that moment, his punches, purely by visual effect, seemed faster than Qin Liu's when he fought the weird one. Well done, Appa. Just like that, kill him. No wonder he's the best all-round challenger from our great country. With this combat ability, he can be called the strongest. The people of Sakura Country send their congratulations. Supporting our brother country's challenger to defeat Dragon Country's Qin Liu, avenging Gong Ben. The people of Sakura Country are crazy, right? Gong Ben was killed by the weird one, how can they blame it on Qin Liu? If it weren't for Qin Liu giving the wrong information, how could Gong Ben-sen have been so careless? Dare to act without responsibility, and still call themselves a great Eastern nation? Bah! Anyway, Qin Liu is about to go apologize to Gong Ben-san. Kuan-san, fighting spirit. The Dragon Country's netizens were busy on both sides. On one side, they were arguing with the netizens of Sakura Country and the Stick Country, trying to defend Qin Liu. On the other side, they were angrily cursing Qin Liu in their own livestream. Hey, look, Qin Liu is leaning on the back of a chair in the back, watching the show. He wasn't even covered by the blanket. But it looks like there's really someone standing inside the blanket. If it's not Qin Liu, then who is it? At that moment, a kind-hearted Dragon Country netizen passed by and said, maybe it's the Lonely Gourmet. What's Lonely Gourmet? The Stick Country netizens were confused. The kind-hearted Dragon Country netizen immediately started to speak. Please don't be curious and search the replay from 5 minutes 27 seconds ago in Qin Liu's livestream. QR code warning. Hannibal warning. High energy warning. A series of chaotic warnings directly heightened the curiosity of the Stick Country netizens, causing a massive influx of Stick Country netizens into the Dragon Country livestream to watch the replay, and then the streets and alleys of Stick Country echoed in unison, ugh, 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 ugh. I told you, Stick Country food isn't good, even the kids are throwing up. Always bragging about food outside, but secretly vomiting when they get home. So touching. The person above stopped slandering, our Stick Country food is the best in the world. From then on, the livestream chat was completely derailed. Meanwhile, in the Snow Country's weird car, Qin Liu sat leisurely on a seat with no cover, no cushion, watching Park Dwan-koan beating up the strange creature, and thought. After the soft seat turned into a hard one, it was worse than the hard seat. My butt is hurting so much. The strange creature was unexpectedly beaten up. Because it couldn't see who was beating it, the hatred value was recorded onto the person who trapped it, you. Fear value +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Qin Liu froze for a moment, there's a hatred value too? The system immediately popped up the Toilet Woman panel for Qin Liu. Name, Toilet Seeker. Anger value, 75. Qin Liu glanced at it and asked, what happens if the anger value and hatred value reach 100? No record. Please explore it yourself, host. Qin Liu sighed, what good are you? Please continue to collect fear value to unlock more system features. I'll beat. Park Dwan-koan became more confident, more energized with each punch. It was as though with every strike, he was forging his own shining starry path. It was at this moment that the Toilet Woman's anger value reached 100. Under the blanket, on the car floor, two tentacles quickly shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they wrapped around Park Dwan-koan's legs. Park Dwan-koan was about to jump up for a kick when suddenly he found his feet were stuck. But with the power he had already built up, his upper body lost balance, and he fell backward. Thud. The blanket hovering in the air was suddenly pulled apart by an invisible force. Only then did Park Dwan-kun see clearly that what had been covered by the blanket was actually a strange creature without eyes, its figure slender and eerie. The tentacle-like hand that had wrapped around Park Dwan-kun's foot now resembled a snake, quickly slithering up above his head. Looking at the eye in the palm of the hand and the bright red lips, Park Dwan-kun was so scared he almost peed himself. He. Soon, it would have a new piece of toilet paper, he ha ha ha. Duong. The strange creature was hit by the toilet brush. Self-esteem -1-1-1, fear value +1. Heh, so once the anger value is maxed out, you don't get scared anymore. Alright, come back. Qin Liu shook the blanket that had once covered the toilet woman. The toilet woman immediately bared her teeth and glared fiercely at Qin Liu, her hatred value shooting up by 7 or 8 points. Without saying a word, Qin Liu started beating her. With one swipe of the toilet brush, it turned into the effect of the magical staff. Damn it, the toilet paper money you owe me is still not paid back, and now you want to add another one on credit? Don't you know the rules? There's no free service on this car. I gave you a break and allowed you to pay later, and now you want to continue without paying? You think you can get it for free? No way. After the beating, Qin Liu put the brush away, and the toilet woman turned back into a big blue version of a sunny doll. Viewers in the live streams from Long Country, A3 Country, and Stick Country stared blankly, their hands hovering over the keyboard, forgetting to type. After a while, the screen was flooded with comments. Once it could be said to be luck, taking advantage of the strange creature's unpreparedness. But now, you've taken it back, what's the meaning of that? Is this a cheat? What the hell, how could the strange creature be tamed by someone? Did Long Country bribe the highest rules? I refuse to accept this. Even though you refuse to accept it, the toilet woman accepts it, hee ha 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 ha. From now on, any challengers who want to take my equipment will have to go through her first. Our Appa is too kind. He never hits women. Once the blanket fell, he stopped hitting. Look at Qin Liu, this bastard, he really doesn't respect women. Uba is really a gentleman, wah, but this is a survival game, I hope Uba can let go of his high standards. Uba, grab that toilet brush. As long as you grab it, you can defeat the weirdness and follow the path of Qin Desha, leaving him with no way out. Uba, go for it. Kill Qin Liu. The comments were chaotic, but Koen fans fiercely defended him. Inside the Snow Country's strange car, Park Dwan-kun stared in shock at Qin Liu's moves. What? The weirdness can be tamed? The challengers from Dragon Country are terrifying. Lakuli struggled to get up and ran to Qin Liu's side like a little wife. Big Brother is amazing, Big Brother 666, Big Brother is majestic. Big Brother timely stopped the toilet girl from opening the QR code again, which moved him the most. Qin Liu casually handed the toilet brush to him, do you know how to use it now? I learned it. Next time I won't let you down, Big Brother. Lakuli patted his chest to promise. Park Dwan-kun looked at Lakuli's flattery and was envious to see him receive the weapon to defeat the weirdness from Qin Liu's hands. He immediately slid down on his knees and hugged Qin Liu's thigh. Big Brother, hello, I am Park Dwan-kun, a challenger from Bangzi Country. Our Bangzi Country has always been a good neighbor to Dragon Country. No matter what difficulties we face, we progress hand in hand. Please, Big Brother, grant me a weapon so I can fight alongside you. The fans from Bangzi Country exploded in anger. What the hell? I told you to lower your standards, not to kneel. Kneeling before such garbage as Qin Liu? Do we fans have no pride? His kneeling appearance really disappoints me. I'm unfollowing. You haters, get lost. My brother endures such humiliation for our Bangzi Country, we fans only feel more pain for him. Wah, as long as my brother safely clears the game, this kneeling humiliation will be his forever medal. Fans were shouting loudly, and in the Snow Country's strange car, Qin Liu had already lifted Park Dwan-kun. I don't know how things are in your country, but in our Dragon Country, we are no longer in a feudal society and we don't kneel at every turn. Qin Liu said kindly. Park Dwan-kun, damn, this person is so sly, accusing me of being feudal. Qin Liu didn't bother to chat with him and directly asked, I have defensive tools and warm items, but what do you plan to trade for them? Big Brother, isn't human unity and mutual help the right thing? Saying something like exchange is too distant. You give me the weapon, and I fight alongside you. This is beneficial for you too. Park Dwan-kun said with a grin. Lakuli rolled his eyes at Park Dwan-kun, isn't that just freeloading? Chapter 9. The comments instantly erupted in anger, what freeloading? Isn't unity and friendship what Qin Liu himself said? To be freeloaded by my brother is such an honor. I advise you not to be ungrateful. My brother is really adaptable, while I'm crying. Inside the snow country's strange car, Qin Liu nodded to agree with Park Duan-Cohen's words. But he still didn't give anything. Friend. I am really glad to see your awareness. Qin Liu looked bright-eyed at Park Duan-Cohen. Unity is the greatest power in the world. We always believe that man can conquer nature. Big brother, that weapon. Park Duan-Cohen stared at his backpack, drooling. Don't worry, since we are like-minded friends, I will definitely help you. Qin Liu vowed and lowered his head to open the backpack. For warming items, we have sheets, quilts, curtains, and covers. For weapons, we have army knives and batons. Which one do you want to buy? When Park Duan-Cohen heard the word buy, he could barely maintain his fake smile. He couldn't help but say, warm things sound like stuff on the train, and weapons seem to be from Monkey Country's Rouen Safon, right? You got them for free, why do I have to buy them? Giving it to you for free would violate Rule 2, no free service, right? If you dare to ask for it. It also violates Rule 5, do not accept unnecessary kindness from other passengers, which is not good, Qin Liu said seriously. Longguo echoed, Big brother is doing this for your own good, reluctantly taking your things. Pu Duanquan looked at the two people singing in harmony, countless untranslatable curses flashed through his mind. Before I came, I was just filming an advertisement, and besides this outfit and my phone, I have nothing. This situation was somewhat similar to Qin Liu's. Longguo immediately said, it's okay, you can use your abilities to serve Big Brother and then exchange things with him. For example, I can open all electronic doors, and if Big Brother thinks my ability is worth it, he will protect me. Pu Duanquan. Damn it, worth it. So the final interpretation of this deal is still in Qin Liu's hands, right? Doesn't that mean he can exploit me however he wants? So shameless. So, how about it? Do you have any good abilities? Qin Liu asked enthusiastically while playing with a toilet sister version of the Sunny doll. Pu Duanquan sighed resignedly, as everyone knows, I am a big star. My ability is to sing and dance exceptionally well, and I'm especially handsome. Whether you're handsome or not doesn't matter, anyway, I'm handsomer than you, Qin Liu interrupted him, come on, show us a dance. If it's good, I'll take care of you. Pu Duanquan wanted to curse out loud. Do you even hear what you're saying? I'm not as handsome as you? I'm a dance king who has charmed thousands of girls, famous all over Asia, and I'm not as handsome as you, this stupid college student? Pu Duanquan stared at Qin Liu's face for several seconds before silently swallowing all the curses down. Forget it, having a good face doesn't really help much anyway. As long as I clear this bizarre world, I can become a super international superstar. Who will remember the cannon fodder Qin Liu who died here then? Are you ready? You can start your performance now. Qin Liu sat on the sponge mat and chair cover he took out from his bag, watching Pu Duanquan leisurely, as if he were some very impressive talent show producer. Pu Duanquan instinctively bowed to him, then started dancing in place, mumbling incomprehensible phrases like add spicy or not and add or not and board duck, board duck, board duck. Qin Liu couldn't understand much and found it a bit harsh on the ears. Longguo found it a bit hard on the eyes too. Big brother, Rule 7 says to keep a sleeping position, which seems to imply we should remain quiet. With him jumping around like this, won't it attract the weird? Longguo tried to use reasonable means to stop this performance with mental attacks. But unexpectedly, Qin Liu was very pleased to hear it, so if the noise is loud enough, it can attract the weird? Then let's see how good Pu Duanquan is at attracting monsters. Getting scared requires finding the weird, pulling monsters by ourselves is too risky, having Pu Duanquan serve is great. Longguo. Big brother's thinking really is different. He felt very unsafe right now, so he moved closer to Qin Liu. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room was about to start fighting. What is he singing? My dog danced better after being scalded by hot water last time. Wow, truly worthy of being a national idol. Appa, I love you. Weird, come out quickly, collect this anomaly. Appa is amazing, turning the Rule Horror Story Challenge into his own live performance. I can't believe Qin Liu actually enjoys this kind of thing, he really made him dance. It's hard to watch. Technical school students have no resistance to this. Don't just black him randomly. I am a technical school student, and I think he sings quite well. Qin Liu didn't pay much attention to Pu Duanquan, instead, he kept observing the surroundings. As a result, 3 minutes passed, and not even a hair of the weird was seen. Cohen, did you not eat? Why aren't you dancing lively at all? Get loud, make it bigger, Qin Liu urged with a frown. Pu Duanquan immediately cranked up the volume again. He jumped even harder. Don't say, that thumping dance sound is quite rhythmic. However, this rhythm didn't last long before Longguo felt a chill behind him and shrank to Qin Liu's side. Big brother, why does it seem like there's another thumping sound? It's not from Park Duanquan's side, it seems to be coming from there. Longguo pointed his hand forward, and saw the door connecting the last carriage to carriage 1 open, a ghostly green light shining into carriage 2. At the door, an 8 or 9-year-old childlike figure suddenly appeared, vaguely visible with something round and bulging tucked at their waist, looking somewhat like a human head. Chapter 10. It appeared again. Lurk plopped down on the ground with a snap, his face pale, his voice trembling. Big brother, run quickly. That's eerie. Lurk clung to Qin Liu's calf. Don't embarrass yourself, get up. It's just a little one. Qin Liu truly looked down on it. After all that trouble, wasn't it just to attract the eerie to scare up the shock value? How much can such a small thing scare? Lurk squinted at Qin Liu, silently cursing, you really seem to be foolish. Can the strength of the eerie be measured by size? Big brother, it's very strong. Earlier, just when we were about to find you, it appeared and wanted to play games with us. How could we dare? Of course, we chose to run. The one who ran slowly had their head twisted off and used as a ball to bounce on the ground. Cerebral spinal fluid flew everywhere. It tears challengers apart like playing with green onions. Big brother, we really need to escape. This is truly impossible to fight. Before the words fell, a sudden loud bang came from behind. Lurk turned his head to look, and his face turned green and pale. Upon hearing the eerie was formidable, Park Dwankuan decisively chose to escape alone to carriage 3, locking the door behind him. Traitor! Lurk shouted angrily. Big brother, I told you that this little western bastard is unreliable. We should have just killed him directly. In the live stream room of Bangzi country. Traitor? Did my Kuan Appa team up with you or form an alliance? This small Asan really knows how to brag, creating hype. Well done. Kuan Appa did well. Just like this, kill the little Asan and the Dragon Country pig. Dragon Country idiot, don't think your little bit of intelligence can outsmart my Appa, right? Trying to use my Appa to test the rules to attract the eerie, didn't expect Kuan Appa to turn the tables. Kuan Appa's great wisdom. Brothers from Sakura country, see it? My Appa is here to take revenge for you challengers. Hurry and come kiss his feet. Such a tall one. To grow into a national idol in the cutthroat entertainment industry, his emotional and intellectual intelligence must be high indeed. I'm a fan of this idol. Please have the eerie twist off the Dragon Country pig's head to use as a urinal. The Bangzi Country livestream room was in a frenzy, while the Dragon Country livestream room was full of curses. When Qin Liu asked Park Dwankuan to sing and dance, they began to sense that something was wrong, and now what they feared had actually come true. Even more infuriating was that Qin Liu, unaware of the danger, actually looked down on the little eerie. Many Dragon Country netizens had already seen footage of challengers who were killed by the little eerie online. Playing games with it could lead to death. Not playing games with it would mean having your head twisted off or torn to pieces, no solution. In the carriage. Lurk didn't want to sit and wait for death. After advising Qin Liu, he ran straight to the door. But opening the door takes time. This little eerie moved particularly fast. Just as Lurk was pulling out his computer, the little eerie was already 10 steps away, tilting its head and asking, "Can you two play games with me?" Ah, who the hell wants to play games with you? Lurk was almost scared to the point of urinating. Bangzi dog, I swear I will peel your skin off, use it to wipe the toilet monster, and scoop your brain out to feed the little eerie spoon by. Shaking uncontrollably, slumped against the wall. Big brother, what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Qin Liu trembled with the backpack. What's wrong with you, adult? A child wants to play a game, and you're just sitting around, so play with him. You know, accompanying children is a virtue. Lurk wailed, Big brother, I'm busy opening the door, how about you play with him for a while? At this moment, the little anomaly stopped right in front of Qin Liu. In its hands, it was indeed holding a head. However, after being slapped around by it, the head was swollen and damaged beyond recognition, truly terrifying. The little anomaly tilted its head, looking at Qin Liu, and suddenly disdainfully dropped the head it was holding. Your head looks much better. Brother, I want to play a game with you. If you lose, I'll twist off your head. The audience in the live broadcast room felt a chill down their spines. The little anomaly, using such an innocent childlike voice, spoke chilling words. Sure. If you lose, I'll twist off your head too. What game do you want to play? Qin Liu said with a friendly face, acting like a big brother caring for little children. The little anomaly, you just sang and danced, and I liked it so much. Let's compete in singing and dancing. I'll be the judge too. Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room? Korean and Cherry Blossom Kingdom live broadcast rooms, haha. English stream, are you fucking kidding me? Contestants also serving as judges? What kind of joke is this? Lurk was right, this game was indeed a dead end. The command centers of various countries were silently concluding, surprise attacks on anomalies have certain feasibility. But facing anomalies head-on is a dead end. Second conclusion, it's better to follow the rules, don't mess with fancy tricks. Playing tricks with anomalies in their territory is like trying to find poop with a flashlight in the toilet. With the sound of little footsteps, the little anomaly had already started to dance. Its dance completely replicated the moves of Park Dwan-kun from just now. But because its body was stiff like a bent steel pipe, and soft like drooping skin, it looked weird no matter how you saw it. Ah, this little trash anomaly distorted the dance learned by my appa, worth hundreds of thousands, into this. I'm going to fight you. This is the biggest insult to appa. He, did you see? My appa's dance has conquered the anomaly. Maybe even the rules of the strange tales will change because of appa. Isn't it disgusting? I could throw up. Yes, your appa is truly great. The little anomaly danced out the essence of your appa's dance. You. Fans were praising Park Dwan-kun when a sharp sound suddenly pierced their ears. Viewers in the Dragon Kingdom, A3 Kingdom, and Korean live broadcasts cried out. The little anomaly suddenly started to sing. Its voice was like a big truck horn, sounding right next to your ear. Qin Liu was also shocked by the sudden singing and gritted his teeth, feeling like his ears were about to bleed. He hurriedly took out a string of firecrackers and lit them, throwing them out. Bang bang bang. The firecrackers jumped and exploded right under the little anomaly's feet. The anomaly was startled by the explosions, scare value +2 +3 +4 +5. The anomaly was injured by the explosions, scare value +10 +10 +10. Sparks from the firecrackers flew and blasted the little anomaly, leaving it full of holes. Wah, I don't want to play anymore. Mama. The little anomaly cried out loudly and tried to escape. But the firecrackers locked onto it, chasing it down and continuing to explode. A man remains a boy until death. I guess Qin Liu likes blowing up cow dung to the point of madness, so he carries firecrackers with him. Is there cow dung to blow up in university? Which university is so magical? I really want to go. I am Qin Liu's roommate. Welcome to apply for XX Agricultural University. Here we don't dig the ground every day, and the senior sisters are especially beautiful, plus there's endless cow dung to blow up. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the atmosphere suddenly changed from despair to cheers. Inside the train carriage, Qin Liu walked in front of the little weird creature, wearing a friendly face. It was blown to shreds, with festering wounds all over its legs, only able to move in its seat inside the carriage. You dance really well. Singing and dancing should create a lively atmosphere. Our collaboration is seamless. Now, let's continue and present the audience with a visual and auditory feast. Qin Liu greeted with a smile and pulled out a string of small firecrackers. The little weird creature was so scared it curled up into a ball, trembling like a leaf. The system gained scare points, increasing by dozens at a time. I don't want to play anymore. This is not fun at all. Mommy, I don't want to play anymore, the little weird creature cried out, trembling. Qin Liu scolded, that's not acceptable. Our competition hasn't determined a winner yet. We can't give up halfway, that wouldn't be good for you. If I don't want to play anymore, you can just declare me the winner, and according to the rules, let me twist your head off. No, I don't want to compete anymore. I want to go home and find my mom. The little weird creature cried loudly, retreating. Qin Liu flicked out a new curtain, looking both troubled and understanding. How about we play a new game called Turn into a Weather Doll? Ding! The little weird creature was scared by the curtain, gaining 50 scare points. Qin Liu felt delighted and was about to cover the little weird creature with the curtain. At that moment, accompanied by a significant increase in scare points, the dim light in the carriage suddenly flickered several times. A shock of green mist swept in. Within the mist appeared 5 or 6 tall, twisted figures. Chapter 11. GG. Suddenly, 6 strange creatures appeared, ruthlessly extinguishing the hopes just ignited in the viewers from Dragon Country. The netizens from other countries also issued death sentences to Qin Liu and Laculi. The netizens from Asen Country even started a dual-line attack, criticizing one for abandoning principles and locking the door, and doubting the other for leading the strange creatures to them. But what about Qin Liu? He seemed completely unaware of everything in the real world, as if he also didn't notice the dire situation in the train. He was neither trembling nor panicking, and even boldly took 2 steps towards the strange family. The people of Dragon Country felt numb watching this. The viewers from Bangzi Country and Sakura Country continued their mockery and encouraged death. Are you the parents? Is the train your living room that you let your child run around everywhere? Who will take responsibility if something happens? Qin Liu scolded with a serious face. The strange family, probably never having seen such a challenger, was stunned by his question. The audience all over the world, a million faces of confusion. Although he was correct, it seemed a bit inappropriate in this situation, right? This wasn't an ordinary child, nor an ordinary family, this was a strange creature. Without waiting for the strange creature to answer, Qin Liu continued to speak righteously. It is singing and dancing in the carriage, look at how it's troubling the passengers. What about your public morality as a human? What about your sense of responsibility as parents? Do you want to say it's just a child, right? Even a pet dog needs to be leashed. You have a child who can sing, dance, and communicate, yet you let it roam free without any care, is that acceptable? More seriously, if the child was abducted, whose fault would that be? Not caring for their upbringing is worse than livestock, you know? Take your children and immediately go back to your seats. In the last sentence, Qin Liu's voice suddenly grew louder. No matter how you listen, it sounded like he was strictly maintaining order in the train as a conductor. And the bizarre family, caught off guard by a sudden scolding, turned around with their heads lowered and really prepared to leave. Not only the audience in front of the camera, even Laculi, who was lazily leaning against the door, looked stunned. This is okay? Big brother, you're awesome. Stop chattering, quickly open the door. Qin Liu glared at him. Lukuru hurriedly picked up the pace. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The strange family walked out not far, as if something had forcibly stopped them in their tracks. Then, their bodies remained still, but their heads turned a full 180 degrees with a crack, crack, crack. You have violated the rules. Accompanied by a strange roar, the temperature in the carriage suddenly dropped. On the window, ice flowers mysteriously formed. Lukuru, already frightened to tears by this sudden turn of events, had his runny nose freeze into icicles, resembling a saber-toothed tiger. Woo woo woo, why did it suddenly go wrong again? Qin Liu immediately held out a toilet sister doll in one hand and a lucky firecracker in the other. You violated rule number 2. This train has no free service. Just now, your kid was singing and dancing and requested my atmosphere group service. Who's paying? It's just 7 sunny dolls. Come on, let's duel with magic. However, the strangeness remained unfazed and continued to roar. You violated rules 567, we must eliminate you. The temperature in the carriage continued to drop, and white frost rapidly spread toward Qin Liu and Lukuru, centered on the strangeness. Qin Liu decisively lit the firecrackers. The firecrackers went off with a bang, scaring the small strangeness that had suffered this loss into a panicked ruckus, the fear value rising ding 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 non-stop. But those strange entities with their heads turned 180 degrees seemed to lose their senses, showing no sign of fear. It appeared that the rules had corrected their behavior and stripped them of their fear. Qin Liu felt somewhat displeased. A string of firecrackers cost 200 value points, yet these 5 big strangenesses couldn't even be damaged a bit, such a huge loss. Qin Liu silently held a grudge. Rules are not a good thing, I will deal with them sooner or later. These fearlessly strange beings, even if slightly injured by the firecrackers, still repeatedly chanted eliminate you, approaching Qin Liu and Lukuru. Though the frost was slightly delayed, it continued to spread as the strangeness drew closer. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Qin Liu and Lukuru turned into popsicles. Big brother, my hand is going to freeze stiff. Lukuru wailed in despair. At this rate, we're going to become crushed ice. If you turn, I won't turn, Qin Liu replied irritably, tired of his constant negativity. Then he let out the toilet sister he had just put away not long ago. He said to the toilet sister impatiently, I've given you toilet paper, why haven't you cleaned yourself? This family complains about smelling the shit on you, they blame me for carrying unsanitary items, and they're very angry. Ding, the strangeness's self-esteem is greatly damaged, hatred value +5 +5 +5 anger value +10 +10 +10. Beep 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 the strangeness's hatred value is about to explode, danger. 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 Beep 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 the strangeness's anger value is about to explode, entering killing mode. Beep 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 please swiftly leave the strangeness. Please swiftly leave the strangeness. Amidst a chorus of warnings, Qin Liu kicked the toilet sister towards that family of 7. Get out. Explain and apologize to the passengers yourselves. As the toilet sister flew out, Lukuru also heard a ding sound. The door opened. Just as the timing was swift. Qin Liu picked up some small items scattered on the floor, then dashed into the toilet at the carriage connection to sweep everything, and quickly rushed into carriage number 3. Lukuru saw him enter and immediately shut and locked the door. The two worked together like a flowing cloud and flowing water. With a loud bang, a strange entity sent flying by the toilet sister crashed hard into the connection of carriages 2 and 3, splattering the door's glass with a sticky, foul-smelling dark green liquid. If Qin Liu had been 1 second late, that green liquid would have splashed on him instead of the glass. From carriage number 2 came the sounds of intense fighting, boom boom bang bang, and crack crispy, pants rub pants rub. Meanwhile, Lukuru stared intensely at someone in the middle of the carriage peeking this way. Park. Duan. Kuan. Lukuru gritted his teeth and uttered this name. Without saying a word, Park Duan Koan leaped out and sprinted towards carriage 4. Lak Yuri directly smashed the toilet brush in his hand, and with a duong, it hit Park Dwankuan's back of the head, knocking him down. Park Dwankuan tried to get up using both his hands and feet, but Lak Yuri was faster, leaping onto him and swinging his fist. Die, traitor! I'll make you lead the weirdness. I'll make you close the door. I'll make you lock the door. I'll kill you. I'll skin you alive and make toilet paper for the weirdness. I'll scoop out your brain spoon by spoon and feed it to the weirdness. Lak Yuri was boiling with rage, saying one thing and then landing a heavy punch on Park Dwankuan's face. In the blink of an eye, the handsome Appa was beaten into a swollen mess, unrecognizable. Big brother, help! Stop this mad dog. I didn't mean to harm you, I was just testing his ability to open the door. Amid the chaos, Qin Liu, holding a small notebook that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, was writing and drawing. He leaned against the door, his long legs crossed, his expression serious and solemn. The dim yellow light filtered through his messy bangs, outlining his neat and handsome side profile, looking so out of place with the atmosphere around. It was like a peaceful moment in the midst of turmoil. Park Dwankuan only glanced at him and spat out blood with a poo. It was over, the position of the train's most handsome passenger was lost for good. Chapter 12. Oh, Appa has such a strong sense of respect for Big Brother. Qin Liu is really something. Stop flattering Park Dwankuan's ugly face, just say Qin Liu is so handsome, it's not hard. Isn't being a fan all about admiring supreme beauty? Fellow fans, I'll go ahead and climb first. Haters, shut up. You think Qin Liu is handsome? It's just an angle problem. If he stood next to my Appa and took a frontal picture, he'd look like an ugly dog. Exactly. If Qin Liu wasn't wearing that handsome uniform, he wouldn't even be fit to hold Appa's shoes. I'm just a bystander, let me speak fairly. Qin Liu from Dragon Country is definitely better looking, and it's not just about angles. Appa is a multi-talented international dance king, while that handsome vase with only looks is just here to steal attention. Usually, people with no looks rely on talent, but at least Qin Liu is a college student, and your Gigi only has a trainee's education. %*UN* at #**********. Live room reminder, please speak politely. In the live broadcast room, a fan war broke out because of Qin Liu's good looks, with bystanders eagerly joining the fray. The comments were so dense that the faces of the participants couldn't even be seen. Those who truly cared about the rules of the weirdness challenge, who wanted to focus on the situation in the carriage, had to close the comments. They weren't concerned about who was more handsome between Park Dwankuan and Qin Liu. What they worried about was that Lak Yuri would beat Park Dwankuan to death. Lak Yuri was filled with hatred and didn't show any mercy in his attacks, each punch landing hard, smashing his head, pounding his chest, never grabbing his arms. Lak Yuri was hitting him with fury in his eyes, but suddenly Park Dwankuan's phone rang. It wasn't a text message, but a video call reminder. Stop hitting. It's the command center calling, they must have made an important discovery, that's why they're using up their calls to reach me. Park Dwankuan pleaded. His words did cause Lak Yuri to pause for a moment. But in that split second, Lak Yuri's fist came down again. Stupid Korean, when has anyone from your country ever done anything first? What important discovery could you possibly have? However, this time, before Lak Yuri could throw two more punches, a hand stopped him. Big brother? Lak Yuri couldn't believe it. You want to save this traitor? Let's hear what his people have to say, it's not a bad deal. Qin Liu said calmly, then took Park Dwankuan's phone and answered the call. Ah, Mr. Qin, this is the command center of the Korean Rules Weirdness Challenge. Please immediately stop Lak Yuri's actions and spare our challenger, Park Dwankuan. The voice on the phone sounded soft and polite, but there was an obvious undercurrent of anger and authority. Lak Yuri and I are partners, not superior and subordinate. The most important thing between partners is respect. If his actions are too much, I won't be able to convince him. Qin Liu said slowly. The other party paused for a moment, speaking in a hurried tone. Mr. Qin, we are watching the live broadcast. Lak Yuri is currently obedient to you. Stopping him is just a matter of your words. You helped Mr. Park Dwankuan this time, and our command center will, on behalf of the nation, send your family 50 million. Seeing Qin Liu unmoved, they immediately showed him the transfer screen. This is your family's account. We will transfer the money right now. Since challengers entered the Strange Talk world, personal information has almost been semi-public, and family accounts can be quickly found. After seeing the prompt of a successful transfer, Qin Liu finally said seriously, money doesn't matter. The main thing is that the rule crisis of the Strange Talk is a matter for all Blue Star. Your country and our Dragon Country have a profound historical connection, so I will give it a try. Lak Yuri, stop hitting. Qin Liu said slowly. I really want to kill him. Big brother, don't be soft-hearted, and don't let 50 million blind your eyes. If he dares to close the door today, he will dare to snatch your bag tomorrow. Lak Yuri said angrily. No. Big brother, don't listen to his slander. Closing the door was indeed my fault. I'm just an idle trainee who has never experienced storms, and my instinctive reaction in that situation was to escape quickly. Big brother, please, give me a chance. Park Duanquan said tearfully. Qin Liu stopped talking and directly handed the phone to Likori. Anyway, he had tried to persuade, and the rest depends on the sincerity of the Koreans. Likori took the phone in a daze, spit it out quickly. The command center of Korea offered Likori the same ceasefire condition. 50 million? Do you look down on him or on me? This dead traitor's idol worth must be more than 50 million, right? Now he represents your country, and you still only want to spend 50 million? I'm not short of money, even if you offer me 50 billion today. Likori yelled at the phone, and before he finished yelling, the command center of Korea broadcasted the successful transfer screen to Likori's family. This is real gold and silver, $50 million, and his family won't have to live in a slum anymore. 50 million is 50 million, giving a chance is not impossible. If he betrays us again next time, then no amount will help. Likori huffed heavily. Qin Liu hung up the phone and helped Park Duanquan up. Being able to correct one's mistakes is still a good comrade. Let's put an end to this matter. Sigh, big brother, don't trust him too much. Likori muttered. The strange things are our common enemy, we must unite. If we only focus on fighting among ourselves, it's easier to step into the rule traps. Just now, if it weren't for the two of you being useless, I could have obtained more rule information. Qin Liu said righteously. Likori's mind was quick, and he caught the important core of Qin Liu's words. Big brother, did you find the rule trap? Found some. Likori was overjoyed. As long as he can discover the rule trap, he can find a way to avoid it. Avoid strange things, and naturally, it will be safe. With the crisis lifted, everyone in Korea could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This guy from Dragon Country, although a bit foolish, still has a great vision. Trash. Pure white lotus, maternal kindness. Not at all satisfying in love and hate. Just watch, the farmer and the snake, Mr. Dongguo and the wolf, Qin Liu and Park Duanquan. Let's understand him a bit. His flowery pants cost no more than 15 yuan. With such a background of poverty, anyone seeing 50 million would be tempted. Even though I'm so poor that I sleep in an internet cafe, I would never bow down for 50 million. Fool, do you have no concept of 50 million? That's why you can only sleep in an internet cafe tapping on the keyboard, instead of being like Qin Liu, who can come to the strange talk world and still make money. In the Dragon Country livestream, the debate over Qin Liu's maternal kindness and easily being bought by money continued endlessly. As for Qin Liu, he couldn't see the evaluations of him in the real world. At this moment, he took out a cushion and placed it on the bedboard, crossing his legs and continuing to write in his little notebook. How can he remain so calm while the next carriage is fighting with all its might? Likori rolled his eyes and, with a smiling face, sat beside Qin Liu. Big brother? What are you writing? Qin Liu put away the little notebook. My memory isn't good, so I'm used to writing down what I see. Pu Duanquan also leaned over. Bro, you just said you found a trap in the rules. What, do you want to use traps to harm us? Don't think that just because your country took 50 million from you, you can talk to us as if we're close. Go away. Likori scolded, pushing Pu Duanquan to sit on the opposite bed. Pu Duanquan was filled with hate inside. He could only swallow his anger. Humph, dead traitor. Likori glared coldly at Pu Duanquan, then turned to Qin Liu, smiling ingratiatingly. Big brother, what did you discover? If it's related to the door, I can avoid problems when opening it, right? It's just a little summary of the rules. This time, it's hard to say whether it's true or false. Honestly, there are some traps within it. If you say it's false, then it's not entirely baseless. It's a bit different from the previous times. Likori couldn't see what was written in Qin Liu's little notebook and felt itchy with curiosity, so he took out his phone to check the rules. Big brother, it seems just like you said. Look at the 7th rule, maintain a sleeping position, but do not actually fall asleep. You say it's true, right? Those who pretended to sleep didn't escape being twisted off their heads, if you say it's false. Likori kicked Pu Duanquan. This dog wrapped in a blanket escaped from the strange attack when I and Wan Safon ran away together. Qin Liu gave an affirming glance. That's pretty much how it is. Wow, you're so right, my dead bro. Ah San, your interpretation is correct, I think so too. Pu Duanquan hurriedly tried to get closer. Humph. Likori gave Pu Duanquan's warm face a cold shoulder. Big brother, are there any other traps? Likori asked enthusiastically. For example, the rule says we can't jump from carriage to carriage, but didn't we jump? It's just that jumping carriages will attract strange occurrences. Qin Liu shrugged. That's about it, nothing more to say. Once this key information came out, the three of them fell into a brief silence. Meanwhile, the command rooms of various countries started brainstorming. If what Qin Liu summarized is true, then much of their previous analysis would be completely overturned. In the snow country train, Lurk was the first to break the silence. Big brother, let's leave here quickly. The fight in carriage 2 is too intense, I really don't feel safe. There's a door separating us, what are you afraid of? Right now, this is the safest place, isn't it, bro? Pu Duanquan seized the opportunity to take a jab at Lurk. You also used the door to separate us before, now aren't you just a pig-headed Cohen? Lurk laughed coldly. You, bro, look at him, always focusing on my past mistakes. Pu Duanquan sat beside Qin Liu, tugging at his sleeve and acting cute. Qin Liu pushed his hand away, stop making noise. With this time spent arguing, can't you just rest? Carriage 2 won't stop anytime soon, and who knows what's waiting for us in carriage 4, resting here is the best. I've said what I needed to. If you disagree, it's up to you to go to carriage 2 or 4, just don't disturb my rest here. Seeing Qin Liu's angry expression, Lurk and Pu Duanquan immediately fell silent, not daring to refute or suggest anything. But they were truly scared, even though Qin Liu provided them with a cushion and blanket, they didn't dare go to other beds, instead huddling together, trembling at Qin Liu's sides. Qin Liu, however, was particularly relaxed, as if listening to soothing music, and his expression even showed a hint of enjoyment. The system in his mind kept indicating that his scare level was increasing, making it hard not to enjoy it. The strange being you released from the toilet is calling for help, getting beaten up. Scare value +1+1+1. Weirdness being released by you, the bathroom seeker was swallowed, scare value plus 10,086. Qin Liu looked at the time, 15 minutes had passed since the weirdness was swallowed. At this pace, by the time the bathroom lady completely dealt with the weird family, they still had plenty of time to rest. Qin Liu watched the scare value go ding 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 and rise, his expression becoming increasingly smug. When it reached 23,123, the scare value bar suddenly paused. The upgrade experience bar was full and flashing to remind him. Finally can upgrade. System, upgrade system level. Chapter 13. Do you want to consume 20,000 scare value to upgrade the system? 20,000? Qin Liu felt a pang of pain, why don't you go rob it? Do you want to consume 20,000 scare value to upgrade the system? Qin Liu felt speechless, he had a lot to say in his heart. Other people's systems either have high-tech soft, cute sister voices, or flirty queen voices, when idle, they could chat for fun. But his system was as dumb as a basic code from the 80s or 90s. Sigh, it's time to upgrade, he couldn't rely on the bathroom lady to get by. Ding! System upgrade successful. New functions added, memo. The host can record things to remember in the memo and can set time reminders. The exchange mall has added items for exchange. The host can check an exchange in the exchange mall. Qin Liu held his aching heart and opened the exchange mall. Anything sewing kit, 100 scare value, a must-have item for home travel, a necessity for budget travel. Plain warm clothes, 10,000 scare value, limited, can only be exchanged once within 24 hours, it can withstand a fatal blow from S-level weirdness. Qin Liu skimmed through the exchange mall with his mind and confirmed that only these two items had been added. I spent 20,000 scare value to upgrade, and it's just this? This warm clothes for 10,000? Are you kidding me, system? Qin Liu was directly fuming. The system remained unresponsive. Damn it, don't call it the scare system anymore, change its name to Devouring Beast. Luckily, I caught a bathroom lady, if it was me fighting alone, how many times would I have to die to earn that much scare value? Looking at the other three basic exchange items, they automatically upgraded as well with the system upgrade. Sunglasses, level 2, has night vision function. Rice, can change into various forms of rice at will. Good fortune little firecracker, from 100 bangs upgraded to 500, explosion effect improved, volume increased. The upgraded functions were fine, but thinking about it being exchanged for 20,000 value, Qin Liu felt quite dissatisfied. Unfortunately, the system was dead and there was no way to argue with it. While he was sulking, the system suddenly went ding. The bathroom seeker tore apart a weirdness, earning 5,000 scare value. Qin Liu raised his hand to check the time and immediately became alert. The bathroom lady was getting stronger. The time it took to take down the remaining weirdness would likely grow shorter. Another very important piece of information, the first weirdness was taken down, and the system hinted devoured, with a scare value reaching an exaggerated 10086. But for the second one, the bathroom lady did not devour it, the scare value was only 5,000, a significant reduction. Although it was temporarily unclear why the difference between devour and tear apart was so great, it clearly indicated some issues. The problem between weirdness and weirdness. Hey, don't sleep, get up. Qin Liu shouted. Luckily and Park Duanquan were just wrapped up in blankets, pretending to sleep. Upon Qin Liu's shout, they immediately stood up. Brother, what's wrong? Is there any new situation? Longguo instinctively glanced toward compartment 2. The door was still unchanged, safe for now. It's about time to go. Qin Liu said. Wow, your grasp of timing is truly superb. My admiration for you flows like a never-ending river. Brother, I'll open the door, you strategize, and we'll definitely clear the level. Longguo's eyes sparkled. Park Duanquan. Blowing hot air, you just keep blowing. However, despite his disdain, he was anxious inside. Longguo was too good at flattering. If this continued, in their trio, his position would likely drop. No way, next time there's a chance to flatter, he needs to step up. Brother, are we going to carriage number 4? Park Duanquan asked. Of course. Carriage number 2 is now a weird battlefield. You want to go there? Rikori snapped back. Park Duanquan felt defeated and didn't argue with Rikori, instead looking at Qin Liu. Yes, let's go to carriage number 4. Here, take these, eat while you walk to regain some strength. Qin Liu said as he pulled out 2 rice balls from his bag and handed them to them. The 2 were stunned and didn't dare to take them. People are iron, and rice is steel. If you don't eat, what if you hold me back later? Hurry up and eat. The service fee can be paid later, just follow my orders to pay me back later. Park Duanquan. Is this a rice ball? This is clearly a contract of selling oneself. Rikori was more savvy. As soon as he heard this, he immediately took it and started munching on it. Does he think that not eating this rice ball means he won't have to listen to Qin Liu's orders? Heh, so naive. After 3 bites, he smacked his lips. Bro, is there more? I'm still hungry. Qin Liu gave Rikori a light slap on the back of his head. Do you think I run a restaurant? Still hungry? Just enough. 100 fright points for 1 rice ball. Park Duanquan inadvertently brought 7 weird creatures, while Rikori really took his time opening a door, marking him down. Rikori grinned, covering his head. He, I was just asking. Thank you for the delicious rice ball, long live you. He turned to Park Duanquan and asked, are you eating? If not, I'll help you eat. Without saying a word, Park Duanquan stuffed 2 bites in and then rolled his eyes at him. Get lost. After the 3 finished the rice balls, Qin Liu didn't feel much change, but Rikori and Park Duanquan, who had taken quite a beating, suddenly realized that their injuries didn't hurt as much. Park Duanquan looked into the dark car window as if it were a mirror. Hey? My head doesn't seem to be as swollen. Wow, my wound is scabbing over, Rikori exclaimed. Bro, your rice ball is amazing, it's healing. Qin Liu was taken aback and quickly summoned the system, scanned their physical condition. Check if their injuries have improved. Level insufficient, scanning function cannot be activated. What good are you? You can't even check a teammates panel. System can check the teammates panel, would you like to check? Let me see, say so earlier if you have this. This system didn't even have a manual, all the commands and functions had to be guessed, low rating. When the panel appeared, Qin Liu immediately adopted a grandpa on the subway looking at his phone expression. With this attributes panel, I could directly check which challenger I want to look at on my phone. Do I need you to repeat it to me? Damn it, how dumb. Maybe Qin Liu's anger was burning a bit too bright. Suddenly, the system panel flashed a few lines, and then Park Duanquan and Rikori's panels finally had one attribute that wasn't on the phone, health bar. Park Duanquan's health bar, 78 plus 6, rice ball. Rikori's health bar, 84 plus 6, rice ball. Oh, this is clear, the rice ball has healing effects. Bro? Are you okay? Seeing Qin Liu lost and fought with an expressive face, Rikori couldn't help but poke his bag. I'm fine. Qin Liu instantly closed the panel, seriously saying to Rikori, even bragging should have some principles. I just gave you 2 ordinary rice balls, and you bragged that these have healing effects. What if other comrades misunderstood and rushed over here, risking their lives to beg for food? I'm not stingy, the main thing is that rushing through carriages can be dangerous. If they come over and get hurt or die, what a big sin that would be. Ah, right, what you say makes sense. You are really too kind, you are a soft-hearted god. Park Duanquan finally found the chance and kicked Rikori from behind. Don't brag if nothing's wrong. The 3 talked as they walked towards carriage number 4. Just as they approached the toilet between carriages number 3 and 4, Qin Liu received a series of system prompts. Toilet requester killed the 4th, 5th, 6th, weird creature, gained fright points 5,000, 2,000, 1,000. 3 prompts, with less than 2 seconds apart. This indicates the 3 strange ones were basically killed by the toilet sister at the same time. Only the last one was left, and it probably wouldn't last long. Qin Liu opened the panel of the toilet sister recorded in the system and felt a shiver run down his spine. The toilet sister's anger value was shockingly still full. This damned knife had critical hits, even Meipu couldn't withstand it. Hurry up. Qin Liu urged while glancing back. There was nothing unusual about the doors of carriages 2 and 3. Bang! As the three of them just reached the restroom between carriages 3 and 4, the restroom door suddenly slammed open. Chapter 14. The toilet sister flew out from the restroom, glowing red all over, like Kayako, lying on the floor of the carriage. Where her hands and feet landed, the floor was directly pressed down. Where are you planning to go? The toilet sister smiled eerily. Oh, Mama Park Dangwa, who was in the front, screamed in fear and turned to hide behind Qin Liu. Big brother, help! Luckily also screamed in horror, retreating backward. Qin Liu didn't retreat but stepped forward. Want toilet paper again? Here you go. As he spoke, Qin Liu whipped out the bed curtain and threw it over the toilet sister. With a hissing sound, the bed curtain was torn into flying fabric pieces by the toilet sister. Clearly, after devouring one strange being, the toilet sister was no longer the same. She had evolved into Nyo Hulu, the toilet sister. What a worthless curtain, now she was fearless. Meh he. You violated Rule 4, now it's time to eliminate you. The toilet sister laughed wickedly and reached out to slap Qin Liu. Qin Liu immediately threw a firecracker, pushing the toilet sister back 2 steps. In the midst of the popping firecrackers, Qin Liu shouted, "You opened the toilet door yourself, I didn't touch it. You are the one lacking public morals, stopping to use the toilet, that's your violation. Can't hear. You violated rules, you die, you violated rules, you die. Meh he. The toilet sister screeched as she jumped over the 500 firecrackers, attacking again. Qin Liu was speechless. If you say she couldn't communicate, she even had intermittent deafness, playing a deaf mute for forcing killings. If you say she could communicate, she wouldn't reason with you at all. Before Qin Liu could draw his sword, the toilet sister had closed in again. Bang! The toilet sister slapped down, sending Qin Liu and the other 3 flying over 2 meters, with Park Dangwood at the bottom, luckily in between, more mail on top of more mail. The 3 of them tumbled into a heap, and before they could get up, the toilet sister had crawled up to them. No one can break the rules and walk away unscathed. The toilet sister launched another attack. This time, her target was Qin Liu's head. Seeing the toilet sister's immense power, the viewers in Long Country, Asan Country, and Bangzi Country's live stream rooms were instantly shrouded in an aura of death. No need to watch, one can basically announce a complete failure. But the scene of death on a sugar-coated hawthorn stick did not appear. At the moment the toilet sister struck Qin Liu, he suddenly pulled out a piece of clothing he had never seen before and blocked her attack. Then, he flipped the clothing over and wrapped it over the toilet sister's head. This clothing was made of an unknown material with great elasticity, wrapping her from head to toe in one swoop. You took toilet paper from me twice and want to kill me without service fees? How can it be that cheap? Qin Liu held the collar tightly and stepped on the bottom of the clothing. The toilet sister resisted and felt wronged, continuously trying to escape from the sleeves and neckline, but Qin Liu pressed her back down. Is she dead? If not dead, help out. Qin Liu shouted loudly. Luckily froze for a second, quickly got up, and trembled, asking, "Big brother, how to help?" Qin Liu pulled out a sewing kit, sew the clothes up. Big brother, how do you have a sewing kit? Are you asking for your life or an answer? Luckily shivered, not daring to ask more, hurriedly threaded the needle and sewed according to Qin Liu's instructions. The toilet sister struggled inside, roaring as she tried to get out. Seeing the thread about to snap, the stitches suddenly emitted a golden glow, forcefully pushing the toilet sister back. Until the clothing became a round ball, the toilet sister no longer struggled. That was close, I thought I was going to be done for. Big brother, where did you get this amazing outfit? Luckily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Qin Liu didn't respond, silently packed his things back into his backpack, and picked up the reinforced toilet doll. Big brother. Luckily was about to ask again when suddenly a loud bang echoed through the air. Turning towards the sound, they saw a huge fist print on the door of car 2 and 3, the door was already deformed. Holy crap, what kind of fist is as big as a basketball? Park Dwankuan was stunned. Qin Liu's brows furrowed tightly. It seemed that the last strange being that the toilet girl didn't kill had survived, but for some reason, that strange being seemed to have become stronger. Qin Liu thought, there is probably more to study on this strange train than just the rules, there are also many secrets behind the bizarre beings. Moreover, he had a feeling that understanding these secrets was the key for the challengers to survive. Seeing Qin Liu lost in thought, luckily pulled him, "Big brother, the bizarre being from car 2 is coming to kill us. That door might not hold for much longer, let's hurry." Okay, you go open the door. Alright. Luckily didn't hesitate and immediately ran to open the door. Soon, the door leading to car 4 opened. Qin Liu dragged the already knocked out Park Dwankuan and slipped into car 4. For safety, luckily added several password locks to the door. Big brother, I hope that bizarre being can't use physical means to open this door. Luckily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. As soon as he finished speaking, all three of their phones rang with a series of alert tones. When they took a look, it was a death announcement issued by the Supreme Rules. Many other challengers in different carriages had violated the rules and were eliminated by the bizarre beings. Disaster struck their respective countries. The last message was sent by crew member 1. Congratulations to Eagle Sauce Country Challenger First Brad for discovering the hidden rules and unlocking the winning condition of this snowy country bizarre train. Survive until the final station. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. Chapter 15. Oh yeah. Just a moment ago, Park Dwankuan, who was dead, jumped up with his phone in hand, his face full of excitement. No wonder Eagle Sauce Big Brother is so amazing. Without a genius brain, you can't achieve this at all. Unlike some people. Park Dwankuan suddenly felt a fiery gaze burning him and quickly changed his words. And unlike the foolish ninja from Sakura Country, thinking they could win by brute force. Even in terms of force, Eagle Sauce Big Brother is the strongest. Luckily snorted coldly, that's your daddy from the Banchang, how could he not be strong? Does he have a knife that can blind the bizarre beings? Does he have little firecrackers that can explode the bizarre beings into chaos? Does he have little rice balls to help us regain stamina? Park Dwankuan's expression turned bitter, utterly disdainful. You really know how to lick from any angle. Eagle Sauce Country has the top intelligence team and the best computers in the world, so he unlocked the winning condition first. Unlike Dragon Country Big Brother, who has to analyze piece by piece and jot it down in a little notebook. Now that's called personal strength. Park Dwankuan sneered, you're looking down on Dragon Country? Don't try to stir up trouble. Big Brother won't fall for that. Big Brother, since we just have to survive until the final station to win, can't we just hide here and not move? Luckily asked. Qin Liu calmly said, what I'm afraid of is that it won't be this simple. Think about it, why did crew member 1 announce the winning condition unlocked by the Eagle Sauce Country Challenger to everyone in the group? Maybe he, like Big Brother, is very charitable and believes in sharing everything he has. Luckily's eyes sparkled. Ah, see, you really are. Park Dwankuan couldn't bear to hear Luckily flattery like nothing else. I think there might be a catch to this. Catch? Catch? Then what do you think is the catch? Luckily argued back. How would I know? There's definitely something wrong. Right, Big Brother? Qin Liu said blandly, the fundamental issue is still to survive. The only difference is that we didn't know how long we had to survive before, now we do. Luckily's expression darkened, Big Brother, then does it mean that the winning condition unlocked by Eagle Sauce Country? It's just like being locked out. In any case, living is the true way. Qin Liu said as he scanned compartment 4. This compartment is the soft sleeper compartment, with warm lights, sensory-wise, much better than compartment 3. But the cold is still just as cold. Bang! Bang! The strange sounds from compartment 2 are still banging on the door, each punch louder than the last. We broke the rules in compartment 2, and it seems it won't stop until it clears us out, Qin Liu frowned and said. Park Dwankuan and Lakori gasped simultaneously. This is a relentless rhythm. Big Brother, moving to another compartment means breaking the rules again. If we go forward, it's just continuous rule breaking, isn't that bad? Park Dwankuan said in shock. Although they had rested for a bit, the Twilight Sisters' combat power, which even feared no firecrackers, truly scared them. If another like that comes, they really might not withstand it. Big Brother, you know me, I have always obeyed you. But this time, I think Park Shiba is right. I'm Park Dwankuan. I don't care what your name is, I'll call you Park Shiba, no problem. Park Shiba, Park Shiba, Park Shiba. You son of a... Park Dwankuan, furious, raised his fist to strike. Bang! Clang! Two loud crashing sounds shook compartment 4. Thud, 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 thud. Heavy footsteps approached from the far end of compartment 3. Bang! Another loud noise. A huge face, its features unclear, pressed against the door between compartments 3 and 4. Oh my god! Park Dwankuan nearly fell in fright. Big Brother, it's not safe here, let's hurry. Woo, 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 I'd rather break the rules up ahead than let that guy catch up with us. They all noticed that the pursuing strange being had become much stronger than when they first encountered it. Qin Liu didn't lead them to escape, instead, he moved closer to the door. Park Dwankuan and Lakori stared in shock, their scalps tingling. What is he doing? The strange being grew even more agitated at the sight of Qin Liu, pounding on the door with its hands and feet, banging its head and constantly saying clear you, clear you. Listening to it, it wasn't just one voice, it sounded like many voices. I understand now, Qin Liu pondered. The reason the Toilet Sister had grown stronger was due to devouring. And this strange being in front of him was attached to other strange beings. The difference is that the Toilet Sister's means of upgrading is to devour and grow stronger, while this one is following a fusion path. Since devouring makes it stronger, why doesn't the Toilet Sister completely devour other strange beings when it kills them? Is it also restricted by rules? A bold idea sparked in Qin Liu's mind. Big brother, don't just stand there, let's go. Damn, that traitor ran first. I said we shouldn't have left him behind. Lukuri shouted. Qin Liu turned back to see that Park Duanquan had already run far away. While running, he pulled everything that could be moved onto the aisle, creating a chaotic mess and blocking it up. Park Duanquan, you dog bastard. May you freeze to death. Lukuri swung the blanket in his hand. Earlier, when facing the Toilet Sister, Park Duanquan had been at the front. Although he quickly reacted and barely evaded a fatal attack, his clothes were torn to shreds by the Toilet Sister. Now, he was only wrapped in a blanket, which Lukuri had pulled off. He was running in nothing but a pair of pink shorts. Big brother, how can you stay so calm? Lukuri still couldn't get over it. He can't open the door, where else can he run to? Qin Liu said nonchalantly. Lukuri paused for a moment, then slapped his thigh with a sudden crafty smile. Big brother, I'll go catch him and open the door. Lukuri immediately prepared to run. Wait a minute. Qin Liu called out to stop Lukuri. The strange being in this compartment hasn't appeared yet. Lukuri shivered in fear, his foot that had stepped out quickly pulled back. Big brother, is there a strange being here? I've already confirmed it, breaking Rule 1 will definitely trigger a strange being. Lukuri was still furrowing his brow, trying to recall the contents of Rule 1 when the originally warm lights in the compartment suddenly flickered a few times, turning into a dim bluish green. Behind Park Duanquan, a stunning figure suddenly appeared. It was wearing a white short skirt and white stockings, glowing white. Wow! Lukuri wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Although the Toilet Sister also had a great body, she had no face, her mouth and eyes were on her hands, making it uninteresting. This one was different, regardless of having a face or not, it made people want to sneak a peek from behind. Park Duanquan couldn't open the door and felt something strange about the light, his back felt cold, and he timidly turned around. Mom! Big brother, help! Park Duanquan's legs trembled, and he fell weakly to his knees. Pull her skirt! Qin Liu shouted, already rushing forward. What? If you don't want to die, pull her skirt. As the strange figure was about to attack, Park Duanquan had no choice but to listen to Qin Liu. He closed his eyes and reached for the strange short skirt. Swish! Park Duanquan's hands moved faster than his brain, instantly pulling down the strange woman's skirt. He thought something miraculous would happen, but when he opened his eyes, he saw the strange woman's face twisted into a mosquito coil. Oh dear, you're so bad. Since you are so perverted, I'll let you die a more perverted death. Roar, hiss, hiss. The strange woman's piercing laugh was even more piercing than the little strange voices in Carriage 2. Park Duanquan's face turned ashen. Pulling off the strange skirt only served to anger the strange woman. Qin Liu, you're betraying me. Ah! Park Duanquan let out a scream filled with unwillingness, despair, and terror. Bang! The strange woman that was about to grab Park Duanquan was suddenly knocked aside by someone. Park Duanquan looked over and saw Qin Liu pinning the strange woman against the window. That scene was too beautiful to describe. What are you doing? How shameless are you to be naked in a train compartment? Don't you have any sense of shame? What if you scare the children? Misbehaving in public, do you believe I'll have Uncle JC arrest you? The strange woman's self-esteem took a hit, gaining 50 scare points. Slap. Qin Liu slapped the strange woman on the butt. Here, take this blanket and cover yourself. Where did you come from? Go back and don't embarrass your parents. The strange woman jolted at the slap, took the blanket, wrapped it around her lower body, and nodded in shame at Qin Liu, walking away with a face full of embarrassment. The strange woman felt extremely ashamed, gaining 80 scare points. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Qin Liu pulled Park Duanquan up and ran away. Live stream room. This Qin Liu really knows how to stand on the moral high ground, this trick works every time. Brothers, who would have thought the strange woman actually got shy? I get the point, but was it really necessary to slap her on the butt? Very necessary. Damn, I got a nosebleed all over my keyboard, let me wipe it off before I explain. I made that scene into a GIF, DM me if you want it. Bro, good speed. I have a friend who wants it. I'm not Li Jie. Why did he save that stick? Is he not satisfied with his betrayal? It's obvious this guy's righteousness and morality are not just words, he really puts them into action. If you can't do it, don't think others can't. But I don't agree with him saving Park Duanquan. Little Park is a complete mess, I want to go watch the Little Sticks livestream. A large number of Rabbit family netizens flooded into the illegal streaming live room. They originally intended to mock Park Duanquan while praising Qin Liu for their viewing. But unexpectedly, the lurking netizens from other Asian countries had already started a heated argument with the illegal stream netizens. Wow, Appa has a great body, no wonder he is the king of dance. That skinny arms and legs is called strong? Are you all blind? I saw it, it's as thin as the needles in Qin Liu's sewing box. Haters, get lost. Appa dares to run naked in such cold weather, showing how good his physical condition is. No matter how you guys criticize, my Appa is the strongest. Even Qin Liu has to be his bodyguard, his charm is evident. In the real-world live stream room, the noise was getting louder, and the previously dazed strange woman suddenly stopped. It first turned its head 180 degrees, then turned its body another 180 degrees, with red light in its eyes locking onto Park Duanquan. Its mouth kept repeating, "You are breaking the rules by running naked, I will eliminate you." At this moment, Qin Liu had already pulled Park Duanquan back to Liquori's side. Damn it, look at what you did. Liquori punched Park Duanquan square in the face. The strange entity in carriage 3 was still frantically banging on the door, while the female entity in carriage 4 blinked as it approached them. Big brother, he is the one breaking the rules. Let's throw him out to feed the female entity, and we can escape. Liquori said angrily. Park Duanquan, with a sorrowful face, pleaded, Big brother, no. I'm not trying to escape, I'm just helping you test the rules. You know I can't open the door, I can't escape this carriage. Save me. Don't believe him. This kind of traitor will never change. Does testing the rules require dragging things into the aisle to block us? Do you really think my big brother is a fool? Liquori cursed as he tried to push Park Duanquan out. Big brother, save me. Park Duanquan held tightly to Qin Liu's arm. Don't make noise. Liquori, open the door. Qin Liu said. What? Liquori was so shocked he couldn't believe his ears. One female entity is terrifying enough, and now you want to let in an enraged big entity? Hurry up. I'm bringing you along to do work, not to ask questions. The moment the door opens, you both hide in the restroom. Although Liquori didn't understand, he thought about how Qin Liu's choices often exceeded their expectations, so he stiffened his resolve and opened the door. The lock was newly added by Liquori, so it opened very quickly. Roar! As the door opened, the entity from carriage 3 rushed in with a roar. Get in! Qin Liu grabbed Park Duanquan and pushed both him and Liquori into the restroom. Immediately, he put on his sunglasses and drew his knife. In the flash of light, he also slipped inside. The big entity and the female entity, caught off guard by the shining blade, couldn't see clearly and could only rush forward by feel. Inside the carriage, the shouts of the male and female entities echoed. Park Duanquan and Liquori listened to the noise outside and suddenly realized that Qin Liu was pulling the same old trick again, using deception to counter deception. This really proves that having 100 tricks is not as good as having one great move. Big brother, you're amazing. Who do you think will win between those two entities? Liquori sighed in relief. I hope they kill each other. We wouldn't be able to defeat either one left standing. Park Duanquan said. Damn, this is all because of you, you damn traitor. Otherwise, we wouldn't be caught in this predicament between them. Liquori grew angrier. However, the space was too cramped for him to do anything more than curse. If you don't pull on my blanket, I won't be considered running naked, and there won't be a female entity. Qin Liu thumped each of them on the head with a 5-fingered slap. Why can't you learn to unite and be friendly? If you want to argue, go out and argue. The two immediately fell silent, meekly following Qin Liu's side. However, being quiet didn't matter. Before long, the muttering of I will eliminate you still rang out outside the door. Park Duanquan and Liquori covered their mouths, not daring to breathe, only able to convey wide-eyed terror with their expressions. Oh no, how is it coming so quickly? Mom, I'm going to die. Qin Liu was far more composed, this was something he had anticipated. He silently took out the restroom sister trapped in his clothes. With a clap, the restroom sister moved slightly. There are entities outside breaking the rules, they want to enter the restroom, Qin Liu said. Upon hearing this, the restroom sister immediately made a sound, her body violently expanding, turning the clothes into a balloon that looked ready to explode at any moment. Go ahead. It's showtime. Qin Liu opened the door and loosened the drawstring of the clothing, letting the restroom sister out. The carriage, which had just returned to calm, erupted once more into. There's no meaning in hiding inside anymore. Now, both the female weird being and the male weird being are suspected of violating the rules, we just have to see whether Sister Toilet tears them apart or swallows them whole. The guess in my heart will soon be verified. Chapter 17. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders watch the details. Command centers from countries around the world have conducted a thorough analysis of Qin Liu's series of actions and have come to an important conclusion. Weird beings can also be intimidated by rules, but they will soon be repaired. If avoidance is impossible, the rules can be used to buy oneself a brief moment of escape. The command center also compared the behaviors of Qin Liu and Gong Bendao, concluding another point. To deal with weird beings, one can only ambush, a frontal attack is not an option. Looking at Qin Liu's actions, whether it was the initial surprise attack against the weird being or later using a knife to flash and throwing firecrackers, it was all about catching them off guard. Gong Bendao could have used a gun for a long-distance ambush, but he insisted on charging forward with a hidden knife, fully exposed. No wonder he died so quickly. The command center in Australia was even more meticulous, specially processing the video of Qin Liu's first attack on the weird being by muting it and sending it to Challenger Diamer. A bunch of stupid donkeys. Is it really that hard to summarize that weird beings can be ambushed? They only sent this to me now. Lucky for me, I've survived so far. Diamer cursed out loud and gave a middle finger to the invisible camera. In his carriage, the danger had been apparent from the start. Inside the carriage, there had always been a weird soldier, blown to bits, patrolling back and forth with a gun. The soldier would sometimes stop at certain places. The first challenger to be taken out by the soldier was because he was too timid. He noticed the soldier standing by his bed, lifted the blanket to check, and then was eliminated. Seeing this, the challengers in Carriage 5 all tightly covered themselves with the blankets, daring not to move at all. They thought that lying still would keep them safe. Who would have thought that the soldier would randomly lift the blankets, and as soon as there was something on the bed, he would immediately spray bullets? So far, 6 challengers in Carriage 5 had been taken out by the weird soldier. Diamer and the other survivors knew that death could strike them at any moment, but they dared not run. 2 who tried to escape were shot down instantly. Running meant certain death. Pretending to sleep meant relying on luck, seeing who would be unlucky enough to be pulled out by the soldier first. I understand now, the 7th rule allows us to pretend to sleep without actually falling asleep, which means we must adapt. Qin Liu only killed a crew member weird being and got so many rewards, showing off in that outfit to scare the weird beings under the rules. If I kill this soldier weird being and get its gear, I will become the strongest. What Qin Liu, what Eagle Sauce Big Brother, they'll all have to listen to my orders. The more Diamer thought about it, the more excited he became, instantly shifting from a wilted state to feeling invigorated, as if he could take on 10 of them. Thump! Thump! The weird soldier stomped over again. Hearing the footsteps echoing in the carriage, the challengers in Carriage 5 were praying to God from under their blankets. God bless. Please don't choose me. Diamer, however, was blessed with good fortune. The weird soldier truly stopped right in front of his bed. Diamer felt 3 parts excitement and 7 parts nervousness inside. He quickly analyzed the current situation. If he directly covered himself with the blanket, the soldier could still shoot through it. That wasn't safe. If he could use the rules to scare the soldier, snatch his gun and take him down before he got repaired, that would be as easy as playing house for a child. Hey! Diamer yelled, jumping from his bed to stand in front of the soldier. What are you doing? Don't you need to sleep? If you're not sleeping, others need to sleep too. Do you have any manners? Don't you understand the rules? I told you to lie still and sleep. I declare, you violated Rule 7. Put down the gun immediately, then disappear. Daima pointed at the soldier strangely, his voice as loud as a bell. Tat-hada. A crisp gunshot rang out, and a pit was shot directly into Daima's chest. Mother ******. You trick. Thud. Daima fell into a pool of blood, kicking his legs and rolling his eyes. Supreme Rule, Australian challenger violated Rule 7 and was eliminated. The bazaar descended upon Melbourne. Australia erupted in forest fires, lasting 3 months. The Australian Command Centre, along with numerous allied nations sharing information, was collectively petrified. WTF? Why? Where did the problem occur? Daima's actions were completely fine, his momentum was even stronger than Qin Liu from the Dragon Nation. The soldier's strangeness didn't sleep, and indeed violated Rule 7, is that a problem? Qin Liu said the little weird accepted his atmospheric service without payment, and this strong argument could work, but why can't Daima's reasonable claims? I, a netizen from the Dragon Nation, send my condolences. A loyal reminder, Qin Liu's method only applies to him. You barbarians are just looking for death by imitating him. Oh, it doesn't matter, your advice is unnecessary. I'll go spread love and wisdom in the live streams of other countries instead. Farewell. You really have short memories. The last guy who tried to imitate Qin Liu has grass 2 meters high on his grave. What was he called? Something about Dao, Smith Marseille, it was the way of the palace. What dumb dog command center is this? Is this the hint you gave Daima? You must be spies planted by the Dragon Nation, I suggest a serious investigation. Daima was doing fine, about to meet up with Qin Liu. One hint from the command center got him killed. Protest. Strongly demand the disbandment of the command center. Damn idiots. Where is Australia? Is it close to our country? Don't let your big fire burn into our land. My appa is the best. Qin Liu is his little fangirl, willing to risk everything to save my appa. Brothers, back to the Dragon Nation livestream. Sister Toilet is having another eating broadcast. The Australian livestream was already dark, with hardly anything to see except for the barrage of comments arguing. As soon as they heard Sister Toilet was live, the viewers rushed into the Dragon Nation stream. Those who squeezed into the live streams of Little Korea and India could only see two big men in the bathroom face to face. They couldn't see Sister Toilet at all, so they could only try to cram into the Dragon Nation stream. At this moment, Sister Toilet's right hand was already pressing down on the male weirdo's head. Everyone knew her hand had a mouth. Once the head was pinched, the next step was to be swallowed. The male weirdo struggled desperately, but he was lifted up little by little, his body continuously shortening, until he completely disappeared in the palm of Sister Toilet. Ding! Toilet Seeker devoured strong weirdo, gained 19,999 scare points. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Liu quickly opened Sister Toilet's data panel in the system to take a look. What the hell? Qin Liu couldn't help but let out a shout. By devouring the male weirdo, Sister Toilet evolved again. Her health points and combat power had greatly increased. Even more terrifying was that her hate value and anger value were distinctly marked, showing she gained those values at an increased speed. The girl weirdo who had her skirt torn off, who could have put up a fight with Sister Toilet 1-on-2, was now without a teammate, and with Sister Toilet having evolved, she instantly became vulnerable. Ding! Toilet Seeker devoured beautiful girl weirdo, gained 19,999 scare points. Qin Liu glanced at Sister Toilet, her body was glowing white, and her head and face were continuously changing, as if a master player was molding a game character. Indeed, she only devours the violating weirdos. Each time she devours one, she gains an evolution. Qin Liu's guess about Sister Toilet's evolution was now verified. I wonder if this outfit can still hold up with her second consecutive evolution. Qin Liu pondered as he weighed the clothes in his hand. Looking at the system panel, the upgrade bar again appeared to be flashing. Sister Toilet had just swallowed two weirdos, earning 39,998 scare points, plus the remaining from before. Over 40,000. Could it be that the first upgrade is 20,000, and the second upgrade is 40,000? Qin Liu's heart tightened, and he dared not think further. System, upgrade. Confirm to consume 20,000 scare points to upgrade the system? Still 20,000? Qin Liu suddenly felt a surge of joy inside. Confirm, hurry up and upgrade. Please, I bet the lives of all the men from Sakura Country and Stick Country on this. Give me a power or item. I don't ask for too much strength, just enough to handle the current Sister Toilet. I'm not greedy. Qin Liu secretly made a wish. The system started without any talent, and he didn't want to make any wishes that could destroy the world. Ding, system upgrade successful. New ability identification acquired. Identification, beginner. Identify the target by touch or visual scan. Can I identify anything? In that case, even if they aren't my teammates, I can still see their stats directly? Qin Liu weighed the clothes in his hand. Identification. Common warm clothing from the system, level 2. Can withstand S-class strange damage, achieve invincibility for 5 seconds. Awesome, buddy. If I wear it, I can turn into a real man for 5 seconds. I can swing around a big sword. Ahem. Although you're not very smart, you still have a can-do spirit. As Qin Liu spoke, he eagerly reached towards the car window. Identification. Car window. Ha? No way, buddy, I know this is a car window. At least tell me the history of this Snow Country strange car, its pros and cons. Identify again. Car window. Qin Liu's heart went cold. Not giving up, he looked at the toilet door. Identification. Toilet door. Ah, what use is this ability? Qin Liu patted his chest, trying hard to tell himself not to be angry, lest he die of a myocardial infarction. Well, it's okay, if I encounter something I don't know, at least you can tell me its name. Qin Liu tried to comfort himself. If he had known this system wasn't very reliable, he shouldn't have had such high expectations for its new ability. It's my fault. What else is there? A new item has been added to the exchange mall, and the host can check it in the exchange mall. Qin Liu used his mind to open the exchange mall, and there it was, a shiny golden object. Revival card, 10,000 scare points, a one-time consumable. After use, can revive any already deceased thing, but can only be used once within 24 hours. This is a divine item. Qin Liu's heart, cracked by identification, finally felt healed. Looking at other exchange items, just like the clothes, their attributes had also upgraded. Anything can sew a sewing kit, increasing piercing and toughness. Sunglasses now have a new laser reflection function. Rice has a revive ability. Revive? What is that? Qin Liu clicked to view the introduction and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Revive, rice of any form can turn into raw rice state. System, if you truly cannot upgrade the rice, you don't have to upgrade it, really. Qin Liu complained. The famous firecracker was renamed to Lucky Light Cannon. Still 500 sounds, but the introduction said it added armor-breaking ability. This new function Qin Liu could still accept. While Qin Liu was upgrading the system, Sister Toilet also completed her stunning transformation. Before, she had no face, now, she inherited the appearance of a short-skirt beautiful girl. At this moment, she shimmered like moonlight, standing in the dim carriage, just like AF. What are you doing, you bastard? Qin Liu has finally made it big. Made it big my ass. Under the beautiful surface, there hides a glutton, a devourer. Oh no, Qin Liu is doomed. The netizens, shifting their perspectives, found Qin Liu and the live audience staring blankly, as if turned to stone. Dulu. Just then, Qin Liu's phone rang. Through Qin Liu's view, the audience in the livestream saw the caller ID, Dragon Nation Rule Strange Talk Command Center. The Command Center has finally made a move. I hope they don't screw over their own challengers like the Australian Command Center did. Qin Liu has come this far, it's not easy. I guess the Command Center is probably reminding Qin Liu not to be misled by the strange. Qin Liu was a bit surprised. How could the Command Center contact him at this moment? Could it be that they found the weakness of the Toilet Sister and knew how to defeat it? I hope it's not that. Otherwise, this contact method would be wasted. Qin Liu thought to himself. Little Qin, I am the commanding officer. The face of the officer appeared on the phone, with a kind yet powerful voice. First, on behalf of all the people of Dragon Nation, I extend my heartfelt wishes to you, hoping you can pass safely. Time is tight, so I won't talk much more. The reason for this urgent contact is to tell you that the Soldier Strange in Car 5 is unusual, it does not respond to the rules threats. The Australian challengers wanted to imitate you, but they were wiped out by the Soldier Strange. The excited Strange that eliminated the challenger from Sakura Nation is in Car 8. If you continue forward, you will definitely run into them. Be very careful. Looking forward to your success. Thank you, Commander. This reminder is very timely. Qin Liu said seriously. He was not giving the commander pleasantries, he truly felt this hint was much better than analyzing and summarizing the rules. Without thinking too much, he understood the commander guessed that when he encounters the Soldier Strange, he might continue using the rule attack. Are there any other Strange in the other carriages that respond like the Soldier Strange? Qin Liu asked. Many challengers have imitated you. While some succeeded, others failed, but only the Soldier Strange can react to rule attacks without hesitation and wipe out challengers. Good. Understood. I will be careful. Just after he said that, the call was disconnected. After the first rule Strange Talk saw a challenger get stuck in the keep talking bug, the rules set a limit on call duration. Hiss. While Qin Liu was still reflecting on the Soldier Strange, a strange sound suddenly came from in front of him, along with a scent that directly invaded his nose, making him feel a bit dizzy. Looking over, the Toilet Sister, now fully transformed, had appeared before him. The hiss came from her. What's with the hiss? Qin Liu swung a toilet brush at her. As expected, he missed. Now you have an egg-shaped face, what do you know about snakes? You haven't paid me for the toilet paper yet, and now I've helped you evolve a face. How are you going to repay me? Under Qin Liu's rule attack, the Toilet Sister, however, remained unfazed. The previous feelings of daze, grievance, unwillingness, and hatred were nowhere to be seen on her face. Instead, it was a proud and haughty expression. She looked like a queen who wouldn't bow down, able to withstand strong curses and slander. The Toilet Sister lightly traced her white and tender face with her delicate fingers, smiling brightly. I've long wanted this face. I should repay you. How should I repay you? Let's make you a part of me. Meh he. Qin Liu winced at the sound. Although the Toilet Sister had evolved her appearance, her laughter remained quite unpleasant. Your laugh is so horrible, it's such a waste of that face. The Toilet Sister looked at the ordinary warm clothing in Qin Liu's hands and jeered sharply. Do you think that shabby clothing will stop me? Do you have anything else? Hurry up and take it out, it'll be too late if you wait. Seeing Qin Liu forced to step back slowly. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream room watched with intense anxiety, while also not forgetting to angrily curse the command center. Has the command center's brain drowned? Not telling Qin Liu how to restrain Sister Toilet, but instead making him wary of the soldier's weirdness, ridiculous. They must think that Qin Liu can still handle Sister Toilet like before. Always half a beat slow, no wonder Dragon Country has been losing. People of Dragon Country, just be satisfied. For Qin Liu to still be alive, it's already a blessing from God. Western dogs, get lost. I, as a Dragon Country person, don't believe in God. Qin Liu wants to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, but now he can't even deal with the tiger. What a sin. Sister Toilet, after eating Qin Liu, just go back to the toilet in carriage 3 and stay there, don't hurt my Kuan Appa. Kimchi Westerners are just daydreaming. If Qin Liu dies, Park Duan Kuan and Lakuri will also die. Right, they've already broken the rules by hiding in the toilet. Sister Toilet, go in and deal with those who are violating the toilet rules first. Just as the livestream room was noisy and chaotic, Sister Toilet launched an attack on Qin Liu. The screen was suddenly covered in a cloud of blood mist. What's happening? Why is my phone screen turning red? It's probably because Qin Liu's death was too bloody, so the rules automatically went full screen. This red mist must be Qin Liu spraying blood, right? What about those who just called him wife? Keep shouting. Trash Qin Liu, actually helping Sister Toilet evolve, he deserves to die badly. It seems Qin Liu died far more tragically than we ninjas expected. Toilet girl, big Yossi. Hiding in the toilet, Park Duan Kuan and Lakuri felt their hearts racing as the noise outside suddenly stopped. The two didn't dare to make a sound, nor did they dare to speak. Knock knock. The toilet door was suddenly knocked on, startling the two into almost yelling. Don't play dead, it's me, Qin Liu. Open the door, tidy up, it's time to go. Lakuri suddenly felt overjoyed and reached out to open the door. Park Duan Kuan grabbed his hand and whispered, are you crazy? How do you know it's really Qin Liu speaking outside? What do you mean? Though Lakuri was displeased, Park Duan Kuan's reminder made him truly cautious and alert. Park Duan Kuan whispered, didn't you hear? Just now the toilet monster said it has evolved, and Qin Liu's clothes can't stop it anymore. It must have devoured Qin Liu and learned to talk like him to trick us out. Lakuri suddenly understood and immediately became cautious. Then what should we do? Lakuri's voice was so low he could barely hear it himself. Based on my analysis, the weirdness on the train controls its own territory. The toilet is responsible for the toilets between carriages 3 and 4. As long as we don't make a sound, it will stay in its territory. Park Duan Kuan explained. Lakuri's expression eased slightly, but the next second he almost burst out laughing. But we're in the toilet between carriages 3 and 4. Ah? Park Duan Kuan's face turned ashen. He had previously run to the entrance of carriage 5, thinking he was hiding in the toilet between carriages 4 and 5. Hey, stop mumbling. I can hear you. If you don't come out, I'm leaving. Qin Liu shouted from outside. Since we can't avoid it, then let's fight it. Lakuri, a mute, used his butt to push Park Duan Kuan aside and reached out to open the door. Big brother, have you tamed Sister Toilet? Qin Liu ate his clothes, it hasn't paid me back what it owes yet, what can it do to me? Big brother. Lakuri cried, spreading his arms to hug him, I knew you could do it. One call of big brother, a lifelong brother. Qin L. Bursting into the restroom, grabbing Park Duan Kuan and pulling him away. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the train. Other challengers in the compartments thought someone's challenger had died a horrible death. Park Duan Kuan trembled all over, veins bulging on his face, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He was forcibly torn off the wall by Longguo, leaving a strip of skin on the wall. Don't scream, bear with it, your fans are watching you. Show some of your manly spirit, said Qin Liu. Park Duan Kuan is filled with anger, cursing Qin Liu's ancestors in his heart. You can stand and talk without pain, try tearing off a layer of skin, let me see how manly you are. System, exchange for a handful of rice flour. Ding! Rice flour exchange successful. Qin Liu glanced at the description of the rice flour, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the new features after leveling up are really useful. Hang in there, I'll apply some medicine on you. Qin Liu pulled out the rice flour and signaled Park Duan Kuan to lie on the bed. You traitor, you've betrayed us so many times, and yet my brother is still willing to treat you. Only someone like my brother, with a heart of Buddha, would do this. If it were anyone else, they would just pee on you and let you stick to the toilet and become a dead man. Longguo forcibly pressed Park Duan Kuan down on the bed. Park Duan Kuan had no time to argue with Longguo. He turned to look at the white powder in Qin Liu's hand and asked, Brother, what medicine are you using? A traditional wound remedy from the Dragon Country, it works pretty well. Park Duan Kuan remained doubtful, but ultimately chose to obediently lie down. But it's not free. You owe me first, remember to pay me back when you have the chance. Ah! Another heart-stopping scream, and Park Duan Kuan fainted. Brother, is he okay? Longguo asked. He just fainted from the pain, Qin Liu silently added in his heart, it seems the rice flour treatment is a bit painful. Chapter 20. Only a little while passed. Longguo discovered that the swelling on Park Duan-Kuan's back had surprisingly faded. Brother, the wound remedy from Dragon Country is truly amazing. The effect is incredible. Longguo rubbed his hands together, blinking excitedly. The meaning was clear, he wanted to get some for himself. It's okay. Don't spread it around, I brought a limited amount. Got it, I understand. Longguo expressed that he understood immediately. Brother, how did you tame that weird thing in the bathroom? I heard your conversation, and it seems to have gotten stronger. Just like before, a set of clothes did the trick. Let's go check if there are any other survivors in this carriage, along with collecting items. Longguo thought, you really leave nothing for others. Even the weird thing would freeze to death here. A thorough search. There were plenty of things in this soft sleeper cabin, but not a single survivor. Those who were there had been killed by the beauty strange luring them in. Brother, should we move forward or stay here? Longguo wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Qin Liu had him unpacking and moving things, it was cold, but he still couldn't avoid sweating. There's another tough soldier weird in compartment 5. Let's rest here for now. Anyway, since we dealt with the pursuers behind us, we're safe here, Qin Liu said. Brother, you're wise, I applaud you. Longguo couldn't be more pleased with Qin Liu's arrangement. In compartment 4, the world was peaceful. But in the Blue Star world, it had fallen into huge discussions and controversies. Because no one had seen Qin Liu tame the Toilet Sister, numerous conspiracy theorists emerged worldwide. Especially those who already opposed the Dragon Country and wished for Qin Liu's early demise, began to promote wildly with various means. Qin Liu has already been devoured by the Toilet Sister, the current Qin Liu is actually the Toilet Sister. This strange rumor naturally reached live broadcasts in the Dragon Country, Asan Country, and Kimchi Country. What? Qin Liu is a weird? It's over, he must have poisoned the powder given to Kuan Appa. If anything happens to Kuan Appa, I'll capture 100 million people from the Dragon Country to take responsibility. Is your brain fished out of the kimchi jar? If the current Qin Liu is a weird, then you're Pak Shiba's death. How can we count on Qin Liu? A tiny country, do they really think they can stand and talk with the Dragon Country? No way? No way? Don't argue with fools. If Qin Liu had been taken down by an anomaly, the Supreme Rules would have announced it long ago. What a bunch of idiots. Accusing others without a brain. This kind of lowly slander against the Dragon Country is something we've seen enough of already. The crowd was buzzing fiercely, but the command centers of various countries remained silent, with no one speaking about whether Qin Liu had been turned into a monster by Sister Toilet. The command center, as the highest authority in dealing with rule anomalies, was no fool to vent out their emotions. It was a hot topic that no one dared to bring up. If you officially announce that Qin Liu is an anomaly, the next second the Dragon Country Command Center could say your country's challenger is also an anomaly, and the world would descend into chaos. About half an hour later, Qin Liu and Lurk, wrapped in blankets, were comfortably sleeping on the soft bed. Park Duan-Kuan, who had fainted from pain, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold as he quietly sat up. He touched his back and thought, this Dragon Country pig's medicine really works. I'm fine again so quickly. Oomph, although you helped me, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You're smart, but I'm not stupid either. Seeing Qin Liu put his bag on the small table, Park Duan-Kuan felt his heart race. Such an important thing, and you just leave it on the table? You really are foolish. Park Duan-Kuan quietly got off the bed, tiptoeing as he slowly lifted the bag, finally hugging it to his chest. Looking at Qin Liu and Lurk, who were deeply asleep and completely unaware, he thought. Ah, are you fools, or is God helping me? With this gear and my intelligence, I will be the first challenger to successfully leave the train. Park Duan-Kuan was used to living in the spotlight, and now he dreamed of becoming the brightest star in the blue planet, where even the president of Eagle Sauce Country would have to kiss his fingers. Park Duan-Kuan looked at Lurk and cursed inwardly, you're such a sycophant, just go die with him. See you la la. Hugging the bag, Park Duan-Kuan threw the blanket towards the fifth carriage and then walked towards the third carriage. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Country livestream was filled with curses. Everyone cursed Qin Liu, then cursed Park Duan-Kuan, and after that, continued to curse Qin Liu again. The livestream from Kimchi Country also had a large number of Dragon Country people flooding in to angrily curse Park Duan-Kuan for being shameless. However, since it was Kimchi Country's home ground, the administrators saw the Dragon Country users' accounts and blocked them, allowing Kimchi citizens to fanatically praise Park Duan-Kuan. I've been lurking for so long, just waiting for this moment. Appan and I. You are my forever god. This is a genius idol worth supporting. Those who succeed are kings, it doesn't matter how much you criticize my Kuan. Appa's IQ must surpass Einstein's. Qin Liu, the fool, keeps walking forward, while Appa goes backward because it's safer. Exactly, now carriages 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all safe. I really don't understand why the fool Qin Liu keeps moving. Once he wakes up, he'll think Appa went to the 5th carriage. In fact, Appa just needs to wait in carriages 1, 2, 3, and 4 until the train reaches the final station. Appa is the coolest. Long live Appa. Kimchi Country is the best in the universe. Every flattery towards Park Duan-Koan from Kimchi Country felt like a steel knife stabbing into the hearts of the Dragon Country people. What is the command center doing? Hurry up and call Qin Liu to wake him. Do the reminder counts have to be saved for a grave visit? Stop whining, the command center is right. Now the bag is in Park Duan-Koan's hands. Telling Qin Liu to wake up and chase him would just be asking to die. So are we just going to let Park Duan-Koan steal the bag? Damn this idiot, I can tolerate a bit of his saint-like attitude, but having no vigilance at all is just unacceptable. What did I say? He still keeps bringing Park Duan-Koan along and even treats his wounds. Damn, Lakori is smarter than him. Can we not insult Lakori, okay? At least they understand how to think and keep suggesting to get rid of Park Duan-Koan, but this dead pig Qin Liu just won't listen. Damn it, I'm so pissed off I could explode. I'm so angry that my milk hurts. Both of them hurt. I want to immigrate, I want to go to Kimchi Country, I want to be a fan of Koan Appa. After Park Duan-Koan returned to car number 3, he deliberately didn't lock the door, he wanted to use the blanket to create an illusion that he had gone to car number 5. Finally got it. Park Duan-Koan hurriedly reached to take something from the bag. It can be opened, with no anti-theft measures at all. Park Duan-Koan smiled proudly, reaching into the bag. Why is it empty? Park Duan-Koan's heart jolted. He rummaged again, but indeed there was nothing inside. He lifted it up and turned it upside down, but nothing fell out either. Chapter 21. Ashi. Dead liar. Qin Liu is really too sly. Go to hell. Park Duan-Koan, unable to contain his anger, slammed the bag hard on the floor of the carriage. I said, no matter how stupid Qin Liu is, he wouldn't put such an important bag on the table. He looks pure and kind, but he has been wary of us all along. Damn it. After being angry for a while, Park Duan-Koan calmed down. Since this is a fake bag, it's of no use to keep it. Without any gear, he felt insecure alone in this empty carriage. After some thought, Park Duan-Koan decided to go back. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a gust of cold wind. White fluffy stuff fell on Park Duan-Koan's head and hands. Is that snow? Park Duan-Koan licked his lips and realized it wasn't snow. This stuff wasn't coming in from the window, it was coming from car number 2. Without thinking too much, Park Duan-Koan carried the bag back. Returning to car number 4, he saw Qin Liu sitting on the bed with a cheerful smile. Though the smile was sunny and bright, to Park Duan-Koan, it felt like a ruthless mockery. Big brother, you're awake? Park Duan-Koan forced himself to calm down, trying hard to squeeze out a smile, naturally placing the bag back on the table. I thought you had sneaked away again, Qin Liu said casually. Park Duan-Koan hurriedly shook his head. Big brother, I am a person with awareness. I had run away twice before, and you helped me without holding a grudge. I'm very grateful and vow to always follow you. Just now when I woke up, I thought about what I could do for Big Brother, so I took the bag and went back to car number 3 to see if there was anything left. Qin Liu nodded happily. As long as you have this intention, that's good. Big brother, don't believe him, I think he just wants to steal your bag and sneak away. Lakori suddenly sat up. Park Duan-Koan had indeed done something wrong. Even though he had mentally prepared and thought of various lies before returning, being called out directly by Lakori made him blush with anxiety. Big brother, don't listen to his slander. If I really wanted to sneak away, how could I come back? You are just. Alright, stop arguing. Since we're a team, we must stay united. Qin Liu licked his lips, feeling a bit dry. They had been here for several hours and had only eaten a rice ball, without drinking any water. System, as long as it's related to rice, I can exchange it, right? Yes. Alright, bring me 3 bowls of rice soup. Ding. 3 bowls of rice soup exchanged successfully, consuming 600 fright points. Come, drink some soup to replenish your energy, the road ahead is still long. Qin Liu opened the bag and took out 3 bowls of rice soup one by one. Park Duan-Koan watched in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. This bag was the one he had just stolen. How could he turn it inside out and find nothing, while Qin Liu could still take out soup? Thank you for the gift, big brother. Lakori had long been thirsty and picked up the bowl to gulp it down. Sweet and delicious, it's so good. Lakori licked the bits sticking to the edge of the bowl clean. Big brother, I'm not exaggerating, this soup is simply sweet to the heart. It seems to instantly relieve fatigue. I was feeling groggy, but after drinking the soup, I immediately felt full of energy. Lakori said as he. The lazy cows and lazy horses produce plenty of dung. After drinking, my stomach hurts. Thirsty, drink water, that's how it is. Don't spread false claims. Lakuli immediately understood, hurriedly saying, yes, yes, yes. Glancing at Park Duanquan, he saw him standing there in a daze, reaching out to grab the bowl. Aren't you drinking? Give it to me. Get lost. Why do you always snatch everything? Park Duanquan angrily scolded Lakuli and lifted the bowl, downing the soup in one go. Ha! When it comes to snatching, who can compare to your pickled vegetable folks? The culture of our dragon country has been completely taken over by you. The two were about to argue when they heard Qin Liu cough twice and quickly and tacitly shut their mouths. After finishing the soup, Park Duanquan bravely tried to probe for information. Big brother, this bag of yours has no anti-theft ability at all, so don't just toss it around in the future. I changed my ways now and won't be stealing, but others might. As Park Duanquan spoke, his eyes deliberately glanced at Lakuli. Qin Liu pretended not to notice anything, placing his hand on the bag. It has anti-theft features. We people from Dragon Country, instead of believing in Jesus, believe in this strange god. This bag is inherently strange, so to open it, one must be sincere in their strange beliefs. The first time you open it, you need to bow 3 times and knock your head 9 times, letting the strange power attached to the bag recognize your sincerity, then it can be opened. Qin Liu spoke earnestly and seriously. This blew up the Dragon Country live broadcast room. Isn't this the pinnacle of foolishness? Can this kind of secret really be spoken openly? He really has no thoughts at all. Is there truly someone so pure in this world? Laugh out loud. With your IQ, you dare mock Qin Liu? The bowing and knocking is clearly just to fool Park Duanquan. Those in the comments above are insightful. This Qin Liu really is the type who seems foolhardy but is actually wise. I guess those supporting their own challengers to snatch the bag have already used a chance to communicate about how to open it. As long as these kinds of people use up their communication chances, Qin Liu will be safer in the future. You all think Qin Liu is on the 18th underground level, but in fact, he is on the top level. Just bragging. Look at that expression, pure stupidity. What a great fool. Some wise audiences, after interpreting Qin Liu's actions, turned from mindless insults at first to supporting him with hope. Park Duanquan silently noted what Qin Liu said. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. Suddenly, Park Duanquan clutched his stomach, looking pained. Big brother, is it safe to go to the toilet now? The rules say we can't go. But we were fine hiding in the toilet just now. Go ahead, don't soil your pants. Qin Liu said. Park Duanquan immediately ran off holding his stomach. Once in the toilet, he quickly took off all his clothes, wanting the rules to let him off easy. Command Center, is what Qin Liu said about opening the strange bag true? The Pickled Vegetable Country Command Center had actually started analyzing the truth while watching the live broadcast recording when Qin Liu spoke. At that time, Qin Liu did indeed kneel. Our interpretation was that he was scared. The probability of him saying true or false is 50%. The Command Center said. I'd rather believe it's true. I decide to try once more. Okay. Based on our information, Qin Liu really isn't very smart. He studied physical education in high school, but many movements were uncoordinated, and he only got into a mediocre agricultural school due to extra points from the Dragon Country's college entrance examination. Humph, no wonder his physical stats are so high, he actually studied sports. Just wait for victory. Our great pickled vegetable country will be the strongest in Blue Heart. The arrival of strange rules means disaster for other countries, but good news for us. Park Duanquan said confidently. The command center erupted with wild cheers. Pickled Vegetable Country had been selected to participate in the Rule Strange Talks Challenge 4 times, only failing once. Their national fortune now was even higher than the Eagle Sauce Nation. This time, Park Duanquan was naturally determined to succeed. Chapter 22. After finishing the call with the command center, Park Duanquan returned to Qin Liu and the others with a relaxed expression. Lazy cows and lazy horses produce plenty of dung. After drinking, I have a stomachache. The audience didn't know, and thought that the soup Big Brother gave you was problematic. Lakori coldly mocked. Pu Duanquan snorted, did not argue with Lakori, but wrapped himself in a quilt and sat up. Big Brother, I just found something in car number 3 that looks like snowflakes. Are you stupid? The train windows are all closed, how could snowflakes come in? Lakori said. I am reporting the situation to Big Brother, why are you interrupting? I said it looks like snow, not that it is snow. Pu Duanquan glared angrily at Lakori. Turning back, he showed a little fan-like expression towards Qin Liu. Big Brother, it seems like that thing floated over from car number 2. Never mind. There are no other challengers in cars 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we have cleared everything. Let's move forward. Lakuri, go open the door. Qin Liu said. Pu Duanquan and Lakuri were both taken aback. Big brother, do you know how to deal with the soldier in car number 5? There are still many challengers in car number 5. If we stay here longer, the chance of them being cleared by the soldier increases. Qin Liu said. Big brother, are you going to save people? You guys just follow me later. Qin Liu did not answer directly. Although Lakuri was scared to death, he could only brace himself to open the door. This was his reason for existing. Since he didn't need to lead the charge, then everything could be negotiated. Soon, the door to car number 5 opened. As the door opened, a strong smell of blood wafted over, making people feel nauseous. Through the dim light, they indeed saw a soldier standing over 1.8 meters tall moving inside the car. On the floor, there were several corpses lying. Due to the extreme cold, the blood that flowed out had already congealed. Looking at the horrifying death aura of the soldier, Pu Duanquan and Lakuri shrank back. Qin Liu stood at the front, his gaze fixed on the soldier. The appraisal ability activated, and the soldier's information panel appeared directly in Qin Liu's eyes. Furious patroller, possessing powerful combat skills and precise shooting skills. Blinded and deafened by artillery fire in war. Now the rule enforcer of car number 5 in the world of Strange Tales Snow Country Ghost Train. Because it cannot hear or see, it is fearless and undaunted. So it can't hear at all, no wonder the Australian Challengers rules have no effect on it. In that case, the firecrackers and dazzling knives won't work either. Qin Liu secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he first encountered the toilet sister who still had some shame. If he had met this soldier first, he would also be dead. It seems that luck is indeed a part of strength. Toilet sister is too strong. If released, the challengers in car number 5 would all die. Everything here would be torn to shreds by her. This would be a loss. Qin Liu thought silently. Big brother, here he comes, here he comes. Lakuri nudged Qin Liu, his voice trembling. Get into the toilet. When I call you, you can come out. Qin Liu said. The two did not hesitate at all and squeezed into the same toilet. The soldier sensed Qin Liu's presence and quickened his pace towards him from the other end of the car. Qin Liu put on sunglasses, drew out the dazzling knife, and held his ordinary warming clothes in front. Even if the clothes could not block the soldier's continuous shooting, there was still the toilet sister. Detected that a passenger is violating rules by fleeing in the carriage, eliminating. After confirming Qin Liu's presence, the soldier raised his gun and started shooting. Hearing the gunshots outside, Pu Duanquan and Lakuri in the toilet were almost shaking themselves to the core. God bless, big brother, you must win. Lakuri clasped his hands and prayed with his head raised. What are you pretending for? I don't believe you are really praying for Qin Liu. Pu Duanquan coldly said. You dog, you can only fool those brainless little girls. If Qin Liu dies, do you think we can defeat the soldier? Lakuri retorted angrily. Park Duanquan snorted and said nothing. Outside, the soldier's bullets hit the ordinary warm clothing that Qin Liu was wearing to protect himself. Sure enough, the bullets caused no damage to the clothing at all. With the toilet sister cushioning the impact inside, Qin Liu felt nothing at all. However, the toilet sister inside the clothing struggled violently, hissing in pain. Although the bullets couldn't penetrate the clothes, all the impact force was taken by her. Toilet seeker under attack, fear value +10 +10 +10. Oh no, after the evolution, being attacked increases the fear value. It was worth feeding you two powerful weirdos. Qin Liu couldn't help but feel proud. Looking at the toilet sister's panel, it showed her anger and hatred levels skyrocketing. The toilet sister couldn't see the situation outside and naturally blamed her suffering on Qin Liu. Oh no! Qin Liu suddenly exclaimed. This ordinary warm clothing's invulnerability only lasts for 5 seconds. Now the 5 seconds were up, and the bullets pierced through the clothing, causing the toilet sister to slide out like slime through the bullet holes. The toilet sister let out a howl and flew oddly towards the soldier. The soldier aimed and shot, but was completely caught off guard, as the toilet sister pressed down on his head. She pressed harder and harder, until he completely disappeared. Ding, toilet seeker has eliminated the violent patroller in compartment 5, earned fear value 10,000. No devour. This indicated that the soldier's setting allowed him to walk around the compartment, ignoring relevant rules. May SSSSS. The toilet sister let out a strange sound and reappeared in front of Qin Liu. This clothing is ruined, I see you now. Get in. Qin Liu grabbed the clothing and draped it over her, instantly compressing the tall toilet sister with golden light, and she was pulled into the clothing without much struggle. She still wanted to slide out through the bullet hole, desperately trying to break free, causing the golden light to explode. The toilet sister let out a miserable scream and obediently shrank back, not daring to move again. Even after revolving, you're still a silly weirdo. I have a needle and thread, I can sew it up and use it again. When you deal with the soldier weirdo, I'll sew up the bullet holes. Look how good I am to you. It's freezing outside, and the only warm clothing I have, I've been letting you use. You still want to repay me with murder. Qin Liu said with a smile. SSSSSAAAA, you big boy, what do you know about sewing? The toilet sister shouted defiantly. Haven't you heard that having more skills is not a burden? Reflect on yourself. Qin Liu said cheekily, patting the clothing and putting it into his bag. Bang bang bang. Come out, it's all done. Qin Liu knocked on the bathroom door. This time, Park Duanquan and Lakuli had no doubts and immediately opened the door to come out. So fast? Brother, you're really amazing, simply the nemesis of weirdos. Lakuli excitedly praised. Brother, what happened to the soldier weirdo? Park Duanquan asked. Killed by the toilet sister. Where's the toilet sister? In here. Qin Liu patted the bag hanging on his chest. Don't just stand there, go see how many challengers are still alive. Okay. Lakuli quickly took the lead, searching one stall after another. Park Duanquan slowly followed behind, pretending to search carefully. Chapter 23. Ugh, yuck. Park Duanquan saw a corpse that had been shot beyond recognition, and he bent over and began to vomit, refusing to step forward. Useless. Lakuli cursed and continued to search hard ahead. Soon, Lakuli discovered a survivor. But no matter how he called, no matter how he revealed his identity, the survivor remained tightly wrapped in blankets. He didn't move or make a sound, as if he had become one with the bed. Until Qin Liu was called over, that person still wouldn't come out of the covers. Brother, I have an idea. Lakuli smiled slyly, whispering a few words in Qin Liu's ear. You're really clever. Qin Liu took out a string of firecrackers from his bag and removed 3 of them for Lakuli. Lakuli's face lit up with joy as he carefully put away 2 of them and lit the other, placing it inside the survivor's blanket. Bang! Ah! With the sound of the firecracker exploding, the survivor screamed. Almost simultaneously sounded. When the firecrackers exploded, the survivors threw off their blankets and shouted, I will fight you, closing their eyes and wildly striking Lakuli. Lakuli was caught off guard, hit by fists and kicks, and slammed against the car window, completely dazed. Big brother, help! Lakuli begged for help, desperately protecting his head with both hands. Buddy, stop fighting, we are challengers. Qin Liu grabbed the man's swinging fist. The man howled and turned to strike Qin Liu, but to his surprise, Qin Liu easily pinned him against the window. You are Qin Liu from Long Nation? The man's eyes widened, finally stopping his struggles. Yes, that's me. Qin Liu offered a friendly smile and willingly released his grip. Why are you only just coming? Wah-ah! As he spoke, the man suddenly burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. This cry left Qin Liu completely confused. I didn't even hit you. How dare you cry? Lakuli, regaining his composure, roared as he charged forward. He initially wanted to return a few punches, but was stopped by a warning glance from Qin Liu. From what you're saying, you've been waiting for us, then why were you pretending to be dead when I called you just now? Lakuli said angrily. I wasn't sure if you were real. The man cried, his face streaked with tears and mucus. Qin Liu sat him down on the bed, soothing him with words until his mood improved a bit, then started to ask about the situation. My name is Afei, I am a challenger from Malaysia. My grandpa is from Long Nation. Brother, the surnames Qin and Fei used to be one family thousands of years ago. As he spoke, Afei burst into tears like a child once again. You really know how to get close to people. Lakuli huffed, giving him a push. To his surprise, he found someone who could flatter even better than him. That strange soldier kills people every so often, and he doesn't care if we break the rules or not. Afei sobbed. Lakuli scoffed derisively, do you think Rule 7 is a safety rule? It's actually a trap. But some people moved and they still got killed. Afei said, sounding increasingly pitiful and wronged. That just proves that the real rule is not to move around the carriage. Lakuli replied. Afei's expression froze. The way to save yourself is a trap, and the rule against moving is the real rule, it's a complete deadlock. Thinking of this, Afei cried even harder, repeatedly murmuring, you should have come sooner. Upon further questioning, Afei finally revealed the heartbreaking reason for his lament. The command center had sent them a message, saying they could use the rules to confuse the strange beings, allowing for ambushes or escapes. Secondly, they said Qin Liu was very good at dealing with strange beings, and he was already advancing toward the front carriage, having reached carriage number 4. The Australian challengers proved with their lives that attacking the soldier with the rules was suicidal. The other challengers dared not move recklessly and chose to play dead, formally entering the luck testing phase. A Fei kept praying for Qin Liu to hurry and come to save them. So, upon seeing the real Qin Liu before him, he couldn't hold back his emotions any longer, crying uncontrollably. Big brother, it seems you were right, there really are people waiting for us to save them. Longguo said with some emotion. He glanced toward the direction of carriage 6 and asked, the door is open, did someone escape to carriage 6? A Fei shook his head vigorously. The door has been open since the very beginning. The soldier did not go to carriage 6, nor did anyone or anything come from carriage 6. Longguo frowned tightly, looking at Qin Liu. Brother, what does this mean? This proves our previous analysis was correct. Each carriage's strange being has its own territory. Rule 6 states not to go to other carriages, and this rule applies to the strange beings as well. Bad. Qin Liu suddenly became alert. What happened? Longguo and a Fei were suddenly frightened, their hairs standing on end, looking around in terror. Tao Duan, pretending to vomit in the back, also crawled over to Qin Liu, seeking protection. Since Rule 6 is real, that means, every time we enter a new carriage, we are violating the rules, so there will definitely be strange entities that enforce the rules and punish us. Longguo gasped, Big brother, do the soldiers not take on side jobs? If they had side jobs, as the enforcers of punishment, they could patrol other carriages. The other three seemed to understand vaguely, but the fear was clearly written on their faces. After quietly observing for a while, they found that the carriage was deathly silent, with no other abnormalities. Big brother, I don't doubt you, but I really hope you're wrong this time, Longguo said timidly. If each advance into a new carriage brings the strange entity that enforces Rule 6, the danger level would increase exponentially. Little Park, are you okay? Qin Liu asked. Park Duanquan was puzzled, why did Qin Liu not respond to Longguo but turn to care about him? I'm still very uncomfortable, Park Duanquan said, clutching his stomach. As long as you can speak and move, that's enough. Now the strange entity is hidden, and we are in the open, which is very unfavorable for us. Make some noise to lure the entity out. Ha! Park Duanquan's face turned ashen. I'm pretending to be sick like this, and you're still commanding me? Longguo secretly chuckled, huh? What do you mean? You owe Big Brother the most. Now that you have the chance, why not repay him? Park Duanquan cursed Longguo in his heart, cursing him thoroughly. Glancing at Qin Liu's determined eyes, he knew he couldn't escape this predicament. Big brother, you must watch me. Once the entity appears, you have to take it down instantly, Park Duanquan said weakly as he leaned against the wall to stand up. Don't worry, as long as the entity's attention is on you, it becomes a case of it being in the open while I am hidden, and the success rate will be 100%, Qin Liu said. Come on, let's sit and watch the show. Longguo didn't harbor any hatred towards a Fei, who had just beaten him. He pulled a Fei into a blanket, eagerly watching Park Duanquan's performance. He couldn't appreciate Park Duanquan's singing and dancing, but seeing his desperate expression was very satisfying. Chapter 24. Qin Liu is too bad, he actually used my brother to lure the strange entity, unforgivable. Where are the Longguo fans? Follow me to attack Long Country, capture Qin Liu's family and friends, and make them pay the price. Ah, brain-dead fans are truly borderless. You want to attack Long Country? You must be trying to make me laugh to death, so I can pass on my kimchi jar. Park Shiba has betrayed the team 3 times and even stole Qin Liu's bag. Does he really think Qin Liu is a fool? Keeping him around is just for this purpose, got it now? Appa is truly great, leading the way without fear of strange entities. Appa is a hero, Sarangyo. The bravest and most powerful Appa in the world. Without Appa, Qin Liu is nothing. What a strange talk world, it's just Appa's new show. Yes, your Appa is #1 in the universe. I need to go to the bathroom to throw up for a bit. As Park Duanquan sang and danced, the live chat in the Kimchi country surged with excitement. Inside the carriage, Park Duanquan was trying hard to perform. Even though he appeared very scared, his dancing still looked pretty good, showing he indeed had some skill. On the surface, Qin Liu was watching Park Duanquan perform, but his eyes were continuously searching every corner of the carriage. Soon, a faint wisp of smoke drifted out from the compartment beside Park Duanquan. On the carriage floor, a black shadow appeared. Longguo also saw it, leaning close to Qin Liu and whispering, Big brother, the shadow, the strange entity is inside. That's not a shadow, that's the strange entity, Qin Liu said. The compartment did not have any light shining out, even if someone was standing inside, it would not be possible for a shadow to appear so clearly. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Liu finished speaking, the 2-dimensional black shadow on the floor slowly stood up. Its attention was indeed on Park Duanquan. Be big brother, quick, let that sister out to eat it, Longguo trembled as he spoke. We can handle it ourselves. Come on, help out. While speaking, Qin Liu pulled the blanket that wrapped Longguo and a Fei over, swiftly stripping off the cover. Seeing Qin Liu take out a needle and thread box again, Longguo immediately realized what help meant. Big brother, can this quilt cover really trap it? This is the quilt cover from carriage number 5, of course it can restrain the weirdness from carriage number 5. Rules always leave a glimmer of hope for challengers, otherwise it wouldn't be a challenge, but a massacre, Qin Liu explained. Right, my brother is absolutely right. Longguo forced a stiff smile, hastily sewing and helping to pull the quilt cover. With their cooperation, the quilt cover was quickly sewn into a bag. The weirdness beside Pu Duanquan was silent and invisible. Sometime, a black Grim Reaper's scythe appeared in its hand, now resting on Pu Duanquan's neck, moving with his heartbeat. Pu Duanquan had no idea that something strange was behind him. The people from Pickled Vegetable Country, however, were already sweating nervously, and the most frequent comments were, "Turn around and look." Qin Liu quietly approached with the newly sewn bag. He had just confirmed that this weirdness could hear and see through identification. "Hey!" Qin Liu shouted, "If you're sneaky, why bother with the rules?" Pu Duanquan suddenly stopped and turned around. Oh my gosh! Taking advantage of the weirdness being stunned, Qin Liu threw the bag over it. The scythe in the weirdness's hand fell to the floor. As Qin Liu tried to pull the rope at the bag's opening, he found the weirdness's feet had turned into claws, fiercely gripping the floor of the carriage. Swish! Qin Liu drew out the flashing dog-eye knife with one hand, pressing his thumb to release the scabbard. With a blinding white light, a scream echoed from inside the bag. Simultaneously, shouts of shock erupted from Pu Duanquan, Longguo, and Fei. After a while, Longguo wiped his tear-streaked red eyes and cautiously asked, "Big brother, is it done?" "Of course." Qin Liu shook the bag and put it into his backpack. "Big brother." Pu Duanquan walked over holding the scabbard. "Next time you draw your sword, tell us first, my eyes are about to go blind." Qin Liu took the scabbard, inserted the knife back, then put it in his bag, casually asking, "Are you alright?" I'm fine, just my eyes hurt a bit," Pu Duanquan grumbled, rubbing his eyes. "If you're okay, it won't hurt anymore." Pu Duanquan. Isn't that just nonsense? It's safe now. Wake up the other survivors. Besides the corpses, help me pack everything from the carriage into my bag. I'll go to the bathroom for a bit. Qin Liu handed his super backpack to Pu Duanquan. This action left Pu Duanquan and Longguo stunned. The next second. "Okay, big brother." Pu Duanquan happily took it, immediately starting to pack things. Seeing that even the big mattress could fit into it, Pu Duanquan was astonished and felt waves of joy in his heart. "What are you staring at? Aren't you going to listen to Big Brother and wake up the others?" "Big Brother trusts me, being jealous won't help," Pu Duanquan boasted. A petty person getting ahead. Let's see how long you can be proud." Longguo felt envy, jealousy, and hatred in his heart, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only drag Fei along to wake the other survivors up. Longguo was not in a good mood, and while calling the survivors, he wasn't as patient as at the beginning. For those who lay still wrapped up in their blankets, he just picked them up and tossed them to the ground, stomping on them. As for the two little firecrackers, of course, he couldn't bear to use them. On the other side. After Qin Liu entered the bathroom, he immediately took out a small notebook and wrote, "Command Center, in the future, if I don't contact you, please don't contact me, save the two communication opportunities for the most critical moments." Now that he had the identification ability, when encountering new weirdness, he could see their data through identification, and naturally wouldn't make the same mistakes as the challengers from Australia. Just as the barrage was speculating aimlessly, Qin Liu's indulgence of Pu Duanquan, and even intentionally revealing some key information, was all intentional on his part. After seeing Qin Liu's words, the command center quickly debated internally for a while. Although worried about Qin Liu's safety, my heart felt as calm as if I had swallowed a reassurance pill. Since Qin Liu dared to send such a signal, it showed he was very confident about winning. This is exactly what the Dragon Country most hoped to see. Failure is certainly terrifying, but if the challenger loses heart, then victory is out of the question. While communicating with the command center, the system suddenly blasted an alarm sound. Alarm! Alarm! Detected that Park Duanquan stole the superpowered backpack again and fled towards carriage 4. Hearing this, Qin Liu didn't jump up in anger, instead, he smirked, revealing a mysterious smile. Indeed, he's a guy who can't change his ways. Anyway, he can't get anything out of it. Let's see what he says this time. Qin Liu wished the system could be a bit smarter and share his emotions at this moment. But after he finished speaking, the system had no reaction at all. Park Duanquan ran all the way to carriage 2 before he finally stopped. Now it's all mine. Park Duanquan respectfully placed the bag on the table that Qin Liu hadn't taken, kneeling down and bowing to the bag. After 3 bows and 9 knocks, Park Duanquan hurriedly opened the backpack, eager to take out what was inside. But, this time, inside it was still empty. Chapter 25. Why is there nothing again? Park Duan-Cohen was so angry he scratched his ears and cheeks, looking like a monkey, completely lacking the charm of a youthful idol. Is it because I wasn't sincere enough? Park Duan-Cohen tried to calm himself down, and once again, he bowed and knocked before the bag. To appear sincere, he knocked heavily and sharply. With a few knocks, his knees turned purple, and his forehead swelled. This should work now. Holding his breath, Park Duan-Cohen, full of expectation, again reached into the bag. A liar, a pure liar. Unable to hold back any longer, Park Duan-Cohen slammed the bag hard onto the ground and stomped on it fiercely. Since I can't get it, you can't have it either. Park Duan-Cohen pulled out a lighter, wanting to burn the bag. But after trying to light it several times, he found the bag just wouldn't catch fire. Looking at the dark outside the window, Park Duan-Cohen suddenly came up with an idea: just throw the bag out of the window. When he reached the window, he suddenly remembered the rule: don't stare out the window. If staring is not allowed, then opening the window is absolutely out of the question. That was close, good thing I'm smart. If it were someone else, they probably couldn't escape this disaster. Park Duan-Cohen quickly moved away from the window. Just as he was pondering what to do next, he suddenly spotted a red light shining from the direction of carriage 1. That red light rapidly spread towards carriage 2. Feeling something was off, Park Duan-Cohen wanted to turn and leave. But he found that the soles of his shoes were stuck. Looking down, his scalp tingled in horror. His shoe soles were actually melting. Almost at the same time, a wave of heat hit his face. Park Duan-Cohen felt unbearable heat on his face and instinctively grabbed it, tearing off his own skin. What's happening? Panicking, Park Duan-Cohen's fears surged to the extreme. Disfigurement, death, these were enough to drive him to the brink of collapse. As the red light swept past, Park Duan-Cohen was ignited, carbonized, and vanished in the light. Detected that the bag thief has died, the superpowered backpack will automatically return. Would you like to retrieve it into the system? No, put the bag at the connection point between carriage 2 and 3, I will go get it myself. Qin Liu was still clear-headed. The bag was clearly stolen by Park Duan-Cohen, yet he somehow took it out like magic to stuff things in it. Even having cheats can't be this obvious. As a strong player who often faces false accusations from cheaters in the game, Qin Liu understood this little trick well. Superpowered backpack has been placed at the connection point between carriage 2 and 3, the host can retrieve it on their own. As the system's prompt sound rang out, the challengers' phones received the death announcement issued by the Supreme Rules. In the live streaming rooms of each country, blood-red characters dominated the screen, shining brightly. Supreme Rules: Kimchi Country challenger Park Duan-Cohen died from self-destruction in carriage 2, leaving no remains. In this bizarre rule challenge, Kimchi Country has failed. Deduct 20 points from the national luck. The Pickled Cabbage Country has 80 points of national luck remaining. Strange things descended upon Incheon. An ancient virus broke out in Busan. After the death declaration disappeared, the live broadcast from the Pickled Cabbage Country switched from the strange vehicle in Snow Country to the scene of strange occurrences. Dark blue clouds, layered and thick, accompanied by strange wails, descended from the sky with flashes of lightning and thunder. In less than 30 seconds, all of Incheon was shrouded in these eerie clouds. Satellite images could not capture what was inside, and all communications in Incheon were completely cut off. Another live broadcast showed Busan. In Busan City, sirens rang out, and the city had fallen into chaos. People infected by the ancient virus in Busan became mindless, attacking others to bite. Those bitten to death revived just a few seconds later, joining the army of the mindless. Quick, immediately mobilize the army, seal off Busan, and no one is allowed to leave. Anyone who disobeys will be shot on sight. Contact the Eagle military base to request fire support. If necessary, blow up Busan. We absolutely cannot let the ancient virus spread beyond Busan. The command center of the Pickled Cabbage Country was filled with noise and chaos. The live room of the Pickled Cabbage Country was filled with wails. Appa, why is this happening? Appa is dead, I can't go on living. I want to commit suicide on the Han River Bridge. I want to go with Appa. I can't go on living either. Sisters, let's meet on the Han River Bridge. We said before, heads can be severed, and blood can flow, but Coin cannot be without. Ah. This waste, why can't he just stick with Qin Liu? Why did he have to steal the bag? Why go to car 2? It's unfair, so unfair. Strange things have descended upon Incheon. Why did the ancient virus have to break out in Busan as well? One failure has destroyed our second and third cities, is there such a punishment? The Supreme Rules, you are unfair. In the Snow Country's strange vehicle, Car 5. Lak Yuri looked at his phone, with a half-smile expression. Big brother, I said not to trust him, but you just wouldn't listen. Now Park CBA is dead, that's his own fault, but your bag is gone. What are we going to do? Lak Yuri said angrily. Fa and 3 other survivors in Car 5 had blank expressions. They were relying on Qin Liu to lead them to victory. Now that his bag was gone, they wouldn't be able to fight against stronger strange beings. Sigh. Qin Liu sighed, I underestimated human nature. Little Park looks harmless and is a popular idol, he should have been more cautious and not blatantly stolen my bag to escape. Like Yuri huffed, if the people of the pickled cabbage country were to care about their image, they wouldn't have stolen so many cultures from your country or distorted so much history. Right, you're right. The people of the pickled cabbage country, you two are just singing along to deliberately tarnish our reputation, right? Our country is in such a tragic state, losing 2 major cities in one failure, and you're still like this? Where's the supposed saintliness? Just as Qin Liu finished speaking, their phones buzzed again. It was a message from crew member number 1 in the group chat. There is 1 hour left until Car 3 self-destructs. Passengers in Car 3, please evacuate to the front cars as soon as possible. We apologize for the inconvenience. Have a pleasant journey. I was wondering why there was a countdown on my phone. It turns out it's a timer for the car's self-destruction, like Yuri said angrily. Big brother, forcing us to move like this, that rule 6 can't be said to be true or a trap, it's just a guillotine hanging over our necks. Like Yuri exclaimed, both angry and anxious. I'm not worried about that right now, Qin Liu said in a low voice. Huh? Like Yuri was surprised, big brother, if that's not worth worrying about, then what are you worried about? Is there anything worse than this? We still don't know how many cars this train has, nor do we know how many times it will stop before reaching the final station and how long each stop will last. If the last car self-destructs before we reach the final station, then it's truly game over, Qin Liu said solemnly. Chapter 26. Qin Liu's few short sentences. The moment made Likuri and the others fall into despair like stone. Likuri, who had been on the edge of a breakdown, cried out loud again. In such a short time, he trembled in despair and found warmth and hope, but now he had fallen into the abyss of despair again. Such ups and downs made his heart unable to bear it. Stop crying. A grown man, crying worse than a woman. Is crying any use? Likuri exploded with frustration, pouring all his anger onto Afei. Everyone calm down. Qin Liu gave Likuri a glance, this is not the time for despair. It's all that Puxaba's fault. He wanted to die himself and even stole your bag, brother. A country like this shouldn't exist on Blue Star, it should be wiped out. Likuri cursed. Don't say that. Although Little Pooh did betray us, his death is not without value. Qin Liu said. Likuri snorted in anger, brother, even now, you're still defending him? I'm not offending you, I just can't understand what value his death has. Oh, it indeed has value, without wasting a soldier, it took down the big cities of Incheon and Busan in the Kimchi nation. Only he, Pak Shuenkan, could do that. Likuri's words grew increasingly sarcastic. Qin Liu slowly said, let's be honest. If he hadn't died in the compartment's self-destruction, the crew wouldn't have told us what the countdown meant, right? Likuri's heart sank, and he suddenly understood. Once, he firmly believed that staying in compartment 1234, which had been cleared in such a strange way, and waiting for the train to reach the final station was the safest strategy. Fa and the other 3 survivors were trembling. Because they had just been thinking they wanted to stay in the 5th compartment and not follow Qin Liu to risk going forward. Moving means death, not moving also means death. It's really over now. Likuri was like a deflated ball, throwing his hands up and slumping against the bed, looking like he was just waiting to die. Qin Liu shot him an annoyed look, suddenly sounding displeased. What's with this giving up attitude when facing a little difficulty? Do you have any fighting spirit? Likuri had a sorrowful face. Brother, I don't want this either. But you don't even have a bag anymore. What can we do next? Fight the strange ones again? Drop equipment again? The strange ones have to be fought, and the equipment has to be picked up. However, let's first go check the 2nd compartment, Qin Liu said casually. Huh? Brother, are you really going to the 2nd compartment? Likuri's eyes widened as he suddenly sat up. Anyway, there's still an hour before the 3rd compartment self-destructs. It's not very wise to head to the 6th compartment now, Qin Liu said. Likuri frowned. Brother, you don't seriously think that your bag will be fine if the 2nd compartment self-destructs, right? Qin Liu gave him a determined look. You can either come with me to see the end of the compartment, or stay here, it's up to you. Having said that, Qin Liu headed towards the 4th compartment. Fa and several challengers huddled together, clearly too scared to go. Likuri looked around, gritted his teeth, and decided to follow Qin Liu. Brother, let those scaredy cats go, bringing them along is a burden, especially Fa, who cries at the slightest thing, such a wimp. Likuri expressed his thoughts. Qin Liu said, the courage of Gong Bendeo from Sakura country and Diamer from Australia is enough, right? What happened to them? Likuri hesitated, unable to respond for a while. Those few are our lucky bags, following them might just bring us good fortune. Lurk laughed in anger. Where is this good fortune? The great soldier kills randomly, yet they were able to survive, isn't that good fortune? Lurk. The two chatted back and forth, and soon they reached the third compartment. At this moment, the third compartment was covered in a white substance. It wasn't snow, it was ash. The second compartment, on the other hand, glowed red, like a burning furnace. At the junction between the second and third compartments, a bag lay there, prominently. Big brother, look. It's really your bag. Lurk exclaimed excitedly. As they got closer, they noticed a charred hand gripping the straps of the backpack. On the middle finger was a diamond ring, unmistakably Pao Duanquan's. They said there were no bones left, but look, there's still a hand. Lurk said sarcastically. Qin Liu said nothing but stared at the number 2 carriage. The things they couldn't take had completely turned to ashes, leaving only the shell of a carriage. Big brother, let's go, this place is creepy. Lurk took a deep breath. The red light from the number 2 carriage could burn everything, yet somehow, it hadn't spread to the number 3 carriage, which was very strange. Little Piao is a member of my team, he contributed to the group with his singing and dancing skills, Qin Liu said slowly. Yeah, but now there's only one hand left. Lurk was getting anxious, not wanting to stay there another second, naturally agreeing with whatever Qin Liu said. I have a revival card here, I want to revive him, Qin Liu said as he pulled out a golden card from the pocket of a conductor's uniform. Right, big brother, you're right, but now huh? Big brother, what did you say? A resurrection card? Lurk was shocked, his eyes wide as he squatted beside Qin Liu. Not just Lurk, everyone watching the livestream from Long Country and Third Country was left in shock, their expressions frozen. Especially the intelligence personnel from other countries watching Long Country's livestream, who rushed to zoom in on the golden card in Qin Liu's hand. Is this for real? A resurrection card exists? This is too outrageous. I don't care about the validity of the resurrection card, I'm thinking, if such a card really exists, why wouldn't he keep it for himself instead of using it for Pao Duanquan? Resurrection card? Ha, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Knowing Qin Liu, he's the type to even bargain for a rice ball, would he just use a resurrection card for Pao Duanquan without any conditions? Useless Qin Liu, even though Appa is dead, you're still making jokes. Your character is too low. Rabbits, I have a bad feeling, I think this foolish saint is telling the truth. The online comments were a mess, but the command centers and intelligence personnel from various countries were watching very seriously. If Qin Liu really has a resurrection card, then no matter the cost, they must get it for their own challenger. Big brother, how do you know this card can bring someone back to life? Lurk asked, the question on everyone's mind. Qin Liu flicked the card in his hand, because I saw it with my own eyes. The words resurrection card are right there, can't you see it? Lurk stared for a while and then smiled bitterly, Big brother, that's not Third Country's writing, I can't read it. Where did you get this card? It was in the conductor's pocket. Really? The conductor brought a resurrection card? Why does it have Dragon Country's writing on it? Maybe the Supreme rules like Dragon Country's writing. Lurk, if you say it that way, then we can't communicate. After chatting casually with Lurk, Qin Liu placed the resurrection card on Pao Duanquan's chart hand. At that moment, the whole world focused in. The people from Kimchi Country, who had just been cursing Qin Liu, were filled with immense anticipation, all holding their breath and praying with clasped hands. Chapter 27. In the number 2 carriage, golden light shone brightly. As the golden light gradually gathered on Pao Duanquan's severed hand, countless colorful sparkling fragments appeared. Those fragments coalesced and extended from the base of Pao Duanquan's hand. Soon, a humanoid shape emerged on the floor. As the specks of light continued to gather, the floating figure gradually became three-dimensional and real. It's really Pao Duanquan. Lurk was so surprised he could hardly close his mouth. This is truly unbelievable. The whole world gasped in amazement. When all the light faded, the complete Pao Duanquan lay quietly on the floor. He looked as handsome as if he had just put on makeup. It was like about to perform on stage. Even the bruises from Lurk's hits on his face left no trace. Who? Pao Duanquan suddenly shouted and sat up straight. Ouch! Lurk jumped in shock. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was resurrection or a zombie coming back to life. No way, you're really alive? Big brother, your resurrection card is real. Lurk shouted in excitement. How do you feel? Qin Liu asked with a smile. Who are you? How did you end up here? Pao Duanquan rose, turning his body and shouting, Assistant, come out quickly, who are these two? How can they just appear in my lounge? Lakori was taken aback, frowning tightly, inching closer to Qin Liu, whispering, "Big brother, he seems to have lost his memory." But it doesn't seem right. If he lost his memory, how does he remember he's a star? Hey, Park Diba, stop pretending. Big brother kindly saved you, and you want to play dumb? Lakori squeezed Park Dwankuan's shoulder, dragging him closer. Ouch, it hurts. Diba, security, where are you all? Park Dwankuan shouted at the top of his lungs. Lakori didn't give him any leeway. After throwing a couple of punches, he pretended to push him toward cart number 2. Park Dwankuan acted very fearful of cart number 2, struggling with all his might against Lakori. Qin Liu watched on the side, a slight grin on his lips, already understanding what was going on. Lakori's exclamation made Park Dwankuan realize he had been resurrected. He was pretending to have lost his memory, otherwise, he couldn't explain how he sneaked away with the bag to come here. Last time's excuse could no longer be used. Stop hitting. Qin Liu pulled the two apart, taking Park Dwankuan to the restroom door. You don't remember what happened, do you? Take out your phone and look at the group messages and the supreme rules, then you'll understand. Park Dwankuan huffed, shoved Qin Liu's hand away, and started looking at his phone. The more he looked, the more his features hardened together. Pa, this junk is so fake and exaggerated, it's obvious he can't act. Lakori never believed Park Dwankuan had lost his memory. After a long while. So that's how it is. Incheon and Busan are gone, so I really died once, and you saved me? Park Dwankuan exclaimed. He patted his head, his face pained, but why can't I remember anything that happened on the car? I only remember participating in a variety show. Pretend, keep pretending. Lakori snorted coldly. Qin Liu, however, was pleasant. Not remembering is okay, you just need to understand your current situation. Big brother Qin Liu from Dragon Country, thank you for saving me. From now on, you are my big brother, and I will do whatever you ask. Park Dwankuan bowed in gratitude. Hey, didn't you say you don't remember anything? How do you know he is from Dragon Country and know his name? Lakori questioned. Park Dwankuan's expression froze, unable to respond, his hand tightly gripping the phone. Seeing the phone, he suddenly had an idea. The info in the message group has Big Brother Qin Liu's identity data, so I know. Lakori scoffed, still not believing. As long as you're alive. Let's head back to cart number 5, they must have been waiting anxiously. With that, Qin Liu hung the bag in front of his chest and walked away with big strides. Lakori shot Park Dwankuan an angry glare and hurried to catch up. I can fool him like this, I'm truly the number 1 genius of Kimchi Country. No, I should say the number 1 genius of Blue Star. Park Dwankuan smirked wickedly. But he was also puzzled about why Qin Liu wanted to save him. Could it be that it's really because of my idol charm? Yes, it must be that. Thinking this, Park Dwankuan felt a bit carried away, unable to resist wanting to celebrate with a rap dance. Blue Star World. Kimchi Country live broadcast room. Great, Appa is revived. Someone, come, I'm not dead anymore, save me from the Han River Bridge, I have to give birth to Appa's child. Appa's charm is limitless, he has completely conquered the Dragon Country people. Amazing. Supreme rule, since Park Dwangun has been revived, quickly retract the punishment and restore Incheon and Busan to their original state, and give our national fortune back. Yes. Our challenger is not dead, we shouldn't be punished. Support the retraction of the punishment, support giving our national fortune back. The live broadcast of Kimchi Country resumed. But satellite imaging and intelligence department reports showed that Incheon was still shrouded in strange dark clouds. As for Busan, the mutated people continued to run around and bite, showing no signs of improvement. As for the national fortune, it was defined by the supreme rule that each country's initial national fortune is 100, and whether or not it is restored cannot be checked. Compared to the ecstatic joy in Kimchi Country, the Dragon Country was full of outrage, cursing Qin Liu fiercely, saying he endangered their ancestors' graves. Damn it, I thought he was joking with the Lakori and the people of Kimchi Country, didn't expect it to be a revival card. With something like this, why give it to Park Dwangun? I can't understand how Qin Liu's brain is tied up. It's one thing not to keep the revival card for himself, but to save Park Dwangun? If he used it for someone else, I wouldn't be this angry. I thought he was a fake saint, but it turns out he's a real saint. Damn. Kimchi Country keeps saying Park Dwangun's charm conquered Qin Liu, now I can't refute that. My unfortunate fellow people, as a fellow Qin, I apologize to all comrades of Dragon Country. If he wins in the end, that's fine. If he loses, annihilate all those with the surname Qin and eradicate his entire clan. With such a moronic saint, if he wins, it would be a miracle. Just wait for death. Online, the cursing voices gathered into a chorus, while the public was filled with grievances. In the command center, the voices of confusion also reached 90%. However, the commander remained calm. I don't believe Qin Liu is really stupid. Since he dared to give the revival card to others, it means his own survival is guaranteed, the commander said. But it can't be like this, unless he's invincible, the young assistant said anxiously. Let's just wait and see. Previously, he told us not to contact him actively, perhaps he anticipated that we might stop him from using the revival card for others. Commander, do you mean Qin Liu had already predicted that Park Duan-gun would die, asked the young assistant. The commander smiled meaningfully, neither confirming nor denying. Chapter 28. Commander, many countries have called us, saying they want to buy revival cards from Qin Liu. The conditions offered are very high. The head of the External Relations Department reported hurriedly. Return the call and say our command center also doesn't know how many revival cards Qin Liu has, nor how he obtained them. If he has extra, our dragon country will act as a responsible great power. The commander's uncertainty was quickly questioned by Lurk. Big brother, you can't really believe his nonsense, right? Lurk looked as if he was about to cry from worry. Whether I believe it or not, it doesn't matter. We are a team and need to trust each other, Qin Liu said indifferently. Lurk was so anxious that his hair stood up. If he could win a fight, he would rather just beat him to be the big brother himself. Kindness should have some edge, right? Isn't there a saying in Dragon Country, suffer once to gain a bit of wisdom? How many times have you suffered already, and you're still as easy to fool as a 17 or 18-year-old girl? That's not important, Qin Liu continued to speak as if it were nothing. Lurk was filled with rage. Saving that kind of person is no better than saving me. At least I am loyal to you. Don't worry, if you die and I have a revival card, I won't hesitate to save you. Qin Liu's eyes were clear, with a sincere smile. But Lurk could find no joy in that statement. He understood the essence of Qin Liu's words, it was that he didn't have a revival card anymore. How could he dare to give a card to someone else? Were you truly confident, kind, or just foolish? Big brother, where did your revival card come from? Lurk asked carefully. Qin Liu patted his clothes. It comes with it. Lurk's eyes widened. Big brother, you mean, the crew member comes with a resurrection card? We will know when we encounter them again. Qin Liu did not give a clear answer. Lurk's eyes spun, fists clenched tightly, secretly vowing that when he saw the crew member, without saying anything else, he would definitely try to grab the resurrection card first. The conversation between Qin Liu and Eerie made intelligence agents and think tanks from other countries busy and flustered. They watched the replay of Qin Liu's live broadcast, confirming that the card was indeed pulled out from the crew member's pocket. From the very beginning, Qin Liu's things were packed into his backpack, and he never put anything in his clothing pockets. It can be highly suspected that he obtained the resurrection card directly from the crew member. After many countries' command centers analyzed this conclusion, they were overjoyed and immediately sent the news to their own challengers. Before Qin Liu and Eerie could return to Car 5, their phones kept vibrating. Looking at it, it was a series of death notices sent out by the Supreme Rules. The first half of the notice was almost identical. XX country's challenger XXX attacked the crew member and was killed in retaliation. Challenge failed. A bunch of clueless fools. They have no strength but want to mimic Qin Liu. Aren't the lessons of Gong Bendao and Diamer enough? How unfortunate to have such a chaotic command center. In the 9th dining car, the Eagle Sauce country's challenger, Foster Brad, looked at his phone and lamented sadly. Eagle Sauce brother, you come with equipment, have fully analyzed the rules, and there are many waiters in the dining car, can't we really just go and grab 1 or 2 cards, asked Valkyrie, a younger brother from the Maple Leaf country beside him. Resurrection cards are only effective for the dead. As long as we don't die, those cards are just waste paper. Although Park Duan-Koan was resurrected, whether he is still a person is uncertain. The Supreme Rules didn't withdraw the punishment against the Pickle country. Brad leisurely sipped his coffee. Carrie frowned, still feeling unsatisfied. If everyone has it but we don't, then our danger level will greatly increase. Brad chuckled, those with cards are the ones whose danger level greatly increases. Carrie's brows furrowed at first, but after careful consideration, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. As expected of the Eagle Sauce big brother. So clever. Truly impressive. Big brother, it seems that little Qin Liu is really foolish. No matter if he still has a resurrection card or not, his hatred value is already very high. Carrie said. Brad shook his head, you're wrong. That Dragon Country kid is quite clever. What do you mean by that? Your perspective is still too narrow and one-sided. I don't want to analyze what Qin Liu is really thinking, but his seemingly foolish actions are absolutely not foolish at all. Just wait and see. Carrie scratched his head, muttering, what you said is no different from saying nothing. I still think that kid from Dragon Country is particularly foolish. One backpack has already made him a target, and now with the resurrection card, his hatred level is maxed out. Brad chose to watch the changes without getting involved in this card-snatching action. But 90% of the challengers did not have his level of thought. Though their phones kept vibrating, and dozens of challengers had died from ambushing crew members in a short time, they still believed that it was others who failed. Still, challengers continued to join the ranks of those trying to grab cards. The challenger from the Philippines, Danny, came over carrying nunchakus. This was not a prop, but a real weapon. As a champion of multiple fighting styles in Sanso, learning about the strange ability to fight made him one of the happiest people. However, Gong Bendao's death caused him to remain hidden. In Car 8, he hadn't seen a single challenger moving around, nor had any strange occurrences been spotted. Since the train compartments would self-destruct in order, and they could grab resurrection cards from crew members, it no longer made sense to stay hidden. Qin Liu is currently in carriage 5, let him have carriages 6 and 7. I will move forward, and for each one I see, I will kill. You won't get to drop any more gear. After deciding on his direction, Danny gripped his nunchaku tightly and made his way towards carriage 9. He quickly discovered that the door to carriage 9 was locked, and there was no way for him to open it. What do you mean I can't go to other carriages? The doors are locked, how am I supposed to go? Strange, why is that Qin Liu kid moving around? Aren't the doors to carriages 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 locked too? Or does he have some secret door opening trick? Danny paced back and forth. Looking up at the smoke alarm, Danny grinned, an idea came to him. He walked back to the carriage and forcibly snatched a challenger's phone, dismantling the battery. After a quick short-circuit operation, sparks flew. He tossed in some flammable materials, and the carriage was soon filled with thick smoke, triggering the smoke alarm. Quickly, a crew member ran over from the direction of carriage 9 and swiftly opened the door to carriage 8. I strike! Danny hid by the door, and as the crew member's head peeked in, he swung his nunchaku at him. Bang! The crisp sound rang out. The crew member was actually wearing a helmet. Why did you hit me? The crew member twisted his face towards Danny. Danny was startled for a moment, but the next second, once he regained his composure, he unleashed a series of swift attacks. He continued until he knocked the crew member to the ground. He, so easy to beat. Your resurrection card is mine now. Danny crouched down and reached into the crew member's pocket. Chapter 29. Danny was overjoyed. He truly pulled out a golden card from the crew member's pocket. So it was this easy to ambush. Just how weak were those taken down by the weird? Danny was about to search again when a powerful energy suddenly burst out, directly sending him flying. In the blaze, the crew member Danny had knocked down stood up, engulfed in flames. Evil. Danny didn't finish his sentence when the crew member grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground. You violated the rules, eliminated. Whoosh. The crew member's skeletal mouth opened wide, and a blast of intense flame shot out, instantly turning Danny to ash. Supreme Rule, Challenger Danny from the Philippines, incorrect way of keeping warm, triggered the smoke alarm, died in fiery flames. Challenge failure for the Philippines, deducting 20 points from national luck, remaining national luck 60 points. Weirdness descends on Manila, the entire country enters a high-temperature state for 3 months. Is this the second time the Philippines has participated in the Rule Bazaar Challenge? They lost 40 points of national luck in 2 attempts, and now the weirdness has gone straight to the capital, looking pretty miserable. I don't even know where the Philippines is, but that weirdness that took down Danny was really cool. Really? Is there a screenshot? A video? Please. Don't be too much, they are already in such a miserable state, and you are worshipping the weird? If your challenger was taken down by that weird, would you be like this? Be a human. Upstairs, do you know how naive you sound? Does Qin Liu know? To Dragon Country Rule Bazaar Command Center, inform Qin Liu that the weird in Carriage 8 is really cool, let him take it to team up with Sister Toilet. Countries as miserable as the Philippines are not few. After those challengers who had fought the crew member weird died, there wasn't much buzz. But since Danny was taken down by the cool weird, many people began to focus on the Philippines. Of course, no one cared about his disaster, everyone purely wanted to see how cool the weird was. Philippines? Is that the country that is fighting you for islands? One asked curiously after the death announcement. Just a clown, not worth mentioning, Qin Liu said coldly. Exactly, daring to challenge the mighty dragon country without realizing their own strength. Big brother, that Danny died from being burned by flames, just like Park Duan Gun. Our gear only protects against cold and not heat, how are we going to safely pass through Carriage 8? Lakuri frowned and asked. It's indeed a little trouble. Let's tidy up and first deal with the issues in Carriages 6 and 7, Qin Liu said. Big brother, if I unfortunately encounter an accident, you must use your revival card for me. I am your most loyal little brother. Even if we return to the real world, I will always recognize you as my big brother, Lakuri said with a pleading look, his eyes pitiful. Stop with your bad luck, will you? You're already worrying before anything has even happened. Can't you hope for some good for yourself? Qin Liu scolded. Lukuri's expression was bitter, forcing a smile. Big brother, you're right. Before he finished speaking, a loud noise came from behind. Both of them turned around, only to see Park Duanquan, who had been closely following them, now several meters behind. He stood by the window, his legs trembling, his face glistening with sweat, and his phone had fallen to the ground. What's going on? What tricks are you trying to pull now? Lukuri angrily walked back. Lukuri picked up Park Duanquan's phone and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The phone screen was actually crushed by Park Duanquan. What the hell are you? Lukuri opened his mouth to curse but found that Park Duanquan was not quite right. His face was covered in sweat, his complexion either bluish or red-black, muscles tensed, twitching, his expression was one of wanting to cry but unable to, wanting to shout but unable to. Only a shocked person would have such an expression. Big brother, it seems something went wrong, Lukuri called back. Qin Liu approached, waved a hand in front of Park Duanquan's eyes, and found that his gaze was stiff and unresponsive. What's going on? Johnny is your dad, he died. Ah. Lukuri had just said the word died, when Park Duanquan shrieked. His face twisted, veins bulging on his neck, as if he wanted to snap his own neck. This distorted scream was as powerful as the little weirdness in Carriage 2, causing Qin Liu and Lukuri to step back in alarm. The scream lasted about 3 seconds. And then suddenly stopped. Park Duanquan stood by the window, his body stiff, his expression dazed. Lukuri blinked and swallowed a mouthful of cool saliva. Big brother, what happened to him? Is he possessed? Lukuri trembled and asked. Qin Liu was just about to step forward to check when their phones rang simultaneously. Supreme Rule, challenger from Kimchi Nation has died, challenge failed, deducting 20 points of national fortune, Kimchi Nation has 60 points of national fortune left, strange phenomena descended upon Taejun, Han River monster sightings. This death announcement plunged both the Blue Star world and the Strange Talk world into silence. On the Snow Country Strange vehicle, challengers who previously had not received messages about revival cards from the command center. How did another challenger from Kimchi Nation die? Did 2 challengers from Kimchi Nation come? It's Park Duanquan again, didn't he just die a few minutes ago? WTF? Did the Supreme Rule just send a message, or have I lost my memory and got the Mandela effect? Challengers who had received messages about revival cards from the command center. That useless trash, just revived and then died, really wasted Qin Liu's revival card. Second death, punishment will still arrive, looks like this time Kimchi Nation is going to wail in grief. Strange, why didn't the Supreme Rule say how Park Duanquan died this time? Could it be that the revival time of the revival card is just that short? The Supreme Rule doesn't want to expose the existence of the revival card, so it didn't announce the cause of death? Many challengers itching to grab revival cards began to have second thoughts. If you can only live for a little over 10 minutes after revival, how many revival cards would you need to survive to the final destination? After a brief moment of silence, Kimchi Nation erupted into a heart-wrenching wail. The first death already brought double punishment, why are you punishing us now? Supreme Rule, you are unfair. Dead trash, why can't you just die completely? You took down 3 cities in our country. Qin Liu, dear father, please, if you still have a revival card, don't revive Park Duanquan anymore. Leave it to yourself, the pickled cucumber country can't bear such torment. Agreed. The dragon country has a vast territory and many cities, it can withstand punishment. Qin Liu, you should revive yourself, live as many times as you want. The live stream from the pickled cucumber country was still on. First, they broadcasted the horrific scene of the strange arrival in Daitian, then the monster from the Han River came ashore to eat people, the bloodshed was even worse than the fiery outbreak in Busan. Chapter 30. The second penalty for the pickled cucumber country made command centers around the world feel a wave of fear. Those command centers that sent card-grabbing messages to their challengers were relieved their challengers weren't strong enough to grab the card. And those who didn't send messages were quietly praising their own cleverness. Reviving oneself is in their interest. But dying and living repeatedly, the one paying the price is the country. Let alone a small country like the pickled cucumber country, even the bear Fong and dragon eagle can't withstand it. In the carriage, Longguo observed Park Duanquan's dead state and quickly drew a conclusion. Big brother, he seems to have died of fright. Could it be that this carriage has some terrifying oddity that we can't see? Longguo shuddered and kept inching closer to Qin Liu. That's not it. Qin Liu held Park Duanquan's phone, he must have seen Johnny's death announcement. Longguo blinked in confusion, but Johnny's death announcement doesn't seem that scary. It looks ordinary to us. But you also saw the self-destruction of Carriage 2, it was due to high temperatures, and Johnny was burned to death. I guess little Park died of stress trauma, Qin Liu slowly explained. Stress trauma? So this guy really hasn't lost his memory, he remembers exactly how he died. Longguo suddenly got angry, regardless of the details of respecting the dead, he wanted to kick Park Dwan-kuen's corpse. Qin Liu held him back, continuing, little Park started to act strange after seeing the death announcement, and then you came running up talking about life and death, so he. Qin Liu shrugged, waved his hand, and sighed. Laculai huffed, big brother, I can't be blamed for this. He said he doesn't remember anything, and I didn't know he had stress trauma and couldn't hear the word death thought. I'm not blaming you. But you have to be careful in the future, you must never say anything like that in front of him, Qin Liu advised. Okay, of course. Laculai agreed wholeheartedly. The next second. Huh? Big brother, what did you say? Can't say it in the future? You're not going to revive him again, are you? Laculai was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. I still have a revival card. Last time he revived, we didn't properly care for him and even stimulated him. As teammates, that was very inappropriate. Qin Liu sighed and pulled out a shiny revival card, placing it on Park Dwan-kuen's hand. In the Pickled Cucumber Country's live stream. Hajima, Qin Liu, please stop. Don't revive him again. Seba. Dog Qin Liu, you're full of righteousness and morality, but your heart is as dark as a rat. You're not helping Park Dwan-kuen, you're harming our country. Command Center, quickly contact the Dragon Country, tell Qin Liu to stop. Damiya. The Pickled Cucumber Country, don't be so ungrateful, Simaida. Qin Liu is helping Park Dwan-kuen, and you're still slandering him. The Pickled Cucumber Country is truly the most untrustworthy country. Qin Liu's righteousness, no one can defeat it. Seba people should learn what it means to help someone to the end. Qin Liu, in the past, I had no choice, but now, I want to be a good person. Some people are dead, yet he is still alive. Some are alive, yet he has already died. Regardless of Qin Liu's intentions for reviving Park Dwan-kuen, Dragon Country netizens, upon seeing this result, certainly went to the Pickled Cucumber Country to throw their sarcasm at them. When they achieved 3 consecutive victories, they had thoroughly trampled on Dragon Country. Whether Qin Liu could ultimately win is yet to be seen. Now that the opportunity has come, we must go back. In the Whales of the Pickle Kingdom, Park Dwan-kuen came to life once again. This time, the punishment is still impossible to withdraw. There is also no resurrection reward. You all. Park Dwan-kuen's muscles twitched, his expression a mix of shock and fear, his stiff hands searching his face and body. You just got scared. Lakori was about to utter the word die, but Qin Liu quickly covered his mouth. Did you forget what I told you? If you keep talking nonsense, I will sew your mouth shut. Qin Liu said sternly. Lakori's eyes filled with tears, his face red, nodding repeatedly, signaling Qin Liu to let go. Big brother, my nose. Lakori cried out, tears streaming down. Qin Liu looked and found that Lakori's nose was broken. Sorry, I used a bit too much strength. I'll help you straighten it, close your eyes, and I'll count to 3. Crack. Woo-woo. Park Lakori held his face, lying on the ground groaning in pain. You count, big brother. Qin Liu let Lakori rest aside, while he soothed Park Dwan-kuen's emotions. Watching Qin Liu's sincere and serious expression, the live stream chat began to discuss again. He looks so professional. Turns out he's a big warm-hearted guy, I love it. Just now, I thought he was not kind for reviving Park Dwan-kuen, but it seems he is genuinely kind. I can't keep up. So handsome, warm, and smart. Such a man, give me a dozen. What are you even worth to want a dozen men like Qin Liu? Show me your bare-faced photo first. Qin Liu guided Park Dwan-kuen to think about some of his shining moments on stage, thinking about how he was adored by others. Park Dwan-kuen was brought back from the memories of death, his expression gradually improving. Big brother, thank you for helping me this way without holding grudges. I was really wrong before. I lied to you, I didn't lose my memory at all, I just didn't have the courage to face you. Woo-woo. Park Dwan-kuen bowed in thanks, crying with snot and tears. Let the past be the past, don't think about it. We need to look forward. Wipe your nose, your fans are watching you. Qin Liu kindly helped Park Dwan-kuen up. Lakori covered his nose and scoffed. Big brother, you still. Faced with Qin Liu's glare, Lakori immediately dared not speak. On the way back to car number 5, Park Dwan-kuen kept expressing his loyalty, as if he could shield Qin Liu from bullets. Lakori followed behind, saying arigato, mei yang yang sang. The 3 returned to car number 5, and the people waiting there, including Afei, were astonished to see Park Dwan-kuen come back. Wasn't this guy dead twice? How is he still alive? Curious, but they didn't dare to ask. However, Lakori was very enthusiastic and vividly described what had happened. The big brother from the Dragon Kingdom is really nice. Afei and others praised with admiration. Third brother, how many resurrection cards does the big brother from the Dragon Kingdom have? It seems there are none left. So you all need to behave from now on, don't die carelessly. Not everyone is as lucky as Park Shiba. Lakori said seriously. Athei and others nodded obediently like quails. During the rest period, Lakori followed the arrangements and was responsible for wrapping up and putting away the bodies in car number 5. Lakori watched Park Dwankuan sitting idly, feeling quite displeased. Seeing him not even daring to look at the bodies, a bad thought surged up. Big brother, these dead people will sooner or later be turned to ashes with the destruction of the carriage, why waste the bedding to wrap them? Lakori asked loudly. Park Dwankuan heard the word destruction and his face twisted again, fingers curling like claws, crawling in darkness. Oh dear, big brother, little Park is acting up again. Did I stimulate him with my words? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use the word destruction. Lakori quickly apologized. Park Dwankuan screamed, grabbing his face and pulling his hair, looking like a ghost. It's over, I'm going to die again. I don't know which city it will be this time. The Pickle Kingdom fell silent in its wailing. Screams in the sinking. Chapter 31. Despicable, shameless, filthy. Qin Liu, I curse you. The most sinister on Blue Star, Qin Liu. While others work hard to earn luck for their country, he uses the rules of strange talk to destroy other countries. I suggest we quickly contact Eagle Uncle, let Brad establish an alliance to hunt Qin Liu and kill him. That's right. Once he has more resurrection cards, he can die and come back, then kill again, and come back again. The whole world will be destroyed by him, and in the end, only the Dragon Country will be left on Blue Star. I propose we mobilize the entire country, invade the Dragon Country, and annex its territory. Then the Dragon Country will cease to exist, and Qin Liu will automatically perish in the world of strange talk, so he will no longer be a threat to other countries. The Dragon Country netizens looked at the hidden talents of the Pickle Country and couldn't help but laugh out loud. They were initially trapped in the rigid thinking that Qin Liu is a saint, but upon seeing the comments from the Pickle Country, they suddenly felt enlightened. The saint was actually plotting to destroy the Pickle Country. Look how clever. Is this the power of intelligence that leaves people questioning? Only because his IQ is too high, beyond human bounds, did the strange talk have to express surprise with a question mark. Seeing Park Dwankuan was about to gasp again, Qin Liu rushed to him, took out a rice ball, broke a piece off, and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, Park Dwankuan's emotions were miraculously pulled back. His whole body, which was tense, gradually returned to a relaxed state. Ha! No way! So Qin Liu really is saving people. Hey, you Westerners, stop conspiracy theorizing about Qin Liu, it's really disgusting. Open your sour radish eyes and see clearly, if Qin Liu wanted to harm Park Dwankuan, he wouldn't need to feed him rice balls. He could just wait for him to die and take out a resurrection card. The saying a dog bites Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person is exactly about you Pickle Country folks. In an instant, the live stream room of the Pickle Country was overwhelmed by comments from Dragon Country netizens. The Pickle Country people also wanted to fight back, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find a strong and satisfying rebuttal. Some rational types were even more confused at this moment. The effect of the rice ball was evident. Athei and the others watched in surprise, their eyes shining, mouth watering. In addition to the enticing aroma of the rice ball, the main reason was that they had been highly stressed and needed something like a rice ball to help heal them. Third brother, does the rice ball from the Dragon Country big brother also get rid of strange things? It looks so magical. Athei said eagerly. Magical? It's just that the scent of the rice distracted Park Dwankuan's attention. At this point, stuffing a lump of dirt in his mouth would have the same effect. Lakori waved his hand, bringing Athei and the others closer, saying mysteriously, let me tell you, you mustn't tell big brother, okay? Athei and the others could only nod, not daring to say anything else. Big brother's rice ball, I've had it, it's really hard to eat. And it will make your stomach hurt. Do you know what having a stomachache means? Athei and the others looked at each other like groundhogs, then shook their heads in unison. Why are you all so dumb? A stomachache means you have to go to the bathroom, and what does going to the bathroom mean? Athei and the others started, suddenly realizing, their faces revealing fear. So, you mustn't target rice balls, or you won't know how you die. Lakori spoke animatedly, astonishing Athei and the others, leaving them stunned. What are you studying so mysteriously? Qin Liu suddenly asked. Lakori hurriedly smiled widely, I was telling them about how Big Brother led us from carriage number 2 all the way here. Cough. Park Dwankuan suddenly coughed loudly, and his face changed drastically. He was already sensitive enough that he couldn't even hear carriage number 2. That was his place of death. Lakori glanced sideways, pretending to know nothing, and looked directly at the bodies. Big Brother, are they just left here like this? Ah, it's such a pity I don't have a resurrection card anymore. Otherwise, I would definitely revive them immediately. Qin Liu's face was full of guilt. The land of the dead, unless you can guarantee they won't die again after reviving them, it's better to let them rest in peace. Our small country can't afford such trouble. Qin Liu took out a new duvet cover and covered their faces. I promise you, once I get a resurrection card, I will save you. But mainly, resurrection cards are too expensive. He wasn't sure if the revived would have special attributes like Park Duanquan to help him regain his scare points. He really didn't want to buy that card costing 10,000. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get down to business. Qin Liu stuffed the super-powered backpack into Lakuli's hands. Collect everything you can fit in there. Lakuli was stunned and speechless for a moment, caught off guard by such trust. Previously, only Park Duanquan had received such treatment. What about before? At most, he had helped carry a bag, and the rest of the time, he was responsible for moving and disassembling things. What's wrong? Is it hard for you? Qin Liu asked. It's not hard at all. Thank you, big brother, for trusting me. I'm going to pack it up now, I promise I won't miss a single hair. Lakuli was extremely excited. Who the hell wants to pack those useless things? Check thoroughly, if there's any hair on the duvet or mattress, shake it off clean before packing it. Yes, yes, yes. Leave it to me, big brother, you can rest assured. Lakuli glanced proudly at the others, as if showcasing the fruits of victory. Ah Fei felt a pang in his heart. To be trusted like this by Qin Liu, what an honor. He really couldn't understand when these 4 lucky babies would be able to have such a strong bond with Qin Liu. So envious. Park Duanquan's face was stiff, and his heart felt even colder. In the end, Qin Liu didn't trust him. Big brother, be careful. He might take your bag and run. Park Duanquan said. You traitor, you mother asterisk. Lakuli roared in anger, who do you think you are to say that? You think everyone is as dark and selfish as you, a traitor? Who the hell stole the bag and died in the second carriage? Park Duanquan was provoked, and suddenly, his muscles tensed, shaking all over. You really are. Qin Liu scolded Lakuli half-heartedly, then forcibly stuffed the rest of a rice ball into Park Duanquan's mouth to stabilize his mental state. Big brother, Park Duanquan still couldn't let it go, wanting to continue speaking ill of Lakuli. Stop wasting time, hurry up and pack. Yes. Big brother is wise. Lakuli said with a wronged face, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. Little Park Duanquan might self-destruct at any moment, yet he still dared to be the first to complain about others? I'll play you to death. Lakuli took a few steps, then turned back to see Qin Liu working with the bodies again. Qin Liu took out a small notebook and pen, matching the bodies with the identities in the information group, then wrote them down in the notebook. When he saw the body that had been shot to the point of being unrecognizable, Qin Liu truly couldn't confirm who it was. After all, nearly 100 challengers had died, but the death declarations from the Supreme Rules weren't detailed enough to say where each person died and what they looked like. Feeling around the body, he discovered it carried many small sealed bags. Qin Liu immediately understood, the deceased was a challenger from the ODI Empire with the occupation marked as biologist. The next scene startled both the challengers beside Qin Liu and those in the livestream. Qin Liu pulled out a dagger he had borrowed from Ruan Sofongan. The flesh on a person's jaw is the tenderest. Look at how neatly he cuts it, he wouldn't want to create a body mahjong, would he? Yuck. Are you guys even human? Don't any of you have a normal mindset? Laka's scalp tightened as he watched. He stopped packaging things and timidly asked, Big brother, what are you doing? I'm making a specimen to preserve. Even if their bodies are destroyed, with this piece of tissue and a resurrection card, I can bring them back to life anytime, anywhere. Qin Liu's face was solemn and earnest. 2 worlds fell silent, only the barrage was explosive on the screen. If even a saint is this detailed, I am truly impressed. Let's move the statue from Leshan, it's more fitting to place Qin Liu there. I suggest carving a statue of Qin Liu thousands of meters high on the moon, so he can overlook the blue planet, shining forever. Such a noble scene, yet it made the nations of the Death Challengers tremble in fear. Can we claim compensation after being resurrected? It's really unbearable to lose so many times in a spooky tale. I will verify identity information. Afei, help me write down the info on top. Xiaopu, you handle the packaging, and everyone else, please conduct a second verification. Qin Liu didn't want to make a mistake. 1 resurrection card costs 1,000 scare points, it's very important who gets resurrected, their value must at least equal. Although Afei was scared to the point of trembling, he was very serious and quickly got into the rhythm while standardizing identity information. He even helped Pu Duanquan with the packaging, moving swiftly. What are you showing off for? Do you think being this proactive will make Qin Liu pay special attention to you? A guy without any special skills, he wouldn't reuse you. Pu Duanquan felt lucky but cursed inwardly. Wow, who knew you were actually quite capable? Laku said with a nod. Fa smiled with innocence. I used to be a tailor, worked in a factory tightening screws, and also learned some repair skills. I opened a repair shop myself. You're quite the handyman. With your skills, it shouldn't be hard to take apart these bedboards, doors, or windows, right? Qin Liu also became interested in Fa. As long as I have the right tools, it should be possible. Awesome. Hey, I warn you, I hope you use your skills for good, don't be like some people with bad intentions. Laku huffed. Fa trembled in fear, lowering his head, not daring to meet Laku's gaze. You saved me, I'm grateful, I have no intention of doing anything bad. I don't have that ability or guts. Saying pretty words is useless, there are those better than you at talking, and the result is... Are you done packing your stuff while chatting here? Qin Liu interrupted Laku's words. Laku was taken aback, quickly smiling apologetically. Big brother, don't be angry, I'll pack it right now. After finishing with car 5, there were 15 minutes left before car 3 self-destructed. Qin Liu took a few younger brothers and continued towards car 6. Here, they didn't need to open the door, but they remained tense and alert at all times. The door was open, like a welcome banner reading, "Welcome to your death." Upon lifting the curtain to enter, Qin Liu and his group were stunned. There were no sleeping berths or seats, but rather a machine that was running. Big brother, there are words here. Laku pointed at a black sign on the wall. Qin Liu took a look. There were 3 lines of text: production workshop, passenger forbidden to enter, violators will bear the consequences. Damn it. Laku stomped hard. If entry is not allowed, that means they are completely denying the people in cars 1, 2, 3, and 4 their lives. Are they just waiting for self-destruction? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say those 2 words. Laku quickly apologized to Pu Duanquan. Pu Duanquan trembled and frowned, looking extremely pained. Big brother, I'm fine, I'm much better now. Pu Duanquan said, trembling. This time, I truly didn't mean it. Laku explained pitifully. All right. Qin Liu was somewhat disgusted by their quarrel. It's not just this car that doesn't let us in. Rule 6 is to keep us away from any of the carriages. Yeah, how could I be so confused? Lakuri rubbed his forehead. But there is a special warning here, perhaps this carriage is not ordinary. Everyone, be careful. Qin Liu said in a deep voice. No sooner had he spoken than a tall figure suddenly appeared above the machine. He was wielding a shovel, scooping something inside the machine. Looking at his outfit, he wasn't wearing a staff uniform but an apron, tall and robust, more like a butcher. Qin Liu activated his identification ability. Neat man production carriage worker. Is that it? No combat power or weaknesses or anything? Neat man production carriage worker. What kind of junk identification ability is this? You're not giving any useful information at all. The system switched to repeat mode, making Qin Liu's head buzz. Only when he stopped complaining did the system finally quiet down. The doorway where Qin Liu and the others stood was illuminated, and theoretically, that meat man should have seen them, but he seemed completely oblivious. Big brother, you should be keeping that creepy soldier's gun, right? Take it out and take a shot to see what's going on. It's safer than charging in for close combat. Lakuri suggested. Qin Liu gave him a look that said you're quite smart, and coldly replied, no. He genuinely didn't have it. When Sister Toilet took out the creepy soldier, even the soldier's equipment turned to dust. Qin Liu took out a dazzling knife and knocked it against something several times. The others were so scared that every hair on their bodies stood up, huddling behind Qin Liu, almost ready to flee back to carriage number 5. Big brother, please don't do anything reckless. Lakuri said in fright. To their surprise, the sound of Qin Liu's knocks went unnoticed by the meat man, who didn't even lift his head, completely focused on scooping things into the machine. Could it be like the creepy soldier, unable to see or hear? But the creepy soldier's observation ability was incredibly strong, so why does this one seem so dull? Qin Liu wondered. Little Pooh, come out and showcase your talent. Qin Liu called back. Pu Duanquan poked his head out. Big brother, what talent should I showcase? Sing and dance rap. Pu Duanquan blinked, then understood Qin Liu's intention and felt on the verge of tears. Go on, superstar. It's your showtime now. Lakuri also realized Qin Liu's meaning and grinned widely. Pu Duanquan was 1,000 times unwilling but still steeled himself and walked out. Chapter 33. Seeing Pu Duanquan start singing and dancing rap again, Dragon Kingdom netizens laughed. Netizens from Kimchi Country, however, were furious. See? I told you Qin Liu reviving Appa was not for good. He wants Appa to use his singing and dancing ability to attract the weirdness. The rules are clear, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Qin Liu revived Pu Duanquan and made him utilize his abilities without violating the rule against free rides. You Kimchi Westby can't understand Qin Liu's good intentions at all. Westby, drop dead. Then why don't you let Qin Liu not revive Pu Duanquan? We never asked him to. What a cunning and deceitful guy. Qin Liu is noble and helps people completely out of kindness and instinct, he doesn't need anyone to plead with him. The command center in Kimchi country had dark faces. They couldn't stop Qin Liu, nor could they control Pu Duanquan's life or death, they could only clutch their thighs and watch helplessly. Now they had just one wish. Whether Pu dies or lives, we don't care anymore, but please don't let any weirdness descend upon Kimchi country again. Pu Duanquan danced harder and harder. However, carriage number 6 had no abnormalities at all, not even a hint of cold wind. That tall meat man still buried his head in work. Big brother, could it be that after Pu Shiba died and was revived, his ability to attract weirdness is gone? I have a bold thought. Lakuri said with a smirk. If you have an idea, just do it. Don't rely on me for everything, you don't need to report everything to me. Qin Liu said. Got it. The elder brother is teaching a lesson. Lakuli understood and his smile became even more brilliant. Alright, enough singing, even singing to death probably won't bring out the weirdness. You might as well tell the elder brother how you died before, so he can analyze and summarize it for you. If the carriage self-destructs and you can't escape in time, what should you pay attention to? Lakuli blabbered on wildly. Before he finished speaking, the lively Park Duanquan suddenly got cramps all over, let out a piercing scream, and fell to the ground, twisting and crawling. Park Duanquan's scream was so explosive that it truly startled the meat man. Lakuli trembled at the sight and dragged Park Duanquan back to Qin Liu's side. Is this your bold idea? Qin Liu rebuked while stuffing rice balls into Park Duanquan's mouth. Elder brother, look. Lakuli did not follow up with the conversation but pointed ahead. The tall meat man was looking towards them. But it did not charge forward, instead, it leaped and jumped directly into the rolling machinery. Everyone? What's going on? Did Park Duanquan's twisted scream scare the weirdness to the point of committing suicide? Thinking of Qin Liu's strategy of using weirdness to fight weirdness, many clever minds in the Blue Star world had a thought together. This Park Duanquan probably isn't human anymore. In the live streaming room of Pickled Vegetable Country. These two people are so disgusting, one singing while the other responds, making my Appa look ridiculous, it's too much. Qin Liu is even more disgusting. Clearly, he is using Appa, yet he acts all righteous and pushes the blame onto Lakuli. If he returns to the real world alive, I will definitely kill him. You guys, don't rush. Look how amazing your Appa is, with just a song and dance, he took out a weirdness. So powerful, my classmate Qin Liu can't compare. My challengers help your Pickled Vegetable Country challengers develop combat potential, and instead of being grateful, you say Lakuli is disgusting? You guys are the ones who are really disgusting. Qin Liu and Lakuli teamed up in the world of weird tales, and the netizens from Rabbit Family and the Three Kingdoms stood together against Pickled Vegetable Country. For a moment, the live streaming room and various international social media platforms were buzzing with excitement. Elder brother, that weirdness committed suicide, doesn't that mean carriage number 6 is safe now? Lakuli asked, pride lighting up his face. Qin Liu remained silent and did not answer. The system did not notify him of the weirdness's death. He couldn't determine whether the weirdness was dead or if it thought it was scared to death by Park Duanquan, therefore not awarding him any fright points. I revived him with my resurrection card, theoretically, he should be like Toilet Sister, they killed a weirdness, I should have fright points income too. Could it be that the meat man didn't die? Qin Liu pondered silently. A Park Duanquan, who had calmed down after being fed rice balls, suddenly shouted and jumped up, rushing towards the front carriage. That scared me. Elder brother, is he crazy? Lakuli was both shocked and angry. You all stay here. Qin Liu instructed quickly and got up to chase after him. Lakuli hesitated for a second but followed closely behind. Fa and the others looked at each other, still feeling that it was safer to stay with Qin Liu. After some eye contact, they all chose to keep up. Ziz. The lights in the carriage flickered twice and went out. Carriage number 6 was suddenly plunged into darkness. Whoosh. As they neared the machinery, a cold wind suddenly swept through the carriage. This wind had no direction, as if it sprang up at random from the floor of the carriage. A cold wind suddenly blew under Lakuli's feet, lifting him off the ground. Elder brother. Lakuli screamed, blindly reached out, and tightly hugged Qin Liu's waist. At that moment, Qin Liu also grabbed hold of Park Duanquan, the three of them connected, and the powerful suction was pulling them toward the front window. Qin Liu realized something was wrong and shouted, hold on tight, retreat. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes emerged, more and more, soon becoming densely packed. Qin Liu dragged two people, barely retreating back to carriage number 5. Carriage number 6 was weird. Like a raging crimson tide, it surged and roared toward carriage number 5, arriving at the door in an instant. Close your eyes. Qin Liu shouted, pulling out the dazzling knife, drawing it from its sheath. The blinding white light flashed, and the screams grew even more deafening. Those strange creatures flooding in all fell to the floor, writhing in pain and wailing under the knife's glow. The strange ones in front, their red eyes unseen, twisted and crawled across the floor in darkness. The strange ones behind still glimmered with red light, surging from above. Layer upon layer, they came like a mountain collapsing into the sea. Seeing that the knife light couldn't kill them, Qin Liu hurriedly exchanged for 2 strings of firecrackers, lit them, and threw them forward. With a crackling explosion, the firecrackers managed to push back the creatures in front of it, the fear value increasing rapidly. Unfortunately, the strange ones were numerous and relentless. Once the firecrackers finished, they charged forward with a roar. Is this endless? Are they going to hollow me out? Qin Liu put away the 3rd string of firecrackers he was holding and took out the bag containing the shadow creature, tearing open the bag and pulling the string to throw it. The shadow creature, filled with hate value, immediately went on a rampage once freed. The system alerts sounded one after another, the fear value increasing by the thousands. Xiao La, lock the door. Qin Liu shouted. Longguo Li hurriedly got up, frantically working to secure the door. What about Fei and the others? Qin Liu asked. They're dead. Park Duan-Cohen leaned against the bathroom door, holding 2 phones, one his own and the other Fei's. Chapter 34. Just now in the dark, something hit my face. It was Fei's phone. Park Duan-Cohen said coldly. Dead? It's you who got them killed. Longguo Li was quite frightened, remembering that Park Duan-Cohen was the instigator, wanting to take advantage of the situation. Just as he was about to rush forward, he instead moved closer to Qin Liu. Hey, you can say dead by yourself? Aren't you supposed to be in shock? A series of dead slipped out, but Park Duan-Cohen stood there expressionless. The ghostly light from the phone illuminated his pale face, sending chills down the spine. Bro, this guy is not right. Longguo Li warned. Qin Liu also sensed something was off, having already scanned Park Duan-Cohen with his identification ability. His data panel was identical to the revealed rules, and the system still referred to him as human. Although the system lacked flashy functions and the identification was somewhat basic, it was precisely because of this that the system's identification seemed more reliable. Park Duan-Cohen had just been eating rice balls, the one shoved into his mouth still undigested in his stomach. What happened to you just now? Qin Liu asked. I don't know. I just felt suddenly stimulated, and then an impulse drove me to run that way. Bro, believe me, I really didn't mean to harm everyone. Park Duan-Cohen revealed a look of urgency and fear. Qin Liu wasn't certain if Park Duan-Cohen was telling the truth. But as far as the outcome went, a death event was definitely going to happen, as he had originally been leading them forward. Qin Liu didn't say whether he believed it or not but took out his phone to look. For death announcements were sent out almost at the same time, precisely for Fei and the others. Bro, do you believe this? He almost got us all killed. I suspect he's not human anymore. Longguo Li stated clearly. Then tell me, what happened up ahead? Qin Liu countered. Longguo Li stammered, unable to speak. Qin Liu exchanged for a pair of sunglasses and put them on, looking towards carriage number 6. Because the upgraded sunglasses had night vision capabilities, even though carriage 6 was dark, he could see clearly. The audience from the Dragon Country, following Qin Liu's perspective, saw the situation in carriage number 6. The shadow creature was on a killing spree. But it could not withstand the numerous strange beings surging in from outside, and it was slowly dragged toward the window, ultimately being pulled out. At that moment, the system's fear value alert also stopped sounding. The shadow creature did not know whether it was dead. Still influenced by the bazaar outside the train, from this moment on, Qin Liu was no longer just a worker. In this battle, the damage from the dazzling dog-eye knife, combined with 2 strings of firecrackers, resulted in a total scare value of less than 2,000. The shadow's strange bloody battle outside many windows allowed Qin Liu to gain nearly 20,000 scare points. It killed a bazaar, and the scare value was fixed. Unlike Sister Toilet, the first one could give you a boost to 10086, but the 5th one would drop directly to 1,000. Big brother, what did you see? Hearing the silence in carriage 6, La Curry asked softly. He also leaned against the door to look, but saw nothing but darkness. Behind the machine, there is a window that is open, with no glass, Qin Liu said. What does this mean? If I'm not mistaken, this is the trap of carriage 6. The machines and the creatures on them are meant to attract our attention, the real problem is the window. La Curry blinked, indicating he didn't understand. Qin Liu said, Rule 3, do not approach the window, do not stare at the train window. To obey this rule, combined with the machines and the bazaar attracting attention, we could never notice that there was an open window in carriage 6. La Cour and Pu Duanquan were stunned into silence. After a while, La Cour exclaimed angrily, "This Rule 6 is clearly a trap." "It is a trap, but it is also true. If we stare at the train windows in the other carriages, we will definitely run into trouble," Qin Liu said solemnly. "How can anyone defend against a trap and the truth being the same rule? This rule is too insidious." La Cour gritted his teeth. "When God closes a door, he will always open a window. It seems the rules are using Blue Star's philosophical views to attack us." Big brother, the door to carriage 6 is not closed either," La Cour reminded with a cheeky expression. Qin Liu glanced at him. "Don't be a nitpicker, I'm not talking about the door and the window." La Cour pretended to be obedient, but in his heart, he stubbornly muttered, "It's clearly about the door and the window. Big brother, what should we do now? If we don't move forward, once time is up, we will die here. Can we use your dazzling knife and firecrackers to quickly get through carriage 6? La Cour asked. "No way. Just now, you guys felt it. As long as we get close to the window, without waiting for the bazaar outside to come in, the powerful evil wind will blow us out of the window. What really stops us is that outward force," Qin Liu said. "Then we're done for." La Cour's expression wilted, immediately becoming like a deflated inflatable doll, slumping to the floor. "Stop being so down all the time. When faced with difficulties, find a way to solve them, don't just throw your hands up and wait to die," Qin Liu scolded. La Cour still couldn't lift his spirits. Feeling wronged, he said, "Big brother, I don't want to be like this, but what can we do now? Can't we just block the window?" Qin Liu said. La Cour's eyes lit up, but then he wilted again, mumbling, "It's easy for you to say. Where can we find something to block the window? A bedboard, a doorboard, or go break a piece of glass from another carriage?" Qin Liu smiled. "You finally understand. It must be glass that can block the bazaar outside." La Cour thought Qin Liu was joking, but looking at his expression, he was dead serious. "Big brother, you can't be serious, right? If we break the windows of other carriages, wouldn't the bazaar come rushing in?" "Of course, it will come in." Qin Liu glanced at his watch. "So we'll go break the window of carriage 3. At this moment, there were still 7 minutes until carriage 3 self-destructed. La Cour and Pu Duanquan realized that Qin Liu was serious. At this time, going to carriage 3, or breaking the glass, their hearts protested 1,000 times. Waiting here, they might live a little longer. Going to carriage 3 could mean 7 minutes was all they had left. "Big brother, your decision, I wholeheartedly support. But you know me, like the door that's controlled by a computer. I'll do it as you say, no problem at all. But to break the window, it takes physical strength. Give me the tools, and I might not even be able to take it down completely," La Cour said. "Brother, I can only sing and dance rap. If you want me to lure the weird things, I have no objections. But breaking glass? That's beyond me," Park Duanquan quickly expressed his stance. Qin Liu smiled slyly. "I see now, both of you are quite loyal." The two laughed sheepishly, not daring to guess what Qin Liu meant by that. If Ah Fei were alive, breaking the glass wouldn't be difficult for him. It's all their fault for not listening to the big brother. Would staying behind really have killed them? They just had to follow and meet their end, La Cour cursed. "I feel the same way." Qin Liu stuffed his hand into his pocket. "Just so happens I dropped a resurrection card. Let's bring Ah Fei back to life." Chapter 35. The whole world had a puzzled face. How many challengers lost their lives without ever seeing a resurrection card, yet Qin Liu got one again. System, exchange for a resurrection card. Ding. A resurrection card exchanged successfully, consuming 10,000 scare points. Do you want to place it in the super ability bag? No, put it in the pocket of the uniform I'm wearing. The resurrection card has been placed in the host's right pocket, please collect it yourself. In the bewildered, expectant, and shocked eyes of the whole world, Qin Liu pulled out a shiny golden resurrection card from his pocket. What a joke, why does it always drop for him? Are the other challengers not human? Did he just kill the crew member in a weird way? No, right? Could it be that other weird things drop resurrection cards too? The sixth carriage was pitch black, only the sounds of chaos, and among those weird things were 1 or 2 crew member weirdos, no problem. Malaysia was busy dealing with calamities, but upon hearing that Qin Liu wanted to resurrect Ah Fei, they immediately called the Dragon Country Command Center. They only had one request, for Qin Liu not to resurrect Ah Fei. They did not want to replay the tragedy of Pickled Cabbage Country. The Dragon Country Command easily guessed Malaysia's thoughts and refused the call request. Ah Fei can help Qin Liu safely pass through the sixth carriage, so of course they support Qin Liu in resurrecting him. The Malaysia Command Center was furious, cursing and clamoring to sanction Dragon Country and expel the Dragon Country ambassador. Dragon Country remained unmoved. Nothing is more important than Qin Liu safely passing through. Now, throughout the Dragon Country Command, no one said Qin Liu couldn't do it. Even if some of his flashy actions made everyone truly feel he was incapable, they still verbally supported him, desperately finding excuses. This had become an unwritten rule of the Dragon Country Command. Whoever slanders Qin Liu will be viewed as an outlier. The fate of Pickled Cabbage Country also entertained the Dragon Country netizens, except for those overly kind-hearted. As long as it's not Qin Liu dying repeatedly, for the Dragon Country people, that means peace in the world. How many times have your other countries faced weird things? That's none of my business. I just don't care, I'm just a citizen of Dragon Country, come bite me if you dare. Such things as holy words and deeds can be represented by Qin Liu, we won't get involved. Qin Liu took out the resurrection card and placed it on Ah Fei's phone. Again, bright golden light shone. Again, colorful light gathered. Ah Fei, who had no hair left, was gloriously resurrected by the DNA left on the phone. I'm not dead? Am I really not dead? Ah Fei repeated in shock. His expression and movements were exactly like those of Park Duanquan when he was resurrected. No, it was Big Brother who used the resurrection card to bring you back to life, Likuri said. Ah Fei recalled his death experience, shook his head vigorously, forcing himself not to think about it. Thank you, Big Brother. Thank you for saving me. Ah Fei cried with gratitude. Although he had thought that if he was unfortunate enough to die, Qin Liu would choose to save him. But thinking and reality were different, he felt he didn't have much ability, so Qin Liu probably wouldn't save him. Unexpectedly, a quarter of the lucky prize actually fell upon him. No need to thank me. I said, as long as I have the card, I will save anyone who dies. I ask you, if there are tools, you should be able to remove the glass window of the car, right? Qin Liu asked. I can, but I don't have the tools. Huh? What? Brother, you want to break the car's glass? Ah Fei instantly perked up. What kind of reckless behavior is this? Do you also want to experience the thrill of coming back to life? That's good. Xiao La, open the door. Qin Liu said. Huh? La Cooley was so shocked he couldn't speak. Huh, what? Open the door. I will go get the tools, you three wait here. Brother, not to mention the danger of car 6, how do you know there are tools? La Cooley asked, stunned. Are you a computer engineer or a problem child? It's only been 5 minutes. Qin Liu said sharply. La Cooley shivered, not daring to ask more, and hurriedly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Qin Liu rushed forward without hesitation. Since the lighting in car 6 had not returned, La Cooley and the others could not see what Qin Liu was doing inside at all. In less than half a minute, Qin Liu hurriedly ran back. In his hand, he held a toolbox. The audience in the live stream was stunned. Car 6 is your home? You say there is a toolbox, and there really is a toolbox? Isn't this a bit too obvious? Qin Liu took the three of them and quickly ran towards car 3. While running, he explained to them why he was sure there would be a toolbox in car 6. Where there are traps, there must be something to deal with them. Because this is a rule challenge, the supreme rule must be designed to leave a way out for the challengers, it just depends on whether the challengers can find a way to survive. And this is the essence of the challenge. In the Dragon Country live stream room. Although I don't know how his question with a question mark IQ thought of this issue, I think what he said makes a lot of sense. This guy is really bold, he dares to think and dares to act. If it were someone else, even if they could think of this, they definitely wouldn't dare to go back to car 6 to get the toolbox, right? Awesome 666. This is how a rule challenge should be. An IQ of a question mark means they can do whatever they want. I have a question, why does he need to go back to car 3 to remove the glass? Can't he take car 5 instead? Someone upstairs, luckily this time, the challenger from Dragon Country isn't you, otherwise, with your IQ, Dragon Country would be done for. You're amazing, you should explain why. I don't know, so like you, I can only sit here typing on the keyboard, ha ha ha. When Qin Liu and the others arrived at car 3, they didn't pause to catch their breath and immediately began to remove the glass window. The red light from car 2, which was originally quiet, was now restless, staring menacingly at car 3. Ah Fei, just focus on removing it, leave the rest to me. Xiaola, Xiaopu, you two support the glass, once it's removed, immediately take the glass to car 4. Qin Liu instructed. Ah Fei was very nervous, cold sweat dripping continuously from his forehead. Outside was a dense mass of eerie things, and inside was about to self-destruct, making it hard for him not to feel anxious. La Cooley and Pu Duanquan looked down at their feet, not daring to glance outside even once. Time passed second by second. Inside the carriage, it seemed the atmosphere in the live stream room of the 4 countries had solidified. Hurry up, aren't you experts? Why are you removing it so slowly? The viewers from the 4 countries were going crazy, their toes about to rip their shoes apart. Bang! Close your eyes, run! Qin Liu shouted. Pu Duancoan and Laku Li, who were like enemies, now cooperated seamlessly, quickly lifting the glass window and retreating to car 4. Fei quickly followed them inside. A dense mass of eerie things surged in like a flood through the window. Qin Liu unsheathed his knife and cut down the first wave of eerie beings. Immediately after, he threw out 2 strings of firecrackers. Amidst the crackling explosions, he quickly retreated to car 4. Before Qin Liu could say anything, Laku Li immediately closed the door. Car 3. In an instant, it became filled with the eerie, howling force that crashed against the door to car 4. The door was about to be smashed open. The red light from car 2 suddenly shone into car 3. System. Ding. The car compartment self-destructs, eliminating the eerie presence, earning a shock value of 188,666 points. Information Group, Attendant 1. Car 3 has self-destructed. There are 60 minutes until car 4 self-destructs. Passengers in car 4, please evacuate to a safe compartment as soon as possible. Have a pleasant journey. Chapter 36. Witnessing the self-destruction of the compartment once again, Park Duanquan screamed and collapsed in a corner, trembling with fear. Lakori and Fei were like wilted eggplants, gasping for air and drenched in cold sweat. Just a second slower, and they would have been reduced to nothing but bones. Qin Liu, however, remained calm, even unable to hide his happiness. As the eerie vanished with the compartment's self-destruction, he never expected to gain shock value from it. Unexpectedly, he earned over 180,000 points, which felt even better than hitting the jackpot of 50 million in real life. Since the eerie's were brought in by me, their deaths count towards my score, which means... Qin Liu chuckled softly. He thought of a quicker way to earn shock value than relying on the toilet sister. Big brother, that was close. How can you still be laughing? Lakori panted. He truly couldn't understand why, despite their dire situation, Qin Liu still found the time to smile. I just remembered something happy, Qin Liu replied. Lakori could only smile helplessly. His mind was filled with the danger they had just faced, yet Qin Liu still had the energy to think about other things, which was just incomprehensible. Big brother, can I ask a question? Fei asked cautiously. What question? Fei was very respectful. Why did we come to remove the glass from car 3 instead of just removing it from car 5 nearby? Right, I also want to ask, Lakori perked up his ears. Qin Liu said, because the rules restrict us. We can only remove the glass from car 3. The three looked at each other, each thinking the same thing. How come we didn't know about this rule? I ask you, the windows and doors of car 6 have always been open. Why don't the eerie's outside invade cars 5 and 7? Qin Liu asked. The three shook their heads in unison, their faces filled with curiosity. I told you before, this time the rules are very special. Both the challengers and the eerie's are restricted by the rules. There were originally no deadly eerie's inside car 6, but as soon as someone enters, the eerie's outside will come in through the window. Once we leave, those eerie's will also leave car 6, and everything will return to normal. Similarly, the soldier eerie in car 5 has the task of patrolling car 5. So, even though the door is open, it won't go to car 6 because that's outside its duties. Even if it suddenly decides to walk over, the rules will quickly correct it, just like the small eerie from earlier, which left after hearing me say it was violating the rules but was soon corrected. As for why we don't just remove the glass nearby but risk going to car 3, it's because besides car 6, the only ways for the eerie's outside to enter the other compartments are either when we break the windows or when we stare out the windows, triggering the rules. They are only restricted by the rule of no entry. Once inside, they can ignore the rules inside the compartment. It's either we die or they die, otherwise, they could chase us to the ends of the earth. Therefore, we must guarantee that the eerie's we let in will die. The soon-to-self-destruct car 3 is naturally our only choice. The three stood there, dumbfounded. After Qin Liu finished speaking, it took a while for their expressions to calm down. The command centers of various countries in the Blue Star world also documented Qin Liu's words in written form. Comparing them with the results from their think tank and computer analysis, they found almost no discrepancies. They thought he was just a reckless man who acted without thinking. I didn't expect him to analyze the rules so thoroughly. This challenger from the dragon country is not simple. Now it seems that he initially went under the blanket to find clothes, not out of a cold instinct, but a real decision made after analyzing the rules. Although I don't quite understand, I feel like what he said makes a lot of sense. Don't be arrogant, people of the dragon country. As long as he makes one wrong move in his analysis, he will die too. If he dies, so what? Anyway, Qin Liu has a resurrection card. Can't die like the people of pickled vegetable country? In the carriage, after Raku and Fei seriously digested what Qin Liu had said, their tense expressions finally relaxed. Fei, who was not good with words, merely said, "Big brother is really amazing." But Raku, with his ability to flatter, kept praising Qin Liu and expressing his loyalty. Stop saying pretty words, and just get to work. Lift the glass, let's go. Little Pooh, are you okay? Pooh Duankan's face was still covered in sweat, and his eyes looked a bit dazed. He strengthened his spirit, saying, thanks to Big Brother, I'm fine. The four lifted the glass and successfully returned to carriage number 5. System, exchange for 4 pairs of sunglasses and 2 strings of firecrackers. Ding. 4 pairs of sunglasses exchanged successfully, consuming 800 fear points, already stored in the super backpack. Qin Liu distributed the sunglasses to the other 3. Listen carefully, we must cooperate well. Once we get close to the window, a strange wind will blow us outside. Don't be afraid, let it blow. We have glass, which can block the strange things outside. At the same time, a dense mass of strangeness will surge in. Leave the strangeness to me, you just need to press against the window. Once secured, you 3 rush into carriage number 7 and lock the door. Don't do anything else, just wait for me at the door. The 3 showed surprise and looked tense. Big Brother, aren't you coming with us to carriage number 7? Raku asked. Because we sealed the window, the strangeness that came in can't get out. What it will be corrected into is unpredictable for us. So, I will stay to eliminate them, then meet up with you. Qin Liu said. As soon as he said this, the other 3 in the livestream audience were all shocked, their jaws almost dropping. I thought Qin Liu kept them around because they were useful, to use them as bait or shields at a critical moment. I didn't expect this guy to truly be a man of loyalty. Oh my god, this loyalty of Qin Old 6 is worthy of even Guan Yu's shout of Big Brother. Equal parts beauty and wisdom, the embodiment of a hero and loyalty. Did the pickled vegetable West 8 and the monkeys see this? Qin Liu is this loyal. Unlike you, where having milk makes you a mother. In the carriage. Raku was so touched that his eyes were getting teary. Big Brother, no matter how pretty the words, they cannot describe how good you are to us. Do you still have a resurrection card? Give me one. Raku's eyes shimmered with tears. Before Qin Liu could respond, Raku hurriedly explained, Big Brother, don't misunderstand. I want the resurrection card not for myself. Of course, I hope Big Brother you don't lose a single hair, but if something happens, I'd also like to use the resurrection card to bring you back. To say something you might not like to hear, without you, we wouldn't know how to move forward. Just having this heart is enough. But I really don't have any resurrection cards left. I know my own life. Qin Liu smiled relaxedly, showing no sorrow as if facing a life and death farewell. The 4 put on their sunglasses and walked into the dark carriage number 6. Chapter 37. Watching Qin Liu and the 4 move through the darkness, people from 4 countries were all tense. Australian and cherry blossom country netizens, along with those from nations where challengers had already died, mostly crammed into the live streams of the dragon country and the pickled vegetable country, quipping sarcastically. Australian netizen tipped 0.1 coin, the rules of carriage number 6 cannot be as simple as Qin Liu says, he will surely die this time. Cherry blossom country netizen tipped 0.1 coin, Qin Liu, hurry and die. I can't feel right until you die. Quickly go and apologize to Gongben. In the land of pickles, netizens said, Qin Liu cannot survive, heavenly principles cannot allow it. The people of the pickle nation unanimously agreed, and Qin Liu died in carriage 6. Some country netizens, self-righteous guys, do they really think the glass in carriage 3 can block the window of carriage 6? They really consider themselves geniuses? Facing the sarcasm from other countries, the audience from Dragon Country did not hold back, counterattacking in various ways. The live room administrator was originally overwhelmed and couldn't keep up, but upon seeing the powerful counterattacks from Dragon Country netizens, they simply stopped managing, letting both sides express themselves freely. I love that you find me disagreeable, yet you can do nothing to me. Although Qin Liu had rehearsed pressing the window in his mind countless times, at this moment, as he began to execute it, he was still extremely cautious. A slight misstep could lead to being dragged out of the carriage by some strange force. If that happened, even with an infinite firepower Gatling gun, there would be no chance of survival. As he got closer to the machine, a nameless cold wind indeed kicked up from the ground. Don't resist, let it blow. Just hold the glass tightly, Qin Liu said. Lakura held the glass, so nervous his heart was about to jump out. Park Duankuan was even worse, memories of death kept flashing in his mind. The more he tried not to think about it, the more his brain replayed the scene of his death. Originally, Qin Liu was in front, and Park Duankuan was at the back, but the strange wind blew Park Duankuan up first, directly toward the window. As he took off, he dragged Defei and Lakura along with him into the air. Countless shadows with scarlet eyes eerily surged in through the window. Whoosh! Qin Liu drew out the dazzling dog knife, and as those shadows rushed in, they all fell onto the carriage floor with screams. When those shadows fell, the taking off Park Duankuan and the others also landed back on the carriage floor. At the same time, Qin Liu lit up 2 strings of firecrackers, one string was thrown onto the floor of the carriage under the window, and the other string was tossed outside. This move proved to be effective. The shadows that fell onto the carriage floor were blown away by the firecrackers, howling and writhing as they crawled away. The shadows outside, frightened, began to swirl around the window, not daring to come too close. Soon, outside the window, the shadows piled up to create a red passage, like a connection to an endless hell. "Lukuru, up," Qin Liu commanded. Lukuru was terrified but bravely crawled under the window, holding the glass with both hands. Afei was even more terrified than Lukuru, but he didn't back down. He took his tools and stood up to install the glass. Just then, the sound of 500 electric cannon blasts finished exploding. The shadows outside seemed to break free from a cage, surging densely towards the window. Thud 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 thud. The sound of collisions mixed with screams as the shadows all crashed against the glass. Many tried to squeeze in through the gaps, but Qin Liu, wielding his knife, struck at their heads and hands. The installation process was surprisingly quick. The moment the glass was installed, the strange wind blowing in from outside the carriage also vanished. However, the situation was not optimistic. In just a brief moment, hundreds of shadows had surged into the carriage. The dazzling dog knife could only blind them but could not kill them. At this moment, the knife did not shine anymore, and the firecrackers were no longer explosive. Just as the shadows were about to tear Qin Liu and the others into pieces, unexpectedly, several strings of firecrackers suddenly appeared in Qin Liu's hands. "It's New Year!" Qin Liu shouted, igniting the strings of firecrackers sequentially, continuously throwing them forward, blasting a path directly to Carriage 7. "Step on the firecrackers and wait for me in Carriage 7, Qin Liu shouted. What? Park Duanquan showed a horrified expression, retreating instead of advancing. "What are you afraid of? They won't kill." Yuri locked the door as soon as he brought Pu Duanquan and Afei into car number 8. "Don't you care about Big Brother's life?" Afei frowned and asked. "What do you know?" "Of course, we do as Big Brother says. When the fireworks end and the strange thing comes to attack us, will you block it or will he?" Yuri said impatiently. Pu Duanquan, pointed at by Likuri's gaze, hurriedly kept silent in the corner. Afei clenched his teeth and fell into silence. "That's right. Don't move or speak, wait for Big Brother to return. There's a strange crew member here who can burn people to ashes, and we can't deal with it," Yuri said. Hearing "burn to ashes," Pu Duanquan's breath quickened, his whole body tensed, grabbing his hair and squatting down in a ball. On the other side, Qin Liu ran back to car number 5, and the strange things behind actually blocked the door, not a single one followed him. "As I thought," Qin Liu thought to himself. "Hey, what are you afraid of? I have no more firecrackers, come and catch me." Qin Liu waved provocatively. This action caused the Dragon Country live broadcast room to explode. Is this Qin Liu trying to die? Since you've taken advantage, don't act coy. What a crazy guy. Since the strange things in car number 6 won't chase two other cars, why doesn't he go to car number 7 and wait to self-destruct in car number 5? Could it be that he's unhappy with Dragon Country and wants to die to take revenge? The bullet comments were hotly discussed when new movements occurred in car number 6. The meat man that appeared on the machine reappeared. However, this time, he was not shoveling things on the machine but was walking towards car number 5. When he encountered those obstructive strange things, he grabbed them one by one and swallowed them. With each one consumed, the meat man visibly became stronger. As he swallowed and walked, by the time he reached the door of the carriage, the strange things were all eaten, and he had turned into a muscular man over 2 meters tall. His body muscular, as strong as an iron lump. It's over, this time Qin Liu has overestimated himself. What did I say? Car number 6 isn't that simple, there must be a hidden boss. This strange thing can knock Qin Liu into a meat pie with one punch. Die taller. Strange thing, that's right, eat Qin Liu. My challenger being frozen into pieces is better than Qin Liu getting eaten. Sai Gao. Strange Appa, eat Qin Liu and let him die, then pull him out alive, eat him again, and pull him out, so Dragon Country can constantly taste the presence of strange things. Seeing the strange thing so powerful, the Dragon Country command center fell silent. Their thoughts were the same as the public's. Qin Liu should have gone to car number 7 with Yuri. Those muscles look great. Just don't know if you have the courage to come and catch me. Qin Liu continued to provoke. Bang bang. With 2 big strides, the meat man's strange being crossed into car number 5, roaring as he beat his chest muscles. Good boy. Congratulations, you've violated the rules. Qin Liu grinned wickedly, taking out an ordinary thermal jacket from his bag and pulling the drawstring to release Sister Toilet. Chapter 38. Sister Toilet transformed into a beautiful warrior the moment she emerged from the clothing, flying in front of the meat man. The live broadcast audience noticed that Sister Toilet looked even more radiant and stunning than the last time they saw her. Instantly, the bullet comments all turned into wife. Occasional other comments were drowned in the sea of wife. Sister Toilet was over 175 centimeters tall, originally exuding a strong and powerful vibe. Yet now, she wore sexy and revealing clothing, her style adorable, standing in front of the over 2-meter tall meat man, instantly giving a feeling of a petite little potato. The meat man looked down at Sister Toilet, snorting, raising his hand casually to grab her. Thinking he could easily grip her like other strange beings, he was surprised to grasp nothing but air. Looking again, Sister Toilet remained in her original position, gazing up with her beautiful face. The audience gasped. Sister Toilet's speed was so fast that her back-and-forth jumps were completely seamless. The meat man was stunned for a moment, then reached out again to grab Sister Toilet. This time, it still grabbed nothing. Ah! The meat man felt mocked and humiliated, suddenly erupting with rage. With a stomp, the floor of the carriage directly caved in. The meat man howled, reaching out repeatedly towards the Toilet Sister. After grabbing at her more than 10 times, he finally caught the Toilet Sister. The meat man let out a victorious cry, pinched the Toilet Sister to take a look, opened his mouth, and swallowed her whole. Those otakus shouting wife, all froze in shock. Ah, your wife got eaten, say something. A bunch of dead fat otakus, haven't seen a woman before, they deserve it. We don't care if we lost our wives, the problem is Qin Liu is gonna be in trouble. He thought the Toilet Sister was invincible, but didn't expect to meet this big guy, only to end up as food. This time, he really plotted his own death. Roar, the people of Sakura country send their congratulations. Qin Liu is finally going to apologize to Gong Ben. Damn, let's give Qin Liu a good beating. In the live broadcast room, not only did the foreigners who disliked Dragon Country scold, but the Dragon Country netizens were even sharper. They initially had hopes for Qin Liu, but who knew he wanted to self-destruct, causing the plot twist to come so quickly. Looking at Qin Liu, standing still, his expression was blank, as if he were stunned by this outcome. Humph. The meat man patted his abs and strode towards Qin Liu. The hearts of the Dragon Country people were about to break. They wanted to watch, but couldn't bear to look. Suddenly, the meat man's screech echoed loudly. Looking again, the meat man suddenly clutched his stomach, screaming miserably, in immense pain. In the next second, they saw his strong muscles disappearing one by one. In the twisting and wailing of the meat man, it took less than 10 seconds for all his muscles to vanish. The more the meat man screamed, the smaller he became, until he finally turned into a ball of colorful light. When the colorful light disappeared, viewers were astonished to find the Toilet Sister standing there unharmed. A celestial white light shimmered on her, even more dazzling than before. In the live chat, the bullet screen reverted to wife. Those who were howling for Qin Liu to die now either fell silent or joined the wife army. They had no dedicated feelings, the bullet screen always changed based on what was exciting. If cursing Qin Liu made them feel good, then they would curse him. If praising Qin Liu gave them joy, then they would praise him. Positions changed unpredictably. Ding! The Toilet Seeker devoured the meat man, gaining 50,000 shock points. The Toilet Seeker absorbed the meat man's abilities, evolving again, with all stats improved. Hearing the system notification, Qin Liu immediately checked the Toilet Sister's panel in the system. Wow! Qin Liu couldn't help but exclaim. Toilet Seeker, completed the 4th evolution. Awake time increased. During awake time, she can ignore all rules of the Snow Country freaky vehicle. The new introduction, though simple, was significant. Qin Liu returned alone to car number 5, originally wanting to lure those bizarre rule breakers, to let the Toilet Sister out for her evolution. But the appearance of the meat man was still unexpected for him. The meat man had devoured hundreds of bizarre creatures, quickly evolving to a strong level. It's a pity that all became the Toilet Sister's wedding gown. The Toilet Sister's stats skyrocketed to such a degree that it was beyond Qin Liu's expectations. Of course, the stronger the Toilet Sister, the happier Qin Liu was. Roar! After a flash of light, the Toilet Sister seemed to suddenly remember her greatest enemy was Qin Liu, teleporting in front of him in an instant. Don't pull this again. It's not the first time, do you really think I don't know? Come with me. Qin Liu said, grabbing the Toilet Sister's wrist, pulling her into the restroom. In the live broadcast room. What is Qin Liu trying to do? Is the next part of the live show free to watch? I'm not the kind of person who freeloads. In an instant, the live broadcast room and bullet screens erupted, with various flashy effects and large donations. What kind of serious person would drag a sexy beauty into the restroom? There must be a situation. Qin Liu, wait a moment, let me close the door first. Where's my paper? Forget the paper. Qin Liu, come on, don't be a 5-second man. The whole world is watching. I'm selling the Great Brother here, message me if you need. Customers from the live broadcast room can get a discount. What are you thinking? Qin Liu wants to die in Toilet Sister's arena, so it doesn't make him look so useless. Inside the toilet. The plot that the otaku were looking forward to didn't happen. The scene where Qin Liu was eaten by Toilet Sister didn't play out either. Handsome men and beautiful women stood face to face, like a couple brewing emotions and thinking about how to argue. Hiss. Toilet Sister raised her red-nailed hands first, pretending to grab at Qin Liu. Looking at her hands, there were no eyes or mouths in her palms. Now, she looked like a youthful, beautiful, and sexy girl. Do you want to become stronger? Qin Liu suddenly asked. Toilet Sister's hands, reaching for Qin Liu's face, suddenly stopped, blinking her big eyes at Qin Liu, as if she didn't understand what he was saying, but was curious nonetheless. Do you want to completely control everything about yourself, unaffected by anything? Do you want to escape the mysterious car of Snow Country and gain true freedom? If you want that, then wear this piece of clothing. As Qin Liu spoke, he took out a warm jacket from his backpack. Toilet Sister's fingers instinctively grabbed, as if trying to tear the clothes apart. Qin Liu casually said, "This jacket can no longer trap you, its only purpose now is to keep you warm, so you won't dress so revealingly. Look at you, your skirt is so short, what's the difference between that and running naked?" As he spoke, Qin Liu unapologetically tugged at Toilet Sister's little skirt. This made the men and women in the live broadcast room uneasy. Talking while messing with the girl's skirt or clothes, or hair, either made him a sleazy, disrespectful jerk, or showed an intimate relationship with her. So, how about it? Hurry up and think, I don't want to waste time here. Qin Liu said. Toilet Sister looked at Qin Liu, then at the clothes in his hands, and said softly. So ugly, there's no way I'm wearing that. As soon as she finished speaking, Toilet Sister turned into a beam of light and flew into the mirror, disappearing. Chapter 39. Live broadcast room. Ha? Is this it? I've taken off my pants, and you just show me this? Why? Why didn't Toilet Sister eat Qin Liu? Qin Liu himself said that the jacket can't trap her anymore. It seems Qin Liu was negotiating a deal with Toilet Sister, but she clearly doesn't accept. Since she won't accept, why not just kill Qin Liu? What is Qin Liu doing? Even if you don't give benefits to the brothers, can't you keep? This is like The Truman Show, the strange woman is Truman, she was awakened by Qin Liu, right? You could say that. Let's wait and see. No matter what, it's best that Qin Liu is safe now, said the commander. But the others were not at ease, instead, they grew more anxious. Dealing with the strange being bound by rules was already difficult enough, now with Qin Liu's actions, he was not just challenging the rule of the strange, but the authority of the ultimate rule. Their worries were unspoken, and not a single person voiced them. Everyone understood silently, afraid of being overheard by the ultimate rule. But at the same time, they worried that this was a bit like burying their heads in the sand. The ultimate rule couldn't possibly be oblivious. Going forward, Qin Liu's path of challenge would likely be even harder. Not to mention, if a game character is too powerful, it could be weakened or adjusted, or even countered directly. Without Sister Toilet, the audience in Long Nation felt sorry for Qin Liu. Such powerful combat ability is rare. What about Qin Liu? He wore a relaxed and content expression, as if he had closed a difficult deal. Aiming too low. Perhaps in his eyes, Sister Toilet not killing him is already a victory. Upstairs, should I praise you for being foolish or commend your intelligence? Sister Toilet not killing Qin Liu is, after all, a victory, what's the problem? Let's all leave, I see your intelligence is all in question marks. I do not believe that Qin Liu would not bind a resurrection card for himself after daring to drag Sister Toilet to the restroom for negotiations. What the esteemed gentleman upstairs said is correct. Humph. Sister Toilet can kill him once, she can kill him countless times. When the strange beings and disasters descend a few more times, you'll have to beg Qin Liu not to resurrect, just like the pickled vegetable country. Qin Liu strolled leisurely through car number 6. He even lingered by the machines and glass windows. Bang! 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 Qin Liu knocked on the door to car number 7. The 3 Laku behind the door, shivering in fear, jumped at the sound of knocking. Big brother? When they saw it was Qin Liu, Laku felt a bittersweet joy. Just as he was about to open the door, Park Dawan-kun pressed down on Laka's hand. Wait. Are you sure he is the real Qin Liu? Who else could it be if not Qin Liu? Your dad? Laka said unhappily. Be careful. Let me ask him a few questions to verify, said Park Dawan-kun. Although Laku was visibly displeased, he internally agreed with Park Dawan-kun's words. Ask away, I'm eager to see what you can ask. Park Dawan-kun leaned closer to the door and asked, Big brother, how many times have I died? If you don't open the door now, I'll help you die however many times you want, Qin Liu replied irritably. Park Dawan-kun showed a happy yet slightly awkward smile. It's him. Open the door. Laku? Are you messing with me? As soon as the door opened, Longguo spread his arms and hugged Qin Liu, sobbing, "Big brother, I knew you would be fine. Big brother. Big brother." Park Dawankuan and Fei quickly smiled and greeted Qin Liu. "Everyone is okay?" Safely getting through car number 6, everyone has put in their effort. "This is your reward," Qin Liu said as he took out 3 rice balls to hand out to them. The 3 accepted them with both hands like treasures. "Have a bite to regain your strength," Qin Liu said. It was Fei's first time receiving a rice ball. Excited yet a bit nervous, he hesitated to eat. Because he believed what Longguo said earlier, afraid it would make his stomach hurt. "Aren't you going to eat? Then give it to me." Fei quickly hugged the rice ball to his chest, fearful that Longguo would snatch it away. Seeing their complexion improve after eating the rice balls, even the downcast Park Dawankuan radiated an idol-like aura. Fei suddenly realized he had been fooled. He quickly took a bite. A wave of inexplicable strength immediately swept through his entire body. This power seemed to wash away all his fears and fatigue. Seeing Longguo with a mischievous smile, Fei angrily glared at him, secretly cursing "Damn liar." "Isn't Big Brother's bag really good?" Longguo asked. "It can hold everything, of course it's good," Fei coldly replied. "Because it's too good, there have been 2 traitors who stole the bag. Ruan Safong from Monkey Country even tried to rob it directly," Longguo said. Fei wanted to say a few words in defense, but suddenly realized that if the magical effects of the rice balls were made known, they, the ones holding rice balls, would probably end up like Qin Liu and be targeted by others. "Thanks for the reminder, third brother," Fei said straightforwardly, his anger turning into gratitude. "Looks like you're not that stupid." Longguo grinned. Fei chuckled and broke off a piece of rice ball to hide in his clothes. "This rice ball is a good thing, it shouldn't be eaten all at once." With this back and forth, more than 20 minutes had passed. There are 33 minutes left until the self-destruction of carriage number 4. System, activate the memo. Remind me when there are 5 minutes left until the self-destruction of carriage number 4. Reminder set successfully. Chapter 40. Entering carriage number 7 through a thick black curtain. "Have you discovered any new situations?" Qin Liu asked. Longguo and the others shook their heads in unison. "Big brother, you told us not to move, and we haven't moved since we closed the door." Qin Liu smiled slightly. "At least you are somewhat obedient." He lifted the curtain, warm light shone out. When they saw the situation inside the carriage, all 4 of them were astonished, turning into curious babies. Carriage number 7 had moist air, but it wasn't very cold. Everywhere they looked was filled with mushrooms of various sizes. Some small ones were thinner than enoki mushrooms. Some big ones could be directly dug out to live in like mushroom houses. The warm light wasn't from the carriage's lights, it was emitted by some yellow mushrooms. It was like stepping into a fairy tale world. The viewers in the live stream were also exclaiming in surprise. They never imagined that in the extreme cold of the snow country on a mysterious train, there would be such a colorful, warm place. "It's so beautiful." Longguo reached out to pick a golden small mushroom. Qin Liu quickly swatted his hand away. "Don't touch anything. These mushrooms might be poisonous." Upon hearing this, Longguo's nerves tightened and he hurriedly retracted his hand. Fei and Park Dawankuan also wanted to reach out, but suddenly dared not act recklessly. Qin Liu led them, appreciating the sights as they walked forward. These mushrooms were truly too tempting. Whether they could be eaten was secondary, just looking at them brought joy, a feeling as if one could stay here forever without getting tired of the view. "Big brother, what is this?" Longguo suddenly asked, pointing at something. Qin Liu looked over, it was something that looked like a white steamed bun, squatting in a basin, different from the others with umbrellas and stalks. "It's still a fungus. We have these in my hometown, stir-fried, they smell amazing. But I've never seen one this big," Qin Liu said. Recalling that delicious aroma, Qin Liu couldn't help but swallow. It was truly irresistible. Longguo's eyes brightened. "Can we eat it?" "That's great, big brother, let's pick some." "No. When I said it's edible, I meant the ones from my hometown, not this." "Don't you find it strange that these mushrooms can grow this big?" Qin Liu said. "I saw on the news that someone found a giant mushroom weighing dozens of pounds." "Another argument?" Longguo smiled bitterly and hurriedly lowered his head. Just as they were about to continue walking, the system notification suddenly rang. "There are 5 minutes left until the self-destruction of carriage number 4. What a joke. Qin Liu quickly checked his phone, there were indeed 5 minutes left on the countdown. "Something's wrong, go back. These mushrooms have a strong hallucinogenic effect," Qin Liu said urgently. The 3 were puzzled, their heads weren't dizzy, and they didn't feel any hallucinations at all. Qin Liu didn't explain further, pushing and pulling them, rushing back to carriage number 6. Look at the countdown. The three of them took out their phones in confusion. Upon seeing the time, their gazes froze. They felt they had just entered carriage number 7 for less than 2 minutes, but in reality, over 20 minutes had passed. Damn it, playing such tricks again. There are no rules at all, who the hell can prepare for this? Lurk shouted angrily, stomping his feet. Big brother, what do we do now? Is it okay to run through carriage number 7? Fei asked nervously. If it were that simple, it would be great. Lurk cut in, then turned to Qin Liu with an expectant look, hoping he would offer a solution. Let's go back to carriage number 4 and break a piece of glass first. Qin Liu said. Lurk frowned. Does glass help with mushrooms? Don't ask so many questions. You won't know if it's useful until you try. Qin Liu said coldly. The three were very reluctant to go back to carriage number 4, but since Qin Liu spoke, they had no choice but to follow. Running back to carriage number 4, still following the previous division of labor, the four worked together and soon managed to break a piece of glass. As before, this time was also extremely dangerous. They had just lifted the glass and were running back to carriage number 5 when carriage number 4 self-destructed. Lurk, Park Doan-kun, and Fei were so nervous they could barely hold their urine, but Qin Liu let out a laugh. Another carriage had died mysteriously, and the fear value continued to rise by over 200,000. It was hard not to be happy. Information Group, Attendant Number 1. Carriage number 4 self-destructed, and there are 60 minutes left until carriage number 5 self-destructs. Passengers in carriage number 5, please hurry to a safe carriage. We wish you a pleasant journey. Back at the scene of death, Park Doan-kun was stimulated again, twisting and grabbing his head, moaning in silence, looking very painful. Demon, he pretends to break glass, but the real intention is to mentally torment me. Whoever kills Qin Liu and ends my suffering, I am willing to be his servant for life, to do anything for him. I, retired soldier Che Taichi, once again call for a death squad to invade Dragon Country and kidnap Qin Liu's family to threaten him. As soon as this call was made, the online community of Pickled Vegetable Nation responded enthusiastically. Dragon Country's intelligence personnel learned about this immediately and reported the situation to the command center. A group of worthless people, where do they get their courage? It's laughable. The young assistant at the command center couldn't help but curse angrily. These extreme elements can do anything. We don't need to be afraid, but we must be on guard. Commander, we already have an elite team secretly protecting Qin Liu's family and close friends. The commander nodded. Notify the relevant departments to closely monitor the Pickled Vegetable Nation people heading to Dragon Country. If they can't kidnap Qin Liu's family and friends, they may cause chaos. We absolutely can't let them harm our citizens in any way. Understood. It wasn't that the command center was overreacting. Che Taichi really did raise a large sum of money, gathered a group of people, and secretly infiltrated Dragon Country. However, as soon as they crossed the border, they were captured entirely by Dragon Country soldiers. As for Che Taichi, he didn't go to Dragon Country. Instead, he took the crowdfunded commission and ran to Jiangnan to buy a villa and chase after starlets. But that's another story. Let's get back to the mysterious train in Snow Country. Qin Liu once again reminded the system. This time the time left until the self-destruction of carriage number 5 was 10 minutes. The previous 4 minutes had truly been risky. After a short rest, they began to return to carriage number 7. Oh, Fei, you have a bump growing on the back of your neck. Lurk suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Fei instinctively raised his hand to grab the back of his neck. Hiss. The bump burst at the touch, and a cloud of black smoke shot out. Lurk had never seen such a situation and immediately exclaimed, quickly running to Qin Liu's side. Big brother, he's not human, he's smoking. Fei, hearing this, was nervous, fearing something might be wrong with his body, and afraid that Qin Liu and the others would think he was strange and kill him. He cried out in a panic. Big brother, I'm human. Don't be afraid, let me take a look. Qin Liu walked to Fei's back. He looked at the bump that Fei had grabbed and couldn't help but frown. This bump was a mature species of mushroom, like the famous mushroom. And the black smoke that flew out was actually spores. Chapter 41. Have you touched any mushrooms? Qin Liu asked. Fei shook his head like a wave. Big brother, you told us not to mess around. I've always been walking with my body curled up. Big brother, believe me, I really didn't touch the mushroom. Fei said, crying. It doesn't matter anymore. Qin Liu said in a deep voice. Fei was so nervous his heart felt like it was going to split. What does doesn't matter mean? Are they going to kill him? Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he saw a tall attendant appear at the door of carriage 6. He wore a helmet and his clothes were different from other attendants, looking more like a firefighter. Qin Liu immediately used the system's identification ability to see through the identity of the attendant. Snow Country Strange Train Firefighter, S-Level Anomaly. Possesses powerful fire abilities. Whenever smoke alarm is triggered in any carriage, it will appear immediately. It was obvious that the black smoke spores spewing from the mushroom on Ah Fei's neck were detected as smoke. How can an attendant appear here? Big brother, didn't you say that each anomaly is responsible for its own carriage? We cleared carriage 5 and 6, it shouldn't be here. Laculi said nervously. Qin Liu said, this is the anomaly that killed the challengers of the Ayatollah Empire. It is responsible for train fire safety, and it can go to any carriage where there is smoke. Smoke? We didn't produce any smoke. Before Laculi could finish, he suddenly realized that smoke referred to what was spewing out from the lump on the back of Ah Fei's neck. You are playing with fire illegally, threatening the safety of the train, eliminated. The anomaly said, and suddenly its body ignited. Flesh was gone, leaving only a burning skull face. The clothes it wore were also on fire, but were completely unharmed. Qin Liu wiped the corner of his mouth. This clothes, what a good thing. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the anomaly appeared right in front, breathing fire. Qin Liu, quick as a flash, pushed Laculi, Pu Duanquan, and Ah Fei into a corner, then used glass to block the incoming fire. The glass sizzled as it burned, but it managed to protect them from the flames, and did not shatter. Stay hidden and don't move. After Qin Liu shouted, he crashed into the restroom. An S-level anomaly, even if it wore upgraded, ordinary warm clothing, could only be invincible for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, it would still die. Ah, don't you love to hit attendants and drop revival cards? Why aren't you hitting it now, with an attendant delivered right to your door? Drop a revival card, kill my brother, then revive him. Now all 4 will die, Demon Qin will finally pay for his sins. Oh, I finally see it. In this rules-based bizarre challenge, the strongest anomalies are ice and fire. Facing these two, there's no way to fight. Demon Qin has a stamina of 9, does he burn better? So hopeful. Thinking defeating a few newbie anomalies means they can clear the game is laughable. Facing such a powerful one, running to the restroom in a panic, committing double infractions, totally dead. Netizens from Sakura Country and Kimchi Country expressed their wish for Qin Liu to die quickly. This anomaly is so cool, I wish Qin Liu could catch it. I still prefer Toilet Sister. Qin Liu, only children make choices, I want them all. Although netizens from Dragon Country were sweating nervously, they still hoped Qin Liu could create a miracle. Once in the restroom, Qin Liu shouted at the mirror, I know you are watching, won't you come out to help? As soon as he finished speaking, Toilet Sister indeed appeared in the mirror. She pouted, revealing an evil smile. There are anomalies causing trouble outside, and they're killing on your turf, won't you do something? Qin Liu provoked her. Toilet Sister smiled even more wickedly, even swaying her short skirt, and began to social sway. Big brother, the glass is going to shatter. Help! Outside the restroom, Laculi cried out desperately. Big brother, if I die and you get a revival card, you must revive me. I want to help you open the door. I want to follow you forever. Laculi cried out in despair. Qin Liu also heard the sound of the glass shattering. I don't have to rely on you. Qin Liu snorted angrily and grabbed a blanket, ready to rush out to save someone. I just won't help you. When you're burned to ashes, I'll flush you down the toilet. As soon as the toilet lady finished speaking, the faucet in the sink began to sputter and pour water. Qin Liu paused for a moment, as if he understood something, and immediately threw the blanket into the sink. After soaking it completely, he pulled out the blanket and dashed out. The fire anomaly was still trying hard to spray fire at the glass. Seeing Qin Liu come out of the bathroom, it looked up and wanted to spray him. Qin Liu raised the blanket to block it and promptly pounced, covering the fire anomaly with the blanket. Ah, hit. Die for me. Qin Liu tackled the fire anomaly and punched it wildly through the blanket. After dozens of punches, the blanket was as hot as a fireball. Such physical attacks caused no harm to the fire anomaly, it would soon burn through the blanket. Qin Liu glanced at carriage number 4 and kicked the crumpled blanket toward it. Once the blanket rolled into carriage number 4, the fire anomaly wrapped inside suddenly struggled harder and let out a deafening scream. Qin Liu stepped on one corner of the blanket, intending to force the fire anomaly out of the blanket so it could die from its self-destructive red glow. Unexpectedly, before the fire anomaly could escape the blanket, it deflated amidst the screams. The fire anomaly was completely silent, and the blanket in carriage number 4 wasn't destroyed by the self-destructing red glow. Qin Liu observed for a moment and bent down, planning to pull the blanket back. Big brother, let go quickly. Lurk tumbled and crawled to Qin Liu's back, it's just a blanket. If it's gone, then it's gone. Don't let the self-destructing fire burn over here. That's not fire, Qin Liu said in a deep voice, look, the blanket isn't burning. Lurk was about to cry and continued, if it's not fire, then that's even scarier. If the blanket brings even a speck over, we'll all turn to ashes. Big brother, forget about the blanket. Don't mess things up and make the carriage self-destruct early, Park Dwan-kun trembled as he said. Ah-Fei nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Liu shot them a cold glance, his face written with disdain and displeasure. You guys only know how to shout, can't you observe and analyze? The three of them thought, we only shouted because we did observe and analyze. When little Park died earlier, the glass shattered, but the red glow did not come over. What does this indicate? It shows that the timed self-destruction won't easily occur just because the door is closed or because of something brought in. After breaking the glass, I told you to close the door, to block the anomalies coming in, not the self-destructing red glow. Since that's the case, of course I have to pull the blanket back. If you don't understand, just observe and learn more, don't shout aimlessly. The three had stiff expressions, inwardly cursing, you're so stingy, you've taken everything else but are hesitant about this blanket. If your analysis is correct, that's fine, but if it's wrong, we three will all be buried with you. In the terrified eyes of the three, Qin Liu pulled the blanket back. Park Dwan-kun let out a scream and fell straight to the ground, his eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth. Although the self-destructing red glow didn't come, his traumatic stress made him unable to hold on any longer. Lurk and Fei thought the self-destructing red glow had come and rolled on the ground, screaming and covering their heads. Three little cuties. Qin Liu took out a bowl of rice soup and gave Park Dwan-kun, who was struggling to stay alive, a couple of sips. Stop screaming, there's nothing going on. Drink this, said Qin Liu. Lurk flinched, quickly checked himself, and felt around, realizing he was still alive and unharmed. Seeing Qin Liu holding the rice soup, he quickly crawled up, saying thank you, big brother, and gulped it down. Don't drink it all, leave some for Fei, Qin Liu reminded. When Fei received the bowl, he felt as if his heart was about to explode at what Lurk had left for him. He really only left him a single sip. After drinking the rice soup, Park Dwan-kun fell asleep, and Lurk and Fei's emotions also calmed down. Big brother, although you are right, it's really scary. Can we not be greedy for these few little things in the future? Luckily said with a sobbing voice. Qin Liu only gave him a glance for him to understand on his own. He thought, if we don't be greedy for these few little things, what will save your lives at a critical moment? The glass is already broken, and I don't want to lose another blanket. This is not about the blanket. You all come take a look. Qin Liu kicked the blanket. Luckily and Ah-Fei squatted beside him, nervously watching Qin Liu slowly uncover the blanket. Inside the blanket, the fire monster had turned into a charred paper figure. But it was clearly still alive. Big brother, throw it away quickly, let it completely disappear, Luckily said tremulously. Don't you want to know, it can't die like this? Is it the blanket that's powerful, or the water in the toilet, or is the fire monster too strong, able to withstand the self-destruction red light and leave a glimmer of hope? Qin Liu asked. Luckily was stunned, scratching his head and unable to answer. He really wanted to know the three questions Qin Liu asked. But he still wanted to quickly kill the fire monster because once this guy recovered, the blanket and toilet water would be useless against it. Qin Liu and the others were observing as the fire monster slowly became more three-dimensional, when the toilet door quietly cracked open. A hand, as green as white jade, slithered like a snake towards the blanket. It seemed about to grab the blanket when Qin Liu suddenly yelled and swung the toilet brush at it. Smack! Ah! A pained cry came from the toilet. Qin Liu gave a cold glance at the toilet, waving the toilet brush in his hand. When it was your turn to help, you were swaying about in the mirror, and now you want to share in the spoils? It's not that cheap. If you want it, come out and negotiate, don't sneak around. The door of the toilet opened, and a bright light shone out, revealing a long leg stepping out first. Seeing the beautiful toilet sister step out from the toilet, the live stream comments were once again overwhelmed with wife. Is this the strange creature from the toilet? How did it become so beautiful? Luckily couldn't believe his eyes. In his impression, the toilet sister was still primitive, eating with her hands, looking strange. He had not seen the toilet sister's evolution, so he naturally did not know she had blossomed into such a graceful figure. It's violating the rules, I want to eat it, the toilet sister spoke with a strong tone, not like a negotiation or a demand, but more like a threat. She had the air of, if you don't let me eat it, I'll eat you. What? You also want to violate the rules? There's no free food on this train. If it violates the rules, you want to eat it? Are you not afraid that other monsters will eat you if you violate the rules? Qin Liu asked with a cold laugh. The toilet sister flinched for a moment. Qin Liu noticed the subtle change in her expression. Even she, now so strong, still had some fear. It seemed there were other monsters on the train that were stronger than her. It looked like he still needed to continue raising her. Give it to me, and I'll give you my name and form a contract with you, the toilet sister said. Clearly, she remembered what Qin Liu had previously said to her in the toilet. She still wanted to become stronger and needed to continue eating violating monsters. Upon hearing the word contract, Qin Liu's heart surged with excitement. His only concern was that once the toilet sister became powerful, he would completely lose control over her. With a contract, he wouldn't have to worry, he could raise her however strong he wanted. What contract? Qin Liu pretended to be cold, hiding his thoughts. As long as you are strong protest. Strong opposition. Supreme rules, either you kill Qin Liu immediately, or you fix the toilet weirdness immediately, or else what authority do you have? If this is allowed, then it is definitely unfair to other challengers. Such a twisted rule has gone too far, we will not accept it. Oh dear, a bunch of clowns, are you panicking? Do you dare to threaten supreme rules, as if your country is not being destroyed fast enough? When supreme rules granted your country luck and rewards, I never heard you say you wouldn't accept. When you wanted the good, you accepted it, when it was bad, you called it unfair. I have never seen such shameless people. While the Blue Star world was still noisy, Qin Liu had already agreed to the contract with Toilet Sister. He was worried that Toilet Sister would grow too strong, and he wouldn't know how to restrain her. It felt like raising a fierce dog without a leash, it was too unsafe. Now that Toilet Sister took the initiative to give him a leash, how could he refuse? Qin Liu took out a small notebook, set up a little table, and swiftly wrote the terms of the contract with a pen. The command center of Dragon Country was highly tense. Every word Qin Liu wrote was magnified and scrutinized, fearing he would make a mistake and put himself at risk. With a swift pen, Qin Liu wrote a contract several dozen pages long in one breath. Outsiders only saw the excitement and exclaimed, 666. The benefits of the contract were obvious, they could see that clearly. Insiders could see the subtleties. The specialized team temporarily dispatched by the command center looked at the contract Qin Liu wrote in one go, exclaiming in disbelief. Is he really a student from Agricultural University? Even a professional student couldn't write a contract this detailed, this airtight. It's almost impossible to find a loophole for Qin Liu in this contract. Rather, if that female weirdness signs this contract and it is strictly enforced, she would exist just like Qin Liu's property, and would be completely unable to go against him. Yes, she must be summoned when needed and sent away just as easily. But that doesn't mean the female weirdness gets no benefits. The things Qin Liu listed in the contract are also reasons she can't refuse. This contract is truly perfect. Chapter 43. The insider team praised Qin Liu's first draft of the contract sky high. Even the commander couldn't help but doubt whether this temporarily assigned professional team was perhaps too unprofessional. Are you sure the female weirdness can't find a way to backfire on Qin Liu from this contract? The commander asked. That's absolutely impossible. Just relying on her one statement to protect Qin Liu, she can't harm him. Unless what? The commander asked immediately. Unless this contract is just a piece of waste paper, with no real effect. The commander couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If that's the case, then who can restrain the female weirdness from observing this contract? Look at Qin Liu, however, he seemed to have no concerns in this regard, just waiting for Toilet Sister to sign. How is it? If there's no problem, sign it. Once signed, it belongs to you. Qin Liu handed over the pen. Toilet Sister's eyes darted up and down, left and right, and after skimming through the contract, she happily signed. In the end, she even gave a kiss, leaving her lip print on it. Seeing her cheerful expression, it was clear she was very satisfied with the contract's content. Then, a blue light slowly flashed from Toilet Sister, gradually sinking into the center of Qin Liu's forehead. Alright, give it to me, Toilet Sister said, looking greedy, obviously like a foodie. Why don't you go in and get it? Qin Liu opened his superpower backpack. I want to kill you. The Toilet Sister was so angry that she glowed all over. Qin Liu wore a calm expression, even seeming like a boyfriend who didn't want to comfort his angry girlfriend. The Toilet Sister was filled with murderous intent, her nails turning into claws, swiping in front of Qin Liu's face, yet she couldn't hurt him at all. The audience from Long Nation wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, unable to hold back their cheers. The Toilet Sister was truly bound by a contract, after forming it, she couldn't harm Qin Liu. Great! Since that's the case, we can announce Qin Liu's victory in advance. This old six has been playing with fire, now I can finally sleep soundly. Don't get too complacent. The Toilet Sister said she would protect Qin Liu, but she didn't say she could definitely keep him safe. That's right. A bodyguard is there to protect themselves, but can a bodyguard never make a mistake? Do you know why the Toilet Sister didn't come out at first to eat the fireman? I guess it's because she couldn't beat him. Even if she could beat the fireman, she couldn't defeat that bazaar cleaner who took down Gong Ben Dao in a second. Really? That's great. If Qin Liu dies, then I can relax. The bazaar cleaner is in carriage number 10, and with the speed of destroying one carriage per hour, at most in 5 hours, Qin Liu must reach carriage 10. Long Nation people, you still have 5 hours to go wild. Some wise minds from foreign lands poured cold water on the crazy people from Long Nation. Although they couldn't stand their smug faces, thinking carefully, what they said made sense. Qin Liu, do your best to ensure you can make the toilet sister strong enough to defeat that frozen ghost before reaching carriage number 10. The people of Long Nation all prayed. Inside the carriage. The toilet sister couldn't kill Qin Liu, so she immediately turned her furious gaze toward the trembling little three beside her. Repeatedly, their existence was a sin, an offense against her. Feeling the deathly aura of the toilet sister, Lurk and the others were so scared that they couldn't even cry for help. Recently awakened, Park Duan-Kuan fainted again from fright. Qin Liu chuckled, flicking the contract, Article 28, my teammates are a part of me, and they have the same right to protection as I do. Their names are not on the contract. The toilet sister sneered. Now they are. Qin Liu quickly added Lurk, Park Duan-Kuan, and Ah Fei's names. You. Hiss. The toilet sister was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices as she turned and fled into the toilet. Lurk and the others had just saved their lives and were about to thank Qin Liu when their phones suddenly blared with notifications. Taking a look, it was a series of death announcements from the Supreme Rule, almost entirely identical in content. Challenger XXX from XX country violated the no approach near toilet rule, killed by the toilet demander, challenge failed, deducted national luck XX, bizarre incident occurred XX, XXXXXXXX. Qin Liu couldn't see what the toilet sister was doing, but the death announcements made it clear. Through the toilet mirror, the toilet sister could traverse between all carriages. As long as someone approached the toilet, even a dog, she would wipe them out. Some challengers indeed violated the rules, but not the toilet rules, rather, they were breaking other rules and were being hunted by other bizarre beings. Seeing this, the toilet sister simply uttered, you violated the rules, and tore both the person and the bizarre being apart. Qin Liu's phone wasn't the only one going off, the system was ringing too, constantly prompting him toilet demander killed bizarre being, earn scare value X. So obedient. I didn't even have to say a word, and you went off to earn scare value for me. A satisfied smile rose on Qin Liu's lips. Huh, why are my ears a bit hot? Which bastard is cursing at me? Qin Liu felt his ears. It wasn't just one person cursing him. It was one country after another. Those challengers who died in the toilet sister's furious country wished to drag Qin Liu out of the livestream to rip him apart and grind his bones to dust. The toilet sister's massacre was due to his breach of contract and not giving the fireman to her. The command center of Long Nation was bombarded with calls from those countries, and the diplomatic team was overwhelmed with work. I hope some countries understand the situation and do not splash filth onto the Dragon Kingdom and Qin Liu. Did Qin Liu breach the contract? No, he strictly adhered to the spirit of the contract, sharing the items in his backpack with the toilet seeker. More importantly, Qin Liu did not instruct the toilet seeker to kill anyone. The reason your country's challengers died is due to their own violations, and we express our condolences and grief. We also promise to provide humanitarian support to relevant countries. At the same time, we notice that some countries use strong and rude words, advocating for war. We once again declare solemnly that although the Dragon Kingdom has suffered continuous defeats in the Beguiling Rules Challenge, it fears no nation when it comes to warfare. The Dragon Kingdom's army has enough information and strength to protect the safety of our territory and people. Finally, we advise certain countries and individuals to be cautious with their words and actions, and not to fan the flames. The bizarre crisis is what everyone must face. The Dragon Kingdom welcomes friends, but if one wishes to be an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom, the East Wind Express is always ready. The strong response from the Dragon Kingdom made those national officials who shouted for blood step forward to douse the flames. In carriage number 5, Qin Liu moved the biologist's body out. With a whole body, there was no need for body pieces. I just defeated the fireman and got another resurrection card. I want to bring him back, said Qin Liu. Lurk and the others only nodded, knowing they had no right to persuade or argue. Bro, do you think he might help us through carriage number 7? Lurk asked carefully. Isn't it useless then? I said, as long as I have a card, everyone has a chance to be revived by me. As long as I have enough cards, I will bring everyone back, Qin Liu replied. Lurk chuckled nervously, afraid to say more. But in his heart, he thought, you're clearly picking useful revivals. You're so stingy that you'd risk your life to bring back a single blanket, how could you just randomly give resurrection cards to anyone? Chapter 44. The Austrian Empire was unsure whether to laugh or cry upon learning that Qin Liu wanted to revive their challenger. If the revival led to a safe passage, the whole nation would wake up from dreaming with laughter. But if it were like Park Duan-Kuan, who died occasionally, this could lead to the risk of national destruction. The Austrian Empire initially wanted to say something to the Dragon Kingdom, but after seeing the latest statements from the Dragon Kingdom, they thought, forget it, it's not worth provoking. Who knows, the Dragon Kingdom might use Qin Liu's good deed of reviving your challengers as a pretext to ask for benefits, which would be even more unwise. Inside the carriage. Just as Qin Liu was about to place the resurrection card on Meng De's body, Longguo urgently interrupted. Bro, wait, something's not right. Fei, do you guys have this person's identity information wrong? Longguo said, holding up the sealed bag. No, it can't be, the information is definitely. Fei suddenly realized that this way of speaking could shift the blame onto Qin Liu, and he stifled the rest of his words, nervously watching Qin Liu, fearing he was truly mistaken. Qin Liu looked at the identity information in the sealed bag and confidently said, no problem, what's wrong? Longguo frowned, isn't the Austrian Empire's challenger killed by the fire entity in carriage number 8? How can this biologist also be from the Austrian Empire? You remembered wrong. The one who died in carriage number 8 was Danny from the Philippines, Qin Liu said. Longguo scratched his head, looking puzzled. Did I really remember incorrectly? He flipped through the death declaration on his phone and confirmed it was indeed him who remembered wrong. It can't be. My memory is really good, that's why I'm so excellent at computer programming. I can remember even the most complex codes. Bro, could it be that I've been poisoned by mushrooms? I've heard that some mushroom toxins specifically attack human nerves, Longguo said, starting to panic. He began to imagine himself becoming dumb and useless, abandoned ruthlessly by Qin Liu. Qin Liu said lightly, you can articulate that clearly, so? Prove that you are still awake. As she spoke, Qin Liu placed the revival card on Meng De's corpse. Once again, a familiar golden light and colorful glow dazzled and floated around, and the already stiff Meng De took a deep breath and came back to life. Who are you? Is this heaven or hell? Meng De asked nervously, staring wide-eyed as he scanned each person's face. Eerie coldly replied, do we look more like angels or demons to you? Meng De looked back and forth at them several times, concluding in his heart, not angels, nor demons, but ordinary people. Looking at his own situation, he was still in the carriage. You were killed mysteriously by a soldier. But my brother used the revival card to bring you back, Fei said. As a challenger in the same carriage, Fei felt it was necessary to help explain. Meng De remembered how he had died. Thinking about it now felt like a dream. He was the first victim in carriage number 5, shot in the head by the soldier without experiencing the pain of death, nor the torment like Fei had. You are Qin Liu from Long Country, the first to fight against the bazaar? Meng De looked Qin Liu up and down. He wanted to see what kind of formidable being this brave challenger was. He had expected a challenger with a strength of 9 to be a muscle-bound giant, but instead, he found a handsome young man. Yes, it's me, Qin Liu replied with a smile. Hey, you're being very rude. My brother kindly revived you, and you didn't even say thank you but just started asking questions. It seems knowledge and moral quality really have no correlation. Saying you are a biologist, is that even true? Eerie was quite displeased with Meng De's attitude. Meng De shot a cold glance at Eerie, and who are you, Mr. Bald? I'm Eerie, a challenger from the country of Asan. My profession is a computer engineer, and I am my brother's trusted doorkeeper, the most loyal to him, Eerie said proudly, full of himself. Meng De felt a bit bewildered. Do young people really introduce themselves like this? Qin Liu glanced at the time and cleared his throat. Let's not waste time arguing. We should figure out how to safely pass through carriage number 7. Qin Liu said. What's wrong with carriage number 7? Meng De casually asked. Qin Liu was waiting for him to ask and immediately explained the situation in carriage number 7 to him. Mr. Meng De, you are a biologist, I wonder if you have researched mushrooms? Qin Liu asked. Eerie was grinding his nails silently, feeling so jealous he could explode. They had followed Qin Liu the entire way, how did he refer to them? Little La, Little Pooh. What about this Meng De? He just called him Mr., that's too respectful, right? Thinking about it, Eerie felt relieved again. My brother calls us by nicknames because he sees us as his own. He uses respectful terms for this old man, treating him as a collaborator. My brother is really good to us. After realizing this, a glow of spring appeared on Eerie's face. Meng De said, if that's the case, you all are probably already poisoned. At this statement, even Qin Liu couldn't help but frown. Old man, don't be alarmist. We are all vigorous and healthy. Except for Pu Shiba. My brother even just subdued a powerful fire-breathing anomaly, how could we be poisoned? Eerie retorted. Meng De shot a cold glare and raised his hand to pat Fei on the head a few times. Clap, clap, clap. Fei's head immediately began to emit a cloud of black smoke. Seeing this, Qin Liu and the others instinctively patted their own heads, and they all began emitting smoke. It must be the self-destructing ash from the carriage falling on us, Eerie said. Meng De shook his head, these aren't ashes, they are mushroom spores. It's incredible, they can grow so quickly on a human body. My bold hypothesis is that mushrooms are also growing inside you. Once the time is up, your bodies will be burst by the mushrooms. Likuri, Puden Koan, and Afai suddenly showed fear on their faces. Likuri even lifted his shirt to check if his belly had gotten bigger. Qin Liu appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was still extremely nervous. He wasn't afraid of the monsters, but the fact that mushrooms were growing inside him was simply uncontrollable. He couldn't possibly let Sister Toilet transform into a nanomonster and drill into his body to clean out the mushrooms, right? Old man, you're not just scaring us for no reason, are you? We strictly listened to our big brother's orders and didn't touch those mushrooms, so how could there be spores flying into our bodies? Likuri said defiantly. I'm just making a reasonable guess based on your situation. Blow your nose and see, Mengde said with a serious face. Likuri furrowed his brow and held his nose to blow. Whoosh! He actually sprayed out a puff of black smoke. The other few people hurriedly followed suit and also sprayed out black smoke. At this point, they no longer doubted Mengde's words. Big brother, does this mean that even if we run out of the number 7 carriage, we will eventually turn into mushroom people? Likuri suddenly felt despair and sat down on the cold floor without caring. Don't be so negative. I said that the supreme rule will always leave a glimmer of hope for challengers. The mushroom carriage can't possibly be without a way to deal with it, Qin Liu said, his expression stern and voice steady, showing no signs of panic. Your analysis does make a lot of sense. Mengde agreed with Qin Liu's point of view. But you all said that once entering the mushroom carriage, it will make people forget about time. The longer we stay inside, the more dangerous it becomes, Mengde said. Likuri suddenly jumped up. Big brother, why not set fire to the number 7 carriage? Mengde shot Likuri a cold glance. If you do that, the mature mushroom spores will explode and fly all over the carriage, and you'll die even faster. Then let it be a quick death. When we revive, the mushroom carriage will be destroyed, and we can safely pass through the number 7 carriage with our second life, Likuri said. As soon as he said this, the live broadcast chat rooms from several countries exploded. I didn't expect this little Likuri to be so clever. He has found a new effect for the revival card. This operation is amazing, no wonder he is Qin Liu's capable subordinate. Elder Qin knows how to recognize and use people. This method of escaping from a desperate situation is something he probably didn't even think of. I said that we shouldn't just mock Asan, they're not just strong lizards, they also have elites. Are you all so smart? If we keep using Likuri's method to get through, even if we win in the end, it would still be a huge loss for the country, right? No problem? If a large city has so many, they can do this a few more times, and those small countries will owe you a debt of gratitude. Likuri's words made Mengde full of curiosity about Qin Liu. Mr. Qin, how many revival cards do you have? None left, I used one on you. Little LA's method is indeed good, but it can't be carried out right now, Qin Liu said. Receiving Qin Liu's approval, Likuri felt a surge of excitement in his heart. You all stay here and don't run around, I'm going to the bathroom. Saying this, Qin Liu entered the bathroom amidst the stunned gazes of the others. Why does Big Brother like to go to the bathroom for no reason? When a person is nervous, they often want to go to the bathroom. This has scientific basis, Mengde analyzed seriously. Nervous? Look at how my pants are sweating, I'm the one who's nervous. Big Brother has never been nervous, he dares to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth in a self-destructive carriage, and that's not something ordinary courage can do, Likuri said. Pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth in a self-destructive carriage? What else did you do? Mengde asked curiously. Sitting there waiting for the mushrooms to grow was really scary, so Likuri started to tell Mengde about their thrilling past to ease the tense atmosphere. At the same time, he wanted to establish their bond. We and Big Brother are brothers who share life and death together, we are not something this old man can easily replace. Don't think that just because you are knowledgeable, you can steal Big Brother's heart. Likuri vividly described, wearing a wicked smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. How about that? Exciting, right? Following Qin Liu was like dancing on the edge of a razor. Mengde, despite being mature and experienced, felt ripples in his heart upon hearing Likuri's tale. Likuri noticed Mengde's subtle expression, his eyes filled with mockery. We are young, we can still mess around. You with your old bones, it'll be hard to keep up with the rhythm. I'm telling you, don't be fooled by Qin Liu's righteous face and moral speeches, he's cunning. He has been using us all along. A Fae couldn't take it anymore, rebutting, how can you say that about our Big Brother? He brought us back to life. Hey, don't drag me into this. He only resurrected you 3, I never died, Likuri interrupted a Fae. Then you can die once and see if Big Brother will revive you, Park Duan Koan said coldly. Get lost. Likuri shouted angrily, do you think everyone is as weak as you, able to die just like that? Old man, I'm not intentionally speaking ill of Qin Liu, I'm just stating facts. He uses Park Duan Koan to sing and dance uniquely, uses me to open doors, uses a Fae to break glass, and now he's using you for your knowledge about mushrooms, this can't be denied, right? Big Brother allows us to use our strengths, what's wrong with that? If he does everything alone, what use are we? A Fei argued back fiercely. How long have you known Big Brother? Lac Yuri was furious, wanting to hit him. A Fei clenched his fists, no longer the timid one who cried at the slightest provocation. I died once, it was Big Brother who brought me back. I am willing to serve him, willing to be used by him, what's wrong with that? You can only say Big Brother is cunning, but I can't say we owe him? You good job, I'll count that as loyalty. I hope you're not just saying it for show, and when it matters, you don't kick Big Brother when he's down like some people, Lac Yuri sneered, glancing at Park Duan-Kuan. Park Duan-Kuan rolled his eyes at Lac Yuri but said nothing. The incident of stealing and deserting would just make Lac Yuri talk more, and it wouldn't benefit him at all. Mengde did not join the argument, instead, he stood up and walked toward the door leading to carriage number 4, contemplating the self-destructive red light in the carriage. A Fei followed him. Sir, don't listen to Licori's nonsense. Qin Liu is actually a good person. Although he always talks about equal exchanges and not breaking rules, when it's time to give us things, he doesn't hesitate at all. The real sly one is Lac Yuri. Big Brother has this amazing rice ball, it tastes great and has healing effects, but Lac Yuri says it tastes terrible and gives you a tummy ache. He wants to trick me out of my rice balls. Mengde chuckled as he stroked his fluffy breath. You guys are really competing for affection. Competing for affection? A Fei's face turned red immediately. You young ones, I've crossed more bridges than you've walked roads. Do you think I can't see your minds, including Qin Liu's thoughts? It's wise to be careful, just strive to survive. Mengde said. A Fei opened his mouth to speak but stopped himself. Since you see so clearly, I have no need to say more. As Qin Liu entered the bathroom, a flash appeared in the mirror, revealing a strange figure. At first glance, Qin Liu was startled, the figure in the mirror was not him. Looking at the bathroom girl, with her face glowing red, she looked like she had just had a fight with her boyfriend, extremely angry, needing comfort, but that kind of comfort wouldn't work. You suddenly left, I thought you were mad. Turns out you went to eliminate rule makers. The bathroom girl puffed up her cheeks. You dead straight man, do you really not know that I'm angry? Qin Liu wanted to look at his face after being invaded by the mushroom in the mirror. But the mirror only reflected the bathroom girl, showing no trace of Qin Liu's image. Could you please move? You're blocking me. The bathroom girl wouldn't let him, smiling wickedly. You look really pale. If you die voluntarily, my contract with you will be void. Qin Liu returned a mischievous smile. Then you're breaking the rules. Anything strange on this train can swallow you up. Chapter 46. Get out of the way, or I won't be polite to you. Qin Liu suddenly exuded a powerful aura. Sister Toilet mocked with a cold laugh. Can you really grab me out of the mirror to beat me up? Qin Liu shook his head with a faint smile. I wouldn't do that. At worst, I would just pee and smear it on the mirror. Ah, you're really disgusting. If you dare to do that to the mirror, I'll kill you. Sister Toilet, angry, crawled out from the mirror. As soon as she emerged, Qin Liu saw his reflection in the mirror. He could clearly see that his hair was indeed filled with dense mushroom spores, hanging in clusters, giving others an itchy scalp. Though still handsome, his complexion was indeed much worse, looking a little hollowed out. How come you look worse than Xiao La? Oh, it must be because he has 5 points of poison resistance. Qin Liu muttered to himself. I only protect you from being killed by the strange, but I can't do anything about the mushroom carriage. Sister Toilet volunteered. You really don't strive for progress, you're just going to guard this tiny bathroom for your whole life. Qin Liu mocked. I just killed a lot who were violating rules outside the toilet. Sister Toilet hurriedly said. That's not my concern. Qin Liu's expression remained indifferent. This statement seemed to be directed at Sister Toilet, but in reality, it was for the people of Blue Star World. His ears felt like they were burning up, knowing without a doubt that the countries in Blue Star World blamed him for Sister Toilet's random killings of challengers. Now it was good, Sister Toilet admitted it was her own doing. The Dragon Country Command Center in Qin Liu cooperated smoothly, once again issuing a statement to clear Qin Liu's name. No matter how dissatisfied those countries were, they didn't dare to shout anymore. After all, everything was just their one-sided speculation. Qin Liu indeed didn't give Sister Toilet the order to kill. Alright, there are differences between men and women, you can disappear now. Qin Liu said, making a motion to unbuckle his belt. Sister Toilet's face turned red, cursing pervert, and vanished into the mirror. In the live broadcast room. Sister Toilet, you're the real strange one, what are you shy about like a teapot? If I were Sister Toilet, I wouldn't leave, I'd just keep staring at you, seeing how brave you can be. Though she's strange, she's ultimately a great beauty, okay? Not everyone is a female thug like you. No wonder men are willing to call Sister Toilet wife, they can't even be bothered to deal with you in reality. Always demanding cars, houses, and savings, who dares to care without that ability? Dressed so scantily, fearing both poor guys seeing and rich ones not seeing, disgusting. Sister Toilet is different, she wears a short skirt and never hides. In reality, just looking a little longer will cause a storm with the little fairies. But with Sister Toilet, I can look as much as I want, I just like looking at her, so what? Come at me. Useless man, stop changing the subject. If you're poor, work harder, don't just sit here typing on your keyboard. Watch out, or Sister Toilet will crawl out from your toilet mirror and eat you. As long as you have the guts, Sister Toilet is on maternity leave. The live broadcast room stirred up a wave of gender opposition. In the bathroom. Qin Liu, system, upgrade. Confirm consumption of 20,000 scare points to upgrade the system? Confirm. Ding, system upgrade successful, consumed scare points 20,000. Next came a bunch of introductions for new exchange items after the upgrade, along with new attributes and strength descriptions for other items. Upgrade again. Upgrade again. He upgraded all the way to level 10. After level 10, the scare points required for further upgrades became ridiculously high, no longer just 20,000. Fortunately, for Qin Liu, the upgrade goal had already been achieved. At level 10, the antidote finally appeared in the exchange mall. Cleansing water, 10,000 scare points, possesses powerful detoxifying abilities, can purify all toxins that invade the body, and within 15 minutes of consumption, becomes immune to all poisons. System, do you have some misunderstanding about cleansing? Just looking at the name without reading the description is pretty scary, okay? Qin Liu couldn't help but complain. The system remained unresponsive as always. The duration is 15 minutes, which means during these 15 minutes, I will not lose my sense of time in the mushroom carriage and can pass through quickly. No, the glass still needs to be removed. Relying on the antidote every time would seem unwise. After thinking it over, Qin Liu decided to act according to the rules and tidy up the mushroom carriage. After walking out of the restroom, Longguo was the first to greet him. Big brother, are you okay? The biologist said you went to the restroom because you were too nervous. He's right. Haven't you ever taken an exam? I always get so nervous before an exam that I go to the restroom several times. Longguo couldn't complain and could only nod in agreement. Mr. Mengde, you wait for me outside the door of car number 7. I am going in to find the antidote. You're going in alone? Mengde was a bit surprised. Just now, Longguo said that Qin Liu would use them in such a dangerous situation. But what he was doing now was clearly risking his life alone. Yes, I'm going in alone. When I find a solution, I will come back to get you. Qin Liu didn't say much, turned around, and walked away. The others exchanged glances, hurriedly following him. They followed him to the entrance of car number 7 and stopped, watching as Qin Liu resolutely lifted the curtain and went in. See, this is what it means to take responsibility as a big brother, Ah Fei proudly said. When we need help, the big brother never hesitates. He always charges ahead in the face of danger. Longguo huffed and thought, you're just a fool. If it weren't for the big brother protecting you, you wouldn't even know how you'd die. Too clever for your own good and completely unaware of how to protect yourself. After waiting for 5 minutes, Mengde began to show concern. What if he can't make it through car number 7 and doesn't come back? Old sir, don't think too poorly of him. The big brother is not that kind of person. One must always be cautious. He's not wrong. But in this matter, I support the big brother. Unless he can't find the antidote, if he finds it, he will surely come back to get us, Longguo said. Park Duan scoffed, you really know how to flatter, whether it's good words or bad. Aren't you just thinking of escaping with the spoils? Longguo's tone was sharp. Ashiba, can't you let this go? Park Duan jumped up. You are a thief and a traitor. Did I say anything wrong? Longguo wasn't afraid and charged forward. Just as the two were about to fight, the curtain was suddenly lifted, and Qin Liu pushed a dining car out. Big brother. Longguo abandoned Park Duan and rushed excitedly toward Qin Liu. What are you doing? Are you bullying Xiaopu? Qin Liu asked in a deep voice. No, just joking with him. Big brother, how are you? Did you find the antidote? I'll take action. I must find it. The four of them immediately lit up, even old Mengde's eyes sparkled, as if he could fly at any moment. Chapter 47. Qin Liu picked up a small red notebook from the dining car. This is the staff code of conduct for the mushroom carriage. Longguo grabbed it eagerly. The others also leaned in to look. From the code of conduct, it could be seen that those mushrooms were indeed poisonous. But after being cooked, they turned into very delicious food. The mushrooms in the mushroom carriage grew very quickly, being harvested 3 times a day, enough for all the passengers on the train. Just as Mengde guessed, after inhaling the mushroom spores, they would grow inside the human body. The staff responsible for picking mushrooms also had to wear professional clothing, strictly entering on time and leaving within a limited time. The large mushrooms that had grown into mushroom houses were left over because they couldn't be picked last time. As food, they had become unappetizing and couldn't be served to guests. It's quite impressive. Clearly a harmful and treacherous carriage, yet it considers the passengers so carefully, making it look real. Like Yuri muttered. Why is your resentment getting stronger? You can complain about anyone. Park Dwankuan straightforwardly expressed his dissatisfaction with Like Yuri. What resentment? It's just how it is. Right, big brother? That's true in a way. However, I still say that the rules only aim to kill us by the rules, not by other means. Qin Liu said. But the rules didn't say we would get poisoned by mushrooms. Like Yuri looked wronged. The rules also say not to run around. If you don't go to the mushroom carriage, you won't get poisoned. Park Dwankuan replied. If I don't go to the mushroom carriage, should I just wait like you to self-destruct? Have you not argued enough? Qin Liu's voice was cold and stern. The two suddenly fell silent. Meng De watched quietly, thinking, Qin Liu may be young and seems harmless, but he can command these three to follow his orders. That's not simple. This is not something that a revival card can accomplish. Time is running out. We should first go to the fifth carriage to break a window, then return to the fifth carriage to collect mushrooms. Qin Liu instructed. Again, breaking? Like Yuri immediately became nervous. Having played the heart-pounding game twice, he was truly scared now. Park Dwankuan appeared numb, his face cold, lacking the intense reaction he had shown before. What if we don't break a window and mushrooms start to smoke, attracting something big and scary like a fire ghost? In emergencies, we need some kind of defense, we can't just take hits with our faces. Qin Liu said. Like Yuri thought about it and agreed, exclaiming, Big brother is wise. Given Meng De was older and weaker, they decided not to let him break the window, asking him to wait in the sixth carriage. Qin Liu and the others, timing their self-destruction carefully, broke a window and quickly escaped back to the sixth carriage. In the information group, attendant number 1 messaged. Big brother, let's rush to the dining carriage in one go. Like Yuri suggested. He really didn't want to see Qin Liu break the glass in the sixth carriage again. Walking by the river often, how can one avoid getting wet? Every time playing heart-pounding games right before self-destruction, his little heart truly can't take it. In contrast, Park Dwankuan, who should be the most resistant, still wore a cold expression as if he had lost all responsiveness to the surroundings. He had no youthful idol's sunny disposition at all. That's fine. It takes a little longer to cook the mushrooms safely, Qin Liu said. Like Yuri felt relieved in his heart. Now that they had glass and were 2 or 3 carriages away, Qin Liu certainly couldn't come back to break the glass before the sixth carriage's self-destruction. Qin Liu said, System, note, remind me 20 minutes before the sixth carriage self-destructs. Reminder set. The system will remind you in 38 minutes. The 4 returned to the dining car but did not see Meng De's shadow, and a set of clothes was also missing. Seeing this, Like Yuri immediately exploded in anger. Big brother, I told you he is unreliable. Another double dealer who lacks morals. Fortunately, big brother, you took your bag with you this time and didn't leave it here for that old guy to keep an eye on, otherwise, it would have been over. A face slowly said, you always scare him away, normal people would have run off because of you. I'm not scaring him, I'm. Like Yuri stopped there, if he continued, he'd be saying in front of Qin Liu that he was treacherous and was using them. He has already told us what he knows, and he didn't take all his clothes, that's not completely lacking in morals. Let him be. Qin Liu was indifferent. Like Yuri still looked unconvinced, big brother, you are just too kind. When someone stabs you in the back, you still smile and cheer them up. Qin Liu chuckled and said, there's nothing I can do, I was taught from a young age to help others and act bravely. I can't just stand by and watch someone die. But they stabbed you in the back. Longguo's fists were clenched tight, almost crushing. That's their education problem, it has nothing to do with me. Longguo. Bullet screen. Having a big brother like this, little La is feeling the pain in her heart. Little La, you are amazing. You are lofty. I am flawed. Damn, the brother upstairs, you messed up the lines. Little Pooh, I'm numb, you all do whatever you want. Ah Fei, the big brother is a good person, Longguo is really no good. Meng Deming was clearly scared away by him. The bullet screen wildly played with their psychological activities, having a great time. For safety, Qin Liu gave everyone a bottle of detoxifying potion and distributed clothes. After all, he wasn't sure if these clothes really worked, it might be a trap. Longguo and the others had no doubts, thinking the detoxifying potion was also standard equipment for car number 7's attendants, they drank it without asking any further. Sweet and refreshing, so delicious it nearly brought tears to their eyes. Entering car number 7, Qin Liu immediately asked the 3 to help pick mushrooms. Except for those as big as houses, they packed everything else. The big mushrooms could fit, but they weren't tasty. Harvesting them was just a waste of effort. Once we reach the dining car, with these mushrooms, Big Brother will make quite a fortune again, Longguo said, completely understanding Qin Liu's intentions. I wonder if we'll get some benefits. After all, we put in the effort, Longguo thought, feeling a bit hopeful. After harvesting for a while, just as they were about to open the door to car number 8, the door opened by itself. Two people dressed exactly like them walked in. Longguo, Pu Duanquan, and Ah Fei instantly tensed up. These two were clearly the staff from car number 7. It was cooking time, they came for mushroom gathering. Facing them directly, Qin Liu should handle this without problems. If the three of them were to fight one, they might end up getting triple kills. Chapter 48. Huff. Huff. Under the gas masks, Longguo and the others heard their heavy gasping. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Yet the level of danger was no less than facing the fire monster. At least, they already knew the abilities of the fire monster in advance. But with these two staff members in front of them, they had no idea what deadly skills they possessed. Qin Liu had already used identification to observe the data of the two staff members, and he came to a conclusion: definitely cannot win. The mushroom collectors, who specialize in the mushroom car, had powerful poison attributes in their attacks. Although their overall combat power didn't reach A level, their poison attack had already surpassed A level. The ordinary thermal clothing upgraded along with the system, resistant to ice and fire, but surprisingly had no resistance to poison, so putting it on now was useless. The little firecrackers had drastically increased destructive power, but using them here would turn all those big mushrooms into mushroom paste, which meant hurting the enemy by 800 while self-destroying by 1,000. The two staff members stepped closer. Longguo and others were scared and wanted to retreat but found their legs weak and their bodies unable to move. Why are you late again? Always so slow, do you not want to work anymore? The live stream and the three little ones following behind were stunned. This Qin Liu was using this first strike tactic again. Look, so many mushrooms are no longer edible. If the quantity is insufficient, who is responsible? If the quality is subpar and the customers complain, who is responsible? The two staff members looked a bit confused. Only 2 staff members are allowed in here, entering and exiting on time. Why are there 4 of you? We did not receive a shift change notice, said the slightly taller staff member on the left. Qin Liu, furious, said sharply, did you not hear me speak? Time is running out, manpower is insufficient, the mushrooms have matured and cannot be eaten, so adjustments are being made. Do we need to see the train manager? Upon hearing this, the 2 staff members' expressions showed clear signs of tension. It seemed they were very afraid of the train manager. Forget it, since you didn't receive the notice, I'll just turn a blind eye this time. These 3 are new and are not familiar with the mushroom picking process. You all take care of them, teach them well, and hurry up to pick everything edible. Qin Liu's tone was filled with impatience for the newcomers. As he spoke, he deliberately revealed his uniform worn under the protective clothing. The 2 staff members saw this and immediately stopped doubting, thinking he was a mobile attendant temporarily assigned to help in the mushroom carriage. He can turn a blind eye and not report to the train manager, that's pretty good. The crisis seemed to have been resolved. However, Longguo and the others weren't happy at all. If he could fool the staff, a normal person would have quickly seized the chance to leave the mushroom carriage. Qin Liu insisted on continuing to pick mushrooms, risking his life for a small gain, like a beast in the wild. Be more active, look well, learn well, and ask if you don't understand. Don't make mistakes when you operate by yourselves in the future, Qin Liu said sternly. Yes. Longguo and the others responded quickly, nodding eagerly. Hurry up, we are waiting to cook, Qin Liu urged. Though the 2 staff members still had some doubts, they were muddled and led Longguo and the others to pick mushrooms after Qin Liu's prompt. Qin Liu pushed the cart, continuing to gather the good mushrooms he hadn't picked in time before. System, doesn't your identification ability upgrade? When encountering a new opponent, beyond data display, there should be strategies to counter them, right? The system remained unresponsive. You've all reached level 10, consumed my 200,000 scare points, yet still not humane at all. Other systems could transform into human form to help pick mushrooms by now. Qin Liu continued to complain, while the system stayed silent. Once in work mode, the 2 staff members were quite serious. Longguo and the others were filled with fear, distracted, they didn't absorb any of the mushroom picking knowledge they were given. You 3 are really newcomers, clumsy and awkward. No wonder he doesn't want to take you. Look, you've damaged the cultivation medium. The staff member gently lifted the top layer of withered leaves, revealing the cultivation medium underneath. Inside, there was surprisingly pink soil, covered with dense little mushrooms. As the staff member said, they had already messed up those little mushrooms because of their improper harvesting. These mushrooms grow fast but spoil quickly. What kind of cultivation medium is this? Why is it this color? Longguo asked curiously. You don't need to care about that, just remember, never touch them. Why? They are highly toxic. Lukori frowned. Why use a toxic cultivation medium? The mushrooms cultivated this way have a good appearance, great taste, and high nutritional value. As long as they are cooked correctly, they are perfect ingredients that customers love, the staff member explained carefully. Lukori seemed to understand. If the customers break the rules, do they get served incorrectly cooked mushrooms? Yes. But you don't need to worry about this, that's the restaurant carriage staff's job. Since you were sent here, your future work will be to manage the mushroom carriage. Never interfere with other jobs. Yes, yes. Lukori answered readily but suddenly had his own little thoughts. The soil is so amazing, if I quietly take a little, it might come in handy someday. I have poison resistance and am wearing a protective suit, so it shouldn't harm me. Lukori was unable to suppress his excitement, secretly grabbed a handful of the pink soil and stuffed it into his pocket. Thinking he could steal something too, Lukori couldn't help but feel delighted. Beside him, Afei also gasped in surprise. The staff member accompanying him also showed him the cultivation medium. However, what he saw was black-red soil. Lukori leaned in, eager to hear about the usefulness of this soil, and decided to sneak away a handful. As he was moving, Lukori heard a dripping sound coming from the floor of the compartment. Looking down, he silently cursed in his heart that things were not good. Pink soil was constantly falling down. What the heck, my pocket is leaking. Lukori cursed inwardly and reached to tidy up his pocket. In the next second, he froze. The pink soil scattered on the ground was not falling from his pocket, instead, his hand was rapidly turning into soil. In just a few seconds, his right hand was already reduced to half an arm. Big brother! Lukori shouted in a terrified cry. Hearing this, others looked over, and Pu Duanquan and Afei were so scared they almost fell. Lukori was left with only half a face, he looked like a clay figure quickly collapsing. You guy! Qin Liu rushed over quickly, raised his hand, and chopped off Lukori's still intact left hand. Big brother, Re. Before Lukori could finish his words, he turned into a pile of pink soil. Chapter 49. Supreme Rule. The country Asan challenged Lukori, illegally entered mushroom carriage number 7, mushroom poisoning, soil poisoning, body turning into soil, death, challenge failed. Deducting 10 national luck points from country Asan, remaining national luck points 75, strange events descend on Surat. When the death announcement came out, Asan country, in their wailing, unexpectedly had sounds of celebration. Not the ones who hated Asan, nor the enemies of Asan, but rather some patriots were cheering. This tone set a strange precedent after the bizarre arrival in the Blue Star world. Great, only 10 points of national luck were deducted, and only strange events descended, no other disasters. Lukori should have been taken down with Yuan Sophone long ago, surviving until now is already a miracle. Compared to the Qinshi country, this time Asan can be said to have won a great victory. I hope Qin Liu does not resurrect him, let's just end it quietly like this. These optimists from Asan country left the whole world in silence. The thought processes of the 5 constants on YouTube indeed leave people baffled. In the carriage. Looking at Lukori turned into a pile of soil, Pu Duanquan and Afei were pale with fear. Just now, they both had a strong urge to touch that soil. If it weren't for Lukori suddenly shouting, they probably would have touched it. That impulse felt like a mysterious power driving them, completely beyond their brain's control. One can conclude that although they were wearing gas masks, the hallucinogenic ability of the mushrooms still existed. It made people unknowingly make mistakes. This mushroom carriage was truly far more dangerous than a carriage with strange entities wandering around. Qin Liu's phone rang, immediately catching the attention of the other 2 staff members. Is this how you train new staff? Qin Liu suddenly shouted angrily. The 2 staff members trembled in fright, the doubts that had just surged inside them suddenly vanished. We have seriously told him that the soil of the culture medium must never be touched. The staff was quite aggrieved. Stop making excuses, getting a newcomer killed is a serious mistake. Do you want to get eaten? The 2 staff members shivered again with fear. It was clear that they understood how severe the consequences of making a mistake as train staff could be. The competition here had spiraled into a terribly strange level. The car that Qin Liu pushed shook violently at that moment, making a clanging noise. Forget it, I also have some responsibility, so I won't report this to the train chief this time. When those passengers make a mistake, let's catch one to fill in. After all, they are all newcomers and need guidance. Qin Liu said. The 2 staff members looked at each other, instantly moved to tears, repeatedly thanking him. Ding! High-level strangeness was scared off, gaining scare points 2000. I'll take them to the restaurant carriage first with the mushrooms, you guys clean up here. Qin Liu ordered. Yes. The 2 staff members bowed their heads. Keep up, hurry, they will soon be corrected. Our phone ringtone has already exposed us. Qin Liu urged in a low voice. Pu Duanquan and a Fei were covered in cold sweat, their masks soaked, not daring to breathe, trying hard to keep calm as they followed behind. The two staff members felt that something was wrong but couldn't quite put their finger on it. They could only look at Qin Liu and the others with puzzled eyes as they pushed the door to leave. A Fei was the last to follow, just about to lock the door leading to the mushroom carriage when he suddenly heard crashing sounds and screams coming from the front. When he looked, he found that two challengers tried to sneak attack Qin Liu, but for some reason, one had fallen to the carriage floor, his head split open. The other was leaning against a chair, covered in blood, looking as if he couldn't last much longer. In the corner lay another challenger. Surprisingly, it was the earlier sneaky escapee, the challenger from the Outer Empire, Meng De. It was obvious that he had also been killed by the challengers from Carriage 8 while passing through the mushroom carriage. A Fei didn't see how Qin Liu counterattacked just now, but the live audience and Pu Duanquan, who was closely following Qin Liu, saw it clearly. Qin Liu did not fight back at all. The two challengers secretly attacked Qin Liu, but they were instead thrown away by the food cart Qin Liu was pushing. Not to mention the audience, even Qin Liu was quite surprised. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary cart would have such a powerful counterattack effect. This food cart is not simple, Qin Liu thought to himself. He suddenly recalled how the cart trembled when he threatened those two mushroom pickers to not be eaten. At that moment he didn't understand what was happening, but now it seemed that this cart, like Sister Toilet, could devour rule breakers. This is definitely not an ordinary food cart, it's simply a strange entity disguised as one. But it didn't attack Qin Liu and the others, which meant that the cart has its own rules of punishment. They hadn't yet violated any rules the cart was responsible for. This thing is powerful, but pushing it like this is like carrying a ticking bomb, it might explode at any moment. I guess I need to figure out its rules quickly, Qin Liu thought to himself. Seeing Meng De, who was on the brink of death in the corner, Qin Liu walked over, squatted down, and examined his wounds. It looked like he had been stabbed in the lung by the stealth-attacking challenger, bleeding out too much, already beyond saving. You are Qin Liu, they originally wanted to sneak attack you. Meng De only managed to utter a few words before his neck tilted, and he died. Almost at the same moment he drew his last breath, the two challengers also met their end. The Supreme Rules simultaneously issued 3 death notices. Meng De died soon after his revival. The punishment for the Outer Empire by the Supreme Rules was even harsher than the first time. Last time, the Outer Empire only lost 15 points of national luck, this time it was directly deducted by 20 points. The Outer Empire still had 55 points of national luck left. Dragon Kingdom's Qin Liu was simply a devil. If it weren't for him, our country would not have suffered a second penalty at all. We should unite with countries like Cherry Blossom Country and Kimchi Country to pressure Dragon Kingdom for compensation. Yes, they must pay 10 times in compensation, otherwise, we will form a coalition to take down Dragon Kingdom. Facing the Outer Empire's outcries, Dragon Kingdom's netizens sneered, not even wanting to argue with them. If it weren't for the pain in Dragon Kingdom's past history, in which the predecessor of Oda once symbolically sent an expedition force of hundreds, many in Dragon Kingdom wouldn't even want to know that such a country existed in the world. Watching Qin Liu cut off a small piece of Meng De's tissue and collect it, the people of the Outer Empire shifted from cursing to pleading, begging Qin Liu through the screen not to revive Meng De anymore. But Qin Liu's words plunged them into despair. He was mistaken for me, which led to the sneak attack by the other challengers. I bear some responsibility for his death. I have a revival card, I will definitely revive him, Qin Liu said. Big brother, this can't be blamed on you. If he hadn't been untrustworthy and run away on his own, waiting for us properly in Carriage 6, he won't be ambushed successfully. A Fei explained. He's already an old man nearing his end. Even if you bring him back, he won't last much longer. It's better to save the resurrection card for someone important. Park Duanquan also advised. You don't need to persuade me. This is my principle, and it won't change. Qin Liu said with determination. The Empire of Ode, screw your principles. Can you just abandon these harmful principles? You want to be a good person, but the countries of Blue Star have turned into hell because of you. Supreme Rule, please, stop giving Qin Liu resurrection cards. We are willing to accept failure. Can we just admit defeat this time? Because the door was not closed, Qin Liu was ambushed, and the two mushroom pickers in the mushroom carriage also saw it. There are passengers attacking the staff. Should we go help? The shorter picker asked. Our job is to pick mushrooms. Those two passengers aren't breaking the rules here, so why should we interfere? Stop looking and hurry up with the mushroom picking. After a few more rounds, we can get promoted. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a loud bang as the door leading to the number 7 carriage was slammed shut. The two pickers bent down to continue picking mushrooms. After picking a few, they stood up simultaneously. Their previously normal eyes now glowed red. Their angular faces transformed into indistinguishable black blobs. They were corrected. Bang! The door that had just been shut was violently pushed open. Big brother, they are coming after us, Park Duanquan and Afai hurriedly hid behind Qin Liu. The correction is slower than I imagined. It seems that the higher the level, the more stubborn they are, making them harder to correct, Qin Liu said. Park Duanquan and Afai understood only half of what he said. They didn't care about levels, they were only concerned about how to get through this challenge. Don't be afraid, we've already left the mushroom carriage, Qin Liu reassured them. Once the two pickers left the mushroom carriage, the gas masks they wore automatically fell away. Their appearance was enough to trigger a fear of crowds in anyone. Their clothing was made up of densely packed mushrooms, making it look like their bodies were covered in eyes at first glance. Because those mushrooms were moving, it was as if the eyes were blinking. Be careful, the mushrooms on them are extremely poisonous. Don't let any spore smoke or mushroom juice touch you, Qin Liu warned sternly. Park Duanquan and Afai were on the verge of tears. They only had a piece of glass to shield themselves. If it was juice spraying, they could still fight back. If they used spore smoke, whether they could survive depended entirely on how reliable those gas masks were. Thinking about Longguo being turned to soil while wearing a gas mask, they figured these masks wouldn't be able to withstand an attack. You aren't trained staff, but you trespassed into the mushroom forest. This is a violation, you will be eliminated, the two mushroom pickers said in unison. Fireman was able to get past the mushroom carriage safely, which means he must be able to handle you, Qin Liu said with a sly smile as he took out a still damp blanket from his bag. The mushroom pickers left the mushroom carriage without completing their picking task, that's a violation. You should take it back to make up for it. As Qin Liu spoke, he shook the blanket, revealing the fireman from inside. Compared to its previous charcoal producer form, the fireman could now expand freely and quickly recovered to about 1.7 meters tall. But it still had the image of black charcoal, and there were new missing parts on its body. The fireman started to ignite and walked toward the two mushroom pickers. Afai trembled and said, Big brother, Mr. Mengda said that if we attack with fire, the mature spores of the mushrooms will fly everywhere, and we will die faster. It's okay, I have the antidote. As long as they don't turn you into mush or liquid, I can save you, Qin Liu said calmly. The two exchanged a glance, hoping that Qin Liu was telling the truth. In the eyes of the two mushroom pickers, only Qin Liu and the others were the ones breaking the rules. And in the eyes of the fireman, only two mushroom gatherers left without mushrooms. It was severely damaged in the self-destructing carriage and desperately needed a replenishment. Once its strength grew, it still needed to continue executing the unfinished cleaning task. The mission target? Of course, it was still Qin Liu and his group. Just as the battle for life and death between Fireman and the mushroom gatherers was about to begin, the restroom door between carriages number 7 and number 8 suddenly swung open. Two delicate white arms reached out, each grabbing the neck of one mushroom gatherer, dragging them into the restroom. Ding! Contract member, restroom rescuer has devoured mushroom gatherers number 6 and number 7, earning 20,000 scare points. At the same time, the restroom sisters data panel also updated. All data received a significant boost. Additionally, the restroom sister gained new attributes, poison resistance and poison attack. The resistance was shared with contract members. Seeing this data, Qin Liu hurriedly took out his phone and checked his data panel. Sure enough, his data panel in the information group also updated. Besides the previous basic attributes, a new poison resistance like that of Longguo was added. However, Longguo's initial poison resistance was 5, while Qin Liu directly had below A-level poison immunity. Phew! So lucky. Thanks to the restroom sister acting quickly, or else I wouldn't have gained this attribute. With this, I can munch on mushrooms freely, achieving the freedom to eat them raw, regardless of whether they are red umbrella or white stalk, eat as I please. Cough cough, mushrooms are better cooked, no need to eat them raw unless necessary. But being able to move around freely in the mushroom carriage, I could really take advantage of that. Just as Qin Liu was getting lost in his thoughts, the restroom sister strode out of the restroom. She lightly wiped her mouth, as if she wasn't full yet, her gaze fixed on Fireman. Fireman, upon seeing the restroom sister, actually felt fear and began to back away. Seeing this, Qin Liu immediately took out a blanket, rushed forward, and wrapped Fireman up, turning him into the new generation of Sunny Doll in his hands. The restroom sister was displeased. I took care of 2 potential A-level toxic anomalies, and you still won't let me eat it? What do you mean eat? You keep eating, and you'll grow a spare tire around your belly. Qin Liu scolded. The restroom sister flinched, genuinely looking down to lift up her already short outfit, checking her belly. So flat, there was not a bit of extra flesh. But the live stream was going wild. Wow, thanks to Qin Liu for sending benefits to the brothers. Wife's stomach is so flat, such a slim waist, love it. Qin Liu, I don't want to live anymore, just take me to feed to the restroom sister, this way I'll possess her. Ha ha ha. You up. This also confirmed Qin Liu's previous suspicion. In his prime state, the fireman's strength would surely crush Toilet Sister now. The pig must be fattened before slaughter. It is not yet time to sacrifice the fireman. Big brother, I have a question. Why don't you let Toilet Sister kill the fire deceiver? A Fei asked quietly. I want to know too. Big brother, it's not that I'm overly worried, but I'm afraid that once the fire deceiver recovers, we won't be able to handle it. We can't keep hoping for self-destruction of the carriage, right? Pu Duanquan also chimed in. You're right, self-destroying the carriage is a good option. Qin Liu raised his hand to check the time. You reminded me, it's almost time, let's head back to carriage number 6. Pu Duanquan really wanted to slap himself into silence. What nonsense about self-destruction of the carriage? Is Qin Liu going back to break glass again? Of course. A Fei shot a fierce glare at Pu Duanquan, blaming him for speaking out. Big brother, the door is locked, we can't go back. Pu Duanquan pointed at the door, holding onto a sliver of hope. That is indeed a bit of a problem. Just now, Toilet Sister killed 2 mushroom gatherers. I'll go see if they dropped any revival cards. You wait here. With that, Qin Liu quickly walked into the restroom. Pu Duanquan and A Fei exchanged glances, wanting to follow him to see what was going on but ultimately did not dare. Qin Liu has a contract with Toilet Sister, they don't. Although Qin Liu added their names to the contract, the blue light from Toilet Sister only flew into Qin Liu's body. If Toilet Sister does not play by the rules and insists on enforcing the restroom rules, then they would be the ones in trouble. What does this devil from Dragon Country want to do? Is he trying to pick up revival cards to resurrect Laculi? Supreme Rule, come out, quickly stop him from dropping revival cards. Don't let him run wild in the world of strange tales. If it goes on like this, the rules of the strange tales world will collapse. Are you guys so ruthless and heartless to your fellow countrymen? Qin Liu, an outsider, is cracking his brain to save people, and you all wish for your own challenger to die. Don't you have any conscience, any sense of patriotism? It seems that men from your country, like Laculi, are few, and most people's energy is spent on the few inches below their pants. Dragon Country people, don't stand there preaching. Get out of our live stream. Ha, this is too funny. Open your dog eyes and see clearly whose live stream this is. One sentence woke the dreamers. The Asan people in the Dragon Country livestream were stunned. After Laculi's death, the Asan Country's Strange Tales livestream would end, yet they were here insulting people in the Dragon Country livestream. For a moment, unable to argue back, they blurted out for others to roll away. Seeing the Asan people's embarrassment, many Dragon Country people sent out a barrage of messages full of talent. Who dares to invade your home, child, chase him away. No matter his petty theft, as if your ancestors laid their heart and soul for this land, shedding blood and tears. The Asan people protested, Dragon Country people, don't be smug, Qin Liu cannot drop revival cards every time he kills the deceiver. Dragon Country people, Qin Liu had no revival cards, the more deceivers he killed, the more revival cards he had. At this moment, the people of Dragon Country fully supported Qin Liu dropping cards. It does not matter if he did it or not, what matters is enjoying the sight of Asan and Kimchi West 8, clearly getting what they deserve, yet crying out loud. Qin Liu had not yet entered the restroom. System, redeem 2 revival cards. Ding, 2 revival cards redeemed successfully, consuming 20,000 fear points. Do you want to store them in your clothing pocket? Oh, you've learned to predict. After reading so much data, you're making some progress. But you're still an idiot, your prediction is wrong. Place them under the restroom mirror. Please confirm, what place should the redeemed 2 revival cards be placed? Qin Liu, damn, still an artificial idiot, a few words of complaint and it can't understand. Put them under the restroom mirror. Please confirm, the 2 redeemed revival cards. Under the mirror in the toilet of that train carriage. Qin Liu. Put it under the mirror in the toilet between car 7 and car 8 in front of me. Qin Liu was so angry that he almost jumped up. Ding, 2 resurrection cards have been placed under the mirror in the toilet between car 7 and car 8, please claim them yourself, host. Qin Liu was speechless and rubbed his forehead, pushing the door to enter the toilet. On the floor under the mirror, indeed lay 2 shining golden cards. Foreign netizens who recognized the writing of the Dragon Nation immediately saw that the 3 shining big characters on the card were resurrection card. How can this devil from the Dragon Nation not just die? If he dares to resurrect Lacuri, I will go to the Dragon Nation and grab his family to pay for it. Dragon Nation netizen, last time the pickled cabbage West 8s wanted to grab Qin Liu's family to pay for it, the grass on their graves is already 2 meters high. Welcome to grab. What? Grabbing Qin Liu's family? Dragon people are dragons, not Bengal lizards, they are not something Yuasan can just grab. If anyone dares to touch Qin Liu's family, without needing the mysterious team to make a move, Dragon Nation netizens can beat Yuasan out of shit. When it comes to retorts, Dragon Nation netizens never bow down to anyone. Even when the Dragon Nation was losing, their netizens would scold their challengers among themselves, but externally, they had never lost, always able to find a clever angle to silence netizens from other countries. Besides, right now Qin Liu was on a rampage, how could he possibly lose an argument at this time? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Liu picked up the resurrection card and walked out of the toilet with great delight. Let's resurrect them, Qin Liu said joyfully. He was as happy as if he were doing an immeasurable good deed. It really looked like he was doing an immeasurable good deed. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Chapter 52. Just as Qin Liu was about to resurrect Lurk, Park Duan-Koan spoke up to stop him. This scene was strangely familiar. Last time when resurrecting Park Duan-Koan, Mengde, and Afei, Lurk also stopped him like this. Big brother, I have something to say, I hope you won't be angry after you hear it. Park Duan-Koan's eyes were earnest. I am a good-natured person, broad-minded, and rarely get angry. Go ahead. Qin Liu smiled slightly, both elegant and handsome, with friendly light in his eyes. Big brother, I do not recommend you resurrect Lurk. Park Duan-Koan still appeared very cautious, as if afraid that Qin Liu would get angry at a disagreement. Oh? Tell me the reason. Qin Liu picked the resurrection card back up that he was about to put down. Seeing this scene, the citizens of Asan country collectively cheered for Park Duan-Koan, hoping he would perform exceptionally and stop Qin Liu from resurrecting Lurk. Every word Park Duan-Koan spoke was wildly approved by the Asans, wishing Qin Liu could hear their thoughts. To express support for Park Duan-Koan, the Asans frantically rewarded in the Pickled Cabbage Country's livestream. However, the Pickled Cabbage Country did not support Asan, instead, they angrily cursed Park Duan-Koan for meddling. The Pickled Cabbage Country had been severely harmed by Qin Liu's resurrection card. Such tragedy could not be shared solely by the Pickled Cabbage Country, right? Didn't the Asans claim to be strong enough to surpass the 5 constants, constantly shouting to arm wrestle with the Dragon Nation? Now the opportunity had come, first wrestle with Qin Liu, let's bring down a dozen or so strange disasters first. Park Duan-Koan described how Lurk spoke ill of Qin Liu behind his back. Afei nodded in agreement, big brother, I can testify, everything he said is true. Lurk even told me that your rice balls taste bad and would make people's stomach hurt. He just wants to monopolize the rice balls. Yes, big brother, looking at the small reveals the big. Lurk is greedy even for a rice ball and a bowl of rice soup, how could he not be greedy for more? I once betrayed you, I understand the rebellious psychology of traitors very well. Lurk pretends to be loyal, but inside he is all calculations. He spoke ill of you in front of Afei and in front of Mengde, actually trying to scare them away. So, only he is left beside you, and whatever you want to share, he is the only target. Let me say one more thing, he went to look for you with Ruan Safong, right? Ruan Safong is here to rob your gear, isn't Lurk doing the same? He just can't beat you, so he is being opportunistic. As Park Duan-Koan babbled on, the netizens from the Indian country gradually shifted from supporting him to angrily cursing him. If Park Duan-Koan speaks ill of Lurk and Qin Liu has a dark heart, thinking that this way Lurk deserves to die, that would be terrible. This dog is so annoying, if you can talk, then talk more, but if you can't, just shut your stupid mouth. The more you say, the more you lose. If I were Qin Liu, I would definitely revive Lurk and then take him down, only then could I relieve my anger. The brats from Kimchi country in India, stop acting like dogs biting Lu Dongbin. Did you grow up lacking love? Why is your heart so dark? What bad thoughts could Qin Liu have, he just wants to save people. Park Duan-Koan continued to chatter, and Qin Liu raised his hand to stop him. Right now, there are no witnesses. If I just listen to the two of you and draw a conclusion about little Lurk, that wouldn't be fair to him. I am a fair person, so I should hear what he has to say. As Qin Liu spoke, he decisively placed the revival card on Lurk's severed hand. Park Duan-Koan and Afei exchanged glances, their faces turning pale. In this way, they appeared to have wicked intentions instead. Bright light exploded, and the glow shone brilliantly. After a dazzling moment, the complete Lurk appeared before them. Taking a deep breath, Lurk sat up straight. He was stunned for nearly 2 seconds. Big brother, you revived me? I knew you wouldn't abandon me, thank you, big brother. Lurk knelt on the floor of the compartment, repeatedly thanking him while bowing his head. No need to thank me. The revival card isn't free, you need to perform better and work hard to repay it. Qin Liu smiled and patted his shoulder. One shout for big brother, and he will be big brother for life. I said long ago that I would hit where I point. Lurk had a loyal expression. That's good. Put this on. Qin Liu took out an outfit from his backpack. The three immediately recognized that this was the outfit Qin Liu used to trap Sister Toilet. If it could trap such a strong anomaly, what does that mean? It means that being attacked by such a strong anomaly could also be safe and sound. Park Duan-Koan and Afei looked at it with envy. After they had said so much about Rikurii, Qin Liu just turned around and gave him an anomaly-resistant outfit. Was this guy rebellious? The more others might betray him, the more excited he became? At this age, he still acts so defiant? Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Rikurii couldn't contain his joy, casting a proud glance at the other two as he happily put on the outfit. Big brother, it's so warm. Rikurii was so happy he felt like he was floating. Why give you something warm if it wasn't warm? You just came back to life, your body is still numb and needs to be protected. Qin Liu said. Park Duanquan looked gloomy. I was revived twice, yet you didn't give me one. Is there really such a big gap between people? Am I not a haloed national idol? Qin Liu was about to revive Mangde when the three of them voiced their objections in unison. What's the reason this time? Did he also say bad things about me? Qin Liu's face showed displeasure. Bad words? Rikurii's face darkened, coldly looking at Park Duanquan and Afe. Just those two words made him imagine a vast amount of information. The two lowered their heads in silence. It's nothing much. Just tell me, why are you stopping me from reviving Mr. Mangde? Qin Liu asked. Rikurii thought for a moment and said, Big brother, we can't let you go against your conscience and principles. My idea is that reviving Mr. Mangde now, at his age, if he encounters anything, he could die again. In that case, it wastes your revival card and makes him suffer. I suggest waiting until we reach the final stop to revive him. After all, he provided us with knowledge about poisonous mushrooms, we do owe him a favor. Qin Liu nodded with a smile, giving Park Duanquan and Afe a meaningful glance. Look, learn, this is how to speak correctly. Pu Duanquan felt angry in his heart, but he had to admit, in terms of flattery and speaking style, he really was not as good as La Cooley. This damn programmer, shouldn't he be an awkward and talkative fatty? How come he can talk so smoothly? It's really infuriating. Qin Liu cut off a piece of Mengde's tissue and preserved it, not in a hurry to resurrect him right now. Alright, open the door. Let's go back to carriage 6. This time, let's take apart a few more pieces of glass. Okay. La Cooley immediately stood up and walked to the door, just about to open it, then he uneasily asked, Brother, is there no problem in carriage 7? As long as you don't touch the soil inside, there won't be any problems. La Cooley felt relieved at once and opened the door with his computer in hand. Chapter 53. As Qin Liu and his group just entered carriage 7, the command center of the Windmill Nation immediately sent a message to their challenger, Shurdayan. Qin Liu has obtained a dining car with extremely strong counterattack damage, and it is now placed at the entrance of carriage 7 leading to carriage 8. Go get it immediately. Upon receiving the command center's message, Shurdayan did not feel overjoyed. He had been hiding in carriage 8, and so far he was safe, relying on calmness, not listening to the command center's orders. There was no need to risk going out just for a dining car. Stupid command center, if I had listened to you, I would have been dead by now, Shurdayan cursed inwardly. Before this, the command center had contacted Shurdayan twice. The first time was to inform him that the bazaar could be fought. The second time was to tell him that beating the creepy train staff could drop a revival card. Both times, Shurdayan did not move. And he had witnessed Danny from the Philippines turn to ashes by a fire bazaar. Now they were asking him to get a dining car without even knowing if it had hidden attributes. It was simply foolish. On the other hand, since he had nothing to attract the challenger's hatred, pushing a car with reflective damage would only backfire. Seeing the challenger from the bear country, Pulianchiji, also looking at his phone, an idea struck Shurdayan. Hey, buddy, did the command center send you a message too? Shurdayan whispered. No. I'm checking meal times. I'm about to starve to death. Pulianchiji replied, looking quite dejected. Shurdayan was secretly delighted, this was what he wanted. They had already quietly communicated before, knowing that Pulianchiji was transported to the strange world during a wilderness survival event. Before this, he had gone 3 days without 9 meals. A tall man, now his eye sockets were sunken, lips cracked, weak and powerless, truly pitiful. Do you think as long as mealtime comes, we can move and safely reach the dining cars in carriages 9 and 10? I can't care about that much, I'm about to starve to death. Carriage 6 is going to self-destruct soon, in 2 hours, it'll be our turn here. Staying here also leads to a dead end. Pulianchiji said. Shurdayan nodded first, then shook his head. You're right, but not completely right. Urging us to go to the dining cars might be a trap. Even a trap, I have to step in. I'm about to starve to death. Pulianchiji couldn't stop talking about hunger. That's not wise. We've managed to survive until now. Sai, if you really want to move, I do have a suggestion. Shurdayan said. Pulianchiji moaned weakly, if you have a good plan, why aren't you using it yourself? I'm discussing it with you. If you don't want to know, that's fine. Shurdayan retracted his neck and pretended to sleep under the blanket. This tactic of retreating to advance proved useful. Pulianshiji was intrigued. Isn't that disgusting, to be halfway through taking a dump? What's the plan? Hurry and tell me. You said you didn't want to hear it. If you don't say it, how can I hear? Hurry up, time is running out. Pulianshiji urged. Shirdayan opened his eyes, looked around the carriage, and quietly said, "The challenger from Dragon Country, Qin Liu, parked the stolen dining car at the entrance of carriages 7 and 8. They don't know why they turned back to carriage 7. There might be food in the dining car. Even if there isn't, that dining car belongs to the crew, you understand what I mean?" Hearing about food, Prydzinski's stomach growled loudly. Okay, then let's go take a look. Prydzinski's murky eyes began to shine. But Stone looked disappointed and embarrassed. "I told you, my legs aren't working well. You go push the car over and push me along. Let's team up just like Qin Liu and the others." Prydzinski frowned. He didn't remember Stone ever saying that his leg had a problem. Unable to resist the temptation of food, Prydzinski stopped thinking too much, observed for a moment, saw nothing unusual, and immediately got up, sneaking towards car number 7. When he arrived at the door, he indeed saw a dining car parked there, and on the floor of the car lay 3 corpses, their blood frozen into icy clumps. Prydzinski quickly scanned the car again, then hurried to rummage through the dining car. Besides some raw mushrooms, there were indeed all kinds of food and water available. Prydzinski licked his cracked lips, not caring about anything else, twisted open a bottle of cold water, and gulped it down, quenching his thirst. Then he looked at the food in the dining car: frozen cheese, raw eggs, bacon, mushroom sauce, a stack of flatbreads, and some raw mushrooms. As a survival expert, Prydzinski recognized at a glance that those golden yellow, chrysanthemum-like little fungi were safe to eat raw. Prydzinski was overjoyed, as if he suddenly had risen from hell to heaven. He downed 3 raw eggs in one go. For the frozen cheese, although it was too hard to chew, he managed to wolf down 2 pieces. Bacon dipped in mushroom sauce was simply delicious. Just as he was happily eating, the door leading to car number 9 opened. 2 tall female crew members in high heels walked over. Prydzinski wanted to hide, but noticed that the 2 crew members had already spotted him. "Why aren't you in your work uniform?" the crew member on the right, wearing 2-tone stockings, asked. Prydzinski was already prepared to fight for his life, but upon hearing the crew member mistake him for one of their own, he immediately abandoned the idea. "My work uniform was stolen by a few passengers," Prydzinski lied. "It seems the crew responsible for order here really got into trouble." "Let's hurry," another crew member said. They didn't suspect anything and actually walked into car number 7. Prydzinski wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. At the same time, he was overjoyed to the point of soaring. The recent encounter showed that as long as he was pushing this dining car, the crew members inside wouldn't attack them. It was like a life-saving talisman. Prydzinski experienced the thrill of parading through the streets in crew uniform, just like Qin Liu. Stone observed everything and regretted to the core. The command post of Windmill Country was so furious that they almost smashed the table. They understood Stone's caution, but now that the dining car had been handed over to the challenger from Bear Country, what price they would have to pay to get it back was hard to predict. "You're right, this dining car really has its uses." Prydzinski pushed the dining car to Stone's side. Stone hurriedly put on a happy face. "How could I deceive you? Now, push me, and let's go to the restaurant car together." But Prydzinski coldly shook his head. "If I'm pushing a person in the dining car, how would I explain when I encounter crew members again? Should I say you're food? Or that you're a passenger?" Stone immediately understood Prydzinski's meaning and was so angry that his fingernails dug into his own flesh. "Can't you just say I'm an injured staff member?" Stone shouted in fury. Prydzinski smirked mischievously. "The Snow Country's cunning carriage does not take in idle people." Chapter 54. "Do you want to monopolize the dining car?" Stone shouted angrily and stood up. "Have you ever seen 2 people pushing a small dining car?" Prydzinski scoffed. "Go to hell." Stone pulled out a fork from behind and jabbed it towards Prydzinski's carotid artery. Prydzinski swiftly grabbed Stone's wrist, preventing him from succeeding. Holding his hand, he pushed the fork in his hand toward his neck. Shirdayan failed to sneak attack, and his strength was far below Pulianshiji, so he couldn't resist at all. The fork quickly pierced his skin. "No. No, I won't fight you for the dining card anymore, spare me." Splat. Blood gushed forth. Shirdayan clutched his neck, collapsed in the corner of the carriage, soon rolling his eyes, dying with his eyes wide open. "Trash, you think you can fight me? I can tear a brown bear apart with my bare hands. I've lived on the Siberian wilderness with just a knife for a year and a half. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool?" Although Shirdayan was dead, Pulianshiji still felt unsatisfied and stepped on his face. His eyeballs popped out. Just arrived in carriage number 6, Qin Liu and his group suddenly received a phone alert. Taking out their phones, they saw yet another death notice. However, this announcement was a bit different from the previous ones. Supreme Rule, Windmill Kingdom Challenger Sherdone has died, challenge failed. Deducting 20 points from the national fortune of Windmill Kingdom. Remaining national fortune, 65 points. A strange event has befallen Amsterdam. Bro, how strange. Why didn't it say what rule Sherdone broke or where he died? Luckily said, eyes wide with wonder. If you really want to know, just resurrect him later and ask. For now, hurry up and break the glass, stop worrying about the rest, Qin Liu said. Luckily thought, I'm just curious, I don't want to revive him. If you have extra resurrection cards, just save them for me. Watching time tick away, but due to not having the right tools, Afei was really slow at breaking the glass. At this rate, it seemed they could only manage to break one piece. Running back and forth, yet only managing to get one piece at a time, who knows when they might encounter a Class S strange entity and ruin the glass. No matter how you count it, they would be at a loss. The more Qin Liu thought about it, the more uneasy he became, so he quickly browsed the system exchange mall. After upgrading the system from level 3 to level 10, he was looking for something that could counter the mushroom carriage. As long as the attributes did not match, he would skip it. There was no time to carefully look through the new items. Scanning quickly, he indeed found an item that made his eyes light up. Universal Repair Plate, 10,000 scare points, made from the same material as an ordinary white warm coat, can repair any holes or cracks, a must-have for home travel. A good thing. But there's no time. I wish I had discovered it sooner. Qin Liu continued to check other items, hoping to find something that could be used in conjunction. Muscleman Acceleration Pill, 10,000 scare points. An internal pill, after consumption, it can stimulate human potential, greatly increasing the speed of any action for 10 minutes, not exceeding human physical limits, cannot be taken multiple times, or it may cause the user to disintegrate due to excessive speed, a must-have for home travel, killing, and looting. Wow, this is amazing. It really pays off to keep upgrading and get good stuff. If I give one to Sister Toilet. Qin Liu's eyes curved, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. Afei, you're way too slow at this. Afei, who was busy, already had his heart in his throat. Upon hearing Qin Liu complain, he trembled and dropped the glass-breaking tool with a clatter onto the carriage floor. Bro, I'm not slacking off, this glass is really hard to break. Afei trembled nervously. I know, I'm not blaming you. Qin Liu smiled cheerfully and pulled out 3 purple pills and a stack of something that looked like glue traps from his bag. Take this medicine, it will make you all more powerful. What kind of medicine? Where did you get it, bro? Luckily asked. It dropped from those 2 mushroom gatherers I just killed. Here, it says on it, after swallowing, it will accelerate any of our actions. The 3 hurriedly leaned in to take a look, but their expressions changed the next second. Dragon country characters, we can't understand. Although they couldn't read it, Qin Liu's words sparked great interest in them. Bro, the things dropped from those 2 guys. Is it okay to eat? Park Duan-Kuan had doubts. It's fine. Worst case, if we get poisoned, I'll just revive you. In the live stream. Listen to this devilish talk. They say Qin Liu is kind, but he clearly sees other challengers as guinea pigs. Such a person should really be sent to hell, not allowed to participate in this bizarre challenge. How can a body at 37 degrees say such cold-blooded things? It's simply more terrifying than a devil. Why are you all in such a rush? What did Qin Liu say wrong? If someone dies, he'll just revive them. What a good person. Thank you for the gift, big brother. Eerie was the first to take the pill, showing no fear, and swallowed it directly. Park Duan-Kuan and Afei were ultimately overcome by terror rather than their infatuation. I don't feel anything special. Let's see if I can run faster than before. After getting an approving look from Qin Liu, Eerie began to run towards carriage 7. Before they even realized it, Eerie had vanished, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing in the carriage. Before Qin Liu and the others could regain their composure from shock, Eerie was back in front of them. His face flushed, heart steady, breathing as calm as if he were asleep. Big brother, it's amazing. I feel like Quicksilver. I ran to carriage 8, but big brother, your food cart is gone. Big brother, is the effect of this medicine permanent? Eerie was excited, full of hope. You wish. It lasts only 10 minutes. Eerie's face suddenly drooped. What a pity. If it were permanent, we wouldn't need to be afraid when encountering the strange. Even if we couldn't fight, we could still run away. Not necessarily. Qin Liu continued to douse his hopes. If you encounter the one that killed the palace master, running fast won't necessarily be helpful. Just thinking of the CUG strange lurking in carriage 10 made Eerie and the others' hearts sink. All their small plans were immediately cancelled. Stop wasting time and get to work. Once the self-destruction red light comes on, no matter how fast you run, it won't matter. Qin Liu said. Seeing Eerie was fine, Park Duan-Kuan and Afei immediately swallowed the pills as well. Before, it took several minutes to remove a piece of glass. Now, it was down to 20 seconds per piece. But before they had time to rejoice, the three realized something was wrong. They had removed the glass too early, the strange from outside rushed in, but the self-destruction hadn't occurred, they were in danger. Reacting quickly, the three followed the earlier pattern, removed the glass, and swiftly slipped back into carriage 7. Just as they closed the door, they noticed Qin Liu hadn't followed. They saw him pull out the blinding knife again and throw a string of firecrackers outside, then calmly stuck the patching board on the window. Once the firecrackers went off, the strange outside couldn't break through the patching board. Chapter 55. That's amazing. The effect is actually the same as the Bazaar car's glass. Eerie exclaimed, wide-eyed. Didn't Big Brother have a sewing kit? If we have enough patching boards, sewing together a piece of armor would make us invincible. Afei's eyes sparkled with desire. Having died once, he definitely didn't want to die again. If he has such powerful stuff, why take the risk to come back and remove the glass? He could have just used it to block the gap in carriage 6. Park Duanquan's tone held grievance and dissatisfaction. Even though he was continuously revived, which made him happy, he could imagine how horrible it would be if their situation turned his homeland into a hellish place. Those haters probably tore him apart with their words. Of course, he didn't want to die again. If he could avoid taking risks, he would do so. Don't doubt Big Brother. He didn't take it out to block carriage 6 because he probably hadn't lost this equipment yet. Like Yuri said. What loyalty are you acting for? We don't know what you're thinking? Park Duanquan replied coldly. Like Yuri smirked wickedly, if you're not acting, why don't you go out and tell Big Brother you're leaving the team to go solo? Afraid? Then shut up. Park Duanquan was so angry his back teeth wanted to crunch, but he truly couldn't find a retort. The face twisted, turning from green to red. While they were arguing, Qin Liu waved at them with a smile, signaling them to go outside. Rakuli didn't hesitate and immediately opened the door to go out. Pu Duanquan and Afei exchanged glances and quickly followed. Big Brother, are we not leaving yet? Rakuli asked. Leaving? You've already eaten the pills, why not hurry up and tear down more? Big Brother, what's the use of tearing down so much? Rakuli continued asking. You're so full of questions. Can you guarantee that in the future, a certain carriage won't be completely missing glass, requiring us to patch it up piece by piece? Do you want to turn back and tear it down then? Rakuli felt a chill and quickly said, Big Brother is wise. To be able to prepare for rainy days and have foresight, following Big Brother is indeed safe and reliable. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear Big Brother? Get to work and tear it down. The four worked well together, and soon, half of the carriage's glass was completely removed. Just as they were passionately tearing down, Qin Liu suddenly told them to stop. The three also heard it, a heavy footstep sound coming from the direction of carriage number 5. With every footstep, the carriage seemed to shake. The four all showed expressions of surprise. Carriages 1 to 5 had already self-destructed, and even the fireman, wrapped in a wet blanket, had almost turned to dust in the self-destructing red glow. How could something still be moving in the already self-destructed carriage? Qin Liu made a shoe gesture, quickly ran to the door, and looked towards carriage number 5. Carriage number 5 was empty, not even a shadow to be seen. But the calm self-destructing red glow had begun to flicker like flames. What a joke, this is leaving no way out for people. A mystery that even self-destructing red light can't handle, who can deal with it? Little Raku, quickly come and lock the door, reinforce it as much as possible. Rakuli realized the severity of the situation and hurriedly complied. Let's go, don't tear down anymore, Qin Liu said. Just as the four were about to return to carriage number 7, 2 tall and beautiful stewardesses walked over with big strides. Carriage inspectors, no fixed position, no restricted duty area, wherever needed, they move. Their fighting capability is ordinary, but they can change the carriage's domain at any time, enticing rule-breaking and summoning powerful mysteries from other domains to help. What does it mean to change the carriage's domain? Can it turn the dining carriage into a restroom? Can it change a regular carriage into a self-destructing carriage? Qin Liu asked. The system remained silent as always. So stupid, my god. This is no different from creating anxiety, right, boss? Qin Liu exploded with anger. Although the system didn't give more explanation, Qin Liu realized from the identification description that these two beautiful beings were not to be provoked. If things went wrong, the self-destructing carriage might just be summoned by them. Big Brother, what should we do? Those two look like they could be easily dealt with, should we go? Rakuli asked. As a person who liked to think, Rakuli quickly understood, clearly fighting these beautiful mysteries was much easier than dealing with the monsters in the self-destructing carriage. No. Quickly, hide in the restroom, Qin Liu said. Even Qin Liu felt a sense of retreat, and the three instantly lost their fighting spirit, having no choice but to squeeze into the restroom. Qin Liu did not lock the restroom door but left a gap to watch. The two beautiful inspectors evidently also noticed the situation in the self-destructing carriage. They showed a look of surprise and quickly retreated. Strange, could it be that the things in the self-destructing carriage were not summoned by them? Qin Liu thought quietly, determined to hide in the restroom and see what was going on. Are you there? Qin Liu knocked on the mirror. Rakuli and the others felt despair in their hearts. Don't call the restroom lady out. If she got angry and ate them, they'd have to wait for a revival card. In the blink of an eye, the restroom lady appeared in the mirror. Are you wondering about the mystery of the self-destructing carriage? The restroom lady asked with a wicked smile. You really understand me, Qin Liu praised. The restroom lady snorted proudly. That's a phoenix man reborn from destruction, quite powerful. How powerful? You can't beat it either? The restroom lady raised an eyebrow and gave Qin Liu an inscrutable glance. Then, it vanished. Damn it! It's over. She definitely can't handle it. Brother, what should we do? Let's escape quickly. Park Duanquan trembled. Just as he finished speaking, the self-destruct timer for Carriage 6 hit 0. Information Group, Steward 1. Carriage 6 self-destructed. There are 60 minutes left before Carriage 7 self-destructs. Mealtime is up, the dining carriage is officially open. Passengers who need meals, please orderly go to carriages 9 and 10 for dining. After entering the dining carriage, please remember and strictly follow the dining rules. Thank you for your cooperation. We wish you a pleasant meal. Brother, let's hurry to the dining carriage. Perhaps the new rules in the dining carriage can restrain. Eerie didn't finish his sentence when red light filled the area outside the restroom. The restroom shook violently, almost knocking the mirror off its place. Heavy footsteps were already outside the restroom. Eerie immediately covered his mouth, daring not to speak another word. Park Duanquan was sweating profusely. Although he was tightly sandwiched between Eerie and Afe, he almost could not stand. Qin Liu, too, felt so nervous that he swallowed a gulp of cold saliva. Yet he still did not close the restroom door. If there was noise and the guy outside burst in, that restroom door would be useless. Bang bang. Bang bang. The guy outside did not stop in front of the restroom but continued walking forward. Qin Liu saw that it was a muscular man wearing only a pair of blue shorts. He was covered in muscle bumps, radiating a red glow. The system's identification ability provided information. Chapter 56. Phoenix Man, S-rank weird, reborn in the self-destructing carriage number 1, filled with rage and hatred, with powerful combat ability. He possesses self-detonation ability. After self-detonation, any carriage can enter a self-destruct state. Can be reborn infinitely. The location of rebirth is always the self-destructing carriage number 1. Damn, that was close. If he self-detonates here, then Qin will also be done for. Qin Liu slowly exhaled a breath he had held for a long time and gently soothed his racing heart. Watching Phoenix Man enter carriage 8, Qin Liu finally opened the door and left the restroom. Brother, what now? If we go forward, we'll definitely bump into it. If we stay here, we can only survive for an hour. Eerie said with a sorrowful face. Don't rush. It's not just us 4 left now. Qin Liu said calmly. The 4 exchanged glances, indicating they only understood half of it. Ahead in the carriage, there were indeed quite a few surviving challengers, but what Qin Liu couldn't handle, how could they? In life, one should not underestimate oneself nor others. Brother Eagle Sauce was the first to decipher the crossing conditions and is exceptionally strong. I believe this trivial Phoenix Man is no match for Brother Eagle Sauce. Qin Liu said confidently. What if they can't handle it? Can you stop thinking like that? You really look down on Brother Eagle Sauce too much, right? He's the person I trust the most. You are not allowed to say such pessimistic things anymore. Qin Liu sternly criticized. Eerie, with a long face, could only say yes. Naturally, Qin Liu's statements were captured by the intelligence personnel from Eagle Sauce Country, who immediately transmitted the live video back to the Eagle Sauce Country's command center. Damn it! This Qin Liu is drawing attention to our challengers. This kid from Dragon Country is very sharp. He's indirectly reminding us that a powerful reborn weird is approaching. Of course, he also aims to solve that trouble through Brad. He didn't intervene when the strong weird helped in the restroom, but expects Brad, who has no weird equipment, to handle it? He doesn't know if Brad has weird equipment. In his understanding, Brad isn't weak and should have dropped some equipment. So what now? Of course, we will inform Brad about the situation, so they can prepare in advance. Perhaps the dining carriage's rules can truly limit the resurrected weird. Eagle Sauce Country used communication not belonging to themselves to inform Brad of the situation. They contacted the Maple Leaf Country Command Center. Let the Maple Leaf Country contact Wall Carry and convey the meaning of Eagle Sauce Country to Brad. The Maple Leaf Country understood that Eagle Sauce Country was saving their own communication times. Although feeling unhappy, as a junior, they could only obey. To put it another way, Wall Carry and Brad had been together and needed Brad's help. The two countries joining forces were equivalent to having 6 communication times, which was much better than those fighting alone or even against each other. Wall Carry, what? To Brad? Good. It's your turn. Brad naturally took the phone. After listening to the command center, Brad frowned slightly but did not show shock or fear. Understood. Got it. Brad casually accepted the call. Wall Carry listened throughout the call, but he couldn't stay calm. A wave of fear instantly engulfed him. To actually be able to be reborn in a self-destructing car, isn't that invincible? That kid from Dragon Country is too despicable. He actually doesn't care and just watches the strange thing walking towards us. Wall Carry shouted angrily. I said before, that kid is clever. Knowing the opponent is powerful, of course he wouldn't act recklessly. But he hid in the bathroom, which means that the revived creature won't randomly kill. The places he passed through are not devastating. Brad calmly analyzed. Wall Carry's heart stirred. Then can we also hide in the bathroom and wait for that strange creature to pass? Are you trying to die? The bathroom is fine for Qin Liu, but other people going there is just sending themselves to death. Brad replied. Wall Carry shivered, his face turning pale in panic. Then what do we do? Brad coldly glanced at him. Don't just panic, think more. Wall Carry forced a smile. I've been thinking. But the only way I thought of was a way to die. Big Brother Eagle Sauce, I'm counting on you. Brad pointed ahead and then behind. This is the safest place. Whether it's the strong strange creature from car number 10 or the revived strange creature from car number 8, there will be challengers on both sides stepping on traps for us. Wall Carry looked left and right, finally feeling relieved, showing a smile. Just as they were talking, a bubbling sound came from the door of car number 8. Pushing the dining cart was actually a hairy man. That's not a crew member, it's the challenger Puliansky from Bear Country. Wall Carry opened Puliansky's data panel in the information group and handed the phone to Brad to look at. Brad just glanced at it sideways. He had already memorized the information and appearance of the living challengers. At this time, quite a few challengers had gradually come into the restaurant, but almost all of them had come from car number 10. Before Puliansky appeared, there were only 3 challengers who had come from car number 8. However, they did not stop in car number 9, but went to car number 10. Seeing the hairy man pushing the dining cart but not wearing a uniform, the challengers all sat quietly, daring not to look at him, let alone order. Puliansky pushed the dining cart without stopping, walking straight ahead. Hey, buddy. Brad proactively struck up a conversation. Give us 2 pizzas, 2 cups of milk, and 2 well-done steaks. Order at the dining counter. I don't have anything on this cart. Puliansky said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the dining cart shook violently. As everyone wondered what was happening, the dining cart suddenly deformed, making a twisting noise and producing a big mouth full of steel teeth. With a roar, it bit Puliansky, who was pushing the cart. Blood sprayed everywhere. Wall Carry originally wanted to reach for food from the cart, but seeing this scene, he was so scared that he collapsed into his chair, nearly losing control. 2. Chasing up, with 2 crunching sounds, those 2 were swallowed. Everyone sit down, don't move. Brad shouted loudly. The challengers who also wanted to get up and run, hearing Brad's words, sat down and did not dare to move. Sure enough, after the dining car ate those 2 fleeing challengers, it swayed a bit and again transformed with a clanging sound back into its ordinary dining car appearance, quietly parked there. The splattered blood everywhere also mysteriously disappeared, leaving no trace at all. If it weren't for the Supreme Rules issuing the death announcement, no one would believe a bloody event had just occurred here. Chapter 57. Outside the number 7 carriage, the Qin Liu team lingered. Looking at the death announcement issued by the Supreme Rules, Pu, La, and Fei were filled with surprise and panic on their faces. Especially Pu Duanquan. He was previously complaining in his heart, why did Qin Liu leave such a powerful retaliatory dining car in carriage number 8? Brother, the dining car eats people, why didn't it eat you? Pu Duanquan blurted out. You traitor, are you hoping for Big Brother to be eaten? La Curry pretended to want to hit him. Pu Duanquan's face changed, hurriedly explaining, I didn't mean that. What I mean is. You meant exactly that, you are waiting for Big Brother to die. If Big Brother dies, you can take his bag. Shut up, don't speak nonsense. Big Brother, don't listen to his random talk, I really didn't mean that. Pu Duanquan was anxiously turning red. All right. What's there to argue about? Let's mourn for them. I thought our big brother Mao Xiong would make it through, he is an expert in survival. Truly, man proposes, but God disposes. I wonder if he left anything behind. Qin Liu said. The three exchanged glances. Hearing Qin Liu's words, did he still want to revive Polyansky? That guy pushing his dining car was practically putting malicious intentions on his face. After a moment of silence. Big brother, are we still waiting here? Lakuri asked in a low voice. The report from Phoenix Man hasn't come yet, of course we wait. The report? Lakuri expressed confusion. It killed someone, the Supreme Rules will certainly announce it. Previously, when challengers from Windmill Country died, the Supreme Rules didn't say how they died. I think I know what happened. Qin Liu said. What happened? The three asked in unison. It was probably killed by Polyansky while trying to rob the dining car. This counts as a death outside the rules, so the Supreme Rules didn't announce the cause of death. Lakuri recalled the scene he had seen, deeply agreeing with Qin Liu's guess. Big brother, then what do you think? Why did the dining car eat people? Lakuri asked. I don't want to guess. If you figure it out, let me know. Qin Liu said solemnly. Lakuri felt awkward and could only embarrassingly scratch his head. Since it's mealtime, let's eat something. It's not free. Of course, we will surely obey Big Brother. Whatever Big Brother tells us to do, we will do it, and absolutely not do anything against the rules. Lakuri rubbed his hands, nodding and bowing. Qin Liu gave each of them a rice ball and a bowl of rice soup. What about himself? He brought out a bowl of fragrant egg fried rice. The rice balls were quite delicious, but smelling the fragrance of the egg fried rice, he suddenly found the rice balls tasteless. Big brother, how do you have egg fried rice? Lakuri asked with drooling. It's just there, how could it not be? Do you want me to teach you how to make egg fried rice? Embarrassed again, Lakuri felt even more uncomfortable. Pu Duanquan was secretly pleased. He always couldn't win against Lakuri in disputes, now it was counting as Qin Liu helping him out. Big brother, is there kimchi? Pu Duanquan cautiously asked. No. But I just grabbed a few bottles of mushroom sauce. As Qin Liu spoke, he really took out a bottle of mushroom sauce for them. The three were overjoyed and, after thanking, immediately divided the bottle of mushroom sauce. While eating, they praised it endlessly. At that time, those two beautiful patrollers also entered carriage number 9, and their expressions looked somewhat anxious. They seemed to have encountered a worrying problem. They walked all the way to the dining car and then stopped, asking, where is the dining car attendant? Hello, ladies. It's like this, I ordered a steak, but he said there wasn't any, and then the dining car was eaten. Brad calmly told the truth. I see. It seems he is not a real attendant. After saying this, the two female inspectors no longer paid attention to the dining car and simply walked away. Wakuli was so nervous that he was sweating, and his face was as white as if covered in frost. Eagle Sauce brother, how do you know that telling the truth will definitely be fine? Because just now Pulinsky told a lie, Brad said. Wakuli was even more surprised. He looked at the dining car, and indeed there were no steaks or pizzas, so where did he lie? A sharp light flickered in Brad's eyes, and he finally stopped speaking politely. We have been sitting in this dining car for several hours, you haven't even memorized the rules here? Wakuli was stunned and hurriedly picked up a small notebook on the dining table to browse quickly. When he saw Rule 8 of the dining car, he suddenly understood. Rule 8 said that this train provides any food and drink. But Pulinsky said there wasn't any. This was a blatant violation of Rule 8. A real dining car attendant would never make such a basic mistake. So, the two beautiful inspectors immediately judged that the one pushing the cart was a fake attendant. Eagle Sauce brother, if we just say that everything is available, can we push this dining cart and pretend to be attendants? You say there is, but you cannot produce it. Is this the truth or a lie? Brad countered. Wakuli's face suddenly looked as if he had eaten something terrible. Fortunately, he teamed up with the right people at the beginning, otherwise, he would have died earlier than even Polcho Dankuan. Eagle Sauce brother is really reliable. Truly living by intelligence, not by luck like Qin Liu. At the door of car 7. Qin Liu pinched his ear. Which turtle egg is cursing me again? It seems you three have made quite a few enemies, Qin Liu said. The three were confused, feeling both wronged and anxious. Brother, Pushiba has many haters, it might be his fans blaming you for reviving him. My fans are all quality fans, they never curse. Brother, those who curse you definitely don't like our Sangua. Even lizards and divine cows are not spared, Sangua is simply the shame and enemy of humanity. So everyone feels reviving him was a mistake, Pu Duanquan retorted. Afei, they didn't mention me, so I'll play dead and keep quiet. You two are both right. From now on, follow me and do more good deeds. That way, when I revive you, there will be less cursing. It's so unfair to be scolded for doing good deeds, don't you think I'm being wronged? In their hearts, I can't see any part where you're wronged. Aren't you enjoying doing good things? Alright, it's about time. Let's go to the dining car, Qin Liu said as he got up. But the three didn't dare to follow him. Isn't it said to wait for the Phoenix Man's battle report? There's still no news, huh? I asked you to observe and analyze more, why didn't you listen? Based on time, with Phoenix Man's speed, he should have arrived at Car 9 by now. The Supreme Rule has not announced the news of Phoenix Man killing anyone. What does this mean? It means he doesn't kill at sight. Since it's not like that, then there's no need to be afraid of him. The three pondered, indeed, it was the case. Brother is brilliant. Truly worthy of being our brother. You are the smartest among the challengers this time, following you is truly a blessing for us. It's God's blessing for us. Can you speak? It's obviously brother protecting us. Did God give you a revival card? Yes, brother is better than God. The three followed Qin Liu, using all the flattery they learned in their lives, each taking turns to praise him non-stop. Chapter 58. After passing Car 8, Qin Liu carefully checked Daowen's injuries. It is certain that he was indeed pierced in the carotid artery by a fork and then kicked in the head. Such force, besides being strange, can only be done by Pruskin from the Bear Country. On the initial data panel, Pruskin's strength reached an exaggerated 10, far surpassing other challengers. Qin Liu still cut away a piece of tissue from Daowen. Brother, this person has nothing to do with us, is there really a need to waste a revival card on him? I agree. Pruskin killed him and then kicked his head, this shows he must have done something to really tick Pruskin off. Such a person would only bring trouble back if revived. Park Duanquan and Likuri rarely refrained from arguing. In the beginning, you also had nothing to do with me. Relationships need to be built, right? Being related just because you were born is your mother's business. The three felt, although you are right, why does it feel like you are cursing? As for the things in carriage 8, of course, they were all taken away. The door to carriage 9 was open. Upon entering, the first thing seen was a dining table. There stood two young and beautiful female attendants. They wore professional sweet smiles on their faces. But their stiff apple cheeks were creepier the longer you looked. Along with their gazes and those fiery red lips, it was like they were saying, "Welcome to your death." Strange, these two look easy to bully, why hasn't anyone attacked them? Likuri mused. The medicine my brother gave me is still effective. If I sneak attack them, the chance of a one-hit kill is very high. The more Likuri thought, the more restless he became, he also wanted to drop some strange thing on himself. Don't think about silly ideas. They are smiling sweetly here for a reason. Likuri's heart sank. How could Qin Liu, who clearly walked in front, see through his thoughts? Hello, passengers. Welcome to the dining carriage. Here are the rules to pay attention to, please study and obey them. Enjoy your meal. The attendant presented a small golden-edged booklet with both hands. Thank you. Qin Liu took it, thanked them, and continued walking forward. These two attendants, according to the system's appraisal, were of ordinary level, with no special attack power. But they possessed an ability that other attendants did not have, a telepathic connection with all attendants in this position. In other words, if you kill these two, the newcomers taking over will know who attacked the attendants. They wouldn't retaliate directly, but ordering food would have to go through them. If they tampered with the food, just ask if you are afraid. The dining carriage was primarily colored in yellow and gold, although there were no fancy decorations, it looked simple and elegant, making the not-so-spacious space not seem cramped. Moreover, surprisingly, it was heated here, unlike those earlier carriages that were freezing. Oh my goodness, some people really are born in Rome. Qin Liu couldn't help but exclaim. They fought tooth and nail to get here, while Eagle Sauce and the others were directly teleported here. Is this the treatment enjoyed by the big brother with national fortune over 100? It seems that having good national fortune really has its benefits, even challengers receive special treatment. Qin Liu felt increasingly unfair about why he just came over in a pair of shorts. Brother, your dining car. Likuri suddenly approached Qin Liu, pointing at the dining car ahead. Don't talk too much, keep quiet. Qin Liu didn't even flinch. As soon as Qin Liu appeared, he immediately became the most eye-catching figure in the dining carriage. Park Duanquan was a phenomenal youth idol from pickled vegetable country, with many fans abroad, gaining some international recognition. But at this moment, walking alongside Qin Liu, no one paid him a second glance. Is this the Qin Liu from Dragon Country? Aside from being a bit handsome, taller, and younger, he's quite ordinary. What's the reason for his prolonged popularity? He was wearing the uniform of a crew member, just an ordinary crew member, and this could scare someone into needing a correction? Is this true? Young college students from Long Country have such boldness. I can't imagine if the previous candidates from Long Country were experts, the nation's fortune would probably have surpassed Eagle Sauce Country by now. Should I strike up a conversation with him? If I get to know him well, he has a resurrection card, maybe he could bring me back too. Phew, I take back what I just said, I won't die. All the challengers did not approach Qin Liu, but their thoughts surged in waves. From the first glance at Qin Liu, they never stopped. It wasn't until they reached the dining car. Friend from Long Country, you are indeed bold. You walked straight ahead without looking at the restaurant rules. According to your identity information, it says your personality is steady. That's really humorous. Brad was the first to strike up a conversation. Thank you for the reminder. You must be the challenger from Eagle Sauce Country, Mr. Brad? It's an honor. Qin Liu proactively extended his hand. Nice to meet you. Brad stood up to shake hands with Qin Liu. Would you mind sitting at the same table? The reason I kept walking forward is that I was looking for you. Thank you for the invitation. They were clearly meeting for the first time, and if not for the polite conversation about being first-time acquaintances, one would really doubt if they were old friends. At a table for four, after Qin Liu sat down, there was only one seat left. Longguo seized the opportunity and decisively took that spot, introducing himself proactively. You are a lucky one, please sit. Brad did not show any unusual emotions. Pu Duanquan and Fei, seeing they could not squeeze together, could only sit at the table on the other side of the aisle. Shouldn't we first take a look at the rules of the restaurant car? Brad reminded again. I believe you have already researched them thoroughly. I can look later, no rush. By the way, have you seen a large man glowing come through here? Qin Liu asked. Brad smiled, I knew you would ask. You hope I would take it down, but I'm afraid I disappoint you, I don't have that capability. After it arrives here, it will indeed stop in front of everyone to observe, but it hasn't harmed anyone. Qin Liu couldn't help but furrow his brows. That guy obviously has full hatred and anger values, why is he so calm? It doesn't seem to be observing who violates the rules, it looks more like it's searching for a locked target. Have you offended it? Brad asked. Qin Liu shrugged, the ones I've offended are all dead. Brad chuckled, no wonder you're the star of Long Country, you indeed have boldness. Come, let's first check the restaurant rules and analyze them together. Having inquired about everything, Qin Liu finally opened a small notebook and began to read the restaurant rules. There are a total of 8 rules, and each one seems normal. But with a little careful consideration, it makes one exclaim how unfair it is. This is even more sinister than the overall rules. Chapter 59. Dear passengers. Welcome to the restaurant car. To ensure you and other passengers have a good dining environment, please read and strictly follow the following dining rules. Rule 1. Shoes are prohibited in the restaurant car. Do not place your feet on chairs or tables, please maintain a good dining posture. Rule 2. During mealtime, you may chat with your friends, but loud laughter and shouting are prohibited. Rule 3. Playing games inside the restaurant car is forbidden, except for truth or dare or simple magic performances among friends. Rule 4. You must only order items available on the menu. Rule 5. Please use chopsticks for Chinese food and knife and fork for Western food. It is prohibited to use chopsticks to pick up round foods like fish balls and beans, under no circumstances can you use your hands to eat directly. Rule 6. All our restaurant car crew members wear red clothing. If a crew member wearing another color approaches you to take your order or serve you, be sure to refuse. Rule 7. Do not share a table with strangers. Even if you see a familiar face, make sure to confirm 100% that he is still the friend you know before sharing a table with him. Rule 8. The restaurant compartment offers all kinds of food and drinks, so feel free to order, it will surely satisfy the dining needs of you and your friends. The restaurant compartment attendants are here to serve you. Wishing you a pleasant meal. After reading the rules, Qin Liu burst into laughter. Qin Liu's smile, clearly pure and bright, suddenly sent a chill down Wall Carey's spine, as if he were being roasted on a charcoal fire. Hey! Wall Carey patted the table lightly, wanting to scold loudly, but ultimately lowered his voice. Do you really not understand the rules? Is this your steady character? Laughing like this violates Rule 2, stop laughing. Brad smiled calmly, seemingly unfazed by the situation. This made Wall Carey even more confused. Brad had already thoroughly studied the compartment rules and had previously stopped those around him from breaking the rules multiple times, so everyone had been safe so far without attracting the bizarre. As soon as Qin Liu appeared, he violated the rules, yet Brad didn't say anything to him. What kind of reasoning was this? Laculi, seeing Qin Liu laugh happily and Wall Carey so tense, was curious about what kind of magical rules could create such a huge contrast between them. He quickly grabbed a small notebook and began to read it earnestly. With one glance at Rule 2, Laculi suddenly understood why Wall Carey was so anxious. Brad felt nervous in his heart too, but still managed to maintain a calm appearance. Having known Qin Liu along the way, he had seen through him, he would create violations even if he did not break the rules, definitely a little prince of violations. Although he still couldn't accept dancing on the edge of a knife, he was no longer surprised by it. What are you laughing at? What's so funny about this rule? Are you trying to deliberately break the rules and attract the bazaar? Do you want to get everyone killed? Walcarry was so anxious that he nearly shouted, but Reason kept his voice low. Brother Eagle Sauce, can't you manage him? Walcarry said anxiously. Brad replied indifferently, when it comes to attracting the bazaar, the brothers from Dragon Nation are the most experienced and skilled. With him here, we can rest easy. Qin Liu laughed a few more times. I often tell those three that Brother Eagle Sauce is my idol. These rules apply only in the restaurant compartment, but you, Brother Eagle Sauce? You haven't left for a step and can know the conditions for passing. That's truly admirable. I'm laughing because I'm happy. Upon hearing this, Brad also started to laugh. However, he didn't laugh as loudly as Qin Liu. Interpreting the conditions for passing is not just my achievement. Brother, this kind of challenge needs a team. Brad said. That's true. Qin Liu still wore a smile, looking at Laculai, Park Duan Kuan, and Afe with admiration. Brad continued, I always think that since it's a team, there should be certain strengths, and they must be living people who can withstand the test. My team consists of living people too. When it comes to tests, no one endures them better than those three. Qin Liu said. The three little ones listened eagerly, feeling very happy. Although Qin Liu had often criticized them for being timid before, he had always protected them. Now, when facing others' doubts, he still defended them. Such a good big brother is truly hard to find even with a lantern. Brother Eagle Sauce, let's get back to the point. You have interpreted the conditions for passing, but how to meet these conditions? Any progress yet? Qin Liu asked. No. That's why I have been waiting for you. Let's see if our thoughts are the same. As Brad spoke, he dipped his right finger in some black sauce and began to write in his left palm. Seeing this, Qin Liu smiled slightly and also started to write on his own palm. The command centers of both countries, as well as intelligence officers from other countries, immediately zoomed in to see what they were writing. They were surprised to find that the languages written by the two were different, but the meaning was the same. Seize the train control room. Live broadcast room. This Qin Liu, always acting like a reckless man. I thought he only knew how to play tricks, but it turns out he thinks so carefully. He already thought of seizing the control room. I have never doubted Qin Liu's intelligence. Once was luck, it can't be that lucky again, right? Strong teaming up, this time it's stable. The challenger from Eagle Sauce is indeed clever. He hasn't moved, just waiting for Qin Liu. Having a good relationship with Qin Liu means he can be revived even after dying. He hasn't moved, but his team has been moving. Let others go to their deaths while he enjoys the benefits. That's very Eagle Sauce. Qin Liu should worry, don't let him use you. The Eagle Sauce challenger is not like you, a saint. He doesn't keep useless people around. While the people of the Dragon Kingdom cheered, they also began to worry about Qin Liu, afraid he would be schemed against by Brad. Looking at the people of Eagle Sauce Country, their mood was surprisingly the same as that of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Liu had walked through fire and war, and he still had the Toilet Sister as a trump card. If Brad sincerely wanted to cooperate with Qin Liu, then everything would be great. But if he had ulterior motives, who knows who would come out on top? Seeing Brad and Qin Liu discussing such ultimate matters upon meeting, Walcarry felt a pang of bitterness. He had been sitting here with Brad for hours, and Brad had never mentioned the idea of seizing the control room to him. Eagle Sauce brother, why do we need to seize the control room? Doesn't this just increase the risk? Isn't it better to wait here for the train to reach its final station, like before? Walcarry questioned. Before Brad could respond, Rikuri couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. Do you truly not understand or just pretending? If the number 9 carriage self-destructs before the train reaches its final station, then you'll be dead. Chapter 60. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Walcarry shouted in anger. Qin Liu's arrival had already made him feel insignificant, and now even Qin Liu's lackey was criticizing him. How could he stand it? Why are you so fierce? Did I say something wrong? Eagle Sauce brother also said that the team around him should be strong and able to withstand tests. I see you are nothing. What can you do? In terms of confronting people, Rikuri had never backed down. Except for Qin Liu. Walcarry got so angry he stood up. What are you doing? Sit down. Brad said sternly with a cold face. Walcarry felt blocked inside. After huffing in anger, he obediently sat down. Let me clarify, Walcarry is not a useless person. Here is a blueprint of the Snow Country's tricky train structure, which he obtained. As Brad spoke, he took out a chart and laid it flat on the table. Walcarry huffed, glaring at Rikuri with a proud and provoking expression. I told you, even a piece of toilet paper is useful. No one is useless. Let me have a look. Qin Liu pulled the blueprint a bit closer to himself. The train has a total of 16 carriages, and they are currently in the number 9 dining carriage. The number 10 carriage is also a dining carriage. The number 11 carriage is a freezer carriage, clearly providing meat for the dining carriage. 6 challengers, unfortunate to an unbearable extent, were sent to the freezer carriage and died frozen within minutes of the start. The number 12 carriage is an aquarium carriage, presumably serving both observation and providing seafood. There were also a few unfortunate souls here who died even faster than those in the freezer because they were sent into the water. Without a doubt, they likely died before figuring out what was happening. The number 13 carriage is a bathing carriage, providing hot water but is prohibited during the train stop. The number 14 carriage is the energy carriage, supplying power to the entire train. The number 15 carriage's purpose is not indicated on the blueprint. Finally, the number 16 carriage is the train's control room. The functions of the related carriages are not marked on the original blueprint. It was Brad who marked it. Like Eerie twisted his neck and looked for a while, then asked in confusion, "Why is there no marking for car number 15? Because no one was transported to car number 15 or 16, I cannot obtain information about car number 15, so I can't mark it," Brad said. "Then how do you know car number 16 is the control room?" Like Eerie blurted out. Brad's deep eyes narrowed, not answering, but instead, he looked at Qin Liu with an inscrutable smile. Brad sensed the atmosphere was off but still fixated on his confusion, asking, "Brother, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" "No problem. Because there are a total of 16 cars in the train, there always has to be one that is the control room," Qin Liu explained lightly, showing no mockery, disdain, or contempt for Like Eerie. "Oh, right. Look at my brain, hee hee. Brother is really smart." Like Eerie patted his head, awkwardly grinning. Carey watched, feeling both angry and bitter. Why does Qin Liu keep bringing along such a big fool? As if that wasn't enough, he actually exposes his intelligence in front of others, and Qin Liu still smiles and protects him. All of us are just making ourselves little brothers, but this treatment is just too different. Just now, the Eagle brother scolded him. "Brother, what do you guess car number 15 could be?" Brad asked. "That's hard to guess. But I did notice a problem," Qin Liu said. "Oh? What problem?" Qin Liu glanced at the watch. "The train has been stopped for 6 hours. Whether it's in the Eastern Hemisphere or the Western Hemisphere, with such a long time past, we should have seen daylight by now." The others suddenly woke up. Yeah, why had they never thought of this problem? Why is it always dark? This topic quickly spread through the dining car. Could the train just be stopped inside a tunnel? Long tunnels aren't that rare, like Eerie speculated. This possibility cannot be ruled out. "Eagle brother, what do you think?" Qin Liu asked. Brad said, "I also can't think of other reasons for now. If the train is indeed stopped inside a tunnel, one question is worth our study. Is this random or intentional? If it's intentional, why stop inside a tunnel?" Qin Liu nodded in agreement. But inferring the unknown from the unknown is actually of no practical significance. While discussing, 2 beautiful female attendants in red outfits approached from the dining table, asking each table what they needed to order. Everyone at each table was very cautious, holding the menu and pointing at the food on it, afraid they would order the wrong thing. "Brother, we've been eating rice balls, but I also want to eat something else. Can I order something?" Like Eerie asked carefully. "Of course, order freely. You can order whatever you want," Qin Liu said with a light smile. Carey became anxious. "What? Order whatever you want? Do you actually understand the rules? Are you trying to invite anomalies just to feel happy? You have a revival card, but we don't." Like Eerie gave Carey a sideways glance, coldly mocking him as a fool in his heart. Knowing he didn't have a revival card, but still yelling at Qin Liu, this guy really has no brain. If it weren't for him getting the train structure diagram and the fact that in reality, he and Eagle Country are brother countries, he might have been sacrificed by Brad long ago. "I'll intentionally order something that's not on the menu. That way, I can test the validity of Rule 4 and Rule 8 all at once. You guys interpret the rules through analysis, but we interpret the rules based on experience." The brother has always emphasized that practice is the only standard for testing truth. Right, brother? Like Eerie looked proud and eager to please. Anyway, with Qin Liu backing him up, although he fears anomalies, even if he dies, he can be revived. Not anxious at all. "What, you guys have been sitting here for several hours and haven't ordered anything?" Like Eerie asked provocatively. "Ordered, of course. The result is that the Russian Plinsky was eaten by the dining car," Carey said with a cold smile. Like Eerie shivered, taking a cold breath. The dining car was still parked in the aisle beside them. They wanted to back down, but felt they couldn't let Qin Liu lose face, so they stubbornly said, "If a person can't do it, don't blame the road for being uneven." The dining car originally belonged to the big brother, and look, the big brother is fine. Right, big brother? Qin Liu shrugged and smiled, not giving a definitive answer. They thought, this kid really knows how to stir things up. This was also the effect Qin Liu wanted. Brad was too calm, making it hard to decipher his true thoughts. Walkeri, on the other hand, was impatient as Rikuri kept provoking him, managing to extract some words both overtly and covertly. I also want to try something not on the menu. Rikuri, you choose. Brad maintained his composed expression, his joy and anger unreadable. Chapter 61. Eagle Sauce Big Brother, what if this goes wrong and something strange happens? Walkeri asked urgently. Aren't there brothers from Dragon Country here? Professionals do professional things, so don't worry. Right, brothers? Brad smiled and asked. Qin Liu remained smiling while waving his hand, not answering definitely. He was more and more certain that this Brad was indeed a sly old fox. No wonder he could control the center, commanding challengers from other countries to gather train information for him. You fight for your lives, and I enjoy the glory, this is very Eagle Sauce. Of course, Brad must have promised them benefits that were worth fighting for. No one is a fool, they won't rush to be cannon fodder for nothing. Two beautiful female attendants approached. Gentlemen, we are glad to serve you. What would you like to order? The attendants' voices were sweet, their movements elegant, and their smiles beautiful and charming. Rikuri glanced at Qin Liu and, after confirming he could order freely, simply closed the menu. A plate of roasted betel leaves, 6 bowls of stir-fried mango flesh, 6 cups of hangi old liquor, the secret hamburger from Asen Country, 6 Asen flying pancakes, 6 plates of Asen curry fried rice, and 6 portions of crispy fried dough rings. Big brother, do you want to order anything else? That should be enough. Qin Liu said. Then that's it. Thank you. Rikuri didn't even ask for anyone else's opinion. His series of orders made Walkeri, Park Duankuan, and Afei frown. It all sounded like dark ingredients from Asen Country. Putting aside everything else, just hearing hangi made people's stomachs ache. Okay, please wait a moment, it will be served to you soon. The attendant smiled and left, continuing to take orders from those in front of them. This clearly violated Rule 4, but nothing strange happened. Big brother, it seems Rule 4 is fake. Rikuri said. Let's see if what they bring is what you ordered before concluding. Qin Liu replied. As he spoke, Qin Liu caught sight of a challenger at the next table, unexpectedly stealing something from the attendant's pocket while she bent down to take an order, using an extremely crafty method. The attendant, however, remained completely unaware. The challenger also noticed that Qin Liu was watching him. Knowing his actions had been seen, he quickly pointed his finger to his mouth, signaling Qin Liu not to say a word. Qin Liu smiled faintly and gave him a thumbs up. Daring to steal from the tiger's mouth, this person is talented and considered like-minded. But at that moment, the dining car, which was quietly parked in the aisle, suddenly shook violently, as if someone was angrily banging on it. With the tremor, the dining car quickly twisted and deformed. Seeing this scene for the second time, Walkeri was still terrified, losing color in his face, covering his mouth and shrinking towards the window. Rikuri, Park Duankuan, and Afei only knew the dining car ate people and were always curious about how it did so. Now seeing it transform, they also huddled together in fear. Hey, it's targeting you. Qin Liu reminded loudly. Me? How is that possible? I haven't done anything. Before he could finish his sentence, the mechanical arm emerged from the dining car and quickly stretched out, grabbing the challenger's neck and pulling him back, bringing him close to the mouth filled with steel teeth. Everyone was too frightened to move. But Qin Liu was quick-minded and swift. At the moment the challenger was bitten, with a swift motion, he cut off the flailing hand in midair, then took a piece of cloth from his bag, wrapped it up, and put it in the bag. After eating the challenger, the items he had stolen from the crew member appeared automatically on the dining car. To his surprise, it was a red silk scarf. The crew member walked over with a blank expression, picked up the scarf, returned it to his pocket, and even leaned down to kiss the dining car. Continuing as if nothing had happened, he smiled and moved forward to take orders from the challengers. Supreme Rule: Challenger Ronnie Biggs from the Cow Country acquired non-food items from the crew member in the dining car, violated the rules, was eliminated, and the challenge failed. Deduct 15 points from Cow Country's national luck, leaving 60 points. A strange incident befalls Manchester. Live stream room. This is allowed? Who the hell can interpret such hidden rules? I mourn for the dead and pay tribute to Manchester. But I envy that dining car so much. I'd rather be like that dining car drifting by. Calling Supreme Rule, can I replace that dining car? I promise to keep a close watch on the challengers. Whether the crew sister kisses me or not doesn't matter, I just hate rule breakers. Dragon Country people are so disgusting, making snide remarks at a time like this. You don't care at all about the disasters our country is suffering. I hate Dragon Country people. Wait until Qin Liu dies, then you'll see how we mock you. 5 consecutive defeats and still so arrogant. So shameless. Little cows, are you panicking? Our dragon country's great enterprise is immense. Even with 5 defeats, we can still be arrogant. Come fight if you don't agree. Winning once makes you feel like you've won 5 times. Little cows are really cute. Don't worry, we dragon country people are magnanimous and won't hold this against you. I saw Qin Liu cut off one of your challenger's hands. I guess he will definitely revive your challenger. Hurry, call him dad. Qin Liu is your rebirth parent. The netizens from Cow Country were already angry and grieving, and upon hearing the Dragon Country netizens mention the revival card, their tension and anger skyrocketed. Don't! We were wrong, let Qin Liu not revive Ronnie. In the Dragon Country live stream room, the pleas from Cow Country netizens flooded the screen. Originally fine, one challenge turned into multiple failures with Qin Liu showing up. Who could bear this? Please let Qin Liu see the tragic situation of the Kimchi country now. Isn't he a good person? Doesn't he like saving people? Don't just save the challengers, think about the people of Blue Star too. In that bizarre world, saving one person at a time, but in reality, one death kills a city. Is this saving people? This is creating sin. Qin Liu could neither see nor hear. I pushed this dining car out from the mushroom carriage. I bear some responsibility for Ronnie's death. Qin Liu showed a sad face and looked remorseful. Big brother, you aren't going to revive him, are you? Lukuri asked, frowning. I still have a revival card. It's time to use it, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Qin Liu said. Saying this, he first took out Ronnie's severed hand from the bag, then pulled the revival card from his pocket and placed it on the hand. All the challengers in the carriage couldn't help but stand up. They wanted to see how a dead person could be revived. With a shining glow, the light points gathered to form Ronnie's body. When the light faded, Ronnie took a deep breath and sat up from the dining table. His first words upon revival were still the familiar "Am I not dead yet?" to the audience. Because he was just brought back to life, Ronnie felt no fear of death at all. It didn't even feel like a nightmare. Dragon Country brother, you are indeed honorable. I have never met you, we have no connection, yet you revived me. You are truly my god. Thank you. From now on, you are my big brother. Ronnie tightly held Qin Liu's right hand. He said the dining car was pushed out by him from the mushroom carriage. Your death is his responsibility. Wall Carey said coldly. I thought Ronnie would instantly turn cold-faced, even venting his anger on Qin Liu. Unexpectedly, Ronnie actually felt even more grateful. You really take responsibility. There is no one else in the world as responsible as you. Brother from Dragon Country, please allow me to perform the traditional grand ceremony of Dragon Country. Chapter 62. The traditional grand ceremony of Dragon Country that Ronnie spoke of actually involved kneeling and apologizing. While kneeling and bowing, he kept chanting "Long life brother." The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange because of Ronnie. Lukuri looked coldly at him, almost writing the 2 words unhappiness on his forehead. He really couldn't understand why Qin Liu would take responsibility for Ronnie's death. Ronnie was so good at stealing, didn't he fear that Qin Liu would steal something from his bag? Lukuri desperately wanted to say something, but in front of everyone, he still held back. At such a time, standing out to argue with Qin Liu was definitely an unwise act. A table could only seat 4 people. Seeing that Qin Liu and his friend's table was full, Ronnie immediately sat next to Afei, chatting familiarly. Afei was more reserved, not good with words. He replied with 1 word for every question Ronnie asked. Puduan Koan felt similarly to Lukuri. He was also unhappy about Ronnie joining in. Even when Ronnie actively made friendly gestures, Puduan Koan responded with a hum, not engaging much with him. Netizens from John Bull Country were already unhappy due to the bizarre arrival. Now seeing Puduan Koan so arrogant and rude, they immediately directed their anger to the Pickle Country's live broadcast. The grievances in the hearts of people from Pickle Country were several times that of John Bull Country. Both sides immediately opened fire, fighting fiercely in the live broadcast room and on social media, even threatening each other with violence. Netizens from Dragon Country enjoyed the chaos, not only fanning the flames but also running over to watch the excitement. They were all little brothers of Eagle Sauce Country. They really wanted to see how Eagle Sauce would choose if the two fought. Netizens from Sakura Country weren't willing to be lonely either and joined the verbal battle. This time, netizens from Sakura Country split into 2 factions. One faction sided with Dragon Country and John Bull Country to attack Pickle Country. The other faction didn't stand with Pickle Country either. They attacked whoever they found. In the heat of the argument, the people from Sakura Country ended up running to the live broadcasts and social media of others to argue. The online world of Blue Star was bustling. What was supposed to be a terrifying snowy country ghost vehicle filled with death threats seemed peaceful for a moment as the living almost all entered the restaurant compartment. Brad was meticulous. He kept track of the failures of challengers in his notebook. Although challengers lived or died, they could also be seen in the discussion group. Up until now, there were still 32 challengers alive. Car 9 had 20, and 12 were dining in Car 10. Isn't there a powerful ghost in Car 10 that can instantly freeze people? Aren't they afraid staying there? Lakori asked with a frown, unable to hide his fear. Brad replied, that's a cleaner. Its ability is indeed powerful, but so far, only Miyamoto has died at its hands. Do you know why? Why? Lakori blurted out. According to witnesses from Car 10, Miyamoto tried to attack it and was frozen into an ice block. After that, no one dared to approach it, so it stopped killing. Lakori's eyes widened, projecting a hopeful light as he looked at Qin Liu happily. Brother, so as long as we don't provoke it, it won't harm us. Then we can safely pass through Car 10. Qin Liu didn't give a verbal answer but just smiled slightly. Inside, his thoughts were a bit complex. Just because it hadn't attacked again, there was too little information about it. Who knew if it was hiding some rule waiting for them that was truly the part to be cautious of? Regarding how to deal with that ghost. Brother from the Dragon Nation, do you have any thoughts? Brad asked. Not for the moment. What about you, Brother Eagle Sus? Qin Liu replied. Brad smiled oddly and shook his head, I can't think of anything either. The topic suddenly ended. Just as they were silent, heavy footsteps came from carriage 10. The dining car shook with a loud clatter, and the plates and dishes kept being knocked off the table. Those heavy footsteps were none other than the Phoenix Man who was reviving by self-destruction in the carriage. Everyone be quiet, immediately pretend to be asleep, don't look at it, Brad issued the command. The challengers in carriage 9 immediately leaned back in their chairs or bowed their heads on the dining table. Sleeping in the dining carriage? Is that reasonable? Yuri frowned nervously. Although the dining carriage has its own rules, the main rules still apply, Brad said. Qin Liu also didn't want to provoke that big fellow, quickly took out a blanket to wrap himself up. He was still wearing a steward's coat, which looked very out of place sitting with the challengers. It was better to cover up, not to draw too much attention. The door to carriage 9 was pushed open, and the Phoenix Man strode in. He was still wearing shorts, with his upper body bare, glowing red all over. At a glance, it was clear that he was neither a challenger nor a steward. And just like that, the rules that restricted challengers and stewards had no effect on him. In the train, he could truly go wherever he wanted. There was no bathroom set up between carriages 9 and 10, but there was a smoking area. The Phoenix Man didn't go directly back to carriage 9 but wandered back and forth in the smoking area. Goodness, it must have realized that the person it's looking for is hiding in the bathroom. Who exactly is its target? Qin Liu thought quietly. After searching the smoking area without any findings, the Phoenix Man finally entered carriage 9. Just like before, he began checking each challenger inside the carriage. The challengers being observed felt tightness and sweat pouring down, anxious to the point of trembling. Everyone clenched their teeth, frozen in place, not daring to move. The Phoenix Man looked at each one without harming anyone. It doesn't seem to be looking for rule breakers, but rather searching for someone who violated the rules before. Qin Liu felt a sense of unease creeping in. From carriages 1 to 9, the only living challengers left were the 4 of them and the 2 from carriage 8. And the Phoenix Man had already checked those 2. Since it wasn't them, the answer was crystal clear. Shu, be careful. Its target might be us? If anything seems off, run. Even if we can't escape, it's okay, I can revive you all with the card later, Qin Liu whispered. Yuri, Park Duanquan, and Fei were already nervously shaking, and upon hearing Qin Liu's words, they trembled even more. At last, the Phoenix Man arrived at their side. He pushed aside the dining cart blocking the way and leaned down to check Park Duanquan at the next table. Park Duanquan was so nervous that his body shook, causing the table to rattle violently. Such a loud commotion made everyone involuntarily sweat on his behalf. Even Park Duanquan thought to himself that he was about to die again. When it comes to rule violations, he had the most throughout the journey. It seemed reasonable for the Phoenix Man to focus on him. West 8. It really is looking for my Appa. Our big Kimchi nation is about to be punished. What a disgrace. Park Duanquan died because of the self-destructing carriage, so the weirdness of the self-destructing carriage should take him back for a family reunion, nothing wrong with that. Is the person upstairs from the Dragon Nation? Obviously, Qin Liu harmed my Appa, how can you still have the audacity to speak? That's right, I'm a Dragon Nation person, I'm here to see how your Park West 8 dies. Just when the whole world thought Park Duanquan was the target. The Phoenix Man suddenly flared his nostrils, abandoned Park Duanquan, and turned to look at Qin Liu's table. Yuri trembled suddenly. Could it be that the way the Phoenix Man acted clearly showed it smelled something? Is it the scent on him? It's over, it might be looking for me. Yuri's expression turned complex. The pleading eyes turned towards Qin Liu. Just as he was about to face death, Yuri noticed that the Phoenix Man was not looking at him. Instead, his gaze was on Qin Liu. No way? I've been so low-key. Qin Liu questioned his life a bit. Looking at his feet, he internally exclaimed that he had been too careless. His clothes and pants were wrapped up, but those big, flashy service boots were far too eye-catching. Warning! Warning! Host has been locked on, immediately find a way to save yourself. Once dead, the system will leave the host. Qin Liu felt a chill run down his spine. Having had the system for so long, this was not the first time he was threatened with death, but it was the first time it issued such a warning. Just as he was about to ask, "Does the resurrection card not work for me?" the Phoenix Man roared and lunged at him. Oh no! Qin Liu grabbed Brad's coffee cup and threw it in the Phoenix Man's face, then got up and ran, not looking back, directly into the restroom between carriages 8 and 9. The Phoenix Man howled, not bothering to wipe his face, and took off after Qin Liu. What's going on? Why is his target my big brother? La Corrie questioned soulfully. Park Duanquan and Fa stared in confusion and shook their heads. They had never encountered this guy before. Seeing that Qin Liu was the target, the live streams from Pickled Vegetable Country and Cherry Blossom Country were happier than if their challenger had cleared the level. Ha ha, well done, Weird Appa. That's it, you must wipe out Qin Liu, make his death as tragic as possible. It would be best if Qin Liu has bound a resurrection card for himself. After being killed by Weird Appa, he could immediately resurrect at the spot and then get killed again. Don't worry, a smart person like Qin Liu must have bound a resurrection card for himself, and maybe more than one. Now we're going to see a good show. Dragon Country people wail in despair. That's not good. This is so cruel. Weird Appa, drag Qin Liu to the self-destruct carriage and torture him, let him respawn like you. Yoshi. Karma has finally come. The sudden turn of events left the Dragon Country viewers in stunned silence. Just a second ago they were mocking Pickled Vegetable Country, and before they could even post their next jab, their own challenger was locked on. Where could they argue now? At the Dragon Country Command Center, they were as frantic as ants on a hot pot. Realizing that the Phoenix Man was purposefully searching for a target, the Command Center team began to analyze the previous livestream frame by frame on the computer. They ultimately confirmed that Qin Liu had indeed never encountered the Phoenix Man. Since there was no hatred or entanglement between them, why was the anomaly fixated on him? Commander, what should we do now? From the previous conversation between Qin Liu and the Restroom Seeker, it can be deduced that the Restroom Seeker is unlikely to defeat the Phoenix Man. If Qin Liu's last trump card failed, he would surely die. The commander paced back and forth anxiously, unsure of what to do. If it were just rule analysis, the command center could still give reminders. But now they were facing a bizarre chase, the command center was powerless. They couldn't possibly send 2 Dongfeng Express deliveries for support, could they? After rushing into the restroom, Qin Liu immediately locked the door. The Dragon Country viewers were growing anxious. Is he suddenly panicking and losing his mind? Don't you have some speed potions? Just take one and kite him. Poor Qin Liu this time is really in trouble. Hiding in the restroom is cutting off all retreat, that's too unwise. The restroom is Sister Toilet's territory, maybe he wants to seek help from her. Li. In a moment, the order of many cities fell into chaos. Fortunately, after suffering consecutive defeats, Long Nation had already prepared for such situations, and relevant departments intervened promptly, striving to stabilize order, preventing even worse scenarios from unfolding. As netizens and the command center guessed, after Qin Liu hid in the bathroom, he indeed sent a distress signal to the bathroom sister. Sister, come out quickly, I think I'm being targeted. Qin Liu patted the mirror and called. The bathroom sister appeared in the mirror with a face full of smiles. Her smile was very alluring and elegant, but paired with her gaze, it seemed to carry a hint of malice. It's not just like that, its target is indeed you. The bathroom sister appeared quite gleeful. I've never even seen it. Why is it targeting me? Does it have a grudge against the attendant I killed at the start? Does it think I'm that attendant? The bathroom sister shrugged, how would I know? I'm only responsible for clearing out you rule violators, not for solving cases. Upon hearing this, Qin Liu was displeased. Hey sister, we have a contract, you said you would ensure my safe departure from the train. The bathroom sister still smiled cheerfully, the contract is indeed that way. But if you can't lure it into violating the rules, naturally, I can't intervene. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Qin Liu couldn't help but feel delighted. How can he violate the rules? Luring him into the bathroom? Before he could finish speaking, the bathroom door was smashed with a giant fist. Looks like I don't need to lure it at all. Qin Liu forced a smile. The bathroom sister laughed even more wickedly, not at all. It was born in a self-destructive carriage and is not bound by the rules of other carriages. Qin Liu shivered, suddenly feeling a chill in his heart. Why must it violate the rules for you to act? Many strange occurrences that didn't violate the rules were also killed by you before, right? You must perform the terms of the contract, Qin Liu said in a commanding tone. The bathroom sister seemed very happy to see this scene, even starting to wiggle with joy. Previously, I attacked indiscriminately because I hated you so much. My hatred and anger were both full, at an unawakened state, so of course, I could kill at will. Qin Liu was taken aback, a sly smile appearing on his lips. Seeing his expression, the bathroom sister's smile suddenly vanished. You're about to die, and you're still laughing? Yes, I'm going to die. After all, I have a contract with you. Before I die, I want to know what you hate the most. The bathroom sister frowned, unable to grasp Qin Liu's meaning. What do I hate? I hate the most that you hit me with a toilet brush. I hate it to the core. The bathroom sister seemed genuinely angry, her cheeks instantly flushing. That was indeed my wrongdoing. I apologize to you. To show my sincerity, let me give you the fireman. As Qin Liu spoke, he took out the blanket wrapped around the fireman from his backpack. The bathroom sister was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, extending her delicate jade arm from the mirror. I've been waiting for you to come out. Qin Liu laughed wildly, grabbing the bathroom sister's hand and pulling her out of the mirror. Before the bathroom sister could react, Qin Liu wrapped her head and upper body with the blanket, leaving only her butt and a pair of long legs exposed. Like an adult holding a child, he pressed her down on his lap, pulled out the toilet brush, and started spanking her butt. Chapter 64. On such a cold day, didn't your mother force you to wear long johns? Why must you wear a super short skirt? Can't you make it easier for people? Can't you see your butt is turning purple? Qin Liu scolded while giving th. Where there is a great enemy, hitting teammates first doesn't make sense. No, you all need to analyze the conversation between Qin Liu and the toilet seeker, then compare it with the toilet seeker's previous furious behavior, the commander calmly said. The team had always been analyzing Qin Liu's words and actions, but this time, they were indeed a bit confused. Of course, they didn't know. Because, only Qin Liu could see the toilet sister's hatred and anger values in the system. Warning! The contracted member, the toilet seeker's hatred and anger values are about to reach full, about to enter a rampage state. This is just the effect I want, Qin Liu replied to the system in his mind, hitting harder. Hiss roar. With a loud roar, the blanket that wrapped around the toilet sister's head and body shattered into countless fluffy pieces. She was enveloped in a bright white light, her eyes burning with rage as she fiercely stared at Qin Liu. But when the people in the live broadcast room thought the toilet sister would tear Qin Liu into pieces, she suddenly grabbed the door and charged out. The Phoenix man outside, thinking it was Qin Liu coming out, yelled and launched an attack. The two beings, both with max anger values, fought in a way that was hard to see. The scene in the live room turned into a chaotic clash of red and white lights. The contracted member, the toilet seeker, hit the Phoenix man, gaining 1,000 scare points. The contracted member, the toilet seeker, delivered a critical hit to the Phoenix man, gaining 3,000 scare points. The contracted member, the toilet seeker, got hit, losing 1,000 scare points. The system continuously reminded of the changes in scare points, almost driving Qin Liu crazy. Are you in a fighting ring? Take it down, Qin Liu turned into the toilet commander. Hearing Qin Liu's voice, the toilet sister's hatred and anger values skyrocketed, her battle instinct growing stronger. The white light emanating from her was dazzling, almost blinding the audience in the live room. Qin Liu also found it too glaring and quickly exchanged for a pair of sunglasses to wear. With the glasses on, he no longer saw two clashing red and white lights but could clearly see how the toilet sister and the Phoenix man were fighting. After the system upgrade, the sunglasses also constantly improved, naturally adding more functions. Through Qin Liu's first-person view, the viewers in the live room could clearly see the fight, all excitedly standing and cheering. The non-rampaging toilet sister looked both pure and fierce. Now, although her eyes were glowing red, she was not scary at all, but quite heroic. And her notable features moved with the fight, making the brothers in the live room nearly bleed from their noses. The live room's bullet comments filled with "Go, wife. Wife is amazing. Wife is stunning." Under the continuous attack of the toilet sister, the Phoenix man gradually fell into a disadvantage. His seemingly strong muscles were being torn down piece by piece by the toilet sister. There was no splatter of blood, only dark smoke and confusion. Seeing this, the crowd finally understood why Qin Liu wanted to provoke the toilet sister. He was angering her, making her enter a rampage state. Because they had a contracted relationship, they didn't have to worry about being attacked by the toilet sister. The toilet sister needed to vent her anger, so the Phoenix man naturally became the scapegoat. Just as it seemed the Phoenix man would be completely crushed by the toilet sister. Oh no! Qin Liu suddenly realized something was wrong. The system's identification was clear: when the Phoenix man dies, it would cause an explosive effect, turning the area into a self-destructing compartment. If it self-destructs here, everyone in carriage number 9 would be doomed. Looking at the time, there were still more than 20 minutes until carriage number 7 would self-destruct. I can only abandon breaking the glass of carriage number 7. Qin Liu felt a pang of heartache. Take it towards carriage number 7, Qin Liu shouted. At this moment, the toilet sister was in a rampage state, and she couldn't hear what Qin Liu said. It would only increase her hatred value. This won't work, let me do it. System, exchange for a plain warm clothing. Ding. Plain warm clothing successfully exchanged, consuming 10,000 scare points. Already stored in the super ability backpack. Exchange one more Muscleman acceleration pill. Muscleman acceleration pill exchange successful, 10,000 shock points spent, already stored in the superpower small backpack. The host can collect it at will. Qin Liu took out the Muscleman acceleration pill, ate it, and then put on the thermal clothes. He put on sunglasses, drew out the dazzling knife, and rushed out of the bathroom. Seeing this, the people of Longguo panicked. Sister Toilet clearly had the upper hand. She was about to win quickly, while Qin Liu was a weakling. What was he doing mixing in when the gods were fighting? Is he trying to steal the kill? Even stealing kills requires strength, right? Holding the knife, Qin Liu observed from the edge for 9 seconds, then, spotting the opportunity, stabbed the Phoenix Man. After stabbing, he quickly retreated to carriage number 8, not forgetting to turn around and taunt. Come on, come and fight me. His voice and actions were incredibly annoying. The Phoenix Man's target was always Qin Liu, and now that he saw him, he no longer cared about Sister Toilet, immediately roaring and chasing after Qin Liu. Sister Toilet was furious. She couldn't stop until she destroyed him, and like the wind, she chased after him. With the Muscleman acceleration pill boosting him, Qin Liu ran fast, quickly making it to carriage number 7. He looked back and saw that the Phoenix Man hadn't caught up, so he quickly ran back, taking advantage of the moment to stab him again, continuing to taunt. Some curious viewers, seeing this, clicked on Qin Liu's avatar to check. Damn, his speed was ridiculously high, reaching 10, even faster than Gong Bendao. This Qin Liu is taking drugs in front of everyone. Is there no rule about this? Where are you from? A traitor? The drugs are dropped in a weird way. Of course, he can take them. With his speed, does he still need Sister Toilet? What's the use of just speed? Gong Bendao's speed was fast enough, but what happened? Qin Liu's scraping fighting power isn't enough. Without Sister Toilet helping, he'd scrape the train to self-destruct and still not be able to kill the Phoenix Man. No matter what, my wife is the strongest. I agree. I second that. Plus 10,086. Qin Liu was pulling hatred along the way, quickly luring the Phoenix Man to carriage number 7. Carriage number 9's challengers were safe, but a new problem soon troubled Qin Liu. He didn't know if Sister Toilet could withstand the Phoenix Man's self-destruction. She dared not enter the self-destructing carriage, meaning she couldn't handle the self-destruction red light. No, I can't risk Sister Toilet. The final fatal blow can't come from her. Qin Liu took out the fireman version of the Sunny Doll. The viewers in the livestream were still confused. Now, Sister Toilet could easily handle the Phoenix Man, so why was he bringing out the fireman? Is he rewarding Sister Toilet? Is he finally going to do something useful? Under Sister Toilet's continuous attacks, the Phoenix Man had already been beaten down. As soon as he took a few more hits, he would explode. Qin Liu shook the blanket and released the fireman. He wants to start a fire and burn the restaurant carriage, Qin Liu said. The fireman, holding his stomach full of anger, rushed to absorb the violating strange recovery energy, not thinking much and immediately joining the battle. Qin Liu rushed forward, but his target was not the Phoenix Man. He wrapped up Sister Toilet, lifted her onto his shoulder, and quickly ran toward carriage number 8. At almost the same time, the enraged fireman delivered the final blow to the Phoenix Man. Boom! The Phoenix Man exploded, and the self-destruction red light instantly covered the entire 7th carriage. The red light spread to the door of the 8th carriage, but not a single thread entered, as if an invisible barrier blocked it. The fireman, now back to his normal form, also disappeared in the explosion's light wave. Information Group, Attendant 1. Due to special factors, the 7th carriage self-destructed early. The 8th carriage will self-destruct in 60 minutes. Passengers in carriage 8 are advised to move to a safe carriage as soon as possible. Wish you a pleasant journey. Live stream room. Damn, you scared the hell out of me. So the Phoenix Man's death makes the carriage self-destruct? Qin Liu was afraid that Sister Toilet would kill the Phoenix Man in carriage 9, so he risked his life to intervene. In such life-threatening moments, he's actually thinking about the safety of the other challengers? He's so noble. Brothers, I'm crying so much this time. Whoever dares to say Qin Liu is a fake saint, I'll fight them. Can people from Longguo stop giving themselves too much credit? The Phoenix Man was brought by Qin Liu. He diverted him away. What's the problem? The person upstairs obviously looks like a little guy from Qin Nation. Qin Liu could have taken the chance to wipe out all the other challengers. In the second rule-breaking challenge, the Longguo challengers were framed and killed by challengers from Qin Nation. Even if Qin Liu killed Park Duan Koan 100 times, it won't ease my hatred. The toilet sister is the real love, the fireman is just a worker. What a pity, I like both the fireman and the toilet sister, but sadly, one of them has to take the fatal blow. If it were me, I'd choose to let the toilet sister live. No kidding. After all, there's a contract with the toilet sister, she won't hurt Qin Liu. Once the fireman recovers, Qin Liu will be burned to ashes. Do you really think Qin Liu's stupid? In the carriage. The toilet sister left the battlefield, and Qin Liu was holding her, her anger steadily decreasing. Soon, the red light in her eyes faded, and the white glow around her body wasn't as glaring. Let go of me. Dead scumbag. You purposely trapped me and made me angry with that toilet brush. The toilet sister grabbed and kicked. She couldn't really hurt Qin Liu, and right now, she was just sulking like a girlfriend throwing a tantrum. You can't even go into a berserk state by yourself, what do you want me to do? Qin Liu said, looking wronged. Once the contract is broken, I'll be the first to kill you. Humph. The toilet sister's face turned red with anger. Nice dream. Qin Liu secretly laughed in his heart. Looking at the toilet sister, she was still staring at carriage number 7. Clearly, not being able to catch the fireman made her very unwilling. Qin Liu also looked toward carriage number 8, just about to sigh, but then noticed a burned paper doll struggling in the self-destructing red light. It was trying desperately to stand up but couldn't. The fireman actually managed to survive the Phoenix Man self-explosion. Damn, strong. Qin Liu couldn't hide his excitement, cheering out loud. Qin Liu immediately took out a blanket, ran into the bathroom, dampened it, and threw one in towards carriage number 7. The fireman's small hand grabbed the blanket and immediately held onto it tightly. Qin Liu pulled on the blanket, bringing the fireman back. The toilet sister also showed a happy expression. It's still alive. Quick, give it to me, you promised me earlier. It's already in such a miserable state, and you still want to eat it? Don't you have a bit of compassion? Let it get fat first before you eat it. Qin Liu bundled up the blanket and put it into his backpack. You scumbag who doesn't keep promises. When you meet the janitor, I'll clap and watch you die. Wait for death. The toilet sister, angry, entered the bathroom and dove back into the mirror. Wow, this toilet sister really is my dream girl. Even when she's mad, you don't need to comfort her, she just disappears. The problem is, Qin Liu has repeatedly deceived her. Once Qin Liu knocks on the mirror, she'll still come out. Marry me, I promise I won't treat you like Qin Liu does. Qin Liu, you want to fight me for the toilet sister? Are you ready to become toilet paper? Being toilet paper for the toilet sister? Wow, what a huge benefit. Damn, the guy upstairs, you really are the real old 6. Qin Liu would even have to call you big brother. You really are like a toad looking for a frog, ugly but playing flower. With the Phoenix Man defeated, the people of Longguo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. What about Qin Liu? He didn't seem as relaxed. According to the system's assessment, the Phoenix Man would revive at some point from carriage number 1. At that time, the target would probably still be him. Having such an unshakable presence constantly watching you, it's hard to sleep soundly, let alone take a nap without worrying. What was even more concerning was that no one knew what form it might take when it revived. If it learned to disguise itself instead of wearing only shorts, it would be even more difficult to deal with. This time, Qin Liu tricked the toilet sister out of the mirror, but next time, she would be wiser. It might not be so easy to anger her. How to completely eliminate future troubles? I can't think of anything. Forget it. Let's go back to the dining car first, and see if those strange things Likori ordered have arrived. In the dining car, the challengers, after receiving notice from attendant number 1, suddenly understood why Qin Liu wanted to distract the Phoenix Man. Likori paid no attention to the no loud talking rule and started a praise meeting for Qin Liu in the dining car. When Qin Liu returned to car number 9, some were applauding, while others silently watched. Those who didn't applaud had many reasons. Those who did applaud, of course, did so because Qin Liu had dealt with the Phoenix Man without causing harm to everyone. This applause was deserved. Big brother, you are truly invincible. Please accept my worship. Likori said excitedly while bowing. You are indeed a responsible and thoughtful person, Ronnie also bowed. Park Duanquan and Fei exchanged glances, feeling that silence was not good, but bowing felt too fake, so they respectfully called out Big Brother. Brother, your courage and wisdom, as well as your consideration for others, are truly admirable. Please have a seat. Brad also stood up to welcome him. Brother, are you hurt? Brad asked with concern. I'm fine, Qin Liu replied with a relaxed face. Brad exchanged a few pleasantries before immediately getting to the point. How did you offend that strange creature? Why is it only targeting you? Chapter 66. Qin Liu shrugged and shook his head. Could it be because of your uniform? Brad speculated. I thought of that too. But if it recognizes people by their clothes, it hasn't bothered the other attendants who are dressed like me, Qin Liu said. Perhaps it can distinguish between humans and strange creatures automatically, Brad said. Qin Liu nodded. But he didn't completely agree. Only those who had already awakened, like Sister Toilet, knew they were strange creatures, and they were different from the challengers. Those ordinary attendants who were strange believed in their minds that they were no different from the challengers, they just had different jobs. Just like Uncle JC in reality, when someone commits a crime, he goes to catch the criminals, to fight and eliminate them, it's part of his duty. Uncle JC would never think of himself as a different type of life form from the public. Unless the Phoenix Man had already awakened its consciousness during its rebirth. But that doesn't fit the rules of supremacy. It can't just be because of the attendant uniform that it's targeting me, Qin Liu thought. Brother, since there's a problem with this attendant uniform, my advice is to stop wearing it, Brad kindly suggested. Qin Liu patted his uniform and smiled, I'll keep wearing it. If another one like it appears, I can attract its attention for everyone, so it doesn't cause chaos, that would be bad. The challengers all stood there, dumbfounded. This guy is really willing to sacrifice himself and think of others? See, I didn't lie to you, did I? Whenever there's trouble, Big Brother always charges to the front, leaving the most dangerous situations for himself, Lukori said loudly. Could you keep it down? Wolcari said with a dark face, since you guys entered the dining car, you've broken the rules countless times. If it weren't for Qin Liu being able to fight, you wouldn't know how many times you'd have died. Lukori didn't heed the warning, instead, he looked smug, yeah, it's all thanks to Big Brother Qin Liu protecting us. Park Shiba has already died several times. Wolcari was even more furious, you guys are together with him, if you die for breaking the rules, he can revive you with a revival card. But we don't have revival cards, and we're not with you. Don't drag us into your mistakes. Lukori smiled slyly, if you're afraid, you can go eat in car number 10. We just like breaking the rules, we just like fighting the strange creatures. What kind of look is that? Want to kill me? Go ahead and try, anyway, if I die, Big Brother will revive me. If you want to fight us, you probably don't even qualify. Faced with Lukori's mockery, Wolcari's face turned red with anger, veins popping like they might explode. Hey, from Dragon Country, aren't you going to do something about him acting tough? How can you be the Big Brother like this? Wolcari said, redirecting his anger towards Qin Liu since he couldn't win against Lukori. Qin Liu was neither resentful nor angry, a smile on his lips. What do I care? He's not wrong. Brad observed with a sideways glance, seeing Qin Liu defend his friend, a strange smile crossing his face. Alright, let's not ruin our harmony over meaningless things. We should unite, brainstorm together, and find a way to take over the control room. Our time is running out. Brad said with a friendly smile, acting as a peacemaker. Big Brother Eagle Sauce makes a good point. Qin Liu praised. With both big brothers having spoken, Lukori and Wolcari stopped quarreling. But neither of them was willing to back down, continuously locking eyes in a silent battle. Before long, the steward pushed a food cart, beginning to serve dishes at each table. When it was Qin Liu's table, Lukori's face lit up, grinning widely as he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Born into an ordinary family, he had a soft spot for street snacks from the third country. This time, many of the dishes he ordered were those specialties from the third country. Qin Liu was mentally prepared for Lukori's selections. But when he saw what the steward brought out, he still couldn't hold back. Fire-roasted beetle leaves, looking like a miniature vegetable salad. On a small leaf, there were some threads and sticky substances, topped with what looked like crushed ice. Lukori excitedly introduced, Big Brother, this is our third country specialty, fire-roasted beetle leaves. He struck a match and lit it, touching it to the ice, and surprisingly, the ice started to burn. Lukori's face lit up with excitement as he picked up the beetle leaf, wrapping it up, the flames blazing, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. This action left the surrounding challengers and the viewers in the challengers' country's livestream astonished. I've long heard of the unique existence of the dark cuisine of the third country, and today, I'm finally seeing it. I bet $100 that Qin Liu won't dare to eat it. Don't mention Qin Liu, even if Sister Toilet came out, she wouldn't dare to eat it. Can we not talk about eating and Sister Toilet in the same breath, you rabbits? Every time you mention it, I remember the scene of Sister Toilet eating Ruan Safong. It's a damn adult trauma. Calling out Sister Toilet to challenge the dark cuisine of the third country, hit one if you agree, rabbits. As soon as this comment appeared, the Dragon Country livestream was instantly flooded with 1s. Some even went so far as to discard the official messages from the command center, calling for it to notify Qin Liu to bring Sister Toilet out to taste the harmless cuisine of the third country. At this moment, the command center unexpectedly started to play along. Comrade Lukori has poison resistance, so of course he can eat anything. The toilet seeker just had a big battle and hasn't fully recovered, and she also doesn't have poison resistance, so it's not recommended for her to taste. A special reminder to citizens of Dragon Country in the third country, please pay attention to your diet, respect the food culture of other countries, and don't lightly challenge your own physical limits. The command center stopped speaking serious official words, which made the Dragon Country netizens even more excited. We really need this kind of atmosphere. Comrade Xiao Qin has truly achieved great things this time. The commander exclaimed. The continuous defeats of the Dragon Country had made the internet there murky and filled with various demoralizing voices. Unexpectedly, some of Qin Liu's series of bold actions stirred the passionate hearts of the people of Dragon Country. Exactly. Previous challengers were always studying the rules, making everyone tense, unable to see such an atmosphere as now. In the dining car, Lakori, happily munching on a portion of fire-roasted beetle leaves, immediately urged Qin Liu to try it. I have fire in my mouth. You still want me to eat fire? I can't take it. Xiaopu, Afei, you guys try it. Qin Liu said. Pu Duanquan and Afei wore tearful expressions. Big brother, my tooth hurts. Big brother. I am allergic to beetle nut. Both of them found excuses to refuse. They would rather gnaw on rice balls than take a single bite. Eagle brother, you should try it too, Qin Liu said with a laugh. Brad showed no expression, but his eyes clearly trembled a bit. He didn't want to take on that challenge either. Chapter 67. After going around, no one dared to try the fire-grilled beetle leaves. Lakori didn't feel disappointed, he was enjoying his food very much. The second dish, stir-fried mango flesh. Just looking at it churned the stomach. It looked like a bucket of shishir, bursting out uncontrollably. Watching Lakori eat so happily tortured the audience's psyche, reminding them of the scene with Sister Toilet and Wan Safong. Nobody dared to take a sip of Hongha Old White Dry. The secret burger from A3 country, no one dared to taste a bite. A3's flying pancake looked acceptable. Eating? Still, let's skip it. Curry fried rice and crispy fried donuts were also rejected by everyone. Eagle brother, why not order something from the menu? Qin Liu asked. Brad understood that Qin Liu let Lakori order haphazardly not to disgust anyone but to test the rules. Unexpectedly, the chef on the train actually made it. Seeing Lakori introduce it so properly and eat so joyfully showed these dishes were authentic. Brad ordered some steak and pizza. Qin Liu didn't order anything. He just took out mushrooms and a chicken, asking Afei to borrow the stove to cook a pot of chicken and mushrooms. The mushrooms were understandable, after all, he'd harvested plenty in the mushroom carriage. The chicken in his backpack left the two beings from another world stunned. Big brother, how do you have a chicken? Afei asked, holding the chicken foot, curious. I took it from the dining car before. Go ahead, cook it for half an hour and bring it out, Qin Liu said. Afei happily agreed and left. He also wanted some normal soup, which suited him just fine. Lakori, having eaten and drunk enough, leaned back in his chair and surprisingly fell asleep, given the comfortable temperature in the dining carriage. Wolkari saw this and felt distressed, cursing, a useless bag of bones. Qin Liu is willing to take you along only because he can't open the door, otherwise, what use are you? Qin Liu was bored waiting, rereading the rules, and turned to ask Brad, who was waiting for his steak. Eagle brother, you've been in the dining carriage the whole time, not breaking any rules, is it all based on your interpretation of the rules? Of course. Eagle brother relies on wisdom. He is a commanding talent, Wolkari replied. That's great, Qin Liu said, his face beaming with joy. Wolkari was taken aback. Is this guy missing a brain cell? Did he not catch my hint that he only knows how to play tricks and can't follow the rules? If tricks can't be hit and violations are wiped out, how many lives would Qin Liu's team lose? So, Wolkari always looked down on Qin Liu's group. Brad's expression was calm. It's not that I fully understand it, just trying to avoid risks as much as possible. Dragon Country brother, have you discovered any new problems? No new problems per SA. I'm just curious about Rule 2, the special hint says we can play Truth or Dare and Little Magic, there must be a purpose to it. I want to give it a try, Qin Liu said. How do you want to try? Brad asked. Let's play Truth or Dare, Wolkari interrupted again. Sure. The brothers from Maple Leaf Country really understand my thoughts. Let's play together then, Qin Liu said with a big smile. Brad shot a cold glare at Wolkari but verbally agreed. Qin Liu laid the Hongha Old White dried bottle upside down on the table, whoever the bottle points it has to answer. Alright, I'll spin the bottle, Wolkari took the initiative. Qin Liu smiled and pushed the bottle to him. Hey, do you want to play or not? If not, get lost, Wolkari pushed Lakori. Lakori suddenly woke up, nearly falling from his chair. Upon learning they would play Truth or Dare, he directly refused. Are you playing or not? Wolkari looked at the neighboring table where Pu Duanquan and Ronnie were sitting. Park Duanquan shook his head in refusal. Ronnie, however, happily agreed. It seems your two teammates are both timid and deceitful. Walcarey sneered, trying to provoke. You are wrong. They are brave and loyal. They dared to follow me to the self-destructive carriage to break the glass, and they have never fled in battle. Qin Liu continued to defend them. Lakori looked pleased upon hearing this. Park Duanquan felt guilty and bowed his head in silence. Walcarey, finding himself at a loss, could only respond with a cold laugh. Bang 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 bang. The bottle spun. And finally stopped, with the mouth pointing directly at Qin Liu. Walcarey was overjoyed and asked, truth or dare? Dare. Qin Liu chose without a second thought. The Dragon Kingdom's netizens watched anxiously. Is Qin Liu sick? Why is he playing truth or dare? And he chose dare. What if he's told to go to the self-destructive carriage? Don't worry, Qin Liu has always been this way. Since he proposed to play a game, I guess he must be up to something. What's scary is that by calculating, he might end up losing himself. I'm not afraid. At worst, I'll play tricks. Doing one thing while saying another, that's what the Eagle Sauce Country and Maple Leaf Country have always done to the Dragon Kingdom. Now Qin Liu is using their own tactics against them, which is a weight event for the Dragon Kingdom. Exactly. With Toilet Sister protecting him, Qin Liu can play however he likes. Look at the Maple Leaf Country guy, thinking he has Qin Liu under control, it's laughable. Over 90% of the Dragon Kingdom netizens supported him, relying on Toilet Sister's protection. Qin Liu surprisingly chose dare right from the start, which caught Walcarey off guard. After all, this was the world of weird tales. He originally thought to tease Qin Liu and see him make a fool of himself, but now he didn't know what dare to assign him. After thinking for a moment, Walcarey came up with a clever plan. It would let Qin Liu take a risk without harming carriage number 9. A dare, right? Then you go to carriage number 10. Walcarey said. As soon as these words came out, the people of the Dragon Kingdom immediately felt a deep poison. The cleaning staff of the abnormal was in carriage number 10. Although it has only killed Kagawa up to now, that doesn't mean it would be safe for Qin Liu to encounter it. Lakori also understood Walcarey's intention, immediately getting up and saying, Are you trying to harm my big brother? Walcarey shrugged and waved his hands. This is what the Dragon Kingdom brother chose actively. If you're scared, then end the game, it's no fun. You. Little Lakori, we must follow the rules. Qin Liu stopped Lakori. You all wait here, I'll take a stroll in carriage number 10. As he said this, Qin Liu stood up, pushed the dining car, and walked toward carriage number 10. The challengers watched in horror. The dining car had remained here, and no one dared to move it, because it could eat people. Qin Liu actually pushed it. What if he encountered someone wanting to buy something not available on the dining car? Wouldn't he be doomed? What on earth is Big Brother doing? Lakori, in his anxiety, almost ripped off his hat. Eagle Sauce brother, this Dragon Kingdom kid really isn't afraid of death. Walcarey said. Look at the things he has done, which one could a person afraid of death do? He suddenly wants to play this game, there must be his own reason. We just have to wait and see the outcome. Brad calmly said. Chapter 68. At the door of carriage number 10, there was also a ordering station. The decoration of the entire carriage was completely different from the style of carriage number 9. Carriage number 9 leaned more towards the Western style, while carriage number 10 was rich in Dragon Kingdom style. Red lanterns hung from the ceiling, and paper cuttings adorned the windows. There were only a dozen people in carriage number 10, all sitting at their own tables. Seeing Qin Liu pushing the cart over, their eyes unanimously fixed on him. Though they had never met before, at a glance, they could tell that this was not a real attendant, but the Dragon Kingdom's Qin Liu. There were no obstructions in the carriage, it was transparent at a glance. The cleaning staff attendant was not here. Qin Liu, are you the Dragon Kingdom's Qin Liu? A challenger suddenly whispered. As soon as Qin Liu entered the room, he noticed this small challenger. He wore a full outfit of cyan green, resembling the artistic style of the Dragon Country from the 70s and 80s. On his head, he had a green wool hat that clearly came from the real world. From the very beginning, Qin Liu paid attention to him. Because this was the challenger from the neighboring brother nation, Zhao Country, Li Dongzhang. Seeing his initial data, it was nothing special, apart from stamina, which barely reached the average level for challengers, the rest of his stats were truly pitiful. It was quite unexpected for Qin Liu that Li Dongzhang had survived this long. Just like it was unexpected for everyone that Qin Liu had made it this far. You've got some guts, hot, to talk to strangers like this, Qin Liu said, his tone friendly yet full of warning. Seeing his empty table, it was clear he hadn't dared to order anything to eat. Would you like something to eat? Qin Liu asked. Sure. But, I have no money, Li Dongzhang said, his face showing embarrassment and his eyes timid. Just owe me for now. I'll find you a random odd job later, Qin Liu said. Li Dongjiang was both surprised and delighted. Dragon Country Big Brother, have you really become a snow country train attendant? Hearing this, Qin Liu thought, this little guy really doesn't know how to speak. Can you really ask a question like that directly? Rules restrict my answer. What do you want to eat? Qin Liu avoided answering. Is there rice? Li Dongjiang must have been really hungry, his eyes searching the cart and not pursuing the question further. Yes. Qin Liu pulled out a bowl of fried rice from his backpack and also gave him a portion of rice soup. Thank you, Dragon Country Big Brother. Li Dongjiang's eyes sparkled with joy as he immediately began to eat, alternating between the rice soup and fried rice. Qin Liu didn't continue walking, instead, he sat down at the same table with Li Dongjiang. The cleaner attendant who killed the Sakura country's Gong Ben Dao is roaming this carriage. How dare you stay here instead of going to carriage 9? Qin Liu asked. Li Dongjiang was taken aback, hurriedly swallowing his food, nearly choking. It took him a long time to recover. It went to carriage 9. Didn't you see it? Qin Liu frowned slightly at the reply. It was indeed a strong anomaly, as it could hide like the toilet sister, lying in wait among the equipment, to catch someone off guard when rules were broken. Already strong, yet knowing how to hide, too terrifying. Qin Liu scanned the carriage. Although he saw no visible danger, he had a strong sense of crisis looming. He had previously guessed that, in the attendant's perception, they were no different from living beings. But if the cleaner attendant could disguise itself or become invisible, it would definitely know it had different abilities from normal attendants and their passengers. So, where could the cleaner attendant be? In the trash can connected to the carriage? In a small garbage bag behind a seat? Or simply a speck of dust on the table? So terrifying. The more he thought about it, the scarier it became. Dragon Country Big Brother, are you okay? Seeing Qin Liu lost in thought and not answering, Li Dongjiang couldn't help but feel worried. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. By the way, which carriage did you come from? Qin Liu asked. I was transferred to the 12th aquatic carriage. The attendants informed me to come to the dining carriage before arriving here. Dragon Country Big Brother, 6 people froze to death in the 11th carriage. The 2 challengers who came with me also died while passing through the 11th carriage. Li Dongjiang suddenly breathed rapidly, clearly still shaken. How did the 2 who were with you die? They were bitten to death by a pig. Huh? This answer truly shocked Qin Liu. The pigs in the freezing carriage are alive? Li Dongjiang's expression was a bit pained as he gulped down a few bites from his bowl. After trying to calm his emotions, he whispered, I don't know how to describe it. That pig, its insides were already gone, hanging on a hook, its flesh covered in frost. But it suddenly came to life and wrapped those 2 challengers inside its belly. A pig's belly could wrap a person? They must have done or said something wrong. Qin Liu said. Li Dongjiang shook his head vigorously. He didn't pay attention and didn't want to recall more. Seeing him truly in pain, Qin Liu didn't press further. With the healing effects of fried rice and rice soup, it was hard to imagine that if he asked directly, Li would probably have already broken down emotionally, plunged into madness or unconsciousness. Brother Longguo, why did you come here alone? Li Dongjiang asked. I lost a game of truth or dare, so I chose to come here for the challenge. You stay here without moving, I'll go wander around car 11, Qin Liu replied with a light smile. Li Dongjiang's expression suddenly changed. The pig in car 11 eats people, and you still want to go? Since it's a dare, of course I'll go where it's dangerous. Otherwise, I'd be violating the game rules, Qin Liu said. With that, Qin Liu stood up and pushed the food cart away. Watching Qin Liu's back, Li Dongjiang was so shocked that the fried rice in his mouth fell out. Is Brother Longguo a bit foolish? Why take the game so seriously? After Qin Liu entered car 11, Buddy, the challenger from Changhua, originally sitting 6 tables away from Li Dongjiang, now stood up and sat down opposite him. Li Dongjiang jolted in shock. They had sat at separate tables to abide by the restaurant rules, not daring to share tables with others. Why did this guy suddenly come here? Is there something you want? Li Dongjiang asked cautiously. The Longguo people are pretty nice to you, Buddy said with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes, reaching over to grab a handful of Li Dongjiang's fried rice. Li Dongjiang felt a wave of disgust but struggled to keep a sincere smile, trying not to hold a grudge. After all, this was already the 6th time for the strange challenge, and in previous rounds, challengers had schemed against each other, resorting to underhanded tactics to survive by selling others out. Maybe it's because of the relationship between our countries and Longguo, that's why he's nicer to me, Li Dongjiang said. Oh, so you've hitched your wagon to a lucky star, victory is within reach, Buddy said. Li Dongjiang scratched his nose, smiling but not responding. Chapter 69. Li Dongjiang took the initiative to talk to Qin Liu, truly hoping he could lead him to victory. But this was just a one-sided wish. He didn't have any special skills and didn't dare to reveal it for now. Did he give you a revive card? Buddy asked. No. I just met Brother Longguo for the first time, and we didn't even say a few words. How could he give me a revive card? Li Dongzhang replied. No? You are brother nations, he even fed you fried rice, wouldn't he spare you a revive card? Buddy's voice and expression suddenly became vicious. Li Dongzhang realized this guy was not friendly. If you don't believe me, that's fine, Li Dongzhang said, bowing his head to eat. Of course I don't believe you. Unless you let me search you, Buddy said. Li Dongzhang's face darkened. Although he didn't want to hold a grudge, he also wasn't someone to be bullied without limits. I said there isn't one, there isn't. Why do you have the right to search me? I don't want to talk to you, please leave, Li Dongzhang said sternly. Buddy's smile grew even more sinister as he leaned close to Li Dongzhang's ear, whispering, do you know why Gong Bendao was killed by the cleaning crew? What does that have to do with me? Li Dongzhang grew more angry. He could have attacked directly, but instead, he poured something on the ground first. Do you know what that means? Although the rules didn't say you can't litter, this is something that must be followed without a clear statement, Buddy said. Li Dongzhang didn't understand his meaning. This guy seemed to be reminding him not to litter, but from his tone and expression, he was anything but friendly. Buddy raised his hand and shook it in front of Li Dongzhang's eyes. Then, suddenly, slap! Bang! The unfinished fried rice and rice soup bowl were pushed to the floor by Buddy. Almost simultaneously, the warm-lit carriage flickered a few times before the light suddenly turned cold. In the blink of an eye, the cleaning crew appeared out of nowhere. Li Dongzhang's hair stood on end in an instant. Why are you doing this? Li Dongzhang asked in horror. These things were given to you by Qin Liu. Are they considered his garbage? If they are yours, and you have nothing left, will his resurrection card be useful? I can't believe he would have so many resurrection cards. Booty said with a wicked smile, tightening his clothes and shrinking into the corner. You want to use my hands to harm Brother Longguo? Anger mixed with fear made Li Dongzhang tremble all over. Booty smiled wickedly and made a gesture of cutting his throat. The moment the cleaner appeared, the warm restaurant carriage's temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point. Why do you always throw trash around carelessly? If you're so trashy, then just be real trash. The cleaner muttered. It's not me, it's him. Before Li Dongzhang could finish his words, he turned into an ice sculpture pointing at Booty. Bang! With a gentle tap from the cleaner, Li Dongzhang shattered into a pile of ice shards. Swish! Swish! The cleaner swept the broken plates and bowls, along with Li Dongzhang's broken ice, into a dustpan and disappeared from the carriage. The moment it vanished, the lights and temperature in carriage number 10 instantly returned to normal. If it weren't for the absence of a person, one wouldn't be able to tell that a tragic event had just occurred here. Supreme Rule, the challenger from Zhaoguo, Li Dongzhang, was eliminated for violating rules and throwing trash in the carriage. Challenge failed. 25 points deducted from Zhaoguo's national fortune, leaving Zhaoguo with 45 points. The bizarre event has descended upon Kaichang. Zhaoguo's food production decreased by 10%, lasting for 3 years. Seeing such a heavy punishment, the kimchi country, which had always been at odds with Zhaoguo, fell silent. Zhaoguo was already short on food, continuously needing international humanitarian aid. Now, with an additional penalty of reduced food production, the subsequent disaster would likely be more severe than the bizarre events descent upon Kaichang. Qin Liu, upon seeing the death notice, was stunned on the spot. How did Li Dongzhang, who was perfectly fine, just die? Even if he finished his fried rice and rice soup so quickly, he should have left the things on the table. There was no reason to throw them on the floor, right? A person who had carefully lived for 6 to 7 hours could not possibly make such a basic mistake in carriage number 10. Qin Liu did not continue walking to carriage number 11, instead, he took out his phone and initiated contact with the command center for the first time. Commander, I want the video of Li Dongzhang before and after his death. You don't need to explain what happened, just give me the video, and I will watch it myself. Qin Liu's voice was cold and sharp. The commander detected Qin Liu's anger and hurriedly comforted him. I know what you're thinking. But I must remind you, the cleaner is very powerful, its freezing ability is impossible to defend against. I know. You only need to give me the video of Li Dongzhang's death. I am aware of my own life. All right. Just remember, backing you are the whole Longguo. The commander said. With that, he immediately had someone send the video to Qin Liu. As soon as the video was transmitted, the call duration ended. The Thousand Islands country was still celebrating Booty's interpretation of unwritten rules. They had no awareness of the seriousness of the issue. Creak. Creak. Qin Liu pushed the dining cart and slowly walked back. The challengers in carriage number 10 kept their eyes locked on him, moving as he did. Qin Liu returned to the dining table where Li Dongjun had been sitting. It was now completely empty. Taking a glance at Booty, who had returned to his original position, Qin Liu pushed the cart over. Qin Liu sat down and began to play the video out loud. "Shoo, brother, keep your voice down, you might attract the bazaar." Booty looked flustered, no longer having the cold determination he had when he caused Li Dongjun's death. "You've got some guts to smash my plate and bowl?" Qin Liu suddenly raised his eyes, staring hard at Booty. I didn't, don't slander me." Qin Liu suddenly smiled and comforted, "Don't be nervous, it's just a plate and bowl, you can compensate me." "It was Li Dongjun who knocked it over, what do I have to compensate? If I did it, then why doesn't the bazaar kill me?" Booty's veins throbbed. "Really? Then let me try." Qin Liu smiled coldly, taking an empty plate from the cart. "This is for you." I don't want it." Booty's face tightened, instinctively backing away. "What's in the bowl?" Qin Liu asked. "Are you blind? There's nothing in the bowl." Booty guessed that Qin Liu was making things difficult for him because of Li Dongjing's death. He, who already harbored hatred for the Dragon Country and the Chao Country, had no patience. "You're lying. The bowl has air." Qin Liu mocked. "What? Are you trying to pick a fight? Li Dongjun was killed by the weird cleaning worker. If you're capable, go kill the cleaning worker instead. Why are you causing trouble for me?" Booty was furious. Before he could finish, the cart shook violently. Then it rapidly transformed, swallowing Booty, who was trying to escape. Qin Liu was quick. At the last moment, he chopped off half of Booty's arm. Chapter 70. Supreme Rule. Challenger Booty from the Thousand Islands was eliminated for playing games and lying in the dining car. Challenge failed. Deduct 5 points from the Thousand Islands national luck, leaving 85 points. The bazaar descends upon a city. Dragon Country livestream. Qin Liu did great. I watched the livestream of Booty causing Li Dongjing's death. That guy's real target is you. He is a typical hater of the Dragon Country. A gentleman seeks revenge. Anyone who harms our Dragon Country must die, no matter how far away. Dragon Country, you're mighty. You've avenged us, Chao Country. Chao Country will always be your brother country. Whoever you want to hit, we'll hit. Go. The Dragon Countryman harms our challenger and then plays the victim? The Supreme Rule couldn't stand it and deducted 5 points from our national luck. Now, our Thousand Islands still have 85 national luck points. Even if you win this time, you won't have as many as us. The Thousand Islands' small wish was sensed by Qin Liu. He took out a revival card and decisively revived Booty. Booty had died once, and now faced Qin Liu. His hate against the Dragon Country only intensified. He didn't plead for mercy and shouted back. "You want to mess with me? Let's see how many tricks you have and how many revival cards you possess. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Come on, let's do this." Qin Liu sneered, "You have some guts. Are you angry? If you can, come hit me. If you manage to take me down, then all my things will be yours." Qin Liu shouted towards Dragon Country, "If I'm killed by him, it's because I'm less skilled, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." "Shut up." Smash. Booty shattered the plate, gripping its jagged shards like a knife, stabbing towards Qin Liu's neck. The cart shook, and Booty was fatally injured by his own attack. Supreme Rule. Challenger Booty from Thousand Islands attempted to harm the dining car staff, triggering the cart's protection attribute, resulting in death and challenge failure. Deduct 10 points from the Thousand Islands national luck, leaving 75 points. The bazaar descends upon B City. The next second, Booty was revived again. The second after that, Booty was dead again. Seeing this, the Thousand Islands panicked. The command center hurriedly called the Dragon Country Command Center, requesting Qin Liu to stop this revival behavior, stating that Booty's previous actions were personal and should not be charged to the state. Dragon Country Command Center. Qin Liu's actions are also personal. Dragon Country will not bear any responsibility for his actions. You're clearly just protecting your own. This is too much. The Thousand Islands Command Center was furious, expressing strong dissatisfaction with Dragon Country's attitude. Seeing that there was no solution from Dragon Country, the Thousand Islands could only seek help from Eagle Sauce Country. Eagle Sauce Country, Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce Country have no alliance. In some aspects, they are even at odds. We cannot stop the actions of Dragon Country's challengers. The Thousand Islands were left in tears. While seeking help everywhere, Booty had already died 8 times. The Thousand Islands national luck was down to 30, and all top 10 cities had bizarre descents. Along with the additional calamity punishments, the Thousand Islands has turned into a hell filled with wailing. In desperation, the Thousand Islands could only turn to the Morning Kingdom for help, pleading with them to lift their hands and inform the Dragon Kingdom to stop Qin Liu's actions. Morning Kingdom Command Center, what? Our network is bad, can't hear clearly? Hello, what do you need us to do? Respond if you hear this, respond if you hear this. The Morning Kingdom's pretense of ignorance left the Thousand Islands in complete despair. But they still did not give up, continuing to seek help from other countries. In the carriage, Buddy, who was continuously revived, was already sweating profusely at the moment of revival. Because death and revival happened in an instant, and the entire process was ongoing. Coupled with Buddy's previous memories, he had begun to collapse. Have you had enough of revival? If you're capable, then let me die. As he wished, Qin Liu let him die again. Continue to revive. Buddy panted heavily, damn it, I want to see how many revival cards you have. Qin Liu waved a hand into his bag, and a bundle of golden cards lay on the table. Are 10 enough? What about 20? Qin Liu sneered, pulling out another 10 cards. Do you want me to lose my country? Buddy shouted in despair. The game continues. Qin Liu laughed coldly. Supreme Rule, Challenger Buddy from the Thousand Islands, disqualified for rule violation. Deducting 20 points from the national luck of the Thousand Islands. Remaining national luck, minus 15 points. A mysterious event has befallen the whole of Thousand Islands, the Thousand Islands no longer exist. Completely erase the existence of the Challenger from the Thousand Islands in the world of strange tales. Qin Liu didn't even look at the death notice and continued to place the revival cards on Buddy's severed hand. Revival target does not exist, revival card cannot be used. Huh? Qin Liu looked confused. This was the first time the revival card had failed to work. Doesn't exist? Are you mistaken? There's still one hand here. Revival target does not exist, revival card cannot be used. The system entered a loop mode. Qin Liu furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something, and hurriedly took out his phone to check. The Thousand Islands no longer existed. Buddy also no longer existed. That severed hand before him was just a lifeless remnant, with no nationality. Seeing Qin Liu still holding a stack of revival cards, the countries of the Blue Star world trembled in fear. Especially the Qinchi nation, which went into a state of high alert, fearing that Qin Liu would use such a method to erase their country. The Sakura Kingdom, which had always hated Qin Liu for ruining Gangbang Dao, completely changed their attitude at this moment. Feeling relieved that Gangbang Dao was wiped out completely. Otherwise, with Qin Liu's vengeful nature, he would definitely use the same method to sink the Sakura Kingdom. This guy is ruthless. Others just broke his plate, and he wiped out a whole country. This is even more terrifying than Dongfeng Courier. With this kind of playstyle, let alone Dongfeng Courier, even the Eagles aircraft carrier battle group would call themselves weaklings. Rabbits, I'm very worried. If Qin Liu continues like this, will other countries become like startled birds? Will they pressure the Dragon Kingdom in the real world or even take extreme actions? Brother, you're overthinking it. The rabbit's second nuclear counterattack ability keeps them from acting recklessly, and with a Qin Liu glaring at them in the world of strange tales, they wouldn't dare to mess around. Their nuclear missiles are still flying, and Qin Liu can take down their country. Awesome. As long as Qin Liu has enough revival cards, this is much more powerful than nuclear deterrence. Keep your voice down and don't be blindly confident. Although Qin Liu is powerful, if he gets besieged in the world of strange tales, he can hardly fend off many attackers. Sister Toilet, do you think I don't exist? The challengers in Carriage 10 trembled as they watched Qin Liu's operations. Fearing that if they looked at him one more time, he would transfer his hatred onto them. The challengers in Carriage 9, though unable to see what was happening in Carriage 10, could guess with their butts that Qin Liu was taking revenge. What kind of hatred, what kind of grievance, could lead to an entire country disappearing in just a few minutes? Brother Eagle, Qin Liu is really ruthless. I actually let him go on an adventure in Carriage 10. Will he hold a grudge against me? Big brother, save me. Wall Carry said with a mournful face, his pant legs flapping wildly. Chapter 71. You guys illegally detain executives from their country's tech companies, treating them like prisoners. Do you really think Big Brother will let you go? Lakori sneered provocatively. Wall Carry stirred up a hornet's nest, already scared to death, and with Lakori saying this, he instantly lost control of his emotions. How good is your country, Asan? You frequently invade Dragon Kingdom's borders, even having armed conflicts with dragon warriors. Do you think he will let Asan off the hook? What are you doing? Exposing each other's faults to remind Qin Liu to seek revenge on you? Everyone, shut up. Brad scolded coldly. Although Lakori loved to show off his mouth, he was well aware of the depth of the situation and immediately stopped arguing with Wall Carry. Just as their argument ended, Qin Liu returned pushing a food cart. Wall Carry was so nervous that cold sweat trickled down his back, constantly thinking about how to say it so that Qin Liu wouldn't hold a grudge against him. When Qin Liu came back, he stopped the cart, sat down calmly, and glanced at the dining table, then looked at the time. Why has a Fae not finished cooking? Come on, let's keep playing. Carrie shivered at the sound, casting a pleading look at Brad. Brad had no reaction. Who's spinning the bottle this time? Or are you not going to? Qin Liu asked. Carrie shrank back, repeatedly waving his hands. No more playing, no more playing. Not playing? We haven't even reached a conclusion yet, how can we not play? It's just a little game, Qin Liu said with a faint smile. Seeing Carrie on the verge of tears, Brad chuckled and came to the rescue. Bro, what happened in carriage 10 just now? Brad asked. Qin Liu frowned, his expression darkening as he sighed. How unfortunate. Li Dong from Chaogua and Booty from Chengguo broke the rules and were mysteriously eliminated. Saying this, he took out Booty's severed hand and placed it on the table. Carrie screamed in terror, quickly covering his mouth with both hands. Brad was also startled. He never expected that Qin Liu would bring someone else's severed hand. I sympathize with him, and I feel guilty. I really want to bring him back to life, but he no longer exists, so there's no way to revive him. As he spoke, Qin Liu suddenly looked at Brad and Carrie with a somewhat manic gaze. Eagle sauce bro, I've discovered that death is possible, but being completely erased by the supreme rules is absolutely unacceptable, otherwise, the revival card will lose its effect. Brad swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. In your opinion, under what circumstances would one be completely erased? One possibility is that the challenger's country in reality no longer exists. There could be others, like being turned to dust. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone thought the same. How did Xianghua disappear? Don't you know deep down? Brad coughed awkwardly and expressed agreement with Qin Liu's statement. Looking at the severed hand on the table, he asked, does Booty have anything special about him that makes you spend so many revival cards to save him? Qin Liu suddenly became serious. Eagle sauce bro, I treat everyone equally. It's not that I revive someone just because they have special abilities, but based on the situation at the moment. Brad showed a wry smile. So what made you spend so many revival cards on Booty? He kept breaking the rules, and I had no choice. You guys also saw the attributes of this food cart, right? And I, wearing this uniform, the food cart automatically assumes I'm the attendant responsible for it, right? Then if someone asks me to buy something, I must comply, right? Otherwise, it would be me breaking the rules. Booty asked me for a revival card. I had one, but I couldn't lie to him and say I didn't have it because lying would mean I'm breaking the rules, and the one to be eliminated would be me. But revival cards are not food that can be ordered in the restaurant. This is Buddy violating the rules, and the meal cart just swallowed him. I feel guilty, I blame myself, I only revived him. But every time I revive him, he asks me for the revival card, and says he doesn't believe I still have it. Of course, I have to keep going. Just like that, while reviving and reviving, I found I can no longer revive him. Qin Liu clutched his hair with both hands, looking very remorseful and pained. The audience in the live stream fell silent. This Qin Liu acts just like it's real. Oscar owes him a little gold statue. Is this guy really from the agricultural university? Are you sure he's not from the performing arts department? If I hadn't been watching his live stream, I would almost believe it. How can you talk like that? Everything Qin Liu said is true, Buddy really did keep asking for revival cards. Exactly. Are revival cards as easy to get as picking up leaves? If Buddy hadn't kept breaking the rules, how many people could Qin Liu have saved, and how many challengers could he have led to victory? The Thousand Island country owes other countries a revival card. The Dragon Country netizens stirring the pot left the world in silence. Originally, Qin Liu wiped out the Thousand Island country by himself, and there were many people in the Blue Star world who were angry, protesting, and condemning. Now, with all this commotion, it made Qin Liu's sacrifice seem even greater, and he couldn't refute it. The challengers in the restaurant car were also rendered speechless by Qin Liu's painful remorse. Brother Eagle Sauce, you judge for me, I have tried my best, can this be blamed on me? Qin Liu looked aggrieved. Brad was speechless and could only cooperate with Qin Liu's performance. Brother Gaoi, you did your best. Don't be too hard on yourself, we still have to rush to seize the control room, cheer up. Ah, speaking of which, I also want to try your little chicken stew with mushrooms. Go help a Fae. Carrie first paused, then suddenly became overjoyed, hurriedly getting up to leave. The countries of the Blue Star world saw that Brad had compromised, and even though they knew that Qin Liu was just retaliating against Buddy for wiping out their country, they could only pretend to agree with Qin Liu's actions at that moment. Just as Carrie was about to enter the small cooking area behind the dining counter, he saw a Fae carrying a pot of steaming and fragrant little chicken stew with mushrooms coming out. Why so slow? Brother Long Country is waiting, Carrie reprimanded. I cooked it strictly according to what the brother said. A Fei grunted, bumping into him with the pot. Walcarry hurriedly dodged, feeling extremely unhappy in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything, fearing a Fei would snitch on him in front of Qin Liu. How many revival cards does that guy actually have? I think he should be running low by now, right? Walcarry thought more and more unwillingly. After returning to the dining table, Qin Liu busied himself with eating the little chicken stew with mushrooms and did not mention playing the game again. Walcarry finally breathed a sigh of relief. So delicious. A Fei, your cooking skills are not bad. Qin Liu praised. A Fei scratched his head, I have no skills, it's the brother's ingredients that are good, I just cooked it according to what the brother said. Delicious, delicious. Come, you all come try it. Qin Liu stood up and shouted. The challengers in carriage number 9 looked at each other. This guy is wearing the attendant's uniform, is it considered serving food for him to shout like this? If we refuse, will it be considered a rule violation? Since he likes to play the high moral card, likes to take the blame for himself, if he dies, it's also his fault, he should revive us. But what if he doesn't have any revival cards left? Forget it. Let him keep shouting, he will definitely attract the weird things. Staying a bit closer should be safer. Those challengers sitting nearby decided after a brief discussion to listen to Qin Liu and try the little chicken stew with mushrooms. Other challengers, seeing that some understood, also turned in to follow the trend types. For a moment, all the challengers in carriage number 9 surrounded Qin Liu, slurping the little chicken stew with mushrooms from the pot. The challengers were enjoying their meal. A sudden angry shout echoed in the carriage. Do you even understand a bit of dining etiquette? The challengers were collectively startled. Turning around, they saw 2 attendants in blue uniforms appearing at both ends. Though they also had alluring figures, their faces were twisted and blurred, with a pair of dark eyes shining with a sinister red light. Not paying attention to dining etiquette, making loud noises during the meal, seriously violating the rules of the dining carriage, clear out. Seeing the attendants launching a bizarre attack, the challengers hated Qin Liu deeply but had no choice but to hide beside him. It's bizarre, he is the expert on this. Everyone jump onto the dining table. Qin Liu shouted. What? Many people shouted in surprise. Gathering together to eat chicken stewed with mushrooms was already against the rules, now jumping on the table was an outright provocation to the first rule. Isn't the bizarre enough already? While the many challengers were still in shock, Longguo was the first to jump onto the table. Then Ah Fei, Pao Duan and Roni followed him up. Seeing this, others, led by Brad, also jumped onto the table. Although this action clearly violated the rules, what Qin Liu did was either truly to save people or to lead everyone to doom. Brad leaned more towards the former. He didn't believe that Qin Liu could have so many resurrection cards to make this many challengers lose their countries. Even if he had enough cards, time also didn't permit. If he really dared to do so, the military alliance of the Eagle Country wouldn't just stand by and watch. Especially in Eagle Country, there are military bases abroad as numerous as cows, and mighty aircraft carrier groups are not all docked at home ports. Even if Eagle Country were gone, if the entire territory of Eagle Country was destroyed, retaliatory force would still not be a problem. After quickly analyzing and deciding, Brad chose to trust Qin Liu. But, after jumping on the dining table, Brad suddenly realized he might be wrong. Qin Liu was indeed leading everyone to doom. There were only 4 strange attendants before, now, the entire carriage was packed with bizarre attendants. At a glance, it was all dark and then all red, enough to frighten someone's heart out. Don't panic, trust me, I won't let anyone die. Qin Liu jumped onto the table too, continuously pulling out curtains, quilts, blankets, chair covers, and other items from his backpack and throwing them to everyone. Wrap yourself up, follow me, do as I say. Don't doubt, don't hesitate. Qin Liu said calmly. The challengers, however, were all fidgeting, barely able to stand. The bizarre attendants kept howling closer, one after another, also jumping onto the table. Jump down! Qin Liu shouted. At the same time, he had already jumped back to the floor of the carriage. The challengers didn't think twice and almost reflexively jumped down with him. Qin Liu grabbed a toilet brush and knocked over the first bizarre being that followed, pointing at the other bizarre beings and sternly scolding. You, making noise and jumping on tables, disturbing the diners, this is a serious violation. Ame, come out and work. Qin Liu shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the bathroom door in car 8 opened, and a beam of white light flashed out, floating down in front of Qin Liu. The challengers looked, and it turned out to be a bizarre being that was beautiful to the extreme. Longguo, Pao Duan and Ah Fei, who had seen the toilet sister before, still found her breathtaking at this moment. The other challengers only knew that Qin Liu had taken care of a bathroom requester but had never seen her true form. Now witnessing her, they couldn't help but be astonished. Is this really a bizarre being? She looked more like a fairy queen that walked out of a novel. The moonlight she carried enveloped her, melting people's hearts. Stop showing off your legs, big sister, get to work. Qin Liu urged. The toilet sister seemed to have received an order, immediately transforming into a beam of white light, swiftly weaving between the strange attendants. Increase scare value, 10086. The system kept repeating the same prompt. The scare value was rising to 10,000, 10,000. Sister Toilet was about to turn into a beam of light, but she needed a bit of time to consume, and didn't instantly remove all the eerie presence in the carriage. Qin Liu was watching when suddenly his backpack trembled on his chest. The fireman inside the bag sensed the situation outside and became restless. You really should come out and replenish yourself, Qin Liu said as he opened the backpack and took out a sunny doll. With a shake, the burnt fireman let out a cry and rushed towards the eerie group in car 10. After devouring one eerie, the fireman quickly grew stronger. After devouring the second one, his charred body returned to normal skin color. After consuming the third one, his body began to ignite with flames. It wasn't until he devoured the sixth one that he donned a fire-clad leather jacket, with no flesh visible on his body, transforming into a malevolent warrior, exhaling flames. Watching the two eerie creatures wreak havoc and devour crazily, the challengers tightly wrapped themselves in the curtains, blankets, comforters, and chair covers, all curled up beside Qin Liu. Whether it was the two rampaging eerie's or other eerie staff trying to eliminate them, it was all extremely dangerous for them. Occasionally, some eerie staff not attracted by Sister Toilet and the fireman's hatred continued their cleansing task and launched attacks at the challengers. However, they were all blown back by Qin Liu's little firecrackers. Qin Liu watched as Sister Toilet and the fireman feasted chaos, while also occasionally glancing at the system. After devouring more than 10 eerie's, Sister Toilet's system panel turned bright red. Her rating from the system had also reached S level. Her introduction had changed as well. Toilet Rescuer, contracted member of the host. Level, S level, conscious awakening, can freely control herself in a rampaging state. Can traverse any object with reflective surfaces. Not restricted by the rules of the eerie train in the snow country. If the opponent is at a disadvantage, she can achieve a counterattack beyond levels. Ability, Sky Remnant Moon, carrying moonlight essence, during battle, can continuously restore her own state, possessing powerful combat sustainability. Devourer, can actively devour enemies. When attacked, automatically triggers the Devour ability to take the opponent's power for herself. Infinite Evolution, can evolve infinitely. In addition, there were some flashy abilities that amazed and delighted Qin Liu. Chapter 73. The little white rabbit caught at the beginning has finally evolved into the moonlion form. Seeing Sister Toilet's growth, Qin Liu felt a deep sense of achievement. Thankfully, Sister Toilet's attacks were independent. If they required control, those flashy ability combinations would probably leave him dizzy. Looking again at the fireman, he surprisingly also reached S level. However, his attribute panel was golden, clearly lower than Sister Toilet's. This made Qin Liu remember a saying. You are S level because your strength reached S level. I am S level because the highest level is only S level. Isn't that exactly Sister Toilet? The eerie buffet lasted for about 3 minutes. For the challengers, these 3 minutes felt like 3 centuries of suffering. Watching the eerie creatures in the dining car being cleared out, the challengers couldn't feel happy at all. Instead, they became even more anxious. With Sister Toilet and the fireman so strong, was it not as easy as breathing for them to kill these challengers? Bro, what about those two? They won't hurt us, right? Brad asked. Wrap yourself up well. Even if they attack us wildly, you can at least block a bit. Qin Liu said lightly. Block a bit? Brad's brows furrowed. What if they keep attacking us? Just adapt to the situation. Qin Liu replied. Brad? After devouring all the eerie's, Sister Toilet and the fireman stood facing each other across the challengers. Seeing their rage values both full, Qin Liu couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Sister Toilet had always wanted to devour the fireman. These two guys, are they going to fight again? 2S class fighting, the shockwave can destroy us challengers. Just as Qin Liu was thinking about how to stop this powerful clash, Sister Toilet flipped her hair, threw a flirtatious glance at Qin Liu, and transformed into a white light, flying into the restroom. The fireman did not leave, nor did he attack the challengers. His next action left even Qin Liu dumbfounded. He actually crawled into the blanket himself and rolled around on the floor of the compartment, turning himself into a doll. The challengers watched in shock, mouths agape. This behavior was like a fierce bird being tamed, beginning to recognize its owner. After a brief moment of confusion, Qin Liu quickly checked the fireman's introduction in the system. Sure enough, after a hearty meal, the fireman really voluntarily chose to follow him. After reading the introduction, Qin Liu understood what was going on. The fireman had also awakened some awareness. Usually, he would just rest in the bag, but when there was a buffet, he would come out to help, and he didn't have to fight with weirdos like Sister Toilet. Isn't this better than working in the absurd car in the snow country? Qin Liu put away the fireman doll and looked at everyone. Alright, the crisis is resolved. You don't need to return the things to me, but due to rules, I can't just give them to you. In the future, if there's an opportunity, we can find compensation, Qin Liu said. The challengers exchanged glances, understanding Qin Liu's thoughts, yet they dared not express their anger and had to voice their gratitude. Big brother is too amazing. Rakuli was the first to jump up. Big brother, did you see? I listen to you the most, whatever you say, I act without hesitation because I believe you are definitely right. Many challengers chimed in, praising Qin Liu. However, Walkari had a discontented expression, saying, Qin Liu, your actions just now were basically using us to attract monsters. You plotted against us and pretended to be a hero. That's too much. We are people, challengers of one nation, not your sacrifices. With Walkari leading the way, many challengers began to denounce him. The number of people joining the condemnation grew, and the voices became louder. You ungrateful dogs, without Big Brother, would you still be alive to bark here? From Maple Leaf Country, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Rakuli jumped out to defend Qin Liu. Walkari replied, you are with him, he even revived you, so of course you help him speak. I'm just stating facts. Qin Liu, tell me, was your behavior earlier using us to attract monsters? Brad stood there expressionlessly, looking like he was taking neither side. But any observer could see that Walkari dared to question Qin Liu clearly because he had the support of Brad. Taking the opportunity to keep a low profile, Brad had been operating this way from the beginning. Qin Liu had an innocent and aggrieved expression. Why do you say that? I was clearly rescuing everyone. Brother Eagle Sauce, you must be fair. Even though I am kind-hearted, not one to make enemies, and do good without seeking returns, being misunderstood like this makes me unhappy. Brad originally wanted to remain a bystander, but unexpectedly, Qin Liu directly pointed him out. He could only cough and chuckle, saying, then I'll say a fair word. We were indeed saved because of the 2 weird creatures you released. But you made us jump on the table, attracting more weird creatures. You need to explain that. I support you, but when there are issues, we need to clarify. Since everyone has decided to take the train control room together, we should be united and not doubt or suspect each other. Dragon Country brothers, don't you think I'm right? Qin Liu nodded. Brother Eagle Sauce really has leadership spirit. But I really feel aggrieved. The restroom helper and fireman did come because of me, but they wouldn't randomly attack the crew on the train unless the crew violated the rules. I did make everyone jump on the table, that was indeed a violation as well, but the bizarre things followed us to the table, and they broke the rules too. That's how I could get the toilet helper and the fireman to help us. Am I wrong for doing this? Did someone get hurt by mistake? No. I protected everyone. Qin Liu's heartfelt words instantly won the support of many challengers. That's true. The bizarre things in the dining car aren't breaking the rules, the toilet helper wouldn't show up. Right, Qin Liu was indeed protecting everyone. Although the method was a bit dangerous, we are all safe. You're not wrong. Besides, with Qin Liu around, even if someone unfortunately dies, he will revive us. You really haven't seen much of the world. We and our big brother fought our way from Carriage 2 to here. The big brother said, bizarre things have their own responsible areas. If we don't clear them out, they will stay in the dark while we are in the light, which is very dangerous. If you don't believe it, ask Park Shiba. Lakuli said. Park Duankuan quickly nodded and said, that's right. I've often sung and danced in the carriage to make noise, drawing out the bizarre things. I don't blame the big brother, instead, I'm very grateful to him because he helped us eliminate the potential crisis. 2 people who were not on good terms were taking turns defending Qin Liu. Brad quietly listened for a moment, then chuckled, as long as we're talking about clearing them out, that's good. Carrie, you indeed caused trouble for the Dragon Kingdom brothers, you should apologize. Walkari frowned when he saw this and finally chose to bow and apologize. What Eagle Sauce big brother said is right, clearing is good. Qin Liu smiled brightly, not holding a grudge. Eagle Sauce big brother, let's not delay here, let's move forward. Under the leadership of the 2 big brothers, the group advanced towards Carriage 10. As soon as they entered, the person walking in front suddenly froze in place. Carriage 10 was no longer warm with light, but had turned dark and cold. In the flickering light of the carriage, a cleaner was unexpectedly standing there, hunched over, cleaning something. Chapter 74. The train cleaner didn't seem special aside from having a good figure. But this seemingly ordinary role brought unprecedented psychological fear to the challengers at this moment. The cleaner continued to bend down, seemingly unaware that someone had come from Carriage 9. Looking closely, the carriage floor was clean and reflective, showing no visible trash. Big brother, is this the one who took down Gong Bendao? Lakuli whispered. Qin Liu nodded slightly. At first glance, the cleaner's identification ability had already given him the answer. Its data panel, like the Toilet Sisters, was bright red and S-class. The ability description was similar to what everyone knew, possessing extremely strong freezing abilities, and it could continue to grow stronger. Dong Bendao was also unlucky, clearly starting in a comfort zone, yet he went and provoked an S-class bizarre thing. Seeing Qin Liu nod, Laculi suddenly felt as if he had been frozen. He was clearly wrapped in a blanket, yet he felt as if he were in an ice cave at that moment. This was not an illusion, it was genuinely cold. The glass of the car window had already formed frost flowers. Beautiful ice crystals were spreading toward them across the carriage floor. Now, wanting to retreat back to carriage 9 was already too late. Big brother, if we don't break the rules, will we be okay? Laculi asked, trembling. We have always been moving forward, always breaking the rules. But anyone in carriage 10 will be fine as long as they don't move, Qin Liu replied. Although carriage 10 was filled with gloom, the supreme rules did not declare the death of the challengers in carriage 10. Dragon Kingdom brother, think of a way to save everyone. Can the two bizarre things you control handle it? Brad asked. Qin Liu shook his head, indicating uncertainty. The Toilet Sister might be able to try, but the fireman absolutely could not win. Fire is restrained by water, and now he is even lower in level than the cleaner. Letting him out would only mean sending his head to the opponent. Then are we just going to wait like this? Brad's brow was tightly furrowed. At this moment he truly had no way out, fear spreading like wildfire. Let's try standing still, Qin Liu said. The challengers following behind were shocked beyond measure. Big brother, are you betting our lives? Lacuri's voice trembled with tears. At a time like this, what else can we bet our lives on? Do you love me? Before his words fell, the janitor had already arrived before them. It paused its movements and slowly raised its head. Its face was blurry, with dark hollow eye sockets, no eyeballs, only two glowing red lights dancing like flames. Qin Liu inhaled sharply, standing completely still. The janitor looked at him for a moment before turning its face toward Lacuri. It obviously had no eyeballs, but Lacuri felt as if it was staring right at him. You are so dirty, just like garbage, the janitor said hauntingly. Ha! As Lacuri just opened his mouth, the janitor blew a breath at him, instantly turning him into an ice sculpture. So dirty, really too dirty. The janitor was unconcerned with anyone else, sweeping continuously at the already frozen Lacuri with a broom. With each sweep, Lacuri got smaller and smaller. After 8 sweeps, Lacuri had shrunk to the size of a fist. The janitor picked him up and placed him into a trash bag, mumbling as it walked toward carriage number 9. All the challengers felt as if they were half frozen, not daring to move an inch. Only after the janitor disappeared into carriage number 9 did they breathe a slight sigh of relief. A shiver ran through them, and they realized they were covered in cold sweat. The lights and temperature in carriage number 10 quickly returned to normal. Except for Lacuri, who was gone, it was as if nothing had ever happened. Qin Liu hurriedly took out his phone to check. There was no announcement of Lacuri's death from the Supreme Rules. This meant that while Lacuri had been turned into a tiny ice figure, he was still alive. The challengers' legs trembled, moving even a step was difficult, unable to proceed any further, they could only rest in carriage 10. In the live streams of various countries in the Blue Star world, they began to scold Qin Liu relentlessly. Trash Qin Liu, standing by and doing nothing, how did you waste having two powerful weirdos to help you? Now, Lacuri is left with nothing, even if Qin Liu had a resurrection card, he couldn't bring him back. Did you see? Always talking about having responsibility, caring for teammates. When faced with something tough, he's scared stiff, doesn't care whether his teammates live or die. Bah. What a hypocrite, disgusting. You're the dirty one blaming others? Bathing in the yellow river, using no paper for the toilet, eating with your hands. Just ate so many disgusting things that made me nauseous, I think it's dirty, even more so for the train's janitor. He didn't move at all, nor did he summon the toilet helpers or fireman. Just let someone die. People from Long Country should stop making excuses. Seeing their challenger being blamed, Long Country netizens couldn't hold back, launching a full-scale attack across the world. In carriage 10, the atmosphere was silent as if frozen. After a long pause, they finally began to discuss why the janitor only took Lacuri away. Quickly, the challengers reached a unanimous conclusion: Lacuri was too unsanitary, taken away by the janitor as trash. Doesn't this mean we are safe now? Park Duanquan asked. Quite the opposite. It is the train's janitor, and its activity range is the entire train. This means we are still very likely to encounter it in the front. If it takes away the dirtiest one each time, then the next could be any of you, Qin Liu replied. The challengers shivered at his words, nearly choking on their anger. Why is it one of us and not you? Do you think you're the cleanest? Wal Carey asked coldly. Qin Liu chuckled, everyone poops. Not one is the cleanest. But I wear the crew member's clothes, and it treats me as a crew member. Even if I'm covered in filth, I am the safest one. Looking at Qin Liu's handsome attire, the challengers became envious and filled with resentment again. The brother from Long Country is right. I suggest we quickly pass through other carriages and seize the control room. Every minute we linger, we face more danger, Brad said. Knowing that moving forward would be dangerous, the challengers still responded one after another. Brothers from Long Country, what do you think? Brad asked. My meaning is, of course, the same as that of Brother Eagle Sauce, Qin Liu said. Taking along the survivors from carriage 10, everyone carefully made their way towards carriage 11. When they reached the door, they found that the entrance to carriage 11 was locked. All the challengers were at a loss. Don't mention that they had no big hammer, even if they did, they wouldn't dare to use it. If the sound of knocking attracted the cleaners, lightly, one could be taken away, heavily, it could mean total destruction. Chapter 75. Strange, why is it closed? A challenger observed the door, looking puzzled. I came from carriage 12, the door was always open. No one answered his question. The other challengers turned to Qin Liu and Brad, expecting their answer. Going this way leads to the self-destructing carriage, naturally, it is wide open, Qin Liu said. The brother from Long Country is right. It seems the rules have been preventing us from advancing towards the control room from the very beginning, Brad said. Qin Liu continued, and the way to crack it is to arrange for a computer expert like Laculi among the challengers. Now everyone believes it, right? Though challengers seem random, they actually all play a role. Upon hearing this, the challengers nodded, suddenly feeling their existence also had value. It's just that value hasn't been developed yet. Brother from Long Country, if what you say is true, each challenger can cope with corresponding challenges, but there will always be casualties. In such a situation, is there a substitute method? Brad asked. Everyone turned their eyes back to Qin Liu. Qin Liu sighed lightly, pondering, as the system's reminder time had arrived. Carriage 8 was about to self-destruct. There is a way, but we need to wait a bit. Now, I need some people to come with me to carriage 8, Qin Liu said. Why go to carriage 8? Is there a way to open the door? Someone asked. No, Big Brother wants to break the glass, Pu Duanquan said sadly. He looked at the self-destruct countdown on his phone and guessed Qin Liu's intention. What do we need to break the glass for? The challengers were in shock. He took away all the pots, pans, dishes, tables, and chairs from the dining car that they could somewhat understand. But to break the glass, wouldn't that let something strange in? After glancing at Qin Liu, Pu Duanquan took the initiative to explain for him. Now that Laculi had been taken away as Trash and Fei was a bit introverted, this was the best time to quickly get closer to Qin Liu. He had been the most marginalized in the previous quartet, and he had been holding back for too long. Brother from Long Country really thinks ahead. But this behavior is indeed like pulling teeth from a tiger, it's too dangerous, Brad said. Qin Liu smiled slightly, as long as the operation is done properly, it is very safe. For those willing to go, I will provide a blanket and a quilt. If it's inconvenient for you to carry, just store it with me, you can pick it up when you need it. It's voluntary, no pressure. The challengers discussed among themselves. Thinking about the upcoming freezing carriage, one could only imagine how cold it would be. If they could have one more blanket and one more quilt, their cold resistance would be greatly enhanced. I volunteer. A challenger raised his hand actively. With someone leading, others also stood up one after another, each voice louder than the last. For a moment, they actually forgot they were still in the dining car, talking this loudly could violate the rules. But, there was nothing strange that happened. Both train cars were dining cars, and the attendants were shared. During the major violation in car 9, the strange dining rules had all been finished by the restroom lady and the fireman. Since the glass might be useful, let's all go help take it apart. More people means more power, Brad said. Those challengers who hadn't spoken up wanted to tag along for the blankets and quilts. Unfortunately, they had been following Brad at first, and since he didn't speak, they didn't dare to grab the opportunity. Now that Brad had agreed, they naturally responded happily. Big Brother, if we go back like this, will we run into the cleaning attendant? Park Duanquan asked timidly. Yes. But the probability is the same as staying here, Qin Liu replied. Park Duanquan's brow twitched a few times, his face bitter, and he didn't speak anymore. Under Qin Liu's lead, the challengers all returned towards car 8. Everyone grouped into threes and quickly took apart the glass in car 8. Just as they returned to car 9, heavy footsteps could be heard coming from car 7. Just in time, a smile appeared on Qin Liu's lips. The other challengers were extremely anxious, not understanding why Qin Liu was pleased. Bang! The door from car 7 to car 8 was violently smashed open. Another muscular man in blue shorts, bare-chested, walked in with strange, heavy steps. The guy's appearance was different from the previous one. As the Phoenix man entered car 8, the self-destruct timer hit 0. In the blink of an eye, the self-destruct red light filled car 8. The universal adhesive board that Qin Liu used to block the glass quickly turned to dust under the effect of the self-destruct red light. Outside, the strange creature that couldn't stop its momentum jumped in through the broken window, vanishing instantly in the self-destruct red light. Seeing this, the strange outside immediately fell silent. In the information group, attendant number 1. Car 8 self-destructed, 60 minutes left until cars 9 and 10 self-destruct. Please move to a safe car if you are in cars 9 and 10. Have a pleasant journey. What? Cars 9 and 10 self-destructing at the same time? The challengers were terrified. Due to the intense shock to their hearts, many couldn't help but cough violently. Big brother, this is a bit unreasonable, right? Park Dewankuan trembled, his expression pained. Hey, Supreme Rule, don't play like this. Even though cars 9 and 10 are both dining cars, there's no reason for them to self-destruct at the same time. If that's the case, why don't those sleeper cars self-destruct as well? One challenger despaired and cried out. Do you want to die? How dare you speak to the Supreme Rule like that? Be careful, it gets angry and destroys our entire snowy country ghost train, or Kerr angrily slapped the back of that challenger's head. While they were arguing, there was another bang as the door to car 9 was violently torn off. Wow! The challengers scrambled back in fright. Qin Liu also turned to run but caught a glimpse of the restroom door opening and the restroom lady floating out. Hey, don't move! Qin Liu shouted urgently. Do you have a problem? Or do you want to die early? Are you trying to force me to break the contract? The restroom lady looked puzzled. Now for her, taking down this level of Phoenix Man was no hard task. If you kill him here, I will also die with you. Have you only evolved your body and not your brain? The restroom lady blinked her big eyes, thinking with her delicate finger tapping her cheek, and suddenly realized. Oh, almost forgot, when it dies, it will explode in self-destruct red light. Then you can handle it yourself. After saying that, the restroom lady smiled elegantly and drifted back to the restroom. The challengers all noticed that the restroom lady could now take down the Phoenix Man. Dragon Country brother, you could let her hold back the Phoenix Man first, and after we retreat to car 10, then let her kill the Phoenix Man here, Brad suggested. Since cars 9 and 10 are self-destructing at the same time, I'm worried the Phoenix Man's self-explosion will have the same effect, Qin Liu said. Brad flinched, suddenly gasping sharply. It was my oversight. The Dragon Country brothers are truly thoughtful. Stop the flattery and quickly retreat to carriage 10. I'll lure it to open the door, then you take your people into carriage 11. Brad raised his eyebrows and immediately understood Qin Liu's meaning. Chapter 76. Seeing the Phoenix Man charging, the challengers held their breath, pressing themselves against the windows on both sides of the carriage. At the same time, they dared not get too close to the windows. Before Qin Liu could test the waters, the Phoenix Man was already chasing after him. Damn it, the target really is me. Do I have a grudge against you for killing my father or stealing my wife? Why are you so fixated on me? Qin Liu complained as he ran. Realizing Qin Liu was the target again, the other challengers sighed in relief. Qin Liu dashed to the door of carriage 11, leaning against it, pretending to be out of breath. The door to the toilet between carriages 10 and 11 opened again. The toilet sister popped out her fair face and asked, Do you really not need my help? Don't make trouble, I'll call you when I need help. Qin Liu glanced sideways. If you don't need it, forget it. The toilet sister slammed the door shut. Although the Phoenix Man was strong, his running speed was not very fast. If it weren't for Qin Liu leading the way, he would even have felt like an old man on a stroll. Hey, big guy, I'm right here, come hit me. Qin Liu waved and shouted. The Phoenix Man howled and charged at Qin Liu. Eliminate you. The Phoenix Man roared, swinging his fist like a heavy iron lump, smashing hard at Qin Liu. Just as Qin Liu was about to be smashed into ketchup against the iron door, he dodged at the last moment. Bang! Clang! With a single punch, the Phoenix Man smashed the door apart completely. Then he grabbed the door and yanked it down, hurling it viciously towards Qin Liu, who had slipped to the window side. Bang! Qin Liu dodged again, and the iron door crashed into the window, instantly shattering the glass into a myriad of fragments. However, the glass was torn but not shattered, still hanging together like a torn lotus root connected by threads. You're so stupid, try again, Qin Liu taunted, beckoning and running towards carriage 9. Seeing the door open, the other challengers, led by Brad, raced towards carriage 11 without hesitation. Qin Liu continued leading the Phoenix Man to the junction between carriages 9 and 8, tapping on the toilet door. You can have a second serving now. The toilet door swung open instantly, a flash of white light appeared, and the toilet sister floated out, standing between Qin Liu and the Phoenix Man. Those long legs, that slender waist, that perked up rear, made people's hearts race. Do you find me good looking? The toilet sister turned back and asked with a bright smile. Looks good my foot, get over here. Qin Liu reminded loudly. The toilet sister lifted a hand, and her fingers suddenly morphed into tentacles, immediately wrapping around the Phoenix Man. The more the Phoenix Man struggled, the tighter the tentacles coiled. Soon, the Phoenix Man was helplessly tangled up. In the end, even her normal palm could grasp him. With a swift motion, she opened her mouth and swallowed the Phoenix Man whole. No, you can't eat that. Qin Liu suddenly remembered that the Phoenix Man would self-destruct upon death and hurriedly tried to stop it. But it was too late. Bang! The Phoenix Man exploded in the toilet sister's belly. A blast of white light erupted, and the toilet sister disappeared from the carriage. Qin Liu stared blankly, feeling lost and forlorn. In the live broadcast room. What? The toilet sister is gone just like that? I can't accept this, my iron brothers. Is this a joke? This ending caught me completely off guard. Geek brothers, your wife just exploded. Let me interview you, how do you feel right now? You stupid dog woman, are you a Dragon Country person? The toilet sister exploded, which means Qin Liu's trump card is gone, and you're here gloating in misery? Sigh, it's all Qin Liu's fault. His IQ is low, and he keeps a strange entity. His IQ is still low. Did he not already know the Phoenix Man would self-destruct? Without the toilet sister, what do we do if we encounter the janitor's strange entity? The janitor is another story, but if we face another Phoenix Man, Qin Liu will be done for. In the carriage. Qin Liu slowly walked over. On the floor, there wasn't a trace of the toilet sister left. But, there were many shiny bits scattered about. Bending down to take a closer look, they weren't ice, instead, they were countless tiny mirror shards. Qin Liu was just about to pick up a shard of mirror when a chill suddenly enveloped him. The breath exhaled by the ancestor instantly turned into white mist. Looking up, he saw the cleaner standing in front of him. Damn it! Qin Liu's heart trembled, and the fear of death surged in. Young man, why are you littering? That's not right. People who throw trash carelessly must be eliminated. The cleaner said coldly. She was clearly a gorgeous young woman in her 20s, yet her voice, eerie and ghostly, was like that of an old woman in her 70s or 80s. I'm a steward, As a steward, you shouldn't litter even more. You really don't follow the rules. Qin Liu wanted to argue, but found his mouth seemed frozen and could not open at all. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Dragon Country people instantly fell into an abyss of despair. They had always worried that Qin Liu would die at the hands of the cleaner, and unexpectedly, the nightmare came true. Ah, look at you now. Go die. Those citizens from the Qian Islands, who were overseas and not affected by the fall of their country, all jumped out. Good for you. Just like this. Qin Liu caused the downfall of my family's palace, and he ultimately died at the hands of a cleaner. Ah, karma truly never misses. The people from Sakura country also began to cheer. What about the Dragon Country people? At this moment, they all stared silently at the live stream, hoping for a miracle to appear, no longer in the mood to flame with the netizens from other countries. As the cleaner was about to smash Qin Liu, the shards of mirror on the ground suddenly began to move like liquid, quickly coalescing into a complete piece. It seemed to come to life, swiftly standing up. A beam of white light shot out from the mirror. Where the light fell, a stunning silhouette suddenly appeared. Wow! Darling! The live stream from Dragon Country instantly erupted with excitement. Cheers resounded in every street and alley. So she didn't die. The commander, who had always had a tight face, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the command center, everyone either clapped or embraced, as happy as if they had just cleared a level. What are you doing? What garbage? This is my mirror. The sister in the bathroom said angrily. It wasn't him who threw the garbage? Then there's no problem. The cleaner blew a breath towards Qin Liu, then vanished into thin air. Qin Liu trembled violently and came back to life. He, scared you. Qin Liu dusted off his clothes and said lightly, what's there to be scared of? I knew you weren't dead. The sister in the bathroom frowned, suddenly unhappy. The Phoenix Man could self-destruct. It explodes inside me, aren't you worried about me? Aren't you perfectly fine? Seeing that I'm gone, aren't you even a little sad? Even for just a moment, feeling an emptiness inside, as if losing something important, didn't that happen at all? The sister jumped with anxiety. No. Don't be so pretentious. Ah, dead jerk, dead straight man, you're definitely not going to find a girlfriend like this. You're driving me crazy. I won't help you next time. The sister angrily cursed, floating into the bathroom. Hey, your mirror. Before he could finish, the mirror standing in front of him disappeared. You don't need to worry, dead straight man. You're doomed. The sister's voice, filled with resentment, floated out from the bathroom. Qin Liu shrugged, waved his hand, smirked, and happily walked toward carriage 11. He really didn't expect that the sister in the bathroom actually had hidden attributes and wasn't harmed by the Phoenix Man's self-destruction. Her defense power was a bit frightening. Carriages 9 and 10 didn't self-destruct early because of the Phoenix Man's death, meaning a lot more glass could be shattered. What a joy! Chapter 77. Qin Liu walked into carriage 11 and instantly felt an inexplicable chill, quickly wrapping his collar tighter. Looking again at the challengers inside, he was stunned. They were all huddled together, their hair frosted with ice flowers, their faces purple, each one frozen like a little grandson. What are you doing? Practicing cold resistance? Why aren't you using the blankets and quilts I gave you? Qin Liu asked. Park Duan trembled as he spoke. Big brother, you said the glass would be taken apart for us. Yes, the glass has been taken apart. But the fireman suddenly appeared, and... You didn't have time to give it to me. Park Duan felt so wronged that he was about to cry, and cold snot had even dripped onto his hands. Qin Liu thought for a moment, then chuckled, seems like that's true. The incident happened so suddenly, there really wasn't time. As he spoke, Qin Liu kept pulling out blankets, quilts, and other items from his bag and handed them to them. The challengers scrambled to grab them, wrapping themselves up like maggots. Brother, do you want to take the meat? Park Duan asked. When the other challengers heard this, they instantly shot him the most venomous glares. This frozen carriage was cold and terrifying, hiding who knows what weird things. Of course, the faster they passed through, the better, no need to take any meat. But Qin Liu flashed a happy smile, very pleased with Park Duan's awareness. Of course, take it. Move it. Take the meat down. Inside the carriage, strange animal meats were hung all around. All the animals had their fur stripped off, their insides taken out, leaving only the skeletal remains hanging on the cold iron hooks. There were many different kinds, all with varying shapes. Especially those pairs of eyes, rolled up, as if glaring at you, sending a chill down one's spine. Normally, meat is delicious, but none of the challengers had ever worked in a slaughterhouse. Faced with so much animal meat, plus the eerie presence that could appear at any time, it was hard not to feel afraid. Everyone, be careful when moving it. I heard Jin Dongjing say that the pork here can eat people. Upon hearing this, those challengers who had already reached out to take the meat immediately froze, standing dazed, looking at each other. Brother, for safety's sake, how about you take something off me first? I don't want to end up like Laku, with not a single scrap left. Park Duan's eyes were filled with pleading. Qin Liu thought about it and felt it made sense, immediately agreeing. He pulled out a knife and took a bit of Park Duan's tissue, packing it away. The others exchanged looks, then began to fight to ask for cuts as well. Since Qin Liu was so righteous, and the road ahead was fraught with danger, they also wanted to be revived. Although the challengers had bought revival insurance for themselves, their command center was not happy to see it. This was equivalent to handing their lives over to Qin Liu. If Qin Liu developed a deep hatred, and with enough revival cards, every country would be in danger. Soon, within many countries, two factions emerged. One faction was pro-dragon, trying to be friendly with Long Country. The other faction hoped to pressure Long Country, preventing the tragedy of Thousand Island Nation from repeating. As for Long Country's response to these two attitudes, it was as ambiguous as always, seeming to answer a lot, but also seeming to answer nothing. With death insurance, the challengers worked with much more enthusiasm. At first, handling the stiff animal meat felt a bit uncomfortable, but as they kept going, they soon relaxed. When they reached the pork section, everyone stiffened, staring ahead in horror. The pork, which should have been hung on the iron hooks, was now lying on the floor of the carriage. It was alive. Like the other animal meat, the pigs had all their fur removed, and their organs taken out. But now, they were standing on the floor of the carriage, snorting and pushing something around. Everyone instantly recognized it. It was Laku, who had been frozen by the janitor and taken away. He was no longer an ice sculpture, his clothes were gone, and he lay there, completely naked, while the pigs nudged him. Since the Supreme Rule had not yet announced Laka's death, it meant that he was still alive. This is too much. Are they really feeding humans to pigs like trash? Qin Liu drew the dagger he had taken from Yuan Safong and walked up to him. Brother, be careful. This might be a trap. Ah Fei suddenly had a moment of clarity and urgently warned Qin Liu. Dragon Country brothers, the janitor must have placed Laku here for some sinister plot. Don't be careless. Brad also reminded. We know you are noble and don't want to abandon anyone, but if you do this, you might not only fail to save him but also put others in danger. Yes, this is clearly a problem. We can't risk all our lives just to save Lakuri. Consider the bigger picture, Dragon Country brother. The other challengers began to persuade one after another. Although their words were flowery, it summarized to one thing: don't save Lakuri. If any one of you were about to be eaten by a pig, would you prefer to be abandoned or saved? Qin Liu asked solemnly. The challengers exchanged glances. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. After a moment, one challenger said, "If my presence could cause the death of everyone, I'd rather be the one to die. Lurk is so loyal, he surely doesn't want us to be in a desperate situation because of him." The challengers began to speak again, each adding their thoughts. At this moment, in the country of Asen in the Blue Star world, debates raged on. Some hoped Qin Liu would save Lurk, while others wished for Lurk to die quickly, leaving no trace behind, to avoid endless cycles of dying and being saved. This time, however, Brad remained silent. Qin Liu noticed this and deliberately asked, "Brother Eagle Sauce, what is your opinion?" Brad's eyes twitched slightly. At such a time when someone needed to take responsibility for loyalty and the bigger picture, he chose not to speak, but didn't expect to be targeted by Qin Liu. Ahem, well, since there's debate over whether to save or not, let's have a democratic vote, Brad proposed. Right, a democratic vote, others echoed. Pudwan Kuan, Afe, and Roni did not join in the agreement, but they understood that their opinions had become insignificant. Even if they supported Qin Liu, it would still be 427, unable to change the outcome. Qin Liu looked over everyone. Suddenly, with a smirk, he said, "I'm not against a democratic vote, but I still hold to my principles." The challengers froze. If that's the case, what's the point of holding a vote? Just to see who isn't standing with you. Qin Liu slowly pulled out the hilt of a knife from his bag. Upon seeing this, Pudwan Koan immediately covered his head with a blanket and turned away. The other challengers were unfamiliar with this. The command center hadn't informed them what purpose Qin Liu's knife served, and they all wanted to see its function. Chapter 78. Qin Liu shrugged, revealing a wicked smile. "If you want to watch, then watch." Saying this, he exchanged for a pair of sunglasses and put them on. Shwa! He drew the knife from its sheath. A flash of light dazzled. This time the flash was different from before, it truly looked like lightning was jumping. With a gleam of the knife, the challengers and the nearby pigs all stood frozen. After leveling up to level 10, the dazzling knife's ability had long been upgraded. Before, it merely dazzled eyes. Now, at the moment of drawing, the knife's light carried a paralyzing effect. Any living being within the range without the system-matched sunglasses would be paralyzed for 5 seconds. 5 seconds may be short, but it was enough for Qin Liu to rescue Lurk. Looking at Lurk, Qin Liu couldn't help but close his eyes. It was truly a miserable sight. Lurk had been bitten to the point of being unrecognizable, his stomach gnawed open, and his intestines were spilling out. Under normal circumstances, a person in such a state would have died many times over. But Lurk had been specially treated by the janitor, so he just wouldn't die. "You are not just breaking the rules." Qin Liu stood up and kicked away the first pig that pounced on him. Then, he took out a sunny doll from his bag and released the fireman. "Burn them to ashes," Qin Liu said. The fireman froze for a moment, then spewed out fire. Those pigs that lunged at them instantly turned to ashes. The cabin was filled with the smell of roast meat. The flames on the fireman grew even brighter. "And him," Qin Liu pointed at Lurk. He bent down and cut off a piece of tissue to hold. The fireman tilted his head, seemingly confused by Qin Liu's command. In his understanding, Lurk, though separated from his head, was still a living passenger. "He didn't break my rules," the fireman spoke. Qin Liu blinked helplessly, another slacker. "You all have leveled up, and your responsibilities have increased." "Rules, huh? Fine, here's one. He just tried to burn the cabin with lightning." "Eat him," Qin Liu said. Upon hearing this, the fireman ignited, no longer hesitating, and incinerated Lurk to ashes in one go. The challengers were all stunned. "The one who just used lightning was you. How can you frame this on Lurk? Have Qin Liu and the weirdness become so rogue now that breaking the rules can just be said with one sentence?" Supreme Rule: the challenger from Asen country broke the rules, was eliminated, challenge failed, deducted 10 points of Asen's national fortune, weirdness descends upon Surat. Indeed, this is how it should be. Qin Liu looked at his phone and sighed. "Can these be eaten?" The fireman looked at the challengers. The challengers trembled violently, terrified, and cried out. "Don't think you can eat your way to being a fat one." Qin Liu shook the blanket in his hand. The flames on the fireman vanished as he walked under the blanket and wrapped himself up. Qin Liu revealed a satisfied smile, rolling it up and putting it into his bag. The challengers looked at each other and finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Qin Liu took out a revival card. "Hey, you just killed him, why are you reviving him again?" Volume Carry frowned and asked. "I killed him because he couldn't truly die." As he spoke, Qin Liu placed the revival card on the piece of tissue belonging to Lurk. Another burst of golden light shimmered, dazzling, and colorful. Lurk appeared on the cabin floor, his clothes restored to their original state. Seeing Lukuri's revival form, Ronnie recalled his own revival, his heart racing involuntarily. Puduan Kuan stared expressionlessly, his eyes revealing his displeasure. With Lukuri revived, his sense of presence would surely diminish again. So cold. Bro, am I alive again? Thank you, bro. Lukuri said with a choked voice of gratitude. Did you have awareness when you were frozen? Qin Liu asked. Yes. Aside from being unable to move, I had all my senses. That weirdness is too hateful, it actually threw me in a garbage bag full of trash. It treated me like garbage to feed pigs. Lukuri cried out, feeling wronged. Did you feel pain? Qin Liu continued to ask. Yes. Lukuri shivered all over. I could clearly feel my face being bitten off, my stomach being opened, and my intestines being pulled out. Bro, I even clearly knew you cut my neck. I always knew you did that to save me. Bro, I will always believe you, always trust you. Lukuri became more and more agitated, unable to hold back his sobs. The challengers listened to his description, their hair standing on end in horror. They only knew the cleaner weirdness was powerful but didn't expect it to torture people so well. If Lukuri really could clearly feel everything I would rather die quickly than go through that kind of torment and pain again. Laker cried uncontrollably. Before it was gratitude, now it was genuine fear. Pu Duankuan stood in the crowd, best showing a cold smile. Laker used to provoke him with her death stress response, now karma had come around, and it was finally his turn, truly satisfying. Brother, think of a way, help me. Laker tightly held onto Qin Liu's hand. Don't rush yet. Qin Liu comforted, I do have a plan. What plan? The challengers asked in unison. They all knew that the next time the janitor appeared, anyone could be considered the garbage. Laker's experience sounded terrifying, they didn't want to go through it again. This time little Laker is lucky, placed in the 11th carriage. If she was in some corner we can't focus on, I wouldn't be able to revive her no matter how hard I tried. Of course, now that everyone has given me items, if anyone dies, as long as I have the card, I can revive you. But now, everyone is more afraid not of dying but of being taken away by the janitor as garbage. The challengers nodded like quails. We know this. Long Country brother, what is your plan? Brad asked. Chapter 79. Whoever is deemed as garbage, I'll release Fireman and let him eat them, Qin Liu said. The challengers trembled, glancing at each other, disbelief written on their faces. This is the idea you came up with? Just now, Fireman swallowed little Laker, and the janitor didn't show up, which means Fireman is not just responsible for the train's fire safety but has the right to burn garbage as well. Laker wiped her tears, a bitter expression on her face, thinking, brother, why do I feel like you're scolding me? This method seems workable, preventing everyone from disappearing without dying. But I thought of a possibility, what if the janitor immediately identifies another challenger as garbage? Should we keep sending out Fireman to eat them? Brad asked. It seems that this is the only option, Qin Liu said calmly. The challengers gasped and looked at each other again. If we take this approach, it means if the janitor appears again, everyone except Qin Liu would have to die once. In the 11th carriage, even if Qin Liu made it smoothly to the control room, could he drop 32 revival cards to bring everyone back? The challengers began to murmur, then shook their heads one by one. They disagreed with Qin Liu's plan. Rather than dying once, they preferred to take a risk, betting they wouldn't be the next dirtiest one. If that's the case, then there's only one last option left, Qin Liu said. What method? Everyone asked in unison again. It's simply to be randomly taken away. Then we don't worry. Of course, we can't worry. Anyway, you all left your organization with me. If luck is good, like little Laker meeting the situation ahead, I can revive you using the same method. If luck is bad and you are taken to the back carriage, don't worry. When the carriage self-destructs, it will definitely result in death, Qin Liu said. The challengers trembled again. Waiting for self-destruction means being tormented for at least an hour. If the janitor is a bit cunning, not placing the garbage up front or in the soon-to-explode carriage, moving instead to safer back carriages, it could be terrible. I don't want to go through this again. Okay. Qin Liu readily agreed. In the livestream room of Asan Country, the audience went crazy with curses. Trash Lukuri, selfish dog. You only want to survive yourself. If you die once, we will try to go to a city, you are deeply sinful. Such garbage, even if he is finally brought to victory by Qin Liu, still guilty with no merit. Once he returns to the real world, I will definitely find a killer to kill him. Command Center, hurry and inform Lukuri to stop living. I don't want the next strange arrival to be in my city. Oh my god, please, stop giving Qin Liu revival cards. As long as Qin Liu doesn't drop any more revival cards, I'm willing to pilgrimage to the top of the Himalayas. In the livestream room of Cabbage Country, there were occasional curses and pessimism, but most of the comments were filled with confidence. They firmly believed that as a youth idol, Park Dae-kun was absolutely the cleanest one. Moreover, from the previous situation, although Qin Liu was wearing a flight attendant uniform, as long as he violated the rules, the janitor would also notice him. The most common comment in Cabbage Country's livestream room was, "The next trash is Qin Liu." As long as Qin Liu died, even if the remaining challengers were all wiped out, it would be satisfying. After discussing a good strategy, the group continued to clean the frozen meat in the compartment, moving forward. The door to carriage 12 was unsurprisingly locked. It had already been completely frozen. "Can it be opened?" Qin Liu asked. "Don't worry, big brother, as long as the electronic system is not broken, it can be opened." Lurk replied confidently. He hugged the computer and started working. The challengers watched quietly, eager to see his skill in opening the door. They had mixed feelings. Although they wanted to leave here as soon as possible, they also wanted to see Lurk fail to open the door. They always believed in their hearts that Qin Liu's grand words about principles and loyalty were just excuses. He only cared about Lurk's ability to open the door. If Lurk suddenly couldn't open the door, it would be a slap in Qin Liu's face. They really wanted to see, at that time, what his look at Lurk would be like, whether he would still have that resolute older brother vibe protecting him. Perhaps at that moment, Qin Liu would look worse than anyone. Perhaps he would hate that he wasted a revival card on Lurk. "All right." Lurk cheered, the door opened. The challengers cheered along. This was the instinct to cheer for victory. But without seeing Qin Liu get slapped in the face, it felt somewhat unsatisfactory, and the cheers were not as loud. "Well done, it's you." Qin Liu praised Lurk a couple of times, then looked at the challengers with pride, as if to say, "Sorry to disappoint you." Lurk also had a proud look on his face. The light in carriage 12 looked colorful. The light shone through the water inside, appearing dazzlingly vibrant. Seeing all kinds of aquatic animals swimming in the water, the people who had just walked out of the frozen carriage felt their hearts come alive. "Who among you came from here to carriages 9 and 10? Qin Liu asked. Amidst everyone's searching gazes, 3 challengers stood up. They had been teleported here. Since the door to carriage 13 was locked, they had stayed here until receiving a notice to go to the dining car, then passed through the frozen carriage 11 to reach carriage 10. "Did you receive any separate rules for the aquarium carriage?" Qin Liu asked. The 3 shook their heads simultaneously, wanting to take a look. "Brothers from Dragon Country, do you think there should be independent rules here?" Brad asked. "These things are all alive, and the lights here are so dazzling. If I were the supreme rule, while designing this scene, I would definitely set many rule traps here," Qin Liu said. Everyone gasped, wishing they could immediately tape Qin Liu's mouth shut. Was he teaching the highest rule how to do things? Couldn't it be simpler? Why do you have to risk your life for excitement? "Big brother, maybe the supreme rules aren't as complicated as you think," Lurk said. "Impossible." Qin Liu shook his head firmly. "They even set traps in the refrigerated compartment, so there must be some here too. Do you really think a single cleaner can stop us from reaching the control room? This is way too simple for a rule-based challenge." Everyone had a bitter expression. "A cleaner can easily wipe us all out, isn't that enough? What are you even thinking, big guy?" Qin Liu, "Of course, it's about not having enough weirdness. If I pretend there's no weirdness, how can I drop a resurrection card to save you all? To be honest, without weirdness, how can I accumulate scare points? How can I support the toilet sister in Fireman? So, weirdness must exist. And as long as we can defeat it, we cannot let a single one get away." Chapter 80. I have something to say. Valkyrie stepped up. "You just talk too much. I bet you won't say anything useful." Lurk snorted coldly. "I am a human, someone living in a democratic society, with free thought and free speech, unlike some people who are just a tool for opening doors." Valkyrie mocked. Lurk, upon hearing this, didn't get angry. He laughed and passed the computer over. "Let me see if your function can compare with that of a tool." "I disdain to open it." Valkyrie held his head high with pride. "Then don't walk through the door I opened. You go back, I'll lock the door, and you can come in with your free thoughts." Lurk laughed coldly. Seeing the two about to argue endlessly again, Brad couldn't help but look at Qin Liu. This time, Qin Liu didn't defend anyone or stop their argument, he just calmly watched, appearing unconcerned and relaxed. Brad thought to himself. Everyone is so tense, why does he seem like he has no worries at all? He's the one who said this compartment must have a problem. Theoretically, he should be the most nervous one. Indeed, having equipment makes one reckless. Brad snorted and said, "Stop arguing. Just say whatever you want. Everyone can voice their opinion." Hearing this, the two automatically formed teams. Lukori stood beside Qin Liu, while Valkyrie moved in front of Brad. I think the rules ahead have turned us into timid dogs. The supreme rules understand human hearts, it doesn't even need to set any rules here, and we will be cautious, afraid to advance easily. And this targets your cautious personality. Valkyrie said. Lukori snorted, I knew you wouldn't say anything good. What kind of nonsense is this? It's just aimed at my big brother. Big brother, don't listen to him, it's better for us to be careful. Qin Liu slightly curled his lips and looked at Brad. Big brother Eagle Sauce, you study the rules the best, what's your opinion? Your concerns are necessary, but Val has a point too. Brad said. Humph. What you said is no different from saying nothing. Lukori coldly snorted. Brad didn't care and looked up at the ceiling. His action prompted everyone to look up. Not looking is fine, but upon looking, everyone gasped in shock, some even cried out. Meanwhile, the audience in the livestream was even more frightened than the challengers. A pale corpse was suspended in the water on the ceiling. From the audience's perspective, the corpse appeared suddenly in a jump scare manner. Damn! You scared me to death. Supreme Rules, you're such a dog. This camera work is wasted on anything but horror films. The ceiling was specifically shown earlier, and there was no corpse then. This corpse appeared without notice during their argument. Which challenger does this corpse belong to? The audience was curious, and command centers from various countries began to search for the identity of the corpse. After a quick check, they quickly concluded. The corpse that suddenly appeared in the water does not belong to any of the challengers in this rule-based challenge. In the group of challengers, Brad was still searching for information in the notes and information group, while Qin Liu had already given the same answer. Not a challenger? Then it must be a bizarre thing. Only the challengers on this train are human, there are no other ordinary passengers. Brother, your concern is justified, this aquatic carriage indeed has a problem. Lukori's expression was tense. Wal Riley sneered mockingly, even if it is bizarre, it's a dead bizarre. What's there to be afraid of? How do you know it's dead? Lukori was unconvinced. It's just, oh my god. Damn it. Before Valkyrie could finish his sentence, he suddenly screamed in fright and hurriedly hid behind Brad. A floating corpse in the water suddenly opened its eyes, staring intensely at the challengers below. Seeing this scene, some of those with weak nerves screamed and ran back to carriage 11. Bang! At that moment, the door suddenly slammed shut. A challenger who had just stepped through got caught in the door, his body twitching violently. The challengers who wanted to pass but couldn't turned pale with fear, pushing and shoving to back away. Don't panic, stay calm. Brad shouted. He walked over and reached out to pull the challenger caught in the door, but ended up only pulling half of him back. Seeing this scene, the challengers felt a wave of nausea in their stomachs. Lukori covered his mouth and nose and walked over to take a look, then turned back and said, Brother, this is bad. The door is damaged, the electronic system is down, and we can't open it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's phones rang at the same time. Looks like there's no need to open the door. Lukori said grimly, shaking his phone. Just now, a total of 6 challengers ran back to carriage 11, and in an instant, they were frozen to death, faster than the one who was caught in the door. Qin Liu and the others couldn't see what was happening in carriage 11, but the audience watching the live stream in their country could see everything clearly. They had just entered carriage 11 when they were directly frozen, with no time to react. Some challengers, who were in a steep incline, became unstable after being frozen and crashed down to the floor of the carriage, shattering into pieces of ice. Brother, they aren't letting us go back. Lukori said. Why go back? Qin Liu asked in a low voice. To break the glass. Aren't we going to break it? Lukori was astonished. Carriages 9 and 10. Given Qin Liu's personality, he wouldn't be greedy? It's already been broken. Brother has reinforcement boards that can resist the bizarre, no need to waste time on self-destruction. Park Duanquan replied. Already broken? How come I didn't know? Lukori looked shocked. Ashi, because you got thrown into carriage 11 to feed the pigs. Park Duanquan said angrily for some strange reason. Lukori narrowed his eyes and then realized he had died once again. Dragon Country brothers, what should we do now? Brad asked. Our goal is the control room. No matter what changes occur, it can't be altered. I propose we hurry through here. I feel that this aquatic carriage is very similar to the mushroom carriage. Qin Liu said. Aquatic and mushroom? How are these two alike? Just as someone was about to ask, someone suddenly pointed at the ceiling and screamed. Everyone looked up and was shocked to the point of losing control of their expressions. The bazaar that was just a corpse, at this moment, actually turned its hands into fins and its legs into a fishtail, flipping twice in the water before swimming away. Still dumbfounded, Walkeri suddenly said, "Hey, dragon country person, don't you like catching bizarre things? You have fire, how about this water one? Don't you want to catch it? Are you trying to stir up trouble? What's wrong with you, brother? Why do you always target him? Damn, I opened the door so don't you dare walk away." Lurk yelled. "What? Can't even ask? Can't even mention it? He did catch two bizarre things after all, did I say something wrong?" Walkeri sneered. "Don't be anxious, what needs to be caught will always be caught. When the time comes, I'll sell you one," Qin Liu said with a faint smile. Walkeri was startled, his face turning bitter as he chewed his mouth. "Sell? Who would want that thing? You have the gear to contain them, we don't." Chapter 81. TSK. "Look at you, a pathetic sight, even if it were given to you for free, you wouldn't dare take it." Lurk's eyes were filled with contempt, dripping with sarcasm. Walkeri felt embarrassed, his face turning red with anger. "I'm serious," Qin Liu said with a serious expression. "Including the control room, there are 5 train cars, there must still be plenty of anomalies. If you take a liking to any, just let me know, and I will catch them. Of course, the price will vary based on the anomaly's strength and appearance." As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. Catch anomalies to sell? Qin 6 is on fire. Is it real? You better keep your word. What's the price for Toilet Sister? Bring her to me, I'll transfer money immediately. Hey, don't pretend to be rich, Toilet Sister is obviously a standard for successful people like me. I have to ask, isn't selling anomalies illegal? Qin 6, the anomaly trafficker, deserves to be punished. Honestly, I really want one. Stop pretending, newbies. How many cities on Blue Star have become anomaly cities already? You think you can just go catch one? You say it so easily, do you have Qin 6 shining knife or little firecracker? Do your backpack and blanket have Qin 6 effects? As little as said, don't even think about it, even if given for free, you wouldn't be capable of taking it. I dare to ask for one under a contract like Toilet Sister. Are you brave enough to let Toilet Sister make a contract with me? Although the challengers did not respond as actively as the viewers in the live room, Qin Liu's words did stir something in their hearts. Didn't they also want an anomaly like Toilet Sister? But they just couldn't grasp the opportunity. Seeing the challengers fall silent, Qin Liu continued to be enthusiastic. Don't you want to raise one? I can give you a discount. Brother Eagle Sauce, do you want to pre-order one? Everyone turned their eyes toward Brad. Brad quickly scanned the faces of others, forcing a smile as he said, "If the anomaly you catch is as obedient as the fire anomaly, I really would want one." Yes, I want one like that too. What's the price for the fire anomaly? How about the toilet helper? Is she for sale too? If you tame the janitor, how much would you sell her for? Suddenly, the challengers became lively. Qin Liu chuckled, dodging the answer. Then it's settled. I'll sell it to you once I catch one. As for their clothes, blankets, and all that, it will be charged separately. Let's go. Qin Liu's shout suddenly turned the previously dull and heavy atmosphere lively. The challengers seemed no longer as afraid of anomalies, instead, they were thinking about what kind of anomaly they wanted to raise and how to handle it once they trained it well. Once they cleared the level and brought it back to the Blue Star world, it would be a unique existence. Taking it out for a stroll would give them a sense of superiority over others. Lurk followed closely beside Qin Liu, very interested in raising anomalies. Brother, can we really raise an anomaly like you to fight for us? Everyone is human, why can't we? What type do you want? Qin Liu asked kindly. Lurk replied, what type? I don't know. As long as it can fight and protect me, that's fine. Okay then. Seeing how loyal and righteous you are, when I catch a good one, I'll give you the right to choose first. Lurk's face lit up with joy. Really? Thank you, brother. I knew you were the best for me. Lurk was very excited, already imagining the wonderful days after getting his own anomaly. Park Duanquan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Brother, what about me? I also want one. Park Duanquan said, his tone humble. Do you have a favorite type? Qin Liu asked. I'd be happy with something like the toilet helper. Park Duanquan's eyes shone. Lurk shot him a cold glance, look at your expression. Wanting something like the toilet helper? Are you infatuated with her beauty? Honestly, do you usually have a thing for sea powder? Park Duanquan's face turned red with anger, stop making baseless accusations. Since there is none, why are you in such a hurry? A person who stands straight does not fear a slanted shadow. Longguo sneered. What do you understand? In our circle, a casual joke might be spread like it's true. Years later, it could come back to haunt you, even drive you to death. Pu Duanquan's hair was nearly standing on end from anger. Just live for a few more decades and then talk. Big brother, just catch him something. Just make sure not to catch a female weird being. I see his intentions aren't right. La Kuei said. Do you think everyone is like the men from your country, who won't leave even the sacred cow and lizard alone? Pu Duanquan's neck strained with veins. He turned to Qin Liu for help. Big brother, you tell him, he is spreading rumors and tarnishing my name. Both of you should speak less. To be a good person, one must be kind. All things have spirits, whether they are animals or weird beings. Since you raised them, you must treat them well. Qin Liu said. The two who were arguing heatedly suddenly fell silent. Treat well? If it weren't for seeing you bully Sister Toilet and Fireman, we would have believed you. What's wrong? What kind of eyes are you giving? Did I say something wrong? Qin Liu suddenly asked. Both of them jolted and hurriedly forced smiles. No, Big brother is right. We will definitely treat the weird beings well. The audience in the live broadcast room felt numb after watching. Treat the weird beings well? Why doesn't he just peacefully coexist with them? Quickly call out to the supreme rules, just give each person a weird being, let them clear the levels directly. Give directly? Then how will Qin Liu make money? I still want to see if others can make the weird beings obey like he does. As long as equipped, I think anyone could. I have a bad feeling, they might all be wiped out. At the last moment, the weird beings will definitely rebel. If weird beings can really be tamed and raised, when Qin Liu returns to reality, he could go to the city of weird beings to catch and sell them. I want to apply to be a member of the Capture Weird Squad. I want to join too. +1. Some practical folks were not just shouting in the bullet comments. They began recruiting members for the Capture Weird Squad under the banner of Qin Liu. Of course, there were requirements. You needed to pay to join. After the relevant departments of the Dragon Kingdom discovered this situation, they immediately went on high alert and reported it to the command center. The command center attached great importance to this issue and immediately issued a serious statement. Qin Liu is fighting for the country, he needs the support of the people nationwide. The command center welcomes everyone to support him in various forms. But any form of gathering money and deceiving others in the name of Qin Liu is strictly prohibited. Special warning, the internal situation of the City of Weird Beings is unclear, any individuals or organizations are prohibited from approaching. Violators will be held accountable for very serious consequences. When the public learned that someone was using Qin Liu's name to scam money, they quickly opposed and organized correct forms of support for Qin Liu. As for capturing and raising weird beings, let Qin Liu handle that himself. In the carriage, danger quietly approached. Chapter 82. The aquarium carriage was different from the previous ones, there were no windows here. Walking in the carriage felt like strolling in the ocean. Inside the carriage, there were many fish tanks of various sizes, each housing different kinds of aquatic animals. Because the weird beings did not appear, the challengers gradually relaxed their guard and began to admire this enchanting world. They had always been on edge, even while dining in the restaurant carriage, they never felt truly settled because incidents kept happening. Now relaxed, the challengers, whether familiar or unfamiliar, found themselves engaging in conversation. Some became interested in certain things and unknowingly slowed their pace. Big brother, is it my illusion, or is this aquarium carriage longer than the others? La Kuei frowned, looking somewhat worried. It's not an illusion, it is indeed longer here. But it's not a single carriage extended, rather, it's two carriages combined into one aquarium carriage. Essentially, it's still two carriages. Qin Liu said. Lackley looked in admiration, Big brother is truly observant and thoughtful. Is it because there are too many fish that they couldn't sustain them, so they used two carriages? It should be. Perhaps, the reason carriages 9 and 10 self-destructed at the same time is due to the same logic. Is it because they are both dining carriages? Exactly. Lackley first nodded in understanding, then suddenly gasped in shock, exclaiming, Big brother, if all the carriages are sleeping carriages, wouldn't that mean the whole train would be destroyed? It seems you are right, the supreme rule indeed left us a way to survive. Qin Liu gave an encouraging glance. Big brother, why do you think the supreme rule does this? Lackley asked. Qin Liu shrugged, such brain-teasing questions should be left to the command centers of various countries to study. We're already doing our utmost just to survive. Yes. Lackley nodded repeatedly, feeling special insight, I've died twice, and thankfully, I have you, Big brother. After saying that, Lackley glanced back, walked a bit closer to Qin Liu, and whispered, Big brother, I've noticed Valkyrie and Brad have been whispering about something. Especially that Valkyrie, every word seems to target you. I feel like they have bad intentions. Don't worry about them. We just need to focus on ourselves, Qin Liu replied calmly. Lackley furrowed his brows, hesitating to speak. Dragon Country brothers, there's a situation, Brad suddenly shouted. The challengers trailing behind Brad all displayed expressions of terror, clearly something unexpected had happened. Qin Liu went back to take a look, and couldn't help but frown. 2 challengers lay motionless on the carriage floor, soaked completely. Water from the fish tank had splashed out significantly. There's still hope. Hurry, who knows how to perform rescue from drowning? Qin Liu asked. I do. Park Duanquan was the first to step forward. I had some training before the show, but I've never had real rescue experience. Then it's your first time, quickly. Park Duanquan wanted to assert himself beyond just drawing aggro, and now that the opportunity arrived, he wasted no time and began the rescue immediately. I can too. Fei didn't say much and immediately knelt down to help the other person. The other challengers watched nervously from the side. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the 2 challengers cough up water. What happened? Once the people were saved, Qin Liu finally inquired about the reason. One challenger said, I was walking ahead, and suddenly heard 2 splashes behind me. I turned around and saw they somehow fell headfirst into the bathtub. I cried for help while dragging them out. Cried for help? Lackley looked surprised. We were only a few steps apart. How could you call for help without me and Big Brother hearing it all? This aquatic carriage really has problems. Qin Liu immediately asked Lackley to walk to the spot where they had just been. Waving his hand and shouting, indeed, neither side could hear each other's voices. Seeing this, the challengers instantly fell into a state of panic. The series of strange phenomena made them feel the threat of death. No eerie appearances occurred, but this felt even more tense than facing the eerie. Big Brother, how could this be? We're only a few steps apart, why can't we hear each other? Lackley couldn't hide his anxiety. I don't know either. Let's first listen to the situation of those 2, Qin Liu said. This strange phenomenon was something he had never seen or heard before, and he also wanted to know the answer. He thought he might ask the restroom lady later, maybe she knew. Invisible and intangible things made the system's identification ability unusable. Though the 2 challengers were rescued, what they said sent chills down spines. They actually believed they were fish. They kept struggling to get into the bathtub. They even showed symptoms of struggling to survive due to not having contact with water for a long time. Seeing this made everyone tense, truly worried that if they didn't quickly throw them into the bathtub, they would die. Has anyone else ever had this thought? Qin Liu asked. The challengers exchanged glances. Surprisingly, more than 10 people admitted that for a moment, a thought had popped into their heads, I am a fish. But they didn't really think they were fish. Instead, watching the fish swim freely in the water made them ponder. Brother, what is going on here? Lackley asked. Qin Liu did not directly answer Lackley's question, but looked at the challengers and asked, have you ever stopped to look at some kind of fish? The challengers looked shocked and nodded repeatedly. Qin Liu said, it seems that Rule 3 is equally effective here. Those who hadn't fully memorized the rule quickly took out their phones to check. Rule 3, don't get close to windows, don't stare at the car windows. But brother, there aren't any car windows here? Lackley was even more confused. These glasses have the same effect as car windows. Until now, we haven't tried to see what happens when we stare at a car window. Now we have an answer. Qin Liu said. Lackley still found it hard to grasp what Qin Liu was saying, but inexplicably felt a sense of terror. What the Dragon Kingdom brother means is that staring at the car window may not attract something strange, but we will be mentally contaminated. Brad helped to translate. Yes, that's about the meaning. Big Brother Eagle Sauce really understands the rules. Qin Liu replied. Brad's eyes flickered, as if he wanted to say something but ultimately just slightly curled his lips. Lackley suddenly realized. I understand. Brother, you mean that staring at the fish will make us feel like we are fish, and we will unconsciously jump into the fish tank and drown ourselves. But I still have a question, what happens if we stare at the car window? Will we feel weird? Qin Liu smiled mysteriously, you can try. Don't be afraid, if something happens, I will prioritize reviving you. Lackley. Let Park Siba try. Guai has always been his job. Park Siba, it's your turn to put in the effort. Lackley decisively kicked the ball to Park Duanquan. Chapter 83. You can't hide the intent to kill someone in your eyes. Brother, let's not try the rule about staring at the car window. Your revival card didn't come from the wind, we can't waste it like this. Park Duanquan said. Of course, the card is hard-earned. Regarding Park Duanquan's comments, Qin Liu only partially agreed. Although a lot of shock points have been saved, this is based on not continuing to upgrade the system. If we encounter some big trouble and need to rely on upgrading the system to find strategies, not leaving some shock points to exchange for higher level things would be in vain. But precisely because the revival card is hard-earned, we must cherish each use. If we encounter a problem and don't think of a way to solve it, the next time we meet it, more people will only die. Now, they are risking their lives to help us test the problem's existence, we can't just walk away. Qin Liu's expression was extremely serious. The challengers all nervously looked at him, disagreeing with his viewpoint but unable to refute it. This is a strange talk of rules. Knowing the problem, one should quickly avoid it. Who the hell wants you to solve it? In the previous challenges, the challengers were all trying to avoid the traps and disguises of the rules, just trying to survive. You, however, did not study the rules, and from the start, resolved the strangeness of executing the rules. If the strangeness couldn't be fought, you would be the first to die, alright? So now, how do we solve their two problems? Someone asked. It's no longer necessary to solve it. Brad said drearily, Dragon Kingdom brother, do you see? Is this situation what you anticipated? Qin Liu squatted down and couldn't help but tense up. The two challengers were already on the brink of death. Their skin had, in fact, grown scales. Looking at the symptoms, they fit the characteristics of fish that have been out of water for a long time. But they are ultimately human and have not evolved gills. Even if they were thrown into a fish tank, they would still drown. What challenges the challengers is not only their thoughts but also their bodies. Once infected, it is nearly a dead end. Seeing the fish scales on their skin, Qin Liu instinctively used his identification ability. The result showed that they are now half human, half bizarre existence. This suddenly reminded Qin Liu of the corpse that had turned into a mermaid and swam away earlier. In that case, if they are put into water, will they evolve into something bizarre in the water? Qin Liu thought quietly. While he was pondering, the last breath of the two challengers went out. Watching the death declaration issued by the Supreme Rules, the challengers were frozen in a daze. Having seen this a lot, people become numb. But the fear inside them only increased rather than decreased. Big brother, let's go, I don't want to die like this. Pu Duankun seized the opportunity to say. I don't want to die anyway at all, Lurk replied. Qin Liu remained silent, staring at the two already dead challengers, and activated his identification ability again. As he expected, they were not identified as human corpses, but as bizarre. Put them into the fish tank, Qin Liu said. Huh? Everyone looked confused, unable to guess what Qin Liu meant. You'll understand soon, Qin Liu said with determination in his eyes. People exchanged glances, and in the end, Lurk was the first to choose to obey. Seeing this, Pu Duankun, Afei, and Roni reluctantly stepped forward to help. The challengers were curious about what Qin Liu meant by this and couldn't help but stare at the fish tank. But thinking about being contaminated themselves, they quickly turned their eyes away. This feeling of wanting to look but not daring to is truly uncomfortable. After waiting for a long time, just when everyone was about to lose patience and urge Qin Liu to hurry, something strange happened. The two dead challengers in the fish tank suddenly opened their eyes. This scene was just like what they had seen before. Immediately after, the hands and legs of the two challengers transformed into fish fins and tails at a visible speed. The fish tank was not very large, not enough for them to swim freely inside. The two people squeezed together, only their white eyes staring at everyone. At this moment, they had truly become living bizarre. Do you see? Qin Liu asked. Everyone was stunned, they saw it, but they didn't understand what he meant. Qin Liu said, challengers die in this way and will turn into bizarre beings. I have a bolder guess. Those challengers who are directly eliminated by the bizarre are likely to also become bizarre. The challengers were first stunned, then greatly alarmed. If that's the case, as the number of challengers decreases, the team of bizarre beings will only grow larger. How can we continue this? Don't you want to raise bizarre beings? These two are just formed, who wants them? Qin Liu asked. All the challengers gasped, their faces full of rejection. The bizarre beings they wanted were true bizarre, not this kind formed from contaminated challengers. Though these two were no longer human nor really bizarre, they had once been challengers. It felt uncomfortable to raise them as bizarre. Big brother, these two look weak, with no bizarre abilities at all, Lurk frowned and said. Yeah, the bizarre we want should be at least as strong as the toilet helper, if not, at least able to defeat an ordinary crew member bizarre. These two, tch. I don't want bizarre formed from such challengers. Even if we raise cats and dogs, we can't raise this kind. The challengers all chimed in, expressing their unwillingness. Qin Liu coldly retorted, don't keep thinking about my toilet helper. She was weak at first too. All thanks to me, I have nurtured her into such a powerful being. Since we have been transported to the world of strange tales, let's treat it like a nurturing game. Raised by myself from a young age, and being so close to me, I don't have to worry about her being taken away. Those raised by others, if suddenly given a new owner, might not recognize the new master and could simply swallow you up. That would be a huge loss. These two, starting from 100,000, the highest bidder wins. The challengers haven't done much yet, and the audience watching the livestream can't take it anymore. Qin Liu has gone too far. Though these two have become strange, they were once human. How could they be auctioned off like this? Is that something a person can do? Protest. We don't oppose Qin Liu taking advantage, but he won't even spare the dead. This is too inhumane. You upstairs, you are really self-righteous. Those two are already strange, they are not of our kind and their hearts must be different. Killing them and raising them, can't you see which is better? I, Zheng San, officially support Qin Liu. My whole family also supports Qin Liu. Those sympathizing with the strange, all go die. I thought Qin Liu was already quite self-righteous, but it turns out true self-righteousness is beside us. It's terrifying. Qin Liu is a bit self-righteous, but he can still tell right from wrong. In reality, these self-righteous people are the ones without bottom lines. The online fans on Blue Star were arguing fiercely, but in the strange vehicle of the Snow Country, it was very quiet. Still, no one wanted those two transformed challengers. Don't tell me? You guys will regret it. Under the astonished gazes of people from both worlds, Qin Liu took out a universal adhesive board, sealed the fish tank's opening, and stowed it into the superpowered small backpack. Brother, you actually want this, you really are not picky at all. Lakuli's expression was strange, and because he was too surprised, even his tone became irregular. You really don't recognize treasure. Qin Liu patted the small backpack and strode forward. That momentum seemed to say, since our goals are different, let's just part ways. The challengers stood rooted to the ground, exchanging glances for a long time. They could never understand why Qin Liu wanted to take those two strange beings. They had no combat power at all, not even the identity of intern. This fake external crew member at least had a uniform for disguise. If it were truly useful, the only function everyone could think of would be, when Toilet Sister and Fireman wanted to eat something strange, they could take them out to feed. In short, whoever buys them is paying an IQ tax. After staring at them, Lakuli quickly followed. Brother, didn't you say you wanted to test the rules of staring at the car window? Park Duan-Cohen followed closely behind, grinding his teeth in anger upon hearing Lakuli's words. He cursed in his heart, this damn thing, doesn't he want me to die again? What to test, there's already a result. Qin Liu said. Ah. Lakuli looked completely shocked. He almost doubted whether he had died again, thus missing the stare at the glass. What result? I said, staring at the car window and staring at the fish tank have the same effect. The result is, either attract strange beings, or be polluted into a strange being. Lakuli blinked numerous times and, with a grin, said, Brother, I fully support your idea. But think about it, staring at the fish tank, a person becomes the strange being in the water, then staring at the car window, does one become the strange being outside the car or inside the car? Qin Liu stopped and looked at Lakuli with great interest, nodding with a smile, you have quite an idea. Since you are so enthusiastic, let's verify it. Lakuli was both nervous and happy. Turning around, he almost bumped faces with Park Duan-Cohen, who was following closely. Why are you so close? Want to eavesdrop on what I'm talking about with my brother? My brother said we are going to verify the result of staring at the car window, what are you still standing there for? Lakuli scolded with a sly smile. Park Duan-Cohen was so angry that his teeth itched. Big brother, don't listen to him. This guy has bad intentions. In the second rule Creepy Tale, I remember one rule was don't pull the curtain to look outside the car. As a result, one challenger pulled the curtain, and suddenly there was just a pile of clothes left. I think this time's challenge, don't stare at the car window, is the same principle. Like Yuri huffed, that time was that time, this time is this time. How could the Supreme Rules set two rules with the same effect? You're just afraid of dying, you don't want to help Big Brother. That's not true. Park Duan-Cohen always suffered in verbal battles with Yuri, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. I'm willing to die for Big Brother, but it has to be worthwhile. What's the value in staring at the car window? Yuri opened his mouth to retort but found himself speechless, instinctively glancing at Qin Liu. He had gotten used to hearing the answers he wanted from Qin Liu. Park Duan-Cohen also looked nervously at his face, shaking his head slightly, almost saying, don't make me do it. Brad and the others followed behind, choosing to watch quietly. It's best to avoid interfering in other people's family matters, to avoid becoming a target. Qin Liu had a friendly expression, with a sunny smile. What you all said makes a lot of sense. I am very fair and democratic, I won't force others to do things they don't want to do. Hearing this, Park Duan-Cohen trembled with excitement, already shouting thank you, Big Brother, in his heart. Yuri, on the other hand, had a cold expression and felt a bit displeased, thinking that Qin Liu was showing favoritism towards Park Duan-Cohen. Lacuri's business had always been about Park Duanquan. When he had previously asked him to sing and dance, Park Duanquan wasn't happy either. Where was your democracy and fairness back then? Just when they thought this matter would pass, it did not. Qin Liu took out a brand new, undamaged warm clothing from his small backpack. Lacuri, Park Duanquan, and Fei all lit up with excitement at the sight. It's just a piece of clothing, your expression doesn't need to be that exaggerated, right? Ronnie nudged Fei beside him. You haven't seen it, you don't understand. This piece of clothing from Big Brother, even those asking for help in the restroom can't escape from it. Big Brother wore it and withstood the peak fireman's attack without a scratch. Fei's gaze never left the clothing. So powerful? Ronnie's little heart couldn't help but race. If it could withstand fireman's attack, it would definitely withstand a food cart's attack. If he had had such a piece of clothing early on, he wouldn't have been eaten by the food cart once. Just as Ronnie was about to continue asking, he heard Qin Liu say, there's an ancient saying in Dragon Country, a good horse deserves a good saddle. What does it mean? Let me say it in a way you can understand. Everyone, are you kidding us? You understand beauty matches with a hero, right? This piece of clothing in my hand was taken off from a bizarre entity. In addition to its strong warmth, it can also withstand bizarre attacks. Such a good thing, I should have shared it with everyone long ago. But there's only one piece of clothing, giving it to anyone seems unfair, and that's not my style. Now, I feel it should be awarded to a brave one. Because I believe only a brave one deserves it. Who dares to challenge staring at the car window, I will give this piece of clothing to them. Of course, if they unfortunately die, I also have a resurrection card, I will immediately revive them. Before Qin Liu finished speaking, the discussions among the challengers grew louder. Not only were the challengers excited but the viewers in the livestream also couldn't remain calm. Is this Qin Liu gone mad? You are not a challenger of the Snow Country's bizarre car but the detective from the Orient Express. Let's just say, is it really necessary to try the rule staring at the car window? Such good clothing, not wearing it yourself. Detail freak alert, that piece from asking in the restroom was already burnt through. This thing is just the same style, whether it has that ability is hard to say. The detail is strangely correct. Who would buy two identical down jackets for no reason? Maybe Qin Liu secretly stripped a pair of twins when we weren't looking. If it's garbage clothing, then Qin Liu is deceiving, and he would have no credibility. If what he says is true, and it's so good yet he doesn't wear it, then he's truly foolish. No matter what Qin Liu does, he loses this round. Qin Liu, how much is credibility per pound, and where can I buy it? The Dragon Country audience was having a great discussion. But the foreign audience felt very conflicted inside. They really hoped their challenger could get this divine outfit. But they were also worried he would die from testing gaze at the window. Even if Qin Liu resurrected him, punishment would still come. In that case, from the country's perspective, it was a loss no matter how it turned out. Chapter 85. When the reward for the divine outfit was announced, challengers' excitement was instantly stirred. Even Wall Carey, who had always targeted Qin Liu, was eager for the outfit. The calmest in the room was Brad. He seemed uninterested in the clothing. Eagle brother, the Dragon Country kid respects you a lot, if you step in, the outfit will definitely be yours, Wall Carey said. Brad's expression was lukewarm, what use do I have for it? Wall Carey froze for a moment, suddenly doubting if this Eagle brother had become foolish. But that outfit can resist bizarre attacks. Brad smirked slightly, as long as I don't break the rules, no bizarre will attack me. If I wear it, I would actively provoke the bizarre, what good is that for me? Wall Carey was stunned, speechless for a while. The clothing is indeed good, but Qin Liu insists on testing the rule of gaze at the window, which really doesn't make much sense. Dragon Country brother, I have something to say. Wall Carey squeezed his way in front of Qin Liu. There are only two outcomes from gazing at the window, one is the gazer dies, and the other is nothing happens. Both outcomes have no benefit for you at all, there's really no need to try. It would be better to use the reward elsewhere. Other challengers quickly calmed down from their frenzy upon hearing this and all agreed with Wall Carey's words. I think he has a point. Dragon Country brother, the gaze at the window situation can be completely avoided. I think we should try those ambiguous rules, where we don't know what's true or false. Yes, I think so too. For example, if we want to seize the control room, it won't be smooth sailing. You could reward the outfit to the one who charges to the front. Exactly, using it elsewhere would be much better than gazing at the window. The challengers eagerly expressed their opinions, summing up to one core idea. I want the outfit, but I don't want to gaze at the window. Lacule saw through their intentions and immediately jumped out to say, you guys just want the benefits without working, right? The brother testing the gaze at the window rule, do you think it's just to know the consequences of gazing at the window? What does that mean, someone asked. It must be. Brother, tell them the important significance of testing this rule. Longguo turned to Qin Liu. Qin Liu scanned the crowd and found they were all eagerly waiting for him to reveal some earth-shattering secret. In his heart, Qin Liu thought, I just want to see if I can attract some strange bazaar, where is the great significance in that? After a moment of reflection, Qin Liu initially wanted to come up with some fancy words. But after a second thought, why waste time talking so much with them? Many things only have meaning when done, everything else is just empty talk. But when you do something, you must have some objective in mind, right? You can't just do things aimlessly, can you? Someone continued to question. I do. The goal is to test the consequences of staring out the window of the train. Now we can still control ourselves. If something appears ahead that forces us to stare out the window with no solution in sight, then we are all doomed. Qin Liu said. Did you hear that? My big brother is so far-seeing, so perceptive. Big brother, I am willing to try, let me do it. Longguo said, full of enthusiasm. Big brother, I can do it too. I've died several times already, what's one more death to me? Pu Duanquan also stepped forward at this moment. It's not that he isn't afraid, but that he has carefully calculated the risks in his mind. Now there is a chance of dying once, but with Qin Liu's warm clothing, it can reduce many future deaths. No matter how you calculate, this deal is a profit. Besides, this clothing can even trap the toilet lady. Whatever powerful strange thing we encounter later, we can catch one with it, learn from Qin Liu how to nourish it, and solve our problems once and for all. How cost-effective. Ah Fei also stood up, willing to stare out the window. He didn't have as many complicated thoughts as Longguo and Pu Duanquan. He simply felt that since Qin Liu had spoken, and those two were willing, he should express his stance as well. If not chosen, that's fine. If chosen, he gets a piece of clothing, which is pretty good. Big brother, you revived me, and I haven't had a chance to repay you yet, so it's more suitable for me to do this. Ronnie also bravely stepped forward, unafraid. Longguo's face darkened, displeased, he said, How long have you known Big Brother? How long have we known Big Brother? It shouldn't be your turn, you newcomer, go play somewhere else. I genuinely want to repay Big Brother for saving my life. This has nothing to do with when I joined. Ronnie's attitude was resolute. The other challengers were already hesitating, seeing their insiders fighting fiercely, they wisely exited. You all have good intentions. What you said makes sense. So who should I choose? For fairness, let's do rock paper scissors. Qin Liu said. After briefly explaining the rules, the four agreed to determine the qualifier this way. After a round of games, Pu Duanquan was the first to be eliminated, angrily shouting for a rematch. The second to be eliminated was the most enthusiastic, Longguo. Ah Fei and Ronnie faced off in a peak showdown. The two of them went back and forth for over 10 rounds, stubbornly refusing to yield a final victor. The challengers and the viewers in the live stream were thrilled. These two guys were engaged in a powerful psychological battle. After another 10 rounds, with a loud cheer, Ronnie emerged victorious. Ah Fei had a mindset of whatever happens is fine, and at this moment, his expression was calm, showing no reaction. But Longguo and Pu Duanquan were extremely dissatisfied. Why should it be? Ronnie, the interloper, snatched away what should have belonged to them, those clothes. But it was no use being dissatisfied. Qin Liu recognized this outcome. Ronnie was happy, but the citizens of his country scolded him harshly online. They hated this kind of selfishness, disregarding the safety of the nation while thinking only of oneself. In no time, Ronnie, who was originally fighting for his country, became a traitor in the online world. Ronnie couldn't hear it, but he could imagine. He didn't care at all, he just wanted that piece of clothing, which would greatly increase his chances of final victory. Car number 11 had no windows, so Qin Liu took Ronnie back to car number 10. Knowing full well their actions were dangerous, the other challengers still chose to follow. They had formed a practical reliance on Qin Liu. Being close to him, no matter how dangerous, felt the safest. Because he had two powerful oddities as helpers, they weren't afraid of running into more strange things. Back in car number 10, Ronnie immediately stood by the window, staring outside intently. That aura truly had the feeling of facing death unflinchingly. Chapter 86. In the Snow Country's strange car, a bizarre scene was playing out. Ronnie leaned close to the window, staring outside. The other challengers were watching Ronnie, occasionally stealing glances at the window. The gaze lingered for less than 0.01 seconds. The challengers' hearts were extremely tense and conflicted. They both wanted to see something happen to Ronnie, yet feared that his actions would bring about a collective disaster. Qin Liu also looked at Ronnie, but his expression was different from everyone else's. He was relaxed, yet not completely at ease. He seemed like a horror movie fan who has watched countless films, watching a horror film he likes, but one that isn't scary enough to frighten him. Seeing the slight upward curve of his mouth and his expectant gaze, it seemed as if he was thinking about whether the next scene would bring some excitement. Ronnie stared for a full minute, yet nothing strange happened. The challengers, holding their breath in tension, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They began to doubt whether the rule of staring at the window was just a scare tactic. Seeing Ronnie unscathed, Lukori became even angrier inside. This way, he wouldn't have to pay anything to get a piece of Qin Liu's clothing. The benefits were just too good. He he he. Ronnie's sudden soft laughter startled the challengers into immediate silence. What are you laughing at? Lukori asked displeased. He he he. Ronnie didn't respond, still laughing creepily. Lukori cursed angrily and stepped forward, grabbing Ronnie and turning him around. Ah! In that instant, terrified screams filled the carriage. Lukori was so scared he hid behind Qin Liu. Ronnie's smile was brilliant, his eyes replaced by a crimson light. He was no longer a normal person. Unknowingly, he had been tainted into something strange. Netizens from Ronnie's country instantly went crazy with anger. Dragon Country people, is this the result you wanted? Are you happy now? Dragon Country is using our country's challengers for experiments. It's unforgivable. We must demand compensation from Dragon Country. Such behavior is no different from that of a demon. Besides killing our challengers, what did he gain? A devil. Wake up, can you blame Qin Liu for this? It's not like Qin Liu forced him to stare, that was an opportunity he earned by defeating other competitors. Whenever something goes wrong, you blame Dragon Country. We are used to the faces of your countries. Let's see how Qin Liu operates next. I bet Qin Liu will definitely keep Ronnie to raise him. Such crimson-eyed strangeness naturally has stronger combat power. Rabbits, I have a question. If the challenger becomes strange and Qin Liu uses a revival card to bring him back, then turns him strange again, raises him, and revives him, repeating this cycle would mean Qin Liu is selling strangeness at no cost. Upstairs, how clever. Selling at no cost? Are revival cards just lying around? The posts cursing Qin Liu abroad quickly went off track due to a large influx of Dragon Country netizens joining in. In the carriage, the challengers urged Qin Liu to hurry and kill Ronnie because he was already strange now. But the Supreme Rule had not declared Ronnie's death. Qin Liu used his identification ability on Ronnie again, revealing that he was. Ronnie was now in a half-human, half-strange state. At that moment, Ronnie suddenly changed from laughter to tears, banging his head against the window and continuously confessing. It was as if outside the window, there wasn't strangeness, but rather apostles of God listening to his confession. His confession revealed all his past mistakes and all his despicable acts. The challengers gasped upon hearing this. It turned out, this guy was a notorious train robber. Qin Liu didn't find it strange. When he first revived Ronnie, he had seen Ronnie skillfully steal a stewardess's scarf. It was obvious he was not ordinary. What was unexpected was that this guy's background in reality was much larger than he had imagined. He thought he was just an ordinary pickpocket but found out he was a notorious thief on the list. Strange. He has been contaminated into something half-human, half-otherworldly. Why still make him repent? What's the point? Qin Liu thought darkly. Could it be that the rules study the human heart? As soon as this thought sprang up, Qin Liu couldn't help but shiver inside. Quick, pull him back, Qin Liu commanded. Laku Li was momentarily stunned. Although he was very afraid, he still called to Fei and Park Duan Quan to come together. As the three of them touched Ronnie, they simultaneously exclaimed and recoiled, frantically blowing on their hands. Big brother, he's so cold. It feels like just touching him will freeze us. He's starting to become ice. Each of the three spoke in turn, and before they could finish, Ronnie's repentance stopped. Because he had already turned into an ice sculpture. However, he was still not dead. Seeing this scene, the challengers' hearts were about to snap. Rapid freezing, what does this mean? It signifies the powerful janitor's otherworldly presence has arrived. They looked around, but they didn't see the janitor's otherworldly figure. Big brother, now's the time. Kill him so that he doesn't suffer somewhere else, Laku Li urged. He remembered his own past suffering, and his breath couldn't help but tremble. How to kill? You all saw it. Even if smashed into ice shards, he won't die, Qin Liu said solemnly. Everyone shuddered, falling into a heavy silence. The next moment, Park Duan Quan suddenly realized, Big brother, use the fireman. That's all we can do. As Qin Liu spoke, he released the fireman to burn the ice sculpture before them. However, the fireman shook his head, I can handle other things, but not this one. Why not? Because he became like this because he was staring at the window. He has now become part of this train carriage. I am responsible for the train safety, I can't destroy any part of the train, the fireman explained. Qin Liu furrowed his brows and asked, so you're saying, if we leave him alone, even if the self-destruct red light comes, he won't be harmed? Yes. Qin Liu gasped sharply. In this case, the consequences of staring at the window are too severe. A rule-breaking challenger will become part of the train, never to die. Big brother, does that mean we can't use the resurrection card on him? Longguo asked. He's not dead, so of course we can't use it. Since that's the case, let's go. It's not that we don't want to help him, it's really that there's no way. We can't blame you for this. We will remember his contributions, Longguo said. Right, this is too unexpected, it really isn't your fault, the challengers chimed in. In their hearts, Ronin has become like this, and it's all your fault, Qin Liu. You should take the blame for us and die to atone. Qin Liu remained unmoved. Looking at the ice sculpture and then at the fireman, he suddenly thought of an idea. Think of a way to use your fire, through someone else's hands, to burn this ice sculpture, Qin Liu said. As soon as the words came out, the fireman and everyone was dumbfounded. The fireman had to exert himself and think too? Didn't they need such outstanding abilities to work under him? A trace of resistance flashed in the fireman's eyes. Then, he revealed a toothy grin with 2 rows of flaming teeth. This is simple, I can grant you my power. This is possible? The challengers were excited, even the audiences around the world couldn't help but cheer. Such good fortune. Let me try. To have the fireman's power in reality would mean having the strength to destroy the world, letting them incinerate anyone who displeased them with a single breath. Really, can it be like this? Then give me your power, I am the most loyal to Big Brother. If I get your power, I can do even more for Big Brother, Longguo said excitedly. Give it to me. Give it to me, the other challengers shouted eagerly. The fireman scanned them and chuckled, I can give it to you, but there's one thing I need to clarify. You people can't withstand my power. Once you get it, you will become like me. The carriage instantly fell silent. After a long while, Longguo timidly asked, become like you? Does it mean we are no longer human? Yes. The fireman said with certainty. The challengers gasped and fell into intense discussion. Qin Liu didn't join the discussion, quietly watching the fireman. This guy had already awakened his consciousness and knew he was a different life form from the challengers. But he still couldn't completely break free from the train rules like Sister Toilet. Bro, if I turn into a weird creature, can you still revive me? Lurk asked. I don't know, why not try? Lurk's expression twitched, quickly blinking, feeling both amused and helpless. If I can still be revived, what does it mean to turn into a weird creature? I want to know too. Let's just give it a try, Qin Liu said with a friendly smile. Lurk shook his head and retreated, finally losing his courage. 2 of him, both human and weird, this situation could drive the normal one crazy. How about this, you accept the fireman's ability first. After you open Ronnie up, I'll kill the weird you and then prioritize reviving you, Qin Liu suggested. Lurk had a mournful face. He didn't want that kind of priority. What he wanted was to gain the fireman's ability while keeping his true self. But if he revived without that ability, what would be the point? That's like roasting a country over carbon fire. After asking around, everyone's thoughts were just like Lurk's. I want the fireman's ability, but I don't want to turn weird. The fireman chuckled twice, his fiery eyes looking at Qin Liu, as if to say, you guys are hopeless. How about I give you my ability, and you do it yourself, the fireman said. I lack water in the 5 elements. My father taught me since childhood not to play with fire. I'm a good kid who listens, Qin Liu replied. You all are the ones not putting in the effort, so don't blame me for not helping. After saying that, the fireman pretended to dive back under the blanket. The challengers stared blankly. This guy really treats Qin Liu's place as a cozy nest. When there's something to do, he comes out for a stroll, when nothing's happening, he goes back to sleep. Is this a peak of weirdness or what? Qin Liu pulled the blanket away, rejecting the fireman's request to go back. You've come all this way, how can we just not do anything? You think you can stay here for free? The fireman looked aggrieved, no one wants to accept my ability, what can I do? Unless you help me, so I am not bound by the train rules. Qin Liu smiled, finally understanding the fireman's intentions. This guy, neither escaping nor fighting, always turns into a doll after finishing, so he was playing this trick. Awakened weird beings definitely don't want to be restrained. We'll talk about that later. First, let's tackle the current problem. Is it true that as long as one is not bound by the rules, they can destroy the train? Qin Liu asked. Correct. But this might attract other weird beings, the fireman reminded. Let them come, Qin Liu silently added in his heart, I even hope they come. The challengers were extremely anxious. From Qin Liu's words, it seemed he was going to act unilaterally again, designating someone to accept the fireman's ability? Or, would he pull out some strange, tempting thing as a warrior's bounty? Even if he is willing to give me Sister Toilet, I still don't want to turn into a weird creature. A challenger's belief remained steadfast. Qin Liu's first choice was Sister Toilet. But in the end, he still gave up on the idea of letting Sister Toilet accept the fireman's ability. In the horrified gazes of everyone, who were thinking, please don't choose me, Qin Liu took out a fish tank from his small backpack. The two weird fish people transformed from challengers were still swimming inside. Looking at them, they were becoming more and more like fish. The fireman didn't expect Qin Liu to have this card up his sleeve and was momentarily stunned. Qin Liu said, these two weird creatures do not belong to the train system and do not belong to the challengers. They are not bound by any rules. As long as they have the ability, they can destroy the train. Just pass your ability to one of them. Although Fireman is now in the form of a flaming skull, his small movements still reveal that he cannot accept his situation. Brother, these two are in water, fire and water don't mix. Can this work? Lurk asked curiously. If you don't understand, just shut up. Qin Liu coldly scolded. It was the first time Lurk had seen Qin Liu look at him like this, and he trembled in fright, immediately biting his teeth and daring not to speak further. Lurk realized that Qin Liu was thinking of a solution, and his words clearly contradicted him. No wonder there was killing intent in his eyes. Don't tell me it's impossible. I don't keep useless people. Qin Liu said sternly. Though his voice was low and his face seemed somewhat youthful, the oppressive feeling was deadlier than eerie. It can be done, but whether they will listen to you and use their abilities correctly, I can't guarantee that. Fireman responded. You don't need to worry about that. Qin Liu replied. Fireman pointed to the eerie fish on the left. Do I need to pull it out for you? Qin Liu coldly asked. Fireman was taken aback, his eyes blazing even more fiercely. He stretched out his hands and scooped up the eerie fish. The challengers and the livestream audience could clearly see that Fireman's arms were always engulfed in flames, yet the flames did not extinguish when he reached into the water. Isn't this too unfair? Why do two such powerful anomalies obey just one person? What about other challengers? Come on. If you can make the cleaning anomaly work for you, then I'll truly accept it. You think too highly of him. Although he has toilet helpers and firefighting anomalies supporting him, he would still be doomed if he faced the cleaning anomaly. Oh my, when will the cleaning anomaly finally take Qin Liu out? The live streams from various countries were filled with comments full of envy and jealousy towards Qin Liu. Chapter 88. After Fireman fished out the eerie fish, his hands quickly ignited with flames. In this way, the scales and flesh of the eerie fish were burned away, leaving only a skeleton ablaze. The challengers huddled together, watching this horrifying scene, unsure if their bodies felt hot or cold. If they were the ones accepting Fireman's power, they should now be just a burning skeleton as well. Even if they survived, they wouldn't find a girlfriend back in reality. Even if they could find one, it would be useless. Even if it had some use, what would happen if, in a fiery passion, they accidentally burned their girlfriend to a skeleton? If they couldn't switch freely between burning skull form and normal flesh form like Fireman, then this ability was really hard to evaluate. It's done. Fireman threw the burning eerie fish onto the floor of the compartment. Once freed, the eerie fish immediately started to dart chaotically around the compartment. The challengers screamed and dodged. If it got touched by the flames on it, they would definitely turn to ash. Brother, help! Don't let it come over! Lurk cried in panic. Bang! Qin Liu lifted his foot and easily stomped down on the jumping burning eerie fish. Someone immediately noticed a detail. The large leather boots worn by Qin Liu, the crew member, were not burned by the eerie flames at all. You can go back now. Qin Liu shook out a blanket. Fireman burrowed into the blanket, curling himself into a bundle, letting Qin Liu tuck him into a bag. The eerie fish, now stomped underfoot, made a series of chattering sounds. It had now become a new species, and with its language and rules, it wasn't provided with a translation system, so no one could understand it. Even anomalies are so disobedient. Qin Liu took out a toilet brush and began to beat the eerie fish. The challengers watched in horror. Didn't you just say to treat anomalies kindly? Is this your idea of kindness? See? A beating makes it obedient. Qin Liu said. Only then did the challengers notice. The strange mermaid has been defeated, lying in front of Qin Liu, daring not to move anymore. Burn the ice off this ice sculpture. Be careful not to burn the person inside. Qin Liu ordered. The strange mermaid thudded its head against the floor, then began to seriously melt the ice. Confirming that it wouldn't cause trouble again, the challengers cautiously gathered around, stretching out their hands to warm themselves. I didn't expect this flame has a warming function. Big brother, why don't you just burn Ronnie to death? Laculi asked. Do you have many revival cards? Qin Liu coldly retorted. Ha? Of course I don't have any revival cards. Big brother, what I mean is, Ronnie is already strange. Burning him to death can revive him, just like I did last time. Luckily explained. You are a bit different. He is now half human, half strange, and hasn't been completely polluted into the strange. Qin Liu said. Luckily frowned, wondering what the difference was from being fully strange. Could it be possible to turn him back into a pure human? Watching the strange mermaid gradually melt the ice, Luckily suddenly had an idea about it. This guy, even if he can't be used for battle, it's still nice to have for warmth. Big brother, I really admire you. I didn't expect this strange creature that seems like a burden to us could serve such a purpose. Luckily said with a big smile. I told you, there are only treasures that are not utilized properly, there are no useless junk. Qin Liu replied. Yes, Big brother is right. Big brother, I want this strange creature. Luckily said. Sure. 1 million. What? 1 million? Wasn't it 100,000 before? Big brother, you said you'd give me priority. Luckily's eyes widened. He wanted to express his dissatisfaction but didn't dare to. It is indeed your priority. But of course, prices rise as demand increases. We're all rule-abiding people, we cannot disrupt the market prices, right? The value and price being unequal is against the rules. Qin Liu said seriously. Luckily regretted so much that his insides turned green with regret. If he had bought the strange fish earlier, now he would be the owner of the fiery strange mermaid. The other challengers saw Luckily eyeing the strange mermaid and came over to express their desire to buy it. Everyone, go away. Big brother said, I have priority. I haven't chosen yet, so it's not your turn. Luckily shouted sharply. Good things definitely go to the highest bidder. It depends on who has the strength. Dragon Country brother, I'm willing to offer 1 million for you to sell me this strange creature. 1 million, is that a lot? Dragon Country brother, I offer 5 million. Plus 5 million to buy you a blanket that won't burn. The challengers were all backed by nations, and at this moment, the bidding got more and more outrageous. Just as the challengers were about to start fighting, Qin Liu intervened to stop them. The ice on Ronnie had completely melted. The strange fire is indeed different from regular fire. Qin Liu thought. Theoretically speaking, burning ice would not be able to melt it away like this. Although there was no more ice on Ronnie, he had been completely frozen stiff. Qin Liu took out a blanket and quilt to wrap Ronnie up, then pulled out a bowl of steaming rice soup to feed him. Before long, Ronnie's complexion began to regain some color. Qin Liu once again used his identification ability on Ronnie. He found that he was now in a half-human, half-strange state, but with more human components. Moreover, he was moving in the direction of becoming human. The system's food can indeed prevent humans from being polluted into strange beings. Qin Liu thought excitedly. When he recovered strength and healed wounds from the rice balls earlier, Qin Liu had already thought that the food and drinks exchanged in the system could not just have these functions. However, until now, either the challengers had been directly killed, or the strange beings had been killed. He had not encountered anyone that had been polluted to the state of neither human nor strange, making verification impossible. System, your product descriptions are really lacking. How could such important information not be mentioned in the introduction? Qin Liu could not help but complain about the system again. Of course, the system remained as unresponsive as always. Seeing Qin Liu treating Ronnie, the challengers did not dare to come too close. In their eyes, Ronnie had already become a bizarre creature with blood-red eyes. They only thought that Qin Liu wanted to capture this bizarre creature and raise it until the right moment to sell it to them. Big brother, what do you think? Is he still human or a bizarre creature now? Like Yuri asked. As long as the Supreme Rule has declared his death, he is still considered human. Qin Liu said. We can't keep him as a challenger, right? I suggest we just kill him and give him a break. Sure, then you do it. From now on, the resurrection card will be prioritized for him. Qin Liu pulled out a dagger and handed it over. Like Yuri shrank back, not daring to take it. Chapter 89. Qin Liu signaled to help Ronnie up. Although Like Yuri was very reluctant and filled with fear, he had to comply. If he also becomes a bizarre creature, who among you would want to buy him? Qin Liu asked. The challengers fell into a dilemma again. Buying him means a burden now. Not buying him, who knows when he might mutate with slightly more powerful abilities, and Qin Liu would definitely raise the price crazily. This hateful capitalist face. Is he human or a bizarre creature now? Someone asked the same question as Lak Yuri. Whether he is human or a bizarre creature, wrap him up with a blanket and put him in your backpack. Can't you fit anything in your bag? Wal Carey said. Other challengers expressed their agreement. Buying or not buying is not the main issue, the key is to have such a being that is neither human nor bizarre by your side. Who knows if he will attack others after completely turning into a bizarre creature? Putting him in Qin Liu's backpack is definitely the safest option. Of course, the backpack can't hold a person. Little Fei, you two carry him. Once he fully recovers into a human, the resurrection card he needs will be prioritized for both of you. Qin Liu instructed. Big brother, he won't bite people, will he? Fei asked timidly. If you don't provoke him, you should count your blessings. With Qin Liu's words, Fei felt a little less burdened. Looking at Ronnie's half-dead state, it was indeed impossible for him to cause harm for now. Dragon Country brother, after all the effort, is this the result you got from your testing? Brad asked. It was clear to hear the dissatisfaction in his words. Isn't this enough? For challengers, this is the best outcome for violating the rules, isn't it? At least it won't attract bizarre creatures to be directly cleared. Qin Liu replied. Brad raised his eyebrows and asked, are you sure he will recover into a human and not further mutate into a bizarre creature? I'm sure. I said before, the supreme rule will definitely leave a glimmer of hope for challengers. Qin Liu was very confident. Brad stared at him for a full 5 seconds, then suddenly smiled, I hope you are right. After the back and forth, an hour quickly passed. Before everyone left car number 11, cars 9 and 10 self-destructed. Staring out the window did not attract any bizarre creatures, which made Qin Liu feel a little disappointed. If the subsequent cars are punished in the form of pollution, then the system won't be getting any scare value income. Don't even mention the evolution of Toilet Sister and Fireman, it's a question of whether the resurrection card can even be redeemed. Behind the scenes, the cleaning staff's bizarre creature was still watching closely, he had to find a way to restrain it before it launched an attack. Back in car number 12, Qin Liu still did not let anything that could be swept away escape. Some things may seem useless now, but who knows if they will have a special use in the future. As the clearing of car number 12 approached its end, the door to car number 13 opened by itself. Everyone immediately became tense. In the flickering light and shadow, a graceful figure slowly walked in. When it completely appeared under the light of carriage 12, it became clear that it was a female attendant dressed in red. She wore a short skirt, and her thin white lace stocking seemed almost invisible. On her head was a hat, the uniform cap of an attendant, not one of those fluffy ones used for warmth. Seeing her cool outfit, the challengers felt a chill, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Wow, this is an attendant anomaly, big brother, I want this one. You said I'd have priority. Lurk said happily. Why do you get to choose first? Big brother, I have been pulling monsters, and I haven't slacked on my duties either. I want this anomaly. This time, Park Duan did not back down, his spirit intense. Seeing him glow red, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he seemed ready to have a showdown with Lurk. I told you, you're a dead idol, now you're completely exposed. I just like attendant anomalies, I just want to raise an attendant anomaly. If you have the guts, don't fight me. The other challengers watched, itching to have such a beautiful anomaly as well. But they all knew that if Qin Liu was going to have some kind of priority selection, it absolutely wouldn't be their turn. If Qin Liu was greedy for money, with the highest bidder getting it, then they might give it a shot. Let's first see what happens when Lurk and Park Duan fight it out. Everyone stop fighting, this anomaly. Big brother, you wouldn't want it for yourself, right? Lurk's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction, an impulse to rebel brewing within. Qin Liu smiled, not minding Lurk's clash of words, to be honest, I really want it, but I can't have it. Why? Lurk asked. It is invincible, Qin Liu said. At this, the crowd was in an uproar. Invincible? Doesn't that mean everyone would die here? The challengers began to tremble in prayer, hoping it was just passing by, or like the janitor anomaly, just picking one and leaving, please don't go on a killing spree. Big brother, how do you know? Lurk asked, trembling. Qin Liu froze for a moment, thinking to himself oops. He accidentally revealed the result of the system's identification. The moment the beautiful attendant appeared, the system automatically activated its identification ability. This attendant anomaly was set as unable to be attacked. Qin Liu couldn't tell if this was the original setting or if the ultimate rules added it later. The good news was, it was not responsible for rules. The bad news was, it might trigger a foul. Big brother, what's wrong? Lurk, not getting an answer, urged anxiously. Nothing. I'm just judging by its outfit. We are all freezing, and it still wears a short skirt and white stockings, without even a hat, and its face looks so normal, doesn't that mean invincible? Everyone be careful, don't look around or ask questions, Qin Liu said, turning around. The challengers seemed to get the order, immediately looking down at the floor. No more looking at long legs, no more looking at deep crevices, all was out of sight. Qin Liu pushed the dining car forward, the rumbling sound particularly harsh in the quiet carriage. Over there, the beautiful attendant anomaly walked over, strutting in high heels, twisting her waist. When they met, both sides stopped. Young man, are you all that's left before carriage 11? The female attendant asked with a bright smile. Not only was her smile sweet, but her voice was also soft and sticky, making one's heart melt. Yes, just us. Where are you headed? Qin Liu asked. Since the other party wouldn't attack, he was not too nervous. I'm hungry and want to get something to eat. Oh, your clothes aren't the attire of the dining car attendant, the female attendant said, reaching out to touch Qin Liu's clothes. I'm not dedicated to the dining car. Oh, I see, that's why. I want to buy some food. Hearing the beautiful attendant list a series of food names, the challengers felt their hair stand on end. Because what she mentioned. Don't say there's nothing on the food cart, even the restaurant carriage doesn't provide any meals. If Qin Liu can't produce anything, the food cart will surely eat him up. Please, just eat Qin Liu, it has nothing to do with us, the challengers prayed in unison. Chapter 90. The challengers instinctively took a step back. Before, they thought staying closer to Qin Liu would be safer. Now, the situation had completely reversed. Even Likuri, Park Duanquan, and Efei stood a bit further away from Qin Liu, not daring to breathe. Big Brother said this is bizarre and invincible, so those seeking help in the restroom must not be able to beat it either. It's over for us. Likuri thought to himself, regretting not having asked Qin Liu for that revival card first. But now, as the beautiful stewardess weirdly waited to serve food, who would dare to say even a single word to Qin Liu? If Qin Liu gets eaten, leaving his things behind would truly be wonderful. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The stewardess suddenly smiled coldly. No problem, Qin Liu smiled slightly as he began rummaging through the food cart. The challengers were puzzled, the items the stewardess mentioned were not even on the cart. What was he searching for? Was this some kind of delaying tactic, trying to fool the bazaar? Help me hold this, thank you. Qin Liu took off his small backpack and handed it to the stewardess in front. Seeing the scene, Likuri and the others' hearts completely sank. Had Qin Liu lost his mind? Why was he giving his backpack to the stewardess? Damn it! This Dragon Country person is too cunning. Knowing he can't escape, he doesn't want anyone else to benefit. Spouting righteousness, but his heart is so dark. Still claiming great power responsibility, haha. What are the others standing there for? It's Qin Liu breaking the rules, now's the time to snatch the bag. Anyway, he's going to die. Not a single one of this batch of challengers is human. If I were Likuri, I'd have already taken the bag and ran to the control room. Overseas challengers were getting desperate and frantic. The audience in Dragon Country was also fuming, pulling at their hair. This fool, usually vigilant against him, doesn't trust other challengers now that he should, it's absurd. Who can he trust? Just because Little La and Little Park keep calling him Big Brother, he doesn't know their thoughts? He'd rather give the bag to the bazaar than to the challengers, that's the right choice. They don't seem very smart. If it were me, I would say I have many revival cards, and then give one to anyone, let them revive me later. Why not unleash Fire Boy and Toilet Sister to fight at a time like this? There's no spirit of resistance at all. The audience, both domestic and international, argued heatedly, yet Qin Liu remained steady as a rock, showing no signs of pre-death anxiety. He certainly had no reason to feel anxious. The beautiful stewardess before him wouldn't attack him. The only thing he needed to worry about was the food cart. System, exchange for a cold rice ball and place it under the blue-on-white porcelain bowl on the second layer of the food cart. Please confirm, do you really need a cold rice ball? Confirm. And it must be the kind that's too cold to bite. Ding. A cold, hard rice ball has been successfully exchanged. It has been placed under the blue-on-white porcelain bowl with a big chicken design, please collect it yourself. Qin Liu bent down and flipped over the large bowl, sure enough, there lay a snowy white rice ball. He took it out and squeezed it, it was as hard as a rock. Qin Liu scooped the rice ball into the bowl, lifted it up, and handed it to the beautiful stewardess. The stewardess glanced at it, her delicate brows furrowing, this isn't what I ordered. The restaurant carriage has upgraded all the food. To match our Snow Country Bazaar car theme, all the food now has a snowball-like outer wrapping. Moreover, this outer wrapping is edible. If you bite straight into it, what you ordered will be inside. We call this packaging Snow Pouch Rice Bag. Please eat it hot for the best flavor. Qin Liu's smile truly resembled a caring server dedicated to serving the people. Really? That's great. I had heard the food in the restaurant carriage would be upgraded, but it turns out to be true. The beautiful stewardess beamed happily, cradling the rice ball in her hands. Without suspecting anything, she just opened her vermilion lips and took a bite. Click. Oh. A crisp sound echoed, followed by the shocked exclamation of the beautiful flight attendant covering her mouth. The challengers all trembled in fear. Hearing her delicate cry, the bullet comments and live streams across different countries were full of ambiguous remarks. The beautiful flight attendant gently spat, and in the palm of her hand, a white object suddenly appeared. It wasn't the rice ball she had bitten off, but her front tooth had fallen out. The challengers, who hadn't clearly seen what happened, saw the flight attendant open her mouth, revealing the missing tooth, and immediately gasped in shock. This dragon country swordsman, on the brink of death, still dares to provoke the strange? Is he trying to make the strange attack and wipe out all the challengers? Too ruthless, too sinister. I've never seen such a dark-hearted challenger. I propose that in future strange event challenges, we should unite from the start and eliminate the dragon country challengers. Ha! I've always said, if Dragon Country doesn't win, their hearts will be twisted, and they'll drag others down with them. Now it's proven I wasn't wrong. Seeing the beautiful flight attendant lose her front tooth, Qin Liu also gasped in shock. This was something he hadn't expected. The flight attendant was strange, set up to be immune to attack, yet could still suffer non-attack related harm. Was this a bug, or was it intentional? No time to think further, he heard the attendant angrily scolding, "What is this? You knocked out my tooth." Impossible? Qin Liu pretended to be shocked. What do you mean impossible? Look for yourself, did my front tooth fall out? The attendant held up her front tooth in front of Qin Liu, one hand pointing at her mouth. How could it be? The food packaging was soft and warm. Qin Liu still wore a face of disbelief and shock. Soft and warm? You look for yourself if it's soft or warm. The attendant angrily handed the rice ball back. Qin Liu couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. As expected, this invincible strange still didn't attack even after all this. If it were a regular strange, it wouldn't let him speak this much. Qin Liu grabbed the rice ball, squeezed it, and with a loud bang slammed it onto the meal cart, angrily saying, "What's wrong with you? You made the food cold and hard that the customer wanted? What right do you have to be the best meal cart? No skills, no service, serious violation." The fireman in Qin Liu's backpack, hearing the words violation, immediately vibrated. The meaning was clear, it wanted to eat. The flight attendant was still holding Qin Liu's backpack. Seeing the bag shake, she screamed in fear and threw it away. Qin Liu caught it and patted the bag, saying, "It's not your concern. Your attribute is fire, which clashes with the strange violation attribute. Eating it would be poisonous." With that, Qin Liu looked toward the two ends of the cabin and shouted, "Ame, time to work." Everyone knew he was calling the restroom lady, and their expressions became very complicated as they continuously looked at the restroom. But this time, the restroom lady didn't come out. Suddenly, a soft white light shot out from the fish tank beside Qin Liu. Wherever the white light reached, it quickly gathered into the figure of the restroom lady inside the cabin. It can actually exist outside the restroom? The challengers were shocked. Chapter 91. The restroom lady didn't come out of the restroom, which shattered the challengers' previously trusted interpretation of the rules. They always believed what Qin Liu said, that each strange was responsible for its own area and would not cross into other spaces. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. When they saw the restroom lady appear, the meal cart seemed to sense a threat and immediately began to shake and transform. The restroom lady showed a look of disgust. "You've been messing around for so long, and this is all you have? If you have food, then eat it. Stop being picky. If you don't want it, I'll give it to the others." Qin Liu patted the backpack. "With so many strange in the aquarium cabin, you couldn't bring out a single one, so stupid. Maybe I should consider breaking our contract." Humph. With that, the restroom lady squished the struggling meal cart into a ball and took it into the restroom between cabins 12 and 13. "Hey, don't keep eating in the bathroom, it's unsanitary," Qin Liu shouted. "None of your business." A clear hum came from the bathroom. Then, a flash of white light appeared in the bathroom, and there was silence. Qin Liu shrugged, looking apologetically at the strange attendant in front of him, politely saying, "I'm really sorry, the dining car broke the rules. It ruined all the food and got the punishment it deserved. The dining car has destroyed itself, and the food cart is gone, so we can't offer any ordering service for now." The beautiful attendant looked wronged and innocent. Without food, she had lost a tooth too. "As compensation, I can offer you some other delicious snacks. Would you like some?" Qin Liu said with a friendly expression. "What kind of delicious snacks?" The attendant's eyes were filled with suspicion and caution. "There are plenty. For example, rice balls, rice cakes, fried rice, glutinous rice dumplings, popcorn, and all other rice-related items." The attendant blinked. "Why only rice-related food?" "Because of limited conditions, my bag only has rice-related food. The others were all destroyed by the dining cart," Qin Liu said. The attendant touched her missing tooth, seemingly cautious. "I don't want rice balls, show me some other food." Qin Liu nodded happily and immediately exchanged for a steaming bowl of glutinous rice dumplings, some rice cakes, and a bucket of popcorn from the system. Seeing Qin Liu take out these snacks, Pu Duanquan and Luckily exchanged glances, drooling. They had only ever nibbled on rice balls. They didn't even know Qin Liu had so many tasty snacks in his bag. The attendant must have been really hungry. She cautiously took a bite of the rice cake. Her face lit up with enjoyment. Then she scooped up a dumpling and popped it into her mouth. She was completely blissed out. Having tasted the sweetness, the attendant finished the bowl of dumplings in no time. Is there more? I want more. There is, but it is expensive to keep this. Qin Liu looked troubled. Even though we are all attendants on the train, the rules are rules, I cannot break them. The attendant touched herself and suddenly pouted in grievance. I didn't bring any money. You dare to eat food without money? Qin Liu's smile vanished, his voice turning cold and sharp. Though he wasn't a fierce devil, his majestic aura was no longer the warm, caring service from before. Eating without paying on the train is a serious violation. On the surface, Qin Liu was angry, but inside he felt very pleased. With the invincible mystery being unattackable, he wouldn't attack her, just swallow her whole, shouldn't be a problem, right? The bathroom attendant should have finished her meal by now, swallowing another one shouldn't be hard. For him, leveling up the system would allow him to share one of the bathroom attendant's attributes, if only the bathroom attendant could also be invincible after she finished eating. Things that the broke system didn't have, we could create conditions to possess. In Qin Liu's mind, he was plotting enthusiastically. Little did he know, plans change unexpectedly. As soon as he finished speaking, and before he could call the bathroom attendant to eat, a sound of glass shattering echoed from the aquatic compartment. There were also sounds of water flowing onto the compartment floor. The water surged ferociously, quickly flooding up to the challenger's ankles. Those large and small fish were jumping around in the water. After bouncing a few times, they all grew legs and transformed into human forms, standing upright. Who violated the rules? Who violated the rules? Who violated the rules? Accusatory voices layered upon one another, rising wave after wave. The challengers felt their hearts racing and their scalps tingling, all huddling together, not knowing what to do. These fish are all strange. Big brother, we're doomed. You've attracted all the strangeness from the aquatic compartments. Luckily despaired and flashed to Qin Liu's side. Qin Liu's face turned as dark as a bottomless pot. The only stroke of luck was that these fishman abnormalities did not directly harm the challengers but headed straight for the beautiful attendant's bag. The attendant apparently did not know her setting was cannot be attacked. At this moment, she was so scared that her face lost all color. Qin Liu finally understood. The existence of this beautiful flight attendant was a violation, and it triggered the strange things that the challengers hadn't unleashed. There was no need for him to scheme at all. But even so, Qin Liu still firmly believed that the supreme rules left a way out for the challengers. The appearance of this beautiful flight attendant was just one of the traps. Whether they could escape depended on the challengers themselves. At the same time, Qin Liu also felt puzzled. Now, the beautiful flight attendant was violating the rules, but she wouldn't be attacked. Those fishman weirdos just circled around her, muttering who violated the rules without attacking the other challengers. Is this meant to kill the challengers using this muttering method? Seeing that the fishman weirdos didn't attack them, the challengers breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, still in shock, Big brother, that was close. Big brother, my head hurts. Park Duan covered his ears and squeezed behind Qin Liu, his expression pained. At the same time, other challengers were also constantly making sounds of pain. Qin Liu shivered, he also felt a splitting headache. Those sounds drilled into his ears like electric currents, shaking violently in his brain. His brain could clearly feel where the electric current was shaking. It couldn't be worse than giving someone an electric chair, right? Damn it, I was right. They really are using this muttering to harm the challengers. The beautiful flight attendant looked like she wasn't harmed by the muttering, but she still seemed afraid. What should I do? I didn't intend to maliciously violate the rules. Please help me. It's okay, come here, I'll protect you. Qin Liu pulled the flight attendant closer and held her in his arms. In the live broadcast room. This Qin Liu, I truly admire him like the East China Sea. The ugly ones are sent to feed Toilet Sister, while the pretty ones are kept for himself? Is he participating in a rule freak show or selecting a concubine? I've reserved this flight attendant weird for myself, no one can take her from me. Qin Liu, protect her well, money is not my concern. I want to give her diamond-studded teeth. True beautiful teeth and cherry lips? This one can actually scare those fishman weirdos to the point of trembling. Looks like her combat power isn't strong. As long as she looks good, who cares about combat power? Always using Toilet Sister's standards as requirements, what's the point of playing? Let me clarify, Toilet Sister was weak and ugly at first, okay? She was raised by Qin Liu. It's said that when a woman follows the right man, she becomes increasingly beautiful, proving that Qin Liu is reliable. Qin Liu is my husband. There is no time for self-appreciation. Qin Liu hurriedly pulled up his clothes and hugged the attendant in his arms. Big brother, save me. I feel like I can't go on. Luckily cried out, clutching his head with both hands. Thump, thump. The challengers, whose bodies were weaker, could not withstand the constant barrage of muttering and had already collapsed on the carriage floor. The water in the carriage did not flow towards either end but continually gathered within the carriage. It had just reached their ankles, but now it was already up to their calves, and it was getting deeper and deeper. Help those who have fallen up, Qin Liu said. The challengers seemed to not have heard, and nobody stepped in to help. They all felt dizzy, struggling to keep their own balance, let alone helping others. Here, take this, fight them. Qin Liu handed the toilet brush to the attendant in his arms. What? Me? Fight them? The attendant was shocked, as if she had heard something unbelievable. That's right, take it. Otherwise, they will scratch your face. Qin Liu insisted on shoving the toilet brush into the attendant's hands. The attendant stood there, blank, not knowing what to do as she received it. Qin Liu didn't pay her any mind and turned to lift the two fallen challengers. The two challengers were like soggy mud, unable to stand at all. Dragon Kingdom brothers, what are you waiting for? Hurry and bring out the fireman, call out the toilet helper, eat these strange creatures, or we will all die. Brad, relying on his strong will, spoke quite clearly. Qin Liu initially wanted to use the beautiful attendant as a meal, but now he thought she was quite obedient and not unworthy of nurturing. Not sure, he looked again. So he said with a serious expression, I want to too. But right now, it's the attendant who was violating the rules, not those fishman creatures. Toilet sister and fireman coming out would be useless. Ha? How is that possible? I remember, the toilet helper can attack indiscriminately, Brad exclaimed in surprise. Qin Liu shook his head, that was a special situation, it's not possible now. This was also the truth. The toilet sister attacking indiscriminately would only be in a situation where she lost control from rage. Now that toilet sister was just fine, why would she go berserk? This situation is quite special. Dragon Kingdom brothers, please think of a way. Brad urged. As soon as he finished speaking, there were more thumps, and several challengers fell again. Alright, we can only save your lives for now, Qin Liu said. Brad felt both happy and confused. Just as he was about to ask what the plan was, he saw Qin Liu pulling out the dazzling knife. Having suffered last time, Brad realized how powerful this knife was and instinctively wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, his feet felt like they were glued to the ground and he couldn't move at all. Swish! Qin Liu drew the knife, and the electric light flashed in the carriage. After the flash, the whole carriage became quiet. Those fishman creatures were all paralyzed and could no longer mutter. And the challengers had all turned into twitching zombies. Even if their bodies leaned at a 45-degree angle, they still did not fall. Although the challengers' bodies were paralyzed, their minds were clearer than ever before. The sensation of electric shock did not stop because the muttering had ceased. The electric shock effect from the dazzling knife was no weaker than the creature's muttering. The difference was that the muttering attacked the brain and spirit, while the dazzling knife's electric shock attacked the body. Why aren't they moving? Are they dead? The attendant asked nervously. Indeed invincible, even the dazzling knife has no effect on her. So powerful, though it can't be used for attacking, it must work wonders at times, Qin Liu thought as he looked at the attendant and began to ponder how to take this invincible being away. Using force was definitely not an option. They are only temporarily unable to move. It won't last long. You came from the front carriage, what's the situation in carriage 13 now? Qin Liu asked. The attendant furrowed her brows, you are also a train attendant. Do you not know the situation in car number 13? Qin Liu replied indifferently, you are a train attendant too, didn't you foresee the situation here in advance? The attendant was taken aback, revealing an awkward yet sweet smile. Car number 13 is doing just fine, nothing is wrong. Should we report the situation here to the train manager? The attendant asked. Qin Liu's expression darkened, intimidatingly saying, the way this place is right now is because of your violations. Are you not afraid of being punished if you notify the train manager? Upon hearing this, the attendant became extremely nervous, their face turning white and red, looking completely lost. I didn't mean to. I don't want to be punished. Can you help me, please? The attendant looked at her with pleading eyes. Qin Liu pretended to be troubled, as a fellow train attendant, I indeed should help you. And I have already intervened once. But given the special nature of this train, the rules state that I cannot offer assistance for no reason. It's difficult for me to do what you're asking. The attendant grew even more anxious, biting their lip desperately. So what should we do? Please help me, I'll do anything you ask. Qin Liu felt a surge of joy inside. This was exactly what she was waiting for. As long as she made the attendant dependent on her, it was possible to take her away. To capture the bazaar, violence wasn't the only option. Qin Liu's heart soared, but her face remained cold and troubled. Don't do this, it will make me feel guilty. I want to help you, but we cannot break the rules. If I help you, what can you do for me? We need a fair exchange, do you understand? The attendant nodded repeatedly, I understand. As long as you help me, I'll do anything you ask. That's too vague. It sounds like I'm forcing you. You need to be more specific. The attendant was so anxious that her lower lip turned pale. You stubborn man, don't go too far. It was the voice of the restroom lady. A flash of white light and rippling water, an enchanting figure appeared suddenly. As soon as the challengers saw the restroom lady, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Great. They were saved. Someone even took the chance to flatter, I knew I could always trust Qin. Before the person could finish speaking, Qin Liu was suddenly flung out from beside the beautiful attendant with a loud bang. There was a loud crash, Qin Liu's backside fell heavily onto the carriage floor, splashing water more than a meter high, sliding back several meters, and finally crashing onto a seat with a thud before stopping. It was a truly embarrassing sight. Looking at his abdomen, there was a clear and bright high heel print sunk into his skin, with blood seeping out from the heel area. Hiss. Qin Liu gasped in pain, warily looking at the face of the furious restroom lady. Had she gotten too strong and was ready to attack her master? But seeing T. Tear the mistress apart first. No matter how scummy the big brother from Dragon Country is, he's still one of our people. This mistress is the source of all evil. Let her take a few hits to vent before begging for mercy. Big brother from Dragon Country is so strong, he's made it through without much injury. Just bear with it a little longer. Ah, yes. It's rare to see Qin Liu in such a lively situation, so of course, they wanted to watch more, they loved it. They chattered and teased, but in their hearts, they all shouted, go, Toilet Sister, be tougher. If Toilet Sister got so angry that she divided Qin Liu's gear and didn't leave him any secret stash, that would be even better. Toilet Sister is jealous. Big brother is in trouble this time, Park Duan-Koen said, unable to hide his amusement. Why don't we help Big Brother out? Just say Big Brother wanted to catch the stewardess weirdly, but actually, he was going to give us something. I saw that kick was no joke, Ah Fei said with a sincere face. Isn't that bad? Big Brother will just get beaten up, Toilet Sister won't do anything worse to him. We are different, Toilet Sister is angry, and if she gets mad, she might tear us apart, Likori said. I agree. When couples argue, it's better if we don't get involved. At times like this, it's safest to be a little invisible, Park Duan-Koen said. Qin Liu's core small team quickly unified their opinions. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also having a great time. Qin Liu still wants to keep the red flag at home while the colorful flag flutters outside. Huh, can Toilet Sister watch the mistress poop and pee on her head? Scum men deserve to be beaten. Support Toilet Sister. Let him see something beautiful and want to support it, how naive. I have to say, that kick from Toilet Sister was really ruthless. I blinked, and Qin Liu was sent flying. Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. Toilet Sister, have you ever been kicked at light speed? Brothers, I'm a bit worried about the beautiful stewardess. Will she be eaten by Toilet Sister? The original partner has zero tolerance for the mistress. Qin Liu has been kicked hard enough, I think the stewardess has zero chance of surviving. What a pity. I declare that Qin Liu has failed to keep the mistress. When the main character is too strong, don't have so many tricks, Liu. Qin Liu got beaten up, but the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely joyful, an unprecedented scene. Not just in the live broadcast room, the challengers in the compartment were also completely relaxed, just waiting for the numbness to wear off. Bang! Bang! While the challengers were ridiculing Qin Liu, they suddenly heard two not-so-clear explosions. Upon looking, it turned out that the two fishmen closest to the stewardess had exploded in a weird manner. In front of the stewardess, a vertical black hole appeared out of nowhere, looking just like a portal in a game. Whoa! Did Toilet Sister go on a rampage and start dealing with the mistress? Is she planning to bomb a circle around the mistress to apply pressure before taking her down? Great! Now everyone can be saved. Ah, having such a powerful weird contract is truly enviable. This attack from afar is so strong. Toilet Sister seems to have become stronger again. Did she eat something powerful? Brother Eagle Sauce, why do I feel something's off? That portal-like black hole is emitting a terrifying aura completely different from Toilet Sister's. Walcarry frowned, staring intently. Brad's eyes also showed unease. Bang bang bang. Another series of explosions, the fishman weirdos close to the portal kept exploding, and the explosion effects were rapidly expanding outward. Dragon Country Command Center. Commander, the situation is dire. According to detection and analysis, that black hole has overwhelming energy, it shouldn't belong to the toilet helper. Its energy reaction is nearly 10 times that of the toilet helper. Oh my god, the toilet helper is already strong enough, what kind of monster could be 10 times stronger? Not good. The black hole energy prediction has reached level 3s, it's highly likely to affect reality through the live broadcast, extreme danger warning. Extreme danger warning. The commander's face changed drastically, cut off all signals from the Dragon Country live broadcast room. We cannot allow ordinary civilians to suffer any casualties. All the viewers focused on the Dragon Country live broadcast room. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the thrilling scene of the original wife beating the scoundrel and tearing apart the mistress, but suddenly there was a blackout, and only lonely bullet comments floated on the screen. Damn. The pants are off, and you show me this? You're watching domestic violence, and upstairs, don't you want to find a hospital to check yourself? Why is there still a blackout during domestic violence? What's going on with the review? Is there no justice? This seems not to be a blackout but a loss of signal, right? I remember something similar happened during the third rule horror talk. Hey! What was that about? Does anyone know? During the third horror talk, the chosen one of Long Country, even a dog would shake its head at that operation. There didn't seem to be many viewers, anyway, I'm not clear. Sigh, it's rare to see Qin Liu getting beaten, but then there's no signal. Supreme rule, and you still say Liu isn't your own son. Blackout. Protest. Those saying blackout are all walking 50,000. This was cut by the command center of Long Country. I can't say more, but basically, being cut means challenge failure. Just wait for the oddity to strike a certain city in Long Country. Chapter 94. Chapter 94 running at light speed. The bullet comment saying cutting the signal equated to challenge failure didn't stir any ripples online. Who doesn't know that the control of horror talk broadcasts is in the hands of the supreme rules? The command centers of various countries only have a little power to communicate with challengers, how could they possibly cut off the broadcast? Long Country Command Center. The assistant stared in shock as the commander pressed the red button, and all the lights representing audience signals went out. So we already have the technology to seize broadcasting rights from the supreme rules? The Secretary General replied, no, we cut off all signal base stations. While the broadcasting rights belong to the supreme rules, our infrastructure in Long Country is still in our own hands. Whether to broadcast is their power, but whether to open the player is our power. Oh, the assistant suddenly realized, that's really impressive. The infrastructure monsters didn't do it for nothing. Alright, let's evacuate. If the command center is quiet tomorrow, you go directly to the personnel department and report there for a reassignment. The Secretary General whispered. Huh? What? The assistant was stunned, unable to understand why the topic had gone here. Go! The Secretary General didn't explain further and decisively pushed her out the door. Outside, many staff members with low ranks like the assistant were kicked out of the broadcasting hall. At the same time, gigantic thick high-level isolation doors quickly rose around the broadcasting hall. Most of them, like the assistant, were confused and bewildered. God, how could such doors be used? This is made from nuclear war safety house materials. Could it be that the 3's level odd energy leakage is as powerful as nuclear weapons? Nuclear weapons? Ha, you really underestimate the 3's level oddity. An older man, also wearing an assistant badge, walked over. He looked serious and said, during the third horror talk, there was also a 3's level oddity. That time, the leakage energy not only took the challenger but also erased many viewers. It's estimated over 200,000 inside Long Country alone. What you see now is an emergency plan made after that disaster. Over 200,000 viewers suddenly disappeared? How is that possible? I've never heard of it. Someone exclaimed, questioning. But the man did not answer again, he just said, remember everything you see and hear today. If no one survives inside tonight, what you remember will be first-hand information. It's also an important reference message for future emergency plans. Now, all follow me to the safety room. The assistant was initially swept along by the crowd, but later she quickened her pace to catch up with the man. Uncle, if the 3's level odd energy leakage is that powerful, why don't the commander and the others evacuate together? What will they do? The man sighed and said, the guidelines for horror challenges. It is said that one of the heavenly four must be left behind, and any deadlock has a glimmer of hope. The duty of the command center is to assist challengers in fighting until the very last moment. The little assistant's eyes reddened, but that is a level 3 weirdness that can influence reality through live broadcasts. How could there be a chance of survival? The leaders inside the door clearly understand more than we do, even if they want to preserve the data, they should let them evacuate first. The man patted her shoulder and said, not to mention that the leaders go first is our style. It is precisely because they know more than you do that they are more likely to help the challengers find that glimmer of hope in the crisis. The little assistant thought of the kind and gentle commander and the stern but friendly leaders, knowing that after one night, she might be separated from them forever, and she couldn't help but feel choked up with sadness. Meanwhile, the only screen in the command hall of the Dragon Country capable of normally viewing the supernatural live broadcast was still operational. The black hole on the screen had expanded to the size of a dressing mirror, and the sense of oppression was stronger than before. The gray-haired commander stood in front of the screen, his clothes flapping in a wind that seemed to come from nowhere. And in the Snow Country ghost vehicle, the black hole was blowing fierce winds, stinging the faces of those inside. The beautiful stewardess was surrounded by fishmen, who were directly shredded into black smoke by this fierce wind, getting sucked into the black hole. The more it absorbed, the bigger the black hole grew. The challengers who had been casually eating popcorn began to feel that something was off. Only the foolish ones were still enjoying themselves, cheering on the Toilet Sister's bravery. Qin Liu also struggled to stand up, exchanged a glance with the Toilet Sister, then spread his arms. The Toilet Sister seemed to receive some signal, suddenly gathered her strength, transformed into a beam of white light, and dashed towards Qin Liu, plunging into his embrace and continuing to rush toward the restroom. Qin Liu felt everything around him turn into flowing light. As he passed by the challengers, he casually grabbed two people, Little Lot and Little Pooh. Brad had long felt something was wrong, keeping an eye on Qin Liu. At this moment, without thinking, he acted quickly, grabbing Qin Liu's leg tightly as he rushed past. In an instant, the four of them squeezed into the restroom at the back of the vehicle, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Unbelievable. Old Liu stretches out his hand, and the Toilet Sister forgives him, even throwing herself into his arms? I want him to make a tutorial so I can learn how to train my girlfriend when I go home. A slow-witted spectator stared in shock. I understand the Toilet Sister and Qin Liu going into the restroom, but why did Pooh Duanquan, Lakuri, and Brad go in too? What does that mean? A group activity. The person next to him hadn't finished speaking when bang he exploded into a cloud of black smoke. At the same time, a row of gray toes appeared in the black hole, with sharp, black nails and visible veins on the toes. As soon as the toes appeared, the air in this carriage seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure spread out. The paralysis on the challengers had long been lifted, yet at this moment, they still could not move. Thump! A gray, decayed foot stepped out of the black hole. Thud thud. The challengers still in the carriage found themselves pressed to their knees by the pressure, and then slowly, their bodies began to crumble into black smoke from their knees, getting absorbed by that leg. Ah ah ah. Ugh ugh ugh. The cries echoed through the carriage, but no one could see what was happening. Soon, the carriage was filled with darkness, thick fog swirling. Meanwhile, in T. You will definitely vomit. For example. At this moment, the Secretary General is holding a trash can, ugh 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 ugh. Feeling a bit better, he wipes the corner of his mouth and sighs, where exactly is Qin Liu now? How could such a scene happen? He wants to confirm, so he looks at the screen, ugh, 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 ugh. Why are there so many scenes that make people want to vomit on the train? The commander helplessly says, he is moving at high speed, so those who get carsick should not look. High-speed movement? Yes, Qin Liu is being led away by the restroom lady, and the live stream is following Qin Liu, so the scene in the live broadcast is what Qin Liu sees. Chapter 95. Qin Liu does not get carsick, but his experience on site is much worse than for those watching the screen. The surrounding scenery rushing back as light does indeed make one dizzy, but closing his eyes can solve the problem. But the biting cold wind scraping his skin, the suffocating feeling of fast-moving air, and the occasional sharp pain from hitting walls behind him. These are all things he cannot avoid. Moreover, after closing his eyes, his body's senses are infinitely magnified, he can even feel an extremely strong dangerous aura following closely behind him. If he doesn't escape, he will surely die. However, what bothers him the most is actually ah. Longguo and Park Duan have been screeching like a kettle boiling water the whole time. Qin Liu's head is buzzing with pain, all because of those two. If you don't shut up, I will throw you out to feed the monsters. And you will never come back to life. After recovering a bit, he sternly scolded. As soon as the shout is heard, the live broadcasts in Eagle Sauce Country, Asan Country, and Kimchi Country freeze for a moment, then explode. Never come back to life? Is there such a good thing? Failing a challenge tale only costs a city and a bit of national luck. Being repeatedly revived by Qin Liu would mean a country's doom. Please, Longguo, keep screaming. Please, Park Duan, keep screaming. Please, Brad, keep, He's not screaming, so let him keep clinging to my leg. Revival doesn't serve the people's interests, but it totally serves the challengers' interests. Longguo and Park Duan immediately fell silent. Finally, after the ears are quiet, Qin Liu suddenly feels a bang as he crashes into something behind him. Bang! Crack, crack! Another burst of glass shattering sounds. Then, one by one, they are thrown out from a handicapped toilet's mirror. Qin Liu comes out and sits directly on the toilet, while Luckily, Park Duan-Cohen, and Brad follow one after another, all piling up in front of the toilet. They all open their mouths wide, gasping for breath. The suffocating feeling from the high-speed movement is truly despairing. Right now, apart from other injuries, all four of them feel a bit oxygen deprived. Meanwhile, the restroom lady who brought them on the run is floating in the corner. She is no longer glamorous, the whole scene is a disaster, even her figure seems a bit blurry. Qin Liu clearly feels that the restroom lady's strength seems to have declined a bit, which pains his heart. Just as he is about to express his concern, Qin Liu's phone suddenly sounds. Qin Liu, this is the command center. A giant energy mass will attack your location in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Qin Liu jumps up, and at the same time, an ordinary thermal shirt appears in his hand. He quickly secures the remains of the shattered mirror frame. Just as he finishes all this, the frame suddenly starts to shake violently, and the thermal shirt inflates like a balloon, almost sticking to Qin Liu's face. If you want to breathe and not die, get up and help. I can't hold it down. Qin Liu shouts, and the three on the ground immediately jump up, scrambling to hold down the four corners of the mirror frame. The thermal shirt inflates more and more, nearly occupying a third of the toilet space, the fibers becoming thinner and thinner, with dark mist faintly trying to break through. Without saying a word, Qin Liu quickly adds another one. Inflate, thin, and add again. Puffed up, thin, and patched. Still puffed and thin and patched. Again and again, it consumed more than 100,000 points of fright. Finally, the thermal clothing was no longer puffed up. The person desperately pressing the corners of the clothing against the mirror frame didn't dare to let go, gasping for breath as they leaned against the sink to rest. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have withstood a Super S-level bazaar attack. You have obtained a powerful gift package, would you like to claim it? Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Liu couldn't hide his excitement and immediately responded, claim it. Since it was a powerful gift package, it must contain incredible rewards. Now that the bathroom sister was injured, it was the perfect time to receive strong items for help, this package was so timely. Ding! Powerful gift package claimed successfully. You have received a bottle of ultra-strong repair potion. Ultra-strong repair potion can quickly repair any form of injury. If the host is the one being repaired, the effect and speed are boosted by 80%. Can be applied externally, or taken internally. Can treat severe injuries, broken bones, and internal damage. Detected that the host is injured, would you like to use the ultra-strong repair potion now? Qin Liu moved his body a bit, it felt somewhat sore and numb, but there was no other special discomfort. The shards of glass while moving had mostly been blocked by Xiaola and Xiaopu. Checking his body, the most painful spot was still his belly, where he had been kicked by the bathroom sister's high heel. I'm fine, no need for now. Let's continue opening the package. A single bottle of repair potion was certainly not enough, so he hurriedly checked for other rewards. Just as Qin Liu was looking at the price descriptions, he suddenly felt his body lighten as someone grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. He felt a tightness in his chest, almost summoning his dazzling sword, but upon closer inspection, he found it was the bathroom sister who had acted. The bathroom sister looked very weak, beads of sweat covered her pale face, and her rosy lips had turned a shade of purple. Even the white moonlight she carried with her looked somewhat dim, as if the moon were being obscured by dark clouds. Despite being so weak, the bathroom sister easily held Qin Liu up. With her left hand, she grabbed Qin Liu while her right hand was raised high, ready to strike. Hey, let's talk nicely, don't use your hands and feet. If you hit me, it will hurt you too. Qin Liu quickly said. It was clear that the bathroom sister was very angry. If she lost control of her emotions and didn't manage her strength, he could very well lose his head. In the end, the bathroom sister's hand did not come down. You really don't know how to appreciate what's good. Just because you see a pretty face, you provoke it. Do you even know what level that thing is? The bathroom sister scolded angrily. Qin Liu looked at her innocently and said, I don't know, I haven't studied this, my school doesn't teach that. The bathroom sister tilted her head, thought for a moment, and released Qin Liu. You have a point. Luckily, Pu Duan Cohen, Brad. What the hell, how is this possible? Although no one has studied this, the problem is that if a normal person encounters such a thing, who the hell would think of trying to provoke it? You prompted me, saying there are many bizarre things in the aquarium, so I wanted to give it a try. Besides, the one violating the rules isn't me, it's that attendant. Qin Liu said seriously, shifting the blame. Are you saying it's my fault? The bathroom sister, who had just calmed down, was suddenly furious again. Clearly, it was you who was tempted by looks, wanting to take care of that attendant, which led to that thing coming out. The more she spoke, the angrier she got, and she slapped Qin Liu against the wall. With her other hand, she pulled out a contract, expressionless, saying, cancel the contract. I followed you to survive better, not to follow you to die. Your ability to court death is too strong, I can't manage it. Qin Liu looked deeply at her. No, you need to believe in yourself, you have infinite potential. He had a good face, and his eyes were deep. When he focused on someone, anyone would feel captivated by his expression. The bathroom sister felt a bit shy, but her beauty did not cloud her judgment. Even though I'm pleased you believe in me, I still have to cancel the contract. Do you know how huge the gap is between me and that thing in the black hole just now? Qin Liu slid down from the wall, took the bathroom sister's hand, and said gently, if it were a chasm. I build a bridge for you, if it is a chasm, I help you soar. In my heart, you will always be the true, unique strongest on this train. The trio huddled in the corner, shivering with goosebumps. This is really too shameless. Park Do-won-kwon, my dreams aren't this grand. Like Yuri, the plans my boss drew aren't as round. Brad, I learned something. Sister Toilet hesitated for a long time this time. But the pain from the bizarre pursuit of the black hole snapped her back to reality. She shook her head firmly. If I have to choose between survival and getting stronger, I choose survival. Chapter 96. Ahem. Cough cough cough. After a fit of coughing, Sister Toilet's arm quickly turned flesh red, with light spots jumping on her skin, as if they were devouring her. Qin Liu hugged Sister Toilet tightly and checked her condition in the system. Her health was below half, and various attribute data were fluctuating violently up and down. It felt like she would disintegrate at any moment, and her existence would no longer be measurable. You are hurt so badly. If it hit me, even 100 thermal clothes wouldn't protect me. Qin Liu comforted Sister Toilet while unhesitatingly taking out that invincible repair potion and feeding it to her. The system flashed another set of data, showing that Sister Toilet's wounds were being treated. Qin Liu took a blanket from his bag and sweetly wrapped her up. You rest and heal first. When you're better, we'll talk about other things, Qin Liu said. Sister Toilet grunted, turning her head away in pride. She could certainly feel that the medicine Qin Liu gave her was quickly healing her wounds. Meanwhile, like Yuri, Park Do-won-kwon, and Brad all stretched their necks like geese, their eyes fixed on the shimmering white repair potion. At the moment Qin Liu took out this bottle of repair liquid, the wounds on them, scratched and bloody from shattered glass, suddenly felt less painful. Big brother, can I have a big sister-in-law version too? I'm her too. I'm your loyal little buddy. Like Yuri immediately rushed over for attention. Can you compare with big sister-in-law? Park Do-won-kwon shot him a glare and knelt before Sister Toilet properly. Big sister-in-law, after you drink it, can I lick the bottle? Brad. He couldn't let go that easily. But looking down at his foot, Brad hesitated for a long time before he couldn't help but ask Qin Liu, do you have any limb regrowth potions? If so, I want to buy. The others looked over and just then noticed that Brad's left foot, below the ankle, had disappeared. There was no bleeding, it just vanished. The cut was clean, and the surface was a colorful black. Sister Toilet glanced over and calmly said, having limb regrowth is useless, you have been cursed. That thing will consume you through the curse until you completely disappear. What the hell? Damn it. Like Yuri and Park Do-won-kwon immediately scurried away from Brad, afraid the colorful black might be contagious. Brad's face turned very ugly. Anyone hearing that they were about to die wouldn't look good. Qin Liu frowned and stroked his chin, asking Sister Toilet, you understand the energy of the bazaar the best, can you tell if this cut surface is the only thing that's bad, or is everything else bad too? Sister Toilet didn't even look, the cut surface is just a sign of deterioration, once a curse is stamped on you, it's you as a whole. Even if you revive him, the curse remains, it will just allow that cursed thing to devour him again, making it stronger. At this moment, Brad pulled out a sealed bag with a pinch of hair from his pocket. This is hair I pulled out myself in the dining car before, the hair follicle is intact. Will using this to revive me prevent being cursed? Sister Toilet took a glance and nodded, this will work. Business opportunity here. Revival cards are very rare and precious, I don't even know if I can find another one. After all, little like Yuri and little Park have needs too. Qin Liu put on a serious face, starting to prepare to raise the price. Don't worry, I understand the rules. Brad was compliant, when that time comes, I will give you a satisfactory reward. I won't die for a while, so you can keep this and think about it slowly. Saying this, Brad stuffed his hair into Qin Liu's hand, then crossed his arms, standing coolly on one side with a limp foot. Sister Toilet looked at Brad, pondering. Then, she took the remaining half of the repair fluid from Qin Liu's hand and said, I won't die for a while either, so I'll take this first and think about the contract termination later. After saying this, she instantly vanished among the shattered mirror pieces, beautifully disappearing. Qin Liu. No, isn't this not how you use what you learned? Qin Liu faced the mirror imitating a classic gesture, and that repair fluid, can you at least leave me some? The mirror was empty, with Sister Toilet's graceful figure nowhere to be seen. Qin Liu clutched her aching heart, comforting herself helplessly, forget it, without her I'll just turn to ash. If she takes the repair fluid, so be it, after all, I wasn't hurt. The properly kneeling Park Duan-Koan and the eager Lak Yuri looked at Qin Liu, almost in unison. We're hurt. When they came, Sister Toilet only protected Qin Liu, without offering any defense to those small fries like them. Now, they still had shards of mirrors stuck in their backs. Suddenly, Lak Yuri knelt down towards Qin Liu, palms together in a praying position. Brother, you are my real brother. Your loyal little brother, hard-working servant Lak Yuri, is really about to kick the bucket due to severe injuries. If you could spare a bit of resurrection fluid, you could save a resurrection card that can be exchanged for great wealth from Big Brother Eagle Sauce, and gain a more loyal and hard-working little servant, like Yuri. Please. Qin Liu turned her hand and stuffed a rice ball into his chattering mouth. The rice ball might not be as strong as the repair fluid, but it could at least ease the pain a bit. Park Duan-Koan immediately hugged Qin Liu's thigh, starting to echo Lak Yuri, brother, my only brother. I got it, you're so annoying. Qin Liu hurriedly interrupted him, tossing him a rice ball. She tossed another to Brad. First replenish your strength, this isn't over yet. The remaining three suddenly became tense, their rice balls losing their appeal. Not over yet? Park Duan-Koan's eyes turned red. If there was another round, would there be a way out? Could there be another wave of pursuit? Big brother, do you have warm clothes? Lak Yuri held the rice ball tightly, pressing down on a corner of the mirror frame. Brad pressed his lips together, his expression serious. Qin Liu quickly said, what I mean is, we have to go explore the carriage soon, we can't stay cramped in this bathroom forever. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother, next time you speak, don't breathe so hard, it's scary. Sister Toilet suddenly appeared in a slightly larger mirror shard, her voice much sweeter than before. Why not? Park Duan-Koan, imitating Qin Liu, asked innocently, it's too cramped here. Sister Toilet slowly broke into a mysterious smile at him, because this is the third carriage. This is where we first met. Third carriage? Qin Liu frowned. Lak Yuri turned pale. Isn't this carriage self-destructed? Big brother, what are we now? Before he finished speaking, he saw Park Duan-Koan curl up, starting to scream and crawl in a twisted manner on the floor, as if a maggot were about to enter a pit. Big brother, he. In the next second, Park Duan-Koan's legs trembled violently. With one final kick, he fell silent. Everyone's phones rang at the same time. Taking them out to look, without a doubt, it was a death declaration from the Supreme Rules. Park Duan-Koan had died again from severe traumatic stress. You, how could you bring us to the self-destructed carriage? Lak Yuri asked Sister Toilet in despair. Sister Toilet laughed coldly, should I take you to the control room? This is my territory. As for outside, I can't control it, you can die if you wish. Chapter 97. Sister-in-law. Slap. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the mirror. Lukuru spun around in place 3 times. Call me sister, the toilet sister said, if you keep yelling, I'll twist your head off. Lukuru covered his swollen face, tears welling up, sister, my only sister. Can you really take us straight to the control room? I could before, but not now. The toilet sister smiled faintly, looking like she was teasing on purpose. Lukuru's eager expression stiffened, but he still wouldn't give up and continued asking, why can't we now? Have you lost your mind? The cursed weirdness is in carriage 12. If you want to go back to die, I don't want to. The toilet sister huffed and glared at Qin Liu, seemingly blaming him for bringing such a foolish one along. Lukuru froze for a long moment, avoided the toilet sister's gaze, and quietly moved next to Qin Liu, whispering in his ear, Big brother, you are confused. You should have let the toilet sister take us to the control room long ago. Qin Liu sneered, why don't you ask her, can she take us there alive? Ha! Lukuru covered his left cheek, looking bewildered. The toilet sister snapped her fingers, smiling at Qin Liu, you guessed right. For people like you, only corpses can enter the control room. Brad, listening, seemed deep in thought. Lukuru instantly sat down on the floor, dejected. Going to the control room is to control the train, to finally complete the mission and leave this cursed place. If only corpses go in, what's the use? Corpses can drive a damn train. Qin Liu had no real thoughts about the control room for the moment. The bigger the number of the carriage, the stronger the weirdness encountered. In carriage 12, there was a cursed weirdness that even the toilet sister had to flee from. Going to the control room now was like delivering a meal, right? Sigh, this wouldn't work, he had to get stronger faster. If I could catch a weirdness much stronger than you, like a cursed weirdness, could you swallow it? Would it make you stronger? Qin Liu suddenly asked the toilet sister. The entire bathroom fell silent. Catch what? Cursed weird? Big brother, I know you are strong, but can you float to the ceiling? Lukuru exclaimed. The toilet sister looked at Qin Liu speechlessly, have you been scared silly? Do you know what kind of concept a cursed weirdness is? As she spoke, the toilet sister suddenly stood up like a holographic projection from the mirror, pulling up Brad's severed leg. If it's mild, just like him, gradually eroded until nothing is left. If it's severe, then it's like the others bursting into pieces instantly. Brad's face turned pale, and Lakura's legs felt so weak he couldn't stand. The toilet sister smiled wickedly. I haven't said it all yet. Someone like him can be eroded to the last bit of nail, and he's still alive. Just like when you were frozen by the cleaner. Even if shattered, he still lives on, clearly feeling all the pain, hee. Lakura curled up, feeling that if he listened any longer, he would follow in Paduankuan's footsteps. But the toilet sister continued to provoke him, encountering self-destruction red light, you can die immediately. Just walk out the door and you're free. Isn't living too tiring? Qin Liu coughed. This guy still hadn't changed, still luring people to death. You haven't answered the question, can you swallow it? If the toilet sister couldn't, then he had to think of another way. I can. The toilet sister stared at Qin Liu with unwavering eyes, speaking firmly, as long as you can restrain the weirdness, I can swallow any weirdness, and guarantee that after swallowing it, I'll be stronger than the original one. So if you really have that ability, there's no need to bother nurturing others. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Qin Liu fell into deep thought. At least, to outsiders, it looked like he was deep in thought. In fact, he was frantically flipping through system props, checking the functions of each item one by one. At this moment, Brad, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. According to the information I've collected, all weirdness seems to never wander for long, especially after harvesting challengers, it will disappear for a while. The toilet sister looked at him with a half-smile. What are you trying to say? How long is the curse's time limit? Brad asked directly. There are no free services on the train. What do you plan to offer in exchange for this answer? The restroom lady, now wise to the man other than Qin Liu, began to sharpen her wits. Brad stared intently at the restroom lady's expression, then smiled. Got it, there indeed is a time limit. The restroom lady's face suddenly darkened. You're trying to trick me. With Qin Liu around, that was one thing, but what was Brad, some nobody, to come and try to trick her? The entire restroom immediately grew tense, with many things inexplicably shaking with a thud. Yuri, feeling confused, hugged Qin Liu's leg helplessly. BBB brother, don't space out, the backyard is on fire. Qin Liu snapped to attention and pushed the restroom lady away from Brad. He lifted the restroom lady's chin with one hand. I know you love to learn, but normal help among partners shouldn't come at a cost. For example, everything I provide you, I never ask for anything in return. Right? This habit is really terrible and must be stopped. Otherwise, if the restroom lady has to charge for everything, what will happen? The restroom lady thought it made some sense but felt it was also strange. I have a contract with you, not with him. Qin Liu replied, I have a contract with him, you belong to me, so this agreement also relates to you. When did you have a contract? The restroom lady frowned tightly, looking as if to say, you can't trick me. Brad smiled and said, resurrection agreement. As long as he resurrects me, I promise to give him a reward that will definitely satisfy him. What kind of contract is this? There's no signature. The restroom lady pouted, feeling very unconvinced. Qin Liu said seriously, a gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold. A promise made will surely be kept. The restroom lady appeared thoughtful. Fine then. After firmly correcting the restroom lady and establishing a solid moral character for himself, Qin Liu finally felt satisfied. Then, he turned to Brad and asked, why do you want to know the time the curse will stay? It's simple, as long as the curse leaves, we can let the restroom lady take us to a car without self-destruction. Brad shrugged casually, I think, next, we can probably safely rest here for a while. Yuri slapped his thigh, right. This place is now a safe house, free from curses, and cut off from the self-destruction red light. Wonderful, I'll take a good nap first. We haven't gone very far, but I'm really exhausted. That probably won't work. Qin Liu replied. Ha? Lakuri's face fell again, nearly looking as defeated as Wang Nima. We just ran away, and the curse's body didn't come. Just a wisp of its breath has already consumed so many warm clothes. If the curse leaves, will the curse really vanish? Qin Liu asked. No one could answer that question. Brad said gloomily, so, we might have to wait here a longer time. Until the curse disappears, or until the red light has passed 12 cars, and we clear the residual curse, then we can go directly to the cars behind the 12th, probably a few hours? A few hours? Ha! Qin Liu's mouth twitched. Did you forget there's a resurrection curse phoenix man that can move freely in the self-destructing car? Yuri thought for a long time before digging up some memories, then his face gradually turned pale. Brother, are you talking about that thing that chased you and hit you, and in the end, only the restroom lady and the fireman could blow it up? Yeah, that's it. Qin Liu didn't hide anything. Brad's look at Qin Liu immediately turned unfriendly. He had seen the Phoenix Man's strength and his obsession with Qin Liu. If Brad encountered the Phoenix Man in a regular car and regular time, he would never harbor any ill will towards Qin Liu to save his life. Because Qin could easily summon the restroom lady and the fireman, whether to fight or to swallow, he could definitely deal with it. But now they were in the restroom of a self-destructing car. The space is getting smaller, and not to mention, the toilet sister has also been hurt. Once the Phoenix Man breaks down the bathroom door, everyone will be doomed. For someone like Brad, who has survived this far by relying on his teammates' sacrifice powers, it's really hard to suppress his malice towards troublesome teammates. Brad raised his hand to check his watch, calculating silently, and stiffly said to Qin Liu, "There are about 10 minutes until the resurrection monster appears. Dragon Kingdom brother, you have only 10 minutes to solve the problem of being targeted by the resurrection monster." Qin Liu appeared oblivious to the deadly intent in the words, looking pure and innocent as he said, "I think, since we are a team, it's really not good for me to always be in the spotlight. Why don't you all do your best to save me this time?" Brad. Raculai, brother, are you serious? Chapter 98. Qin Liu was serious. And he kindly reminded, what I just said about the Phoenix Man resurrecting in 10 minutes is actually wrong. The correct answer is that in 5 minutes and 11 seconds, he will resurrect in carriage number 1. You can go all out, and if you can't protect me, let the toilet sister bail you out. Raculai hugged Qin Liu's thigh, crying loudly, "Brother, you know me. Besides being able to open the door, I only have this earnest loyalty, woo woo woo." Qin Liu ignored him and simply looked at Brad with anticipation, waiting for his answer. Brad, though his attributes didn't show much, Qin Liu knew his strength was far beyond what ordinary players could compare. However, after moving together, besides leeching off others and staying in the shadows, Brad has never revealed his true abilities. So, Qin Liu planned to push Brad a little. Important partners must be well understood, so they can set the price for the resurrection card so they can better resurrect him. The toilet sister floated next to Brad, beckoning him with her delicate finger, signaling him to lean in for a whisper. Brad looked puzzled. The toilet sister belongs to Qin Liu, but now she wants to have a secret conversation with him, is that okay? That's not okay. The toilet sister didn't care about that, whispering in his ear, right now, Qin Liu is the most dangerous. If the Phoenix Man comes, we can use him to buy time. But we absolutely cannot let the Phoenix Man break in. Brad's heart sank. She clearly saw through his inner thoughts. Beautiful lady, I am currently in the same boat as the Dragon Kingdom brother. He is my only hope for rebirth. I would never do anything against him, even if it costs me my life. Brad said earnestly. At a time like this, it's always best to speak straightforwardly with people, and with monsters, speak cautiously. He believed that if he revealed his true feelings directly, he would certainly be the one kicked out. Qin Liu could hear the toilet sister's words clearly and chuckled, "Do you think you can fool our clever eagle sauce brother with your little tricks? How could he not know? If I die, our contract no longer exists, and you can swallow them up without a care." Brad and Raculai's minds buzzed, feeling a chill run down their spines. That was close. Fortunately, it was just a thought, and they didn't really throw Qin Liu out. If Qin Liu died, without any other weird actions, the toilet sister could immediately turn her back on him. Live broadcast room. The toilet sister has always wanted to get close to the contract, she can't wait for Qin Liu to die quickly. She's even starting to turn Eagle Sauce against him. Luckily, Eagle Sauce's intelligence is online. Eagle Sauce has always been clear-headed. No wonder he has survived until now. He truly lives up to his name, amazing. I thought Qin Liu was already cunning enough, but the toilet sister is no less so. Truly, proximity to the red influences one to become red, proximity to the black influences one to become black. Our ancestors really did not deceive me. What's the use of discussing this now? Once the Phoenix Man arrives, death is still death. Sigh, this time the rules of the Strange Talk Challenge really seem to be a total wipeout. I support Qin Liu to die first, otherwise, he will resurrect Brad. At that point, our country will at least face the bizarre invasion again, and it will be a blood loss. Challenges can be lost. Qin Liu must die. Shiba, just letting Qin Liu die once is too cheap for him. Isn't the Phoenix Man supposed to be able to resurrect? I really hope he gives Qin Liu the ability to come back to life repeatedly, not hunt him down, that way it would be satisfying. Pickle brothers have a point, the citizens of Sakura country fully support this. Asan country raises hands in agreement. Except for Dragon country, the whole world is crying out, Qin Liu must die. Especially those citizens of challengers who exploded in strange curses, their voices are the loudest. Qin Liu does have backup of their physical organization. If he escapes danger and plays the spirit of great justice, maybe he could really bring them back to life. If even curses can't handle it, how many times will he die on the way to the control room? The quicker Qin Liu dies, the more peaceful the world becomes. I wonder which little cutie is cursing me again, Qin Liu said, flicking some saliva off his finger and touching his hot red ears. Now, with the stakes laid out, you all need to stay alert. Absolutely do not let her entice you. It's best to think of ways to protect me. I am your last hope. Qin Liu stated. Lukuri hurriedly flattered, Big brother, don't worry, if I could trade my life for yours, I would definitely die for you. Brad shot him a cold glance, now is not the time for life swaps. Dragon country brother, I previously discovered that your understanding of the strange far exceeds ours. Why do you know nothing about the Phoenix man who keeps staring at you? Qin Liu showed a helpless and innocent expression. About this matter, I want to understand it even more than you do. But what Brad said struck a chord with Qin Liu's wise thoughts. Now the system is upgraded, the identification ability has also improved. Maybe when he sees the Phoenix man again, he could indeed find some wanted information. But the current problem is, they are hiding in this bathroom and have no way to see the outside situation. To see the Phoenix man again, it would have to be when he crashes open the bathroom door. By then, even if he scans and identifies it, it might already be too late. The speed of the Phoenix man's actions isn't that fast. If only we could see it from a distance. Lukuri immediately understood what Qin Liu meant, and boldly knelt on the floor, twisting his neck, peering through the vent at the bottom of the door. Unfortunately, despite twisting his neck in all kinds of positions, he still couldn't see the outside situation, let alone the Phoenix man walking from afar. Big brother, no way. Sis, can you create a distorted field to let Big brother see outside? Brad asked. Sister Toilet grinned mischievously, you stick a mirror out, and I'll take Qin Liu to the outside mirror, then he can see whatever he wants. Really? That's great. Lukuri exclaimed joyfully. Qin Liu and Brad, however, stared at him coldly. With your IQ, don't come up with strategies. Do you think Dragon Country Brother is the Phoenix man, coming and going freely within self-destructive red light? Brad said coldly. Lukuri was stunned, his brain whirring, and quickly realized, immediately looking angrily at Sister Toilet. She is still trying to find ways to kill Qin Liu. Big brother, I was wrong. I wasn't alert enough, Lukuri said, almost crying from grievance. Sister Toilet floated nearby, giggling to herself. You're not completely useless. What you said still has some value, Brad suddenly offered Lukuri a comforting word. Lukuri's expression was cold, unable to feel any joy. In his eyes, Brad was just trying to mock him in another way. Brad grabbed a few shards of the mirror, looking seriously at Qin Liu, Dragon Country Brother, do you have a needle and thread? Paper and pen also needed. Yes. Whatever you need, just say the word, what's up? Qin Liu couldn't guess Brad's intention. Of course, I have. What's it for? Give it to me. I have a plan. Brad exclaimed. On the side, a sulking Lukuri, seeing Brad's serious demeanor, understood he wasn't making fun of anyone, and immediately leaned closer. Eagle soy sauce big brother. Did you really think of a way? What way? You'll understand when you see it. Brad said, pointing with his fingers, measuring the toilet, the door, and the crack in the door, then writing and drawing on paper with a pen. Bro, what is he doing? Rakuli frowned and asked. You, a computer expert, don't understand, how would I, a college student, understand? Rakuli's expression was bitter, thinking, just because you know about computers doesn't mean you know everything. Sister Toilet saw the three of them so focused and serious, and her attention was drawn to them, hovering behind Brad to take a look. Qin Liu squatted opposite Brad, and as he looked up, he could glimpse Sister Toilet's pair of snowy and proud assets. His perspective was also the perspective of the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. Wow! I have a nosebleed. Qin Liu can be a good guy, he knows how to find angles to give the brothers a benefit. From this angle, Sister Toilet's shape is indeed perfect. A bunch of lewd people, why is your focus so lacking in depth? Shouldn't we be discussing what Brad is doing? I'm just a vulgar person, I like alluring things. What is Brad doing? I don't understand, I won't comment, I won't participate. Most people really didn't understand what Brad was doing, but many elites in the livestream quickly figured it out. Brad was calculating distance and angles. Those angle symbols and measurement units he wrote on the paper were easily understood by anyone who had a bit of knowledge in similar areas. This guy is amazing, just using his fingers and his eyes, he can accurately measure the data he needs. This ability is something ordinary people just can't do. Everyone else has background information, but he doesn't, it's absurd. I realize that those with question marks in the original data are all tough characters. Qin Liu, just report my ID directly. I saw it, Brad's background information is still? This is quite strange. Qin Liu's intelligence is still? 2. These two unknown guys together might just create a miracle. The hope of the Dragon Kingdom's people was reignited. Dragon Kingdom brothers, give me a bedsheet. Brad found the notebook too small. Though he could compute, he wasn't the kind of genius who could remember all the data. The calculations he needed in the back required flipping back to the front, which was quite troublesome. Qin Liu vaguely understood Brad's intention, didn't ask more, and immediately spread out a clean white bedsheet for him. Brad immediately began to write and draw on the bedsheet. As the diagram became more complete, even the least professional person could understand. Brad was drawing a perspective diagram of the train. With the train structure diagram as a reference, it became much easier for Brad to draw on the bedsheet. What he just calculated were the data that weren't on the train structure diagram. The perspective diagram was understandable, but some diagonal arrow lines going up and down were confusing. In the end, Brad dragged over Pu Duanquan's body. "Help me lift the body." Qin Liu and Rakuli immediately obeyed and helped. Brad took needles and thread, constantly stitching the broken mirrors onto Pu Duanquan's body. "Madam, if you open the door to throw the body out, will the self-destruct red light come in?" Brad asked. Sister Toilet blinked in confusion, unable to guess what Brad was doing. "Of course, it will come in. But as long as you are fast, I can hold it off for 3 seconds. Sister Toilet was very curious about what Brad was doing, so she was naturally willing to help. 3 seconds is enough. Dragon Kingdom brothers, you two throw the body out the moment you open the door. Brad said. What are you doing? Do you want to see me shuttling through the self-destruct red light in the mirror? Are you trying to kill me this way? I'm telling you, I won't be hurt by the self-destruct red light in the mirror. Sister Toilet said. Madam, rest assured, you are the angel in my heart, how could I have any intention of harming you? This is to let the Dragon Kingdom brothers see the Phoenix Man in advance. Brad finally revealed his purpose. Huh? The two looked confused, their faces filled with disbelief. Brad pointed at the drawing on the bedsheet and explained, the mirror on the forehead of the puppet can directly reflect the door to carriage number 2. Through constant mirror reflection, the brothers from the Dragon Kingdom can stand inside and see what is happening at the carriage door through this piece of glass on the wall. This way, we can buy a whole minute for the carriage. At the normal speed of the Phoenix Man, it takes about a minute for him to appear and reach the restroom door. If the Dragon Kingdom brothers can gather some information, we will have a full minute to respond. Qin Liu was stunned and exclaimed, Eagle Brother is truly a genius. Brad smiled, throw it out, it might need adjustment, we must race against time. Next, Brad was in charge of shouting slogans, the restroom lady opened the door, and Qin Liu and Likuri were responsible for dragging the body of Pu Duanquan out. The three worked together seamlessly. Before the self-destructing red light came in, Pu Duanquan's body was successfully thrown out, and the door was closed. Qin Liu immediately looked at the restroom on the wall. However, the scene he saw was not as Brad described. I thought he was a master, turns out to be a talent in hiding. This is Eagle Brothers' genius player? Ha 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 ha. A flurry of operations fierce as a tiger, but looking at the result, foolish as a pig. Brothers, I get it, the background data meaning? Means he is an unusual player inserted beside the challenger. You guys are really disgusting. Although the outcome is unsatisfactory, Eagle Brother indeed made an effort. I'm a surveying major, I can prove that his data is absolutely correct, it must be some step that went wrong. Inside the carriage. Brad's eyes widened. This outcome was completely unexpected for him. Likuri also looked at the mirror and, not seeing the scene Brad described, felt like a deflated balloon. Eagle Brother, you aren't doing well. Brad said coldly. How could this happen? My plan was for Pu Duanquan's body to vanish in the self-destructing red light, so that the mirror on him could stand in the carriage at the intended angle. But his body is completely intact, causing a major angle deviation, so it naturally can't reflect the door of carriage number 2. Dragon Kingdom brothers, didn't you say that Pu Duanquan vaporized when he died in the self-destructing carriage, leaving only one arm? Now, it was Qin Liu's turn to frown. He had not witnessed how Pu Duanquan died. After being revived, Pu Duanquan, due to emergency trauma, could not clearly explain how he died, only vaguely mentioning disappearing into thin air. But anyhow, Pu Duanquan died in the self-destructing carriage, with only a severed hand remaining. Now, why was his body completely unharmed? After hearing Qin Liu's explanation, Brad asked, is it possible that the self-destructing red light wouldn't harm the body? Or a bolder guess, that this self-destructing red light no longer causes harm to humans? Really? We could just go out. Likuri exclaimed with joy. His excitement earned him 3 pairs of rolled eyes. Thinking of such a wild idea, his courage was too excessive. No wonder you are my battle brother, you did not let me down. You go out and try. Don't worry, if we're wrong, I'll give you my revival card first. Qin Liu said. Chapter 100. After Qin Liu's display of trust, Likuri shrank back in fear. He stiffened and said, as we all know, my loyalty is like the heavens, beyond doubt. Big brother, I think this important opportunity is still better given to Eagle Brother. Saying this, he turned to look at Brad, his expression cunning. Eagle brother, since you are going to die soon anyway, and Big Brother has promised to revive you, why not leave this glorious and challenging task of testing the self-destructing red light to you? Brad shot Likori a fierce glare and then turned to Qin Liu with a serious face. Brother from Dragon Country, since Pact Wanquan's body is fine, I suggest we revive him and let him go test things out. After all, he is the only one who has died from the self-destruction red light. Ah yes, in this regard, Pact Shiba has experience, he is the only one for the job. Laculai agreed. As long as it doesn't send him out to test, it doesn't matter which way he falls. As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens from Kimchi Country and the live broadcast rooms of Dragon Country, Eagle Sauce Country, and Asan Country immediately began to denounce and scold. People from Eagle Sauce Country and Asan Country were very happy, collectively supporting the revival of Pact Wanquan, and crazily listing the benefits of reviving him. As long as it's not a challenger from their own countries that dies, it doesn't matter how others die. Qin Liu had not yet expressed his stance when the train suddenly shook violently. The warm clothing stuck on the mirror was almost shaken off. At the same time, a roar came from the first carriage. The Phoenix Man, line end. Once again revived. Bang bang. The Phoenix Man is coming. Qin Liu frowned and looked at his watch, setting a countdown on it. As long as the Phoenix Man appears at the door connecting carriages 2 and 3, scan and identify as soon as possible to buy more time to think of a strategy. Laculai knelt on the floor, holding Qin Liu's legs and wailing, he's coming, Big Brother, don't just stand there, make a decision quickly. Stop just making noise. Amei, open the door, pull Little Pack back first. So troublesome, Sister Toilet showed an impatient expression, signaling them to get ready. As soon as the door opened, Qin Liu swiftly pulled Pact Wanquan's body back. Brother from Dragon Country, are we reviving him or not? Brad looked up and asked. That's too inhumane. Adjust the mirror, we'll do it again. Qin Liu said. Brad complained, now is not the time for mercy. If Pact Shiba can wander in the self-destruction red light, he wouldn't know how happy he would be, overcoming his psychological barriers. You don't understand anything. If he dies again, it won't help us understand the Phoenix Man, and it will waste our revival card. If he won't die from the red light, he still can't win against the Phoenix Man, instead, he will miss the key opportunity we have to deal with the Phoenix Man. If there's a safe and efficient way, why use a risky and wasteful way? Besides, Little Pack's life is also a life. As he finished the last sentence, it seemed as if a vast holy light appeared behind Qin Liu, and the whole person was about to become a Buddha on the spot. Laculai was shocked and stared in disbelief. He never expected that within these few seconds, Qin Liu could clearly sort out the importance of reviving Pact Wanquan. Even Brad, who was sitting on the floor, showed a surprised expression. These thoughts that Qin Liu came up with, he had never thought about them. Brad didn't say much and immediately began to adjust the angle of the mirror. Amei, after you devour other strange creatures, don't you gain the other party's abilities and attributes? Yes, what's the question? Sister Toilet floated in front of Qin Liu, full of excitement. She loved that Qin Liu could find problems from her. This could help her break through her bottleneck and evolve quickly. Of course, she had to grasp it well. She wasn't afraid of Qin Liu having too many questions, she was afraid that he could solve everything himself. Then after you devoured the Phoenix Man, how come you didn't gain its ability to resist the self-destruction red light? Huh? Sister Toilet looked dumbfounded, her big, watery eyes wide open. How do you know I didn't gain that ability? Qin Liu thought to himself, you have contracted with me. To me, you are no different from being naked, okay? I can see everything about you clearly from the system data. The system's description of the items in my exchange shop is very vague, but the data analysis on Sister Toilet is extraordinarily precise. Of course, Qin Liu couldn't tell her about the system. How hard can that be? If you're not afraid of the self-destruction red light, how can you block it for 3 seconds? Qin Liu said. Sister Toilet instantly turned into a silly girl. After a moment, she pouted and said, oh, so that's how it is. I was also curious why I didn't gain the Phoenix Man's ability. So I really support you all in testing self-destructing red light. Hee hee. Strange, how could this be? Qin Liu felt very puzzled inside. The Phoenix Man has 3 abilities, rebirth, self-detonation, and fearlessness of self-destructing red light. Sister Toilet ate it, but she didn't gain a single ability, which doesn't fit her swallowing nature. Just as she was about to figure something out, she suddenly heard Brad call out. He had already adjusted the angle of the mirror. This disturbance sparked a little inspiration in Qin Liu, but it instantly faded away. With Sister Toilet's cooperation, Park Wanquan's corpse was thrown out again. Big Brother, we can really see the door. Brad exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the mirror inside the bathroom. Qin Liu looked and immediately showed a trace of joy. Although the scene looked a bit strange, it could be seen. Eagle Brother, you really have a hidden skill. Qin Liu said. Brad showed a half-smiling expression. It's not that I hid my ability, but this ability couldn't be used before. The Phoenix Man is coming, Dragon Country brother, pay attention and observe. We won't disturb you. Sister Toilet flashed and dove into the mirror. The next second, she appeared inside the mirror on top of Park Dwan-Kuan's corpse. This way, she could see the approaching Phoenix Man without having to squeeze inside the bathroom with three big men. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the doors of carriages 2 and 3 were violently smashed open. The Phoenix Man appeared at the doorway, perfectly on time. Here he comes, big brother, what did you see? Lakori nervously asked, excitement in his voice. Can you stop disturbing the Dragon Country brother? Do you think he's a scanner? Brad said angrily. Lakori instinctively wanted to retort, but he hurriedly covered his mouth and watched Qin Liu with an anxious and expectant face. Without needing Lakori's urging, Qin Liu immediately activated the scan. However, the shockwaves caused by the Phoenix Man's walking continued without pause. The outside mirror swayed violently, making it hard for him to scan the Phoenix Man clearly. The identification ability has two uses, long-distance eye scan and close-range touch. Right now, the flaws of the eye scan method were exposed. Just as he began to identify the data changes of the Phoenix Man, the mirror shook violently and fell. Fuck! Lakori cursed in anger, you can't do this. Before he finished speaking, he saw Brad holding a thin line, gently pulling it, and the fallen mirror stood back up, maintaining its angle. Wow! It turns out you prepared another trick, awesome, awesome. Lakori immediately changed his blame into praise. Brad shot him a cold glance, not retaliating. Qin Liu seized the moment and continued to scan the Phoenix Man. After a series of data flashed by, Qin Liu's heart surged. He finally found the reason the Phoenix Man was hunting him down. Chapter 101. The scan identification was complete. The Phoenix Man's data panel detailedly appeared in front of Qin Liu. Occupation, train repairman. After death before completing repairs, he will be resurrected by the train. Other staff on the train also call him the Phoenix Man. Level, Physical S-Class, Oral SSS Class. Qin Liu was speechless. Why was his mouth SSS Class? Was he a genius in empty arguments? Could he talk someone to death? Thinking about those weird mutter attacks from the fish people, it really was as terrifying as that. But in recalling their previous two encounters, he hadn't used any verbal attacks even at the moment of death. Could it be that self-detonation stemmed from his mouth? Qin Liu guessed quietly. After some complaints, he continued to read down. Identity summary, as a train repairman, he only appears in self-destructing compartments, responsible for their repairs, and does not enter undamaged compartments, special situations excluded. Current work progress, the repair of carriage 1 is not yet complete. Reason, he has lost his core repair tool energy candy and has died twice without finding the lost energy candy. Currently, he is searching for the energy candy. Loss reason, the playful child stole the energy candy. The candy was stolen by a fake crew member, and after 2 encounters with the fake crew member, he ended up losing his life. Current work goal, tear apart the thief, reclaim the candy, fix the train, and complete the job. Such detailed data on the panel made Qin Liu's heart race wildly. Compared to earlier scans of the Phoenix Man, this time's data was incredibly thorough. Although it still didn't reveal the Phoenix Man's weaknesses, it clearly indicated what it wanted to do, which gave more direction on how to deal with it. Energy candy? Qin Liu suddenly remembered that when the basketball had died in a strange way, he had indeed picked up a bag of candy-like things. Since it had dropped in an unusual manner, he hadn't thought much and just picked it up. Later, after gaining the ability to identify things with the system, he had never taken out the candy for identification. The fake crew member must be talking about me. Could it really be because of that bag of candy? Qin Liu immediately took out the candy for scanning and identification. Energy candy, a core tool used by train repairers to fix trains. Wow, it really is. No wonder it's been targeting me to kill. Qin Liu gasped in surprise. Big brother, how's it going? Why are you pulling out a bag of candy? That guy isn't a child, how can you coax him with just a piece of candy? Lakori cried, feeling desperate. Although Qin Liu always had wild ideas, he knew that using candy to lure something strange was simply impossible. You're right, it's this bag of candy. Qin Liu said. Lakori? Big brother, what do you mean? Are you saying my brain is worse than my butt? Dragon Country brother, is it really looking for the candy on you? Brad also showed a look of disbelief. Qin Liu nodded with certainty. How do you know that? Brad asked. Qin Liu shrugged, I don't know. Maybe because my original data IQ is, so after staring at certain questions for a long time, I might gain some information. Lakori looked at this and that, suddenly filled with envy for these two data with question marks were both leaders, surviving until now based on their strength. Big brother, if what you said is true, then Eagle Sauce's job is a question mark. What use does that have? Lukuri asked. Qin Liu thought for a moment and said, half seriously and half jokingly, a profession represents expertise, so there's no need to know what Eagle Sauce's job is, we just need to unleash extraordinary abilities, going wherever needed without a fixed method. Brad stared at Qin Liu with a stiff face and said with a smile that wasn't really a smile, Dragon Country Brothers' analysis makes sense. In reality, I am indeed a bit of a jack of all trades, but I don't have a specific career. Lukuri still found their conversation too esoteric, but he couldn't think of a better understanding than theirs. Do you three still have time to study this? Just to be clear, if the Phoenix Man breaks in later, I can only save one. The restroom sister interjected. Lukuri and Brad both shuddered and gasped. The restroom sister had a contract with Qin Liu, so of course, she would only save him. In fact, previously, she had only dragged Qin Liu along to escape. Big brother, what are you waiting for? Quickly throw out the candy, then we'll be fine. Lukuri urged. Qin Liu shook his head calmly, if we give it away, we still can't solve the curse situation. I actually want to see how this candy is used. Lukuri instantly understood Qin Liu's meaning and said with a long face, Big brother, saving our lives is more important. Don't be greedy for this bag of candy at this time. Qin Liu huffed, what do you mean greedy? This is my collected gear. If it can work wonders in our hands, why should we give it away? No wonder he's my contracted partner, he's so clever. Hand the candy to me, and I'll help you test it. The restroom sister happily emerged from the mirror. Qin Liu immediately agreed. But he only agreed to give her one piece. Qin Liu hadn't forgotten that she had taken an entire bottle of repair liquid before. Petty. You even have to guard against your own people. Just give me one. The restroom sister huffed with pride, extending her hand. Qin Liu really poured one into his palm. Brad and Lukuri, are you serious? The energy candy had a smiling, eerie face printed on it. As Sister Toilet reached out to grab it, the smiling face instantly turned into a crying face. Sister Toilet furrowed her brows and quickly withdrew her hand. She had a strong premonition that this energy candy was not friendly to her. It's too ugly, I don't want to touch it. You all can see the effects for yourselves. Qin Liu nodded, this restroom is an accessible one. We cannot lose this base. If we are to test it, we must lure the Phoenix Man back with the train compartment. Brad and Lukuri could not be bothered to fight for this testing opportunity. Qin Liu was wary even of Sister Toilet, so he surely could not fully trust them, and they were aware of that. Sister Toilet smiled wickedly at Qin Liu, if you take him away, this domain will no longer be within the contract scope, and they will lose their protection. Hearing this, Brad and Lukuri trembled again. Big brother, let me take on this dangerous task. You know me, I have always been loyal and never back down. Lukuri volunteered. He was bright in his heart. Without Qin Liu, staying behind was a dead end. Though he wasn't a contract holder, his name was on the contract, so Sister Toilet would not harm him. What mattered more was, during the escape, Sister Toilet had flown with Qin Liu held in her arms. He wanted to enjoy such perks too. Maybe he could develop feelings with Sister Toilet, and then become her official contract holder, greatly increasing his safety. What Lukuri could think of, Brad could certainly think of too, and he actively sought a spot as well. Eagle Sauce, big brother, you've been cursed. Don't go spreading curses everywhere. If you pollute the other compartments and the cursed weirdness comes chasing after us, we'll have nowhere to escape. Stop arguing, don't delay. Ame, you take little Lukuri with you. Just remember to throw one piece to him. Pay attention to how the Phoenix Man uses the candy. Qin Liu handed over the whole bag of candy. Lukuri happily took it and exclaimed, Big brother, don't worry, I guarantee I will complete the task. He excitedly thought, Big brother's trust in me is greater than Sister Toilet's. His constant loyalty has indeed paid off. Lukuri cheerfully approached Sister Toilet, waiting for her to embrace him and fly. Ah! With a scream, Lukuri was grabbed by the hair and dragged into the mirror by Sister Toilet. Lukuri cried in his heart, this is not what I imagined. Flying while being embraced is clearly a benefit reserved for Big Brother. It's so unfair. Chapter 102. Seeing Lukuri being dragged away by his hair, Qin Liu and Brad felt their scalps tighten. Brad picked up the headscarf that Lukuri had dropped on the train compartment floor and shook his head with a smile. Looks like she is only gentle with you. Qin Liu shrugged, secretly rubbing his stomach where his high heels had kicked him. He thought, do men from Eagle Sauce Country misunderstand gentleness? On the other side. Lukuri's painful wail hadn't even finished when Sister Toilet dragged him into the restroom at the junction of the second and third compartments. Boom! Lukuri was heavily thrown onto the floor. Sister, can't you just hold my hand? I feel like my head is about to be pulled off. Lukuri put on a painful mask, rubbing his head with one hand and his butt with the other. Sister Toilet looked at him with disdain. Who wants to hold your stinky hand? Qin Liu said you don't even use paper when you go to the toilet. You have no hygiene at all. If it weren't for Qin Liu, you would definitely be at the top of my hunting list. Lurk felt a chill in his heart and suddenly didn't feel as much pain in his head and butt. Because his heart hurt more. To be despised like this, it seemed that wanting to have some personal connection with Sister Toilet was a hopeless idea. We do indeed use our hands when going to the toilet, but we only use our left hand. The right hand is for eating, and also. It's really true, you are seriously disgusting. Shut up, or I'll pull your tongue out. Sister Toilet leaped out from the mirror. Lurk was so scared he backed away. Because the space was too small, he crashed into the wall, and the pain made him howl again. The toilet sister shook off a handful of hair, looking disgusted. The quality of your hair is too poor. What kind of cheap shampoo do you usually use? Look at mine, shiny and black, flowing like sea silk. As she spoke, the toilet sister tossed her hair, truly resembling a flowing black waterfall. Lurk's eyes were wide with surprise, his heart fluttering like a baby deer. He couldn't help but daydream. What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I'll poke your dog eyes out. Don't forget why you're here, throw a piece of candy out quickly. The toilet sister scolded harshly. Lurk shivered, almost dropping the candy bag in his hand. He quickly fished out a piece of candy and threw it out just as the toilet sister opened the toilet door. At this moment, the Phoenix Man had already walked to the middle position of carriage number 3. He didn't continue forward but stood still in place. The toilet sister and Lurk couldn't see the Phoenix Man's situation, but Qin Liu and Lurk could clearly see through the mirror. Just as Lurk threw out the candy, the Phoenix Man clearly sensed it and immediately turned around to head back. He walked back much faster than he had walked forward. With his hurried and heavy footsteps, the train shook like a massive earthquake. When he reached outside the toilet door, he saw the energy candy thrown on the floor at a glance. The Phoenix Man's face lit up, picking up the energy candy and staring at the toilet for a few seconds before quickly walking toward carriage number 1. Dragon Country brother, the Phoenix Man is locking onto you based on the candy. Now Lurk is holding the candy bag in the toilet. How could it not sense that? Brad asked. Perhaps using this candy takes precedence over finding other candies, Qin Liu said seriously. Brad thought for a moment and found it reasonable. It seems this strange is part of the staff's trick, but I don't know what kind of work it undertakes. Qin Liu looked at him in surprise. In the system interface, the Phoenix Man was called the train repairman. He had never revealed this, yet Brad managed to analyze it himself, which was quite impressive. At this moment, the toilet sister dragged Lurk to the toilet at the connection of carriages 1 and 2. The Phoenix Man's speed wasn't as fast as the toilet sister moving through the mirror, so they waited for a while before hearing him return to carriage 1. At this point, they encountered a problem. Qin Liu had said they needed to see clearly how the Phoenix Man used the candy and the effects after use. However, now they couldn't see the situation in the carriage. Neither of them had Brad's puppet master skills, nor did they have the corpse of Pu Duanquan for use. You need to think of a way quickly, or I'll go back and bring Brad here, the toilet sister said. Lurk's face turned pale, shaking nervously. Sister, don't. If you go, I'll die. That's exactly what I want. I said I can only bring one person, and of course, I can't bring a corpse over. If you die, when Brad comes, there will be a corpse to use. Anyway, I don't care if anyone other than Qin Liu dies. Lurk was crying at heart. With such good looks, how could you be so scheming? Lurk looked at the candy and scratched his head. The first thought that popped into his mind was, threaten her with the candy. If he died, Qin Liu wouldn't survive either. But Lurk was quick enough to realize that the toilet sister was always shouting about breaking contracts and trying to get them to harm Qin Liu, and now this thought played right into her hands, so he couldn't use it. Lurk grabbed his thinning hair, endlessly muttering in his heart, think of a way, you are the best, you can definitely come up with a solution. A few seconds later, Brad's mind lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly. Sister, I thought of a way. If you thought of something, just say it, don't make a fuss. The mirror will also be fine during self-destruction, right? Sister, you will be fine in the mirror, right? I can hold the mirror hand out to the outside. You can see what the Phoenix Man is doing through the mirror in my hand, right? Lurk said cheerfully. Sister Toilet blinked her big eyes a few times, reminding him with confusion, the moment your hand meets the self-destructive red light, it will turn to ashes. Lurk shook his head and said, as long as my hand is dead, it won't. Sister Toilet was confused by her, can you be clearer? You've been with Qin Liu for so long, just learning to talk in a way that's hard to understand, I really hate it. Sister, if you twist off my left arm and stick the mirror on my left hand, I can hold my left arm with my right hand, then there will be a safe extension distance. Sister Toilet? You don't want your arm? Lurk had a righteous look, as long as it can help big brother and sister you, what is a mere arm worth? Inner self, As long as I can survive to the end, losing an arm is no big deal. This is called sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. I will praise you a few words in front of Qin Liu. Sister Toilet said, her fingers coming together like a knife. It really was a glinting knife. With a flash of cold light, blood spattered, Laculi's left arm was chopped off at the shoulder joint. The cut was neat, not pulling skin or meat. Although Laculi was mentally prepared, the moment he saw his arm chopped off, the sense of loss and fear in his heart completely overwhelmed the pain, almost making him faint. I guess you still have some blood in you. Here, take a little bit. Sister Toilet said, taking out half a bottle of repair fluid, dropping a drop of it, and spraying it in a mist over Laculi's severed arm. Although it really was just a little bit, the healing effect was surprisingly good. In an instant, Laculi's bleeding stopped, and the pain disappeared as well. Laculi's expression was extremely complicated. He was pained for losing his arm, yet happy for gaining Sister Toilet's good opinion. No wonder she took the whole bottle, it turns out this stuff is so magical. This effect, rice balls can't compare at all. Laculi thought in his heart. Sister, dear sister, it hurts so much, can you give me another drop, please? Laculi pretended to look very painful. Sister Toilet put the bottle away with a sideways glance at Laculi, not even a drop left. If you're really in pain, then go die, I can stick more mirrors in your corpse. Laculi shivered and forced a smile, oh, it suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. Sister, hurry and place the mirror on my left hand. Sister Toilet had no intention of placing the mirror but instead cut a piece down with her hand knife, sticking it upright onto Laculi's severed hand. Then, she opened a hole in the door where she controlled the red light to come in, allowing Laculi to extend his hand out. Wow, sister, I told you right. The severed hand really won't disappear. Maybe I can attach my hand back, can you give me a little more repair fluid later? Pretty please, sister? Laculi was extremely excited. Sister Toilet, however, had no time to pay attention to him as she was focused on watching the actions of the Phoenix Man. Although both were working on the train, if it weren't for Qin Liu taking the other's candy, they would have never met in this line of work. Naturally, the Phoenix Man wouldn't know how Sister Toilet eliminated rule breakers, nor had she seen what the Phoenix Man did with the candy. This scene, however, held epoch-making historical significance. The first carriage was badly damaged, with many seats destroyed. On the floor of the carriage, there were pools of blood that seemed to have already congealed. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here. There stood the Phoenix Man in the middle of the carriage, swallowing a piece of candy. At that moment, his body seemed to become transparent, and Sister Toilet could clearly see where that piece of candy went down. After the candy was swallowed into his stomach, it immediately transformed into visible energy, flowing into the Phoenix Man's limbs. In an instant, the Phoenix Man became shining with golden light. The brilliance was overwhelming. The Phoenix Man's eyes shone with two especially dazzling golden beams. Wherever the golden light touched, it miraculously restored everything. Even more strangely, the self-destructing red light from before vanished without a trace. The golden light on the Phoenix Man continuously gathered in his eyes. Once he turned his body and swept the entire car with his gaze, the golden light disappeared, and the self-destructing red light completely vanished. The once broken and bloodstained carriage number 1 became brand new, fully equipped. So that candy was its energy source, the Toilet Sister thought to herself. Seeing the Phoenix Man's work for the first time, she was naturally astonished. In the restroom, Laculi, who had been using a mirror to check her arm, could not see the Phoenix Man's actions, but through a crack in the restroom door, she noticed the disappearance of the self-destructing red light outside. Sister? What's going on? Answer me. Laculi shouted nervously, unable to understand the situation. With a flash of white light, the Toilet Sister emerged from the mirror in the restroom, vividly describing what she had just witnessed. Is it really that amazing? Sister, you aren't lying to me, are you? The Toilet Sister huffed proudly, I'm so beautiful and powerful, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go look for yourself. Saying that, the Toilet Sister opened the restroom door and pushed Laculi out. Ah! I'm going to die. Laculi screamed in fear. After a moment of screaming, she suddenly realized she was fine. After looking at the situation in carriage number 1, Laculi was amazed and couldn't close her mouth, the Toilet Sister really hadn't lied. The self-destruction was repaired, and this place was safe now. Ah, sister, we're really okay, we did it. Laculi cheered loudly. Before her words finished, a cold wind rushed in. Suddenly, two strange shadows appeared before Laculi. You can't sleep well, making a loud ruckus on the train is a serious violation, eliminate. Strange, strange, strange? Sister, help me. Laculi shouted in panic and ran desperately back to the restroom. Just as she was about to be attacked, the Toilet Sister transformed into white light and flew out. Before the two strange beings could even call out, they became the Toilet Sister's food. So low level. No wonder carriage number 1 was destroyed so severely, the toilet sister disdainfully spat. Eerie collapsed in the restroom, still shaken and repeatedly patting her chest, saying, "Sister, I recognize them, they should have been killed by the older brother right from the start. They shouldn't be back to bite again." The Phoenix Man restored the carriage, so the strange beings that died here were revived too, the toilet sister explained. Ah. Eerie's hair stood on end. Is this starting a new cycle? This is huge, we must go back and tell the older brother. In the next moment, a spark of brilliance flashed through Eerie's mind. "Sister, wait for me, I'll go take another look." Saying this, she immediately ran out of the restroom and stood in a place where the mirror couldn't see her. Focusing on the candy in her hand, Eerie's mouth curled into a wicked smile. Qin Liu was using the strange beings and their gear to do as she pleased, and this bag of candy, with its powerful effects, if given back to Qin Liu, she wouldn't share even half a piece with anyone. "Why should only you be strong? Without me, you can't even open the door. Instead of letting you take me to victory, I should become strong myself. After all, this is the world of the strong. I've lost an arm, one candy can't be too much to ask." The more Eerie thought about it, the more excited she became. She immediately took out a piece of energy candy and swallowed it whole. She felt her body alternating between cold and hot, feeling heavy yet also like it was disappearing. Looking down, Eerie was stunned, her hair stood on end. She was becoming transparent. Getting thinner and thinner, like a balloon that was being inflated, and was about to explode at any moment. "Sister, I..." Boom! Eerie exploded. This idiot, full of clever tricks, and now she's dead. The toilet sister looked at the fallen bag of candy on the floor, too scared to pick it up. Seeing the Phoenix Man approach, she flew into the mirror, returning to the restroom where Qin Liu and the others were. At this moment, Qin Liu and Brad were looking at messages on their phones. When they saw that Eerie had died, both were shocked, thinking that Brad had some bad thoughts and was killed by the toilet sister. Only after looking at the specific cause of death did they understand that Eerie was not killed by the toilet sister, but he did have bad thoughts, which ultimately led to his own demise. Chapter 104. Just as Brad was about to speak to Qin Liu, unexpectedly, he let out an bang, instead. The toilet sister reached out her arm from the mirror, grabbing Brad's foot and dragging him into the mirror. Brad was completely unprepared, his foot lifted, and his head naturally slammed hard against the ground. Bang! Once again, there was a dull sound, and Brad was thrown into the toilet between carriages 1 and 2. Brad struggled to sit up, resting a hand on his head. Although the toilet sister grabbed his foot, he felt like his head was about to be smashed. "Sister, next time. You men are so annoying." The toilet sister interrupted Brad impatiently. "Eerie complained that I hurt his head when I grabbed him, and now that I'm grabbing your leg, why do you look so resentful? What a hassle." Brad stared at her in a daze. What kind of twisted logic is that? Does not grabbing hair mean grabbing feet? Can't you hold us like you did with Qin Liu? If you want to grab my foot, at least warn me first, my head is about to break. Brad didn't dare to complain to the toilet sister and quickly adjusted his mood, putting on a flattering expression. "Sister, why did you bring me here?" "Of course, it's to let you pick up candy. Am I going to eat you?" The toilet sister pointed outside the toilet. Brad dared not ask why it was him, but then immediately understood that if it had been Qin Liu she grabbed, he would have already died in that toilet by now. This toilet seeker, while a bit reckless, still had some thoughtful intentions. Brad looked outside warily and was very surprised to see that the self-destructing red light had disappeared. He hurriedly asked what was going on. "Why are you so annoying? Do you want an answer or do you want to die? Once the Phoenix Man arrives, go fight him for it, I can't help you." The toilet sister scolded. Brad swallowed a mouthful of cold air, cautiously extended an arm to test it, and indeed nothing happened. Without hesitating any longer, Brad jumped out of the toilet, picked up the bag of candy, and quickly crawled back into the toilet. The Phoenix Man walked slowly, with the toilet sister going back and forth. He hadn't even reached the toilet door yet. Seeing the candy being picked up, the Phoenix Man let out a roar. The sound echoed in the carriage, ringing painfully in people's ears. The entire carriage was shaking violently. Bang! Under the violent shaking, the mirror on the wall shattered into pieces. "Shattered like this, can you still use it?" Brad furrowed his brows tightly. "As long as it's a mirror, I can use it. Let's go back." Brad's heart sank tightly, and he hurriedly said, "Sister, can we not grab hair or feet? For example, you could wrap around my waist." He wasn't trying to take advantage like Eerie but truly found the feeling of being dragged like that terrible. He didn't want to experience it again. Okay, Qin Liu doesn't ask as much as you." The toilet sister's arm grew longer, swiftly wrapping around Brad's waist 3 times. In a flash of light and shadow, the toilet sister flew into the mirror. As soon as she entered the mirrored world, her hands suddenly became unbound. Looking back, she was dumbfounded. Brad couldn't enter the mirrored world but was instead split into many large and small meat chunks, left scattered in the toilet. As soon as the repair fluid was sprayed, all of Brad's pain on the ground instantly disappeared. Because of the curse, even when shattered, he wouldn't die, various tissues in his body would still connect with his brain, a situation that Sister Toilet had told him about before. He never expected her words to come true. "Sister, why is this happening?" Brad asked in pain. "Of course, it's because the Phoenix Man tampered with the mirror." Sister Toilet decisively shifted the blame. "You wait here, I'm going to bring Qin Liu over." "Sister, wait a moment." Brad raised the fingers scattered on the ground, intending to gesture for his hand. "I'm like this now, if you bring Qin Liu here, he will also fall apart. He is different from me, if he falls apart." Brad's heart tightened as he suddenly realized something was wrong, hastily swallowing back the thought of will die. Sister Toilet had been thinking of ways to get rid of Qin Liu, and now she had been given an excellent opportunity. "It seems that's true." Sister Toilet filled in the unspoken words for Brad. This could get very troublesome. Seeing that she failed to realize he could use this method to deal with Qin Liu, Brad secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But he was worried Sister Toilet might catch on to the problem, so he decided to change the topic. "Sister, I have a plan." Sister Toilet's big eyes blinked in confusion. He's already shattered like this, yet he can still think of a plan? This guy is indeed way smarter than those clueless straight men. "What plan?" Sister Toilet asked. "You use the repair fluid to piece my hand and head back together first." Sister Toilet furrowed her brows, guarding the small pouch containing the repair fluid, and coldly said, "You don't want to trick me out of my repair fluid, do you?" Brad was almost in tears and hurriedly laid all his plans bare. Sister Toilet tapped her cheek, thought for a moment, and said, "It's worth a try." "Humph, this will be a big expense, I must ask the clueless straight man to compensate." Sister Toilet didn't pick up the pieces one by one. Instead, she gestured with both hands, and those broken mirrors kept falling onto Brad's meat chunks. With another set of gestures, those meat chunks surprisingly gathered quickly under the pull of the mirrors. In just a few seconds, Brad's head and 2 arms were pieced together. Using his head to control his hands, Brad tied a candy packet to his left hand and took one piece in his right hand. "Sister, please throw my left arm with the candy packet into car number 2. Place my right arm in car number 1. Sister Toilet complied. She couldn't touch the candy, but she could handle the hand tied with the candy. When Sister Toilet threw his left arm into the middle of car number 2, Brad threw the single candy from his right hand, but closer to them. "Sister, can you please help me place my head on the table where I can see car number 2? Brad felt bitter inside. Sister Toilet only avoided sweets, but she did touch the string from Qin Liu's sewing kit. "No way, I hate the feeling of getting shocked by that damn string." "You pull it yourself," Sister Toilet said angrily. Before she got stronger, those strings had trapped her in her clothes, and just thinking about it made her furious. Sister Toilet wouldn't budge, so Brad could only command his hands with his brain to pull it himself. "Okay, you wait here, don't scream, don't run around. I'll go get Qin Liu." Before the words finished, Sister Toilet vanished into the mirror, leaving Brad completely confused. "Look at me, am I able to run or move?" Brad's expression was bitter. "Huh? She still wants to bring Qin Liu over? Hey, sister." A wave of despair surged through Brad. After all that fuss, Qin Liu was still going to die. "No way, I need to send a message to him." Brad directed his arm, feeling around in the restroom, and against all odds, he finally found his phone. Then his arm crawled over to the table where his head was placed. He opened Qin Liu's contact and immediately sent him a private message. "Dragon Kingdom brother, influenced by the Phoenix Man, the mirror has changed. Entering and exiting through the shattered mirror, we will be split into pieces." After sending the message, feeling it still lacked persuasion, he took his phone and snapped a photo of the surviving pieces in the restroom, sending it to Qin Liu. "Dragon Kingdom brother, I've done my best, now it's up to you. If you die, I'm finished too." Worried for Qin Liu, Brad suddenly trembled, realizing he wasn't safe at all. Holding a bag of candy, wasn't he a target for the Phoenix Man? The toilet rescuer is hoping Qin Liu will help her get stronger. She might not really kill Qin Liu. "I'm just worrying for nothing." Brad chuckled bitterly, quickly thinking of ways to stay alive. "If it comes to it, I'll just throw the candy to it. If Qin Liu asks, I'll say I couldn't hide and just got robbed." Brad thought to himself. He cautiously observed the Phoenix Man's movements. He didn't want to use such self-preservation methods until the last moment. Strangely, the Phoenix Man showed no intention of turning back to grab candy first. It ate the second piece of candy and had already begun repairing the second carriage. "Oh, I see. After repairing the carriage, it will become stronger. Repairing the carriage is indeed the best choice. After all, it can track the candy, there's no rush to grab it." Brad analyzed in secret. On the other side, Sister Toilet had arrived at the restroom where Qin Liu was located. Her speed had slowed down a lot compared to before. Brad's 2 messages were both read by Qin Liu when Sister Toilet finally appeared. Why so slow? You don't look well, Qin Liu asked with concern. Sister Toilet was honest, recounting everything she saw and experienced to Qin Liu. What? Brother Eagle Sauce shattered? Qin Liu pretended to be surprised. Yeah, so I can only take you to the restroom between carriage 2 and 3, otherwise, you'll get torn apart too, Sister Toilet said. Her eyes were clear, rivaling those of Qin Liu. Sister Toilet's thoughts and Brad's mindset were clear as daylight in Qin Liu's heart. Sister Toilet's talk about trying to kill him was merely to fool Brad and the others, to provoke them into helping. Because of the contract, any injury Qin Liu suffered would first fall upon her, she couldn't possibly kill him. Although Brad was clever, he didn't know the details of the contract, which was why he worried. We must hurry. Once the Phoenix Man repairs the second carriage, it will definitely influence the restroom between carriages 2 and 3, Sister Toilet reached out to take Qin Liu away. You're right to worry. So you can't pull my hair or tug my feet, you need to hold me in your arms. Otherwise, if I get hurt, you'll take double damage. I can't stand to see you get hurt again. Got it, enough already. So annoying. Sister Toilet held Qin Liu tightly in her arms and flew into the mirror. Qin Liu, you don't have to turn my face inward. I can't breathe like this. Although, facing outward also feels suffocating in the strong wind. Alright, facing inward is a little better. Sister Toilet brought Qin Liu to the restroom between carriages 2 and 3. At this moment, the Phoenix Man had already repaired carriage 2 and was turning back to get the candy bag. In its eyes, there is only candy. Even if we run past, it won't harm us, right? Qin Liu asked. If you want to go, you can go. I'm not going. It's safer to go through the mirror. Sister Toilet said and flew into the mirror. Qin Liu sighed bitterly and walked out of the restroom. As he looked at carriage 2, it was even cleaner and tidier than when he arrived before. Looking at the Phoenix Man, he was already close to carriage 1. Qin Liu didn't hesitate much, quickly following behind. At the restroom position between carriages 1 and 2, Qin Liu successfully overtook the Phoenix Man. As he passed the restroom door, Qin Liu glanced inside. Even though Brad had sent him a photo before, seeing the real scene now made him feel a storm churning in his stomach. Dragon Country Brother, I'm here, hurry! Brad shouted loudly. Qin Liu quickly ran to the table where Brad's head was placed, constantly reassuring himself, just treat this as a magic show. This scene, whether mentally or physically, is hard to accept. Eagle Sauce Brother, it's like this already, why not just die? I can revive you later. Brad wanted to shake his head, but without a neck, he couldn't move. No. Dragon Country Brother, listen to me, the curse is constantly devouring me, but I'm not in pain, so you don't have to worry. Perhaps you can rely on the process of me being devoured to find a way to counter the curse. If that's true, then my death would have value. Brad's eyes were firm. Eagle Sauce Brother is noble. Don't worry, after dealing with the Phoenix Man, I will sew your body back together. Thank you, Dragon Country Brother. Have you thought of a way to deal with the Phoenix Man? The restroom seeker said it has become stronger. Even she is very afraid. Brad said. Qin Liu nodded. It has indeed become stronger. When he first saw the Phoenix Man, he had conducted a new round of scanning on him. Not to mention other data, the red on his panel was clearly stronger than Sister Toilet's. Sister Toilet is Super S level, and the Phoenix Man's physical strength has reached SS level. Let alone now when Sister Toilet is injured, even at her peak period, along with the Fireman at his peak, they would definitely not be the match for the current Phoenix Man. What about the way to deal with it? Brad couldn't wait for the answer he wanted and could only urge. The rope to untie the bell must be tied by the one who rings it. Success and failure depend on candy. Brad looked puzzled, suddenly feeling that his IQ was not enough. He couldn't understand it at all. I don't understand. Time was urgent, and Brad couldn't waste time with Qin Liu. Qin Liu turned to glance at the approaching Phoenix Man, grabbed the candy bag, lifted Brad's head, and quickly ran towards the back of the carriage. He kept running until he reached the last row of seats, then placed Brad's head on the table. Eagle Sauce Brother, just wait a moment. Brad's expression was bitter. I'm not anxious, but it won't wait for you. With its speed, that's enough. Qin Liu said, and immediately inquired with the system in his mind. System, if I throw the Phoenix Man into the superpowered backpack, will it work? As long as the host can fit it in, anything can be stored. OJBK. Exchange for a plain warm clothes. Store it in the superpowered backpack. Ding. Plain warm clothes exchanged successfully, consuming 10,000 scare points. Already stored in the superpowered backpack, the host can retrieve it as needed. Qin Liu immediately took out the warm clothes and placed the candy bag inside. Eagle sauce brother, can your hands make a drawstring for the clothes? Qin Liu asked. Of course, I can. Why are you making a drawstring now? You'll understand in a moment. Time is pressing. Let's work together separately. Qin Liu put the thread and the warm clothes into Brad's hands. Brad was puzzled, but didn't ask further, immediately manipulating his broken arm to start pulling the drawstring on the clothes. Qin Liu also sat down, sewing the cuffs and bottom of the clothes. Just as they finished, the Phoenix Man was already very close. It continued to ignore Qin Liu and Likori, its gaze fixed on the candy bag. Qin Liu quickly placed the pocket made from the warm clothes into the small backpack of the superpower suit, then opened the small backpack and set it in the compartment. Seeing this, Brad understood Qin Liu's intention. Brother from the Dragon Kingdom, you mean too? Shoo. Qin Liu gestured for him to be quiet. Although the Phoenix Man only cared about candy, if it suddenly understood what they were doing, no one could guarantee it wouldn't eliminate safety risks first. Brad realized he almost let it slip, his face suddenly darkened, and he tightly closed his mouth, not daring to breathe. The Phoenix Man seemed unaware of anything, bending down to get the candy. Qin Liu suddenly jumped up, hugging the Phoenix Man's legs and trying to stuff it into the small backpack. Get in. The air froze. The Phoenix Man stood as if rooted, not moving at all. Brad coughed, his expression unclear whether to laugh or cry. Damn it! Qin Liu cursed, pulling out a flashy dog's eye knife from his waist. Seeing this, Brad wanted to dodge, but with his head and limbs separated, he couldn't move at all. Even with his eyes closed, he was still stung by the light, feeling his eyeballs might get burned. Forget the head that was so close, even the mass in the toilet was affected by the dazzling knife's paralysis effect. How has the attack range of this knife gotten bigger? Are the toilet seekers evolving? Could it be that the knife is evolving too? Brad was shocked. The Phoenix Man had just grabbed the candy and realized it was completely paralyzed and couldn't move. Get in. This time, instead of hugging its feet, Qin Liu jumped up and pressed down on the Phoenix Man's head, forcibly pushing it into the small backpack of the superpower suit. Then, he quickly pulled the drawstring on the clothes to seal it. In less than 2 seconds, the Phoenix Man began to struggle violently inside the bag. The small backpack in Qin Liu's hand could barely hold it, slipping out of his hand. Crap, is it going to break my bag? System, didn't you say it was safe? Can you be reliable at a critical moment? Before the system could respond, the small backpack calmed down. After waiting a while, there was still no sign of movement. Alright, it really can hold. A sunny smile bloomed on Qin Liu's face. Sister Toilet sensed that Qin Liu had subdued the Phoenix Man, immediately flying out from the toilet. As expected of the man I made a pact with, amazing. Give it to me, eating it now will make me stronger. Sister Toilet fluttered her eyes, no longer the strong woman image, but more like a little fangirl of Qin Liu. As long as I can get stronger, is it wrong to lower my stance occasionally? Are you sure it won't explode in your stomach and kill you? Of course not. I'm your pact partner, how could I be that weak? Sister Toilet huffed. You seem overly confident. It's not overconfidence. I know how much defense I have, how could I not be aware? If I don't eat it now, it'll eat the candy and you'll have blown up the bag. Sister Toilet urged. Qin Liu chuckled, you can't rush to eat hot tofu. Wait until it fixes the 16 compartments before you eat it, wouldn't that be better? Sister Toilet's big watery eyes blinked a couple of times, licking her lips hungrily. It might be much stronger than me by then, would you still be willing to let me eat it? Sister Toilet showed a pitiful expression. What's that? I made a pact with you, not with it. Besides, I like beautiful things, I can't appreciate that muscle lump. As long as it looks good, I'll take care of the pretty one, alright? Qin Liu replied. Sister Toilet slightly curved her red lips, raising her hand to toss her shiny black hair. The waist twisted, forming a perfect S shape. Don't tempt me, I don't like others being too forward. You should rest, I need to give Big Brother Eagle Sauce a body. Qin Liu said. I can help. Sister Toilet said happily, I've learned a skill of repairing broken mirrors. Just place the mirror on his flesh, and I can quickly restore him. Qin Liu was stunned, suddenly remembering that last time when the mirror shattered while meeting a cleaner, Sister Toilet had used this very same trick to fix things. Qin Liu hurriedly checked Sister Toilet's ability panel in the system, and saw one of her abilities was indeed repairing broken mirrors. Opening the detailed information, he couldn't help but smile. Sister Toilet's abilities all came from Swallow Swallow Swallow, the learning of the hammer. Repairing broken mirrors, an ability obtained by the toilet helper through devouring the train repairman. Before, Qin Liu always thought the Phoenix Man's ability was immunity to self-destruct red light, self-explosion, and rebirth. Now, he realized that his real ability was repair. As for the other 3 abilities, they were not actually the Phoenix Man's, but were granted by the train. He could use them, but they didn't belong to him. Qin Liu didn't break the news, letting Sister Toilet believe it was her own insight. Who knows, if she studies hard later on, she might really develop her own unique ability. With Sister Toilet's help, Qin Liu didn't need to pick up pieces one by one, he just had to watch her show her skills. But after restoring, both Qin Liu and Brad were dumbfounded. Many body parts were completely installed incorrectly. Brad's member was installed on his nose. This scene was truly hard to look at. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, they directly blurred the screen. However, Brad only focused on the other parts of his body and didn't pay special attention to this inappropriate misalignment, thinking it was his big nose blocking his view. Chapter 107. Sister Toilet admired her labor results. The more she looked, the more a sense of accomplishment she felt, but as she kept looking, her expression gradually changed. She floated to Qin Liu's side and whispered in his ear, "I feel like he looks a little different from before? Can't you tell what's different?" Sister Toilet tilted her head, her fingers scratching her cheek, shaking her head seriously. Seeing Sister Toilet's innocent and clueless look, Qin Liu couldn't help but chuckle. Whether she did it on purpose or accidentally, it was all quite amusing. Although it felt a bit like losing virtue. After Qin Liu explained the issue to her, Sister Toilet showed an utterly surprised expression. "You didn't put his nose on the bottom, did you?" "Yeah, I thought they were about the same." Qin Liu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. How could they be about the same? The differences were clearly so big. Then, can he still use it like this? Sister Toilet asked innocently. "I don't know." Qin Liu struggled to suppress his laughter. "How can you not know? You're also a man." Sister Toilet curiously looked at Qin Liu. Qin Liu felt a chill beneath him and instinctively took a step back. People and mirrors are after all different, Qin Liu sighed. Sister Toilet looked wronged. "This can't be my fault, I've never seen what you men look like without clothes. You know, when we first met, my eyes and mouth were on my hands, how would I know these things?" After saying that, Sister Toilet stuck out her tongue and made a scared expression for having done something wrong, then slipped into the mirror. "Hey, at least fix it a bit." Qin Liu couldn't help but facepalm. How did I end up with a contract with someone who avoids problems? The train car was very cold. Brad's nose quickly shrank into a screw. With his nose no longer blocking his view, he still didn't realize that his nose and member were switched. Where is he breathing from now? Qin Liu thought to himself. Although he was curious, the image was too beautiful, and he really couldn't bear to think further. "Big brother Eagle Sauce, how about I make a slight adjustment for you?" Qin Liu truly couldn't watch any longer. As a man, looking at Brad's nose, he felt extremely uncomfortable. "Aren't you a student of agriculture? Do you even understand surgery?" Brad asked in confusion. "Yes, it's agriculture. I've learned about grafting roses." "Brad. It's fine, anyway, you'll be numb and won't feel the pain," Qin Liu said, pulling out a dazzling knife. Brad's skin tightened at the sight of the blade. Having suffered a few disasters, he could speak from experience about the feeling of being helpless under Qin Liu's knife. "Let's not waste time on me. I don't have much time left anyway. As long as my hands and feet can work normally, that's all that matters." Since he had said so, Qin Liu could only agree. "Bro, don't you only have one revival card left?" Brad asked. Qin Liu checked the system's shock value, and there was still enough to exchange for a lot. But he still nodded and agreed. Brad's eyes narrowed, and his expression became even more serious. He believed he knew Qin Liu very well. This revival card, Qin Liu had never used easily, he must be waiting for the right moment. He had backups for everyone, he would revive whoever was useful to him, rather than prioritizing reviving Lakuri or Park Dangun as he had promised. If Qin Liu no longer received revival cards in the future, then the one he had in hand now would be highly competitive. "Bro, while we are resting here, let's sign a formal contract," Brad said. He needed to use his advantage to secure this revival card. He was cursed and being devoured faster and faster. At this rate, even if the speed didn't increase, he would definitely die before the 12th car self-destructed. "Eagle brother, we should keep our promise, no need to sign a contract like the one I have with Toilet Sister, right? I trust you, you trust me," Qin Liu said with a pure expression. Hearing Qin Liu's words, Brad became even more convinced that he had to leave the revival card for someone more useful to him. That made it even more necessary to sign a contract. "I trust you, but we can't guarantee that the real world will trust us in return. Because what I can offer you is all from the real world," Brad said. Qin Liu's interest was piqued upon hearing this. "What does Eagle brother want to give me?" "It depends on what you want." Qin Liu slightly furrowed his brows. To say such a thing showed that Brad's background was indeed not simple. If he were just an ordinary person, the Eagle Nation could completely ignore him. He could win because he was a national hero. But if he died repeatedly, even if he ultimately triumphed, it would be more of a disaster than a benefit to the country. Qin Liu thought seriously for a moment and said, "Since Eagle Brother insists, let's sign a contract on paper." Qin Liu could guess some of Brad's thoughts. If it were him, he would definitely fight hard for this last revival card. Now, Qin Liu still had one last call privilege with the command center. Brad hadn't used any of his calls yet and still had 3 left. Without hesitation, Qin Liu used his last call privilege. This guy is really greedy, even if this time, he's thinking about making a profit. Doesn't he want to keep the only revival card for himself? College students really lack vision, they still lack the harsh lessons of society. They only see immediate benefits, sigh. If he can get something, fine. What worries me is that the Eagle Nation isn't foolish. How could they just give him whatever he wants? It's ridiculous. Amidst the angry curses from netizens nationwide, the command center answered Qin Liu's call. "Commander, whatever you need or can get, negotiate with the Eagle Nation. Then, have them send the results of the negotiation to Brad's phone, and I'll write it into the contract." The Dragon Nation's command center immediately fell into stunned silence. Having come this far, the whole country hoped for Qin Liu to win. But no matter how difficult the next challenge is, it is beyond imagination. The cleaner's bizarre nature was already a misunderstood existence, and now a more unsolvable curse bazaar has appeared. There are still cars 13, 14, 15, and 16. What other unsolvable bazaars await them? No one dares to think about it. In short, the probability of winning this challenge is infinitely close to 0. Qin Liu sacrificed this last communication privilege. To the command center and many people, it seemed like he had prepared for the failure of the challenge. He wanted to make some benefits for his family in this final moment. After all, if the challenge failed, the critics would be unforgiving towards the challenger's family. Qin Liu must have considered this, so he chose to sign a contract with Brad to leave his family a good path. No one expected that Qin Liu's mindset was actually so high. Chapter 108. The thinking too much of the command center wasn't without reason. Longguo is still considered good, always viewing challengers as fighting for the country. Even if they fail, their families will still receive preferential treatment. Many other countries are not like this. The losers are seen as criminals who brought disaster to the country. It has happened multiple times before. In some countries, after a challenger failed, to appease the public anger, they actually captured the challenger's family and handed them over to angry citizens to be humiliated and tortured until killed. Longguo, a great civilized ancient country, naturally condemns and opposes such behavior. The command center never expected that Qin Liu, at this last moment, was actually seeking welfare for the country. The live stream viewers who had just insulted Qin Liu for his narrow view of university students, after hearing the content of his conversation with the command center, all shut their mouths. It turns out they were the selfish ones, short-sighted ones, and the clowns were them. In an instant, netizens rushed to the official account of the command center to leave comments, listing one after another the things that the Eagle Sauce country has that Longguo does not, but Longguo urgently needs. The call time was limited, and Qin Liu naturally couldn't stay on the phone waiting for the results of negotiations between Longguo and Eagle Sauce country. While waiting in carriage number 1, both Qin Liu's and Brad's phones suddenly rang. "Crew member 1, dear passengers, carriage number 11 has self-destructed. In 60 minutes, carriage number 1 and carriage number 12 will also self-destruct. Passengers in these 2 carriages, please proceed to safe carriages as soon as possible. We wish you a pleasant journey." As soon as this message was released, there was an uproar worldwide. The live streams of Longguo and Eagle Sauce country were immediately bombarded with an unprecedented barrage of comments. Since other countries no longer had live streams, anyone who wanted to watch whether Qin Liu and Brad could succeed could only focus on the live streams of Longguo and Eagle Sauce country. Foreign viewers couldn't help but gloat, singing and dancing. While the people of Longguo and Eagle Sauce country, in shock, shouted unfairness. A cycle of self-destruction, this is a plan to kill them all. Qin Liu was also speechless. Fixing it and self-destructing, fixing it and self-destructing, when will all the carriages be repaired? Is this the pace of exhausting a phoenix man? Has it violated the heavenly laws? Doesn't it have the power to reverse the situation? Qin Liu's sigh made the Longguo viewers explode even more. Is this Qin Liu really missing a piece of his mind? He's about to die, and he's still sympathizing with the phoenix man? Calm down, no wonder they call him a saint. To be a saint from beginning to end like this, it can be considered truly righteous. He used his last communication privilege, proving that he is already prepared to die. I don't understand, since he is going to die anyway, why would Eagle Sauce country agree to his terms? Shu, upstairs, are you a traitor? You are leaking information to the enemy. Where are the national security people? Quickly arrest the person upstairs. Shut up, I can think of the things that the Eagle Sauce country's intelligent team might not have thought of. The fools are still arguing here, smart people have already immigrated to the countries where the challenge has already failed. Upstairs, the big smart one. If old Qin Liu doesn't die and gets hot-headed, truly reviving those challengers from other countries, you immigrants going out would be even more dangerous. A single sentence woke the dreamer. Many who really wanted to escape to countries that had already failed their challenges now had to think twice. They understood why those countries were so opposed to Qin Liu reviving their challengers. The livestream room and social platforms were in chaos with world netizens arguing fiercely. The temporary online negotiations between Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce Country had reached a boiling point. As one comment said, what the netizens could think of, the think tank of Eagle Sauce Country could surely think of too. What the netizens didn't think of, the think tank also thought of. If Brad just dies like this, strange things would happen to Eagle Sauce Country, it would lose its national fortune. But if Brad can win after being revived, the national fortune would turn around and they would gain other resource rewards. That could be considered damage control. The focal point of the controversy was whether Brad could win after being revived. Originally, there was a stalemate within Eagle Sauce Country over this debate, but now, watching their self-destruction in circulation, those who believed Brad wouldn't win after revival suddenly gained the upper hand. The Dragon Country delegation, upon learning of the situation, also proactively lowered their exchange standards, but were directly rejected by Eagle Sauce Country. On the strange vehicle of Snow Country, Brad and Qin Liu were anxiously waiting for a response from the command center, already guessing the outcome of the negotiations. Eagle Sauce big brother, it seems your country has given up on you. But don't worry, they may give up on you, but I won't. As long as the revival cards are sufficient, you are still my priority for revival. Hearing Qin Liu's words, Brad's heart didn't feel excited, instead, it cooled down, feeling even more necessary to compete for that revival card. It sounds nice. He says he will prioritize revival for everyone, but who knows, when it comes to the 13th, 14th, 15th, or 16th cars, whose abilities will truly help him the most. Brad didn't waste any more words. Since the command center wasn't responding to him, he directly contacted the command center, not bothering with remote shouting. Command center, how are your negotiations with Dragon Country going? Dragon Country is asking for too much, their conditions are unacceptable. Mr. Brad, Eagle Sauce Country will always remember your glory. You are a national hero. Don't talk to me about useless things. Brad said angrily, what glory is there for a loser? Even if Dragon Country really asks for too much, it must be within what Eagle Sauce Country can accept. Dragon Country is not the kind of greedy, shameless country. You just don't want to take responsibility for me, you don't want to pay for my failure. Since that's the case, I will take responsibility for myself. If you don't help me, I will publicly disclose some state secrets beneficial to Dragon Country. Brad directly laid his cards on the table with the command center. He actually pulled this card, which caught the command center off guard. Brad, don't forget your past oath, the commander said angrily. Brad coldly sneered, I have already been loyal to my country and done what I should have done when I swore. I can't gain rewards for my merits, can't be remembered by anyone. If wrong, I must bear the consequences. It's truly ridiculous. No need to contact me anymore. If I am revived and you still haven't reached an exchange condition with Dragon Country, I will disclose state secrets. If you treat me harshly, don't blame me for being unkind. After speaking, Brad hung up the phone. Brother, I know how to write our contract terms now, I'll write it, and you can review it and add or modify it afterwards. Brad said with determination. It was evident that he was set on that revival card. Qin Liu understood Brad's thoughts and didn't say much, handing him paper and pen. Chapter 109. Brad already had a draft of the contract in his heart. When he started writing, his pen flew like a dragon and snake, writing quickly without any hesitation. It could rival the contract he wrote for the toilet sister with Qin Liu. After finishing, Qin Liu read through it word by word. Regarding the exchange of content, it is temporarily empty. If the Eagle Sauce Country goes back on its word or disagrees, then after resurrection, he will expose secrets of equal value. The contract also emphasizes that if the Eagle Sauce Country agrees to the Dragon Country's conditions, but Qin Liu does not resurrect him first, the Eagle Sauce Country can break the contract and retaliate against the Dragon Country with equal value. This clause seems to lock Qin Liu in, showing a domineering attitude. But Qin Liu gladly agreed. Previously, all the frightening curses were counted against him, and with countless resurrection cards, he can say he has as many as he wants. Don't worry, big brother Eagle Sauce, I promise, as long as I have enough resurrection cards, if you die a few times, I will revive you a few times. As long as there are other people alive around me, you can never be in a dead state. I will always keep a resurrection card for you. Hearing Qin Liu's passionate words, the people of Eagle Sauce Country wished they could reach out of the live screen and tear him apart. Is he trying to lead Eagle Sauce Country to follow the path of the Thousand Island Country? Eagle Sauce Country has not treated your Dragon Country poorly. Even if there are some frictions and conflicts, you don't need to wipe out the Eagle Sauce Country in this way, right? Devil. The art student has to call you Big Brother even after being revived. At this moment, the negotiation between the Dragon Country and the Eagle Sauce Country, although not reaching a result, had its contents exposed. Seeing the content, the citizens of both Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce Country were unhappy. Dragon Country, what nonsense! Qin Liu risked his life. Now that there is finally a usable card, does Dragon Country want to ask Eagle Sauce Country for something like this? Eagle Sauce Country, enough is enough. To want to take this opportunity to rise at such a critical time is to take off on the corpses of us Eagle Sauce people. Inside Eagle Sauce Country, there were also two other factions with loud voices. One faction believed that the Dragon Country's conditions could be accepted by Eagle Sauce Country, which is much better than having Brad expose some state secrets. The other faction, however, had always been dissatisfied with many of Eagle Sauce Country's actions, especially the many unpublished secrets that made them feel their right to know was violated. So, they supported the breakdown of negotiations between the Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce Country, wanting to see what secrets Brad could expose. The voices of the citizens in Eagle Sauce Country were much more complex than those in Dragon Country, with many factions voicing their opinions. Inside the carriage, Brad shouted from afar, "If you can't reach an agreement, then take your time. I can't hold on for long, so I'll die first. But if I get revived and you still haven't given a result, I'll have to expose the secrets." His words were meant for both the command center of Eagle Sauce Country and Qin Liu. The meaning is, you just resurrect me, and I will definitely not let you suffer. Brad spoke confidently, with a strong sense of threat, making audiences all over the world intensely curious about his identity. While signing the agreement, Brad also requested to bring out Toilet Sister to be a witness. Before Qin Liu could speak, Toilet Sister exclaimed, "I'm here," and flew out from the floor of the carriage in front of them. "You upgraded again? How can you come out of the floor?" Qin Liu asked in surprise while quickly checking the Toilet Sister panel in the system. No upgrade, her abilities and attributes didn't change. However, there was one point: she had fully recovered, and all her values were in a stable state. "Can you give me back that half bottle of repair fluid? You can't use it anyway," Qin Liu said. Toilet Sister covered the bag and quickly floated away. "No. I'm not just using it for myself, I also gave it to Lurk and Brad." As she spoke, Toilet Sister looked at Brad, especially him. "He was shattered, and I used most of my half bottle on him." Brad forced a bitter smile. "Although I am shattered, I'm not blind. You only used a drop on me." But considering Toilet Sister's power and her unreasonable nature, Brad felt that such harmless little details were really not worth him arguing against, so he ambiguously said, "Indeed, some has been used on me." Qin Liu was at a loss for words. "Forget it, just say why you can drill out from the floor." "As long as there's a mirrored surface, I can come and go freely," said the toilet lady. Brad suddenly felt wronged. "Then why did you only travel through mirrors before?" The toilet lady huffed. "Are you stupid? It's not that I can only travel through mirrors, it's just that there were mirrors only in the bathroom. This place was pitch black before, not shiny at all. Even if I wanted to come out, I couldn't." The toilet lady looked proud. She never thought that she could evolve so rapidly, becoming so strong with Qin Liu's help. "You owe your current self to me," Qin Liu said. The toilet lady snorted. "We are bound by contract. Without me, you would have died many times already." "Who said that? Without you, I could raise other spirits. I just happened to meet you first. If I had met that little skirt girl first." Dead straight man, dead scumbag, you finally revealed your true feelings. You spoke so sweetly before, but all along you wanted to raise others. I won't talk to you anymore." The toilet lady stomped her foot in anger and then disappeared. Brad was close to crying without tears. He kindly tried to coax the toilet lady, but was ruined by Qin Liu's few words. "Brother, you really can't coax women," Brad said bitterly. "I just told the truth. She didn't want to hear it. What can I do?" "No need for her to be a witness, we can sign ourselves," Qin Liu said as he began to sign. "Brother, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that we need a third-party notary. Everyone in the Blue Star world is our third-party notary. They are all watching us," Qin Liu said. Brad was taken aback, then suddenly laughed, no longer saying much, and decisively signed and pressed his handprint. Seeing that Qin Liu really ignored her, the toilet lady suddenly became furious. While they were signing, she suddenly flashed into view again. "What now?" Qin Liu said impatiently. "Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that if you die, I will make a contract with him." "Humph." Brad's heart warmed. "Is there such a good thing? Are you telling the truth? Why don't you make a vow to God? It would be great if we could sign directly." Chapter 110. Brad's heart warmed up but soon realized it was impossible. If the toilet lady was hurt, Qin Liu would be fine, but if Qin Liu was hurt, the toilet lady would suffer the same extent of harm. Once Qin Liu was gone, the toilet lady would most likely perish. Otherwise, that contract probably wouldn't bind her enough. What marrying again with inheritance, what finding a new love, deceiving spirits. So I am just a part of their play? Brad muttered to himself, with his head down, somewhat doubting his life. Fortunately, the person in spirit soon stopped their commotion, and the atmosphere gradually became serious. Carriage number 1 has indeed been repaired. Why did it self-destruct again? Do you know the reason? Qin Liu directly asked the toilet lady. Brad quickly added, this is a world that values rules. Everything that happens must be justified, it cannot just self-destruct. If we clarify this problem, maybe we can find hope for victory. Although the toilet lady was quirky and playful, she was still very proactive when asked about information she knew. I really do know this. Because previously, Lakuli violated the rules and attracted 2 weird spirits that I ate. Without the spirits enforcing the rules, this carriage has become incomplete, so it needs to self-destruct to repair. Weird ones are also within the scope of repair? Brad asked in shock. Of course. Weird ones and rules are the core of the Snow Country weird carriage. Without you all, would there be anyone else? Without weird ones, would this still be the Snow Country weird carriage, the toilet lady said. Brad and Qin Liu exchanged a glance. No way to refute. It sounds so legitimate. I'll grab a Phoenix man and ask about it. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his head. Host, the train repairer has proposed a trade with you, do you accept? Qin Liu was startled, it can communicate with you on your territory? Yes. Essentially, we are all energy, so we can communicate. Qin Liu was taken aback and hurriedly asked, then why can't the other strange things in the backpack communicate with you? I can only communicate with energy clusters. It seems the Phoenix Man is indeed different from the other strange things. Do you accept the transaction with the train repairer? The system entered repeat mode again. Qin Liu asked, what does it want to trade? It wants to exchange the Snow Country Strange Vehicle's 100 weird maps for its energy candy and freedom. May I ask host, do you accept the trade? 100 weird maps? It sounds like a powerful item. But Qin Liu did not agree immediately. One thing should not exchange for both candy and freedom, that doesn't seem right, right? Besides, you can only scan strange information for me, sooner or later I will gather the 100 weird maps myself. What it offers is pretty useless for me. System analysis in progress. Analysis complete. The system can only scan the strange things visible to the host's eyes. Once you get the 100 weird maps, you will have the chance to preemptively know your enemies, it is a worthwhile trade. Qin Liu pondered for a moment, I still stand by my word, one item should only exchange for one. Does it want candy or freedom? After a while, the system replied, it says it wants candy, but it also must repair the carriage, otherwise, terrible things will happen. Terrible things? Qin Liu guessed this should be related to the rules surrounding the Phoenix Man. Freedom is also fine, but it must sign a contract with me like Sister Toilet, protect me, and be my weird. Qin Liu tentatively said. It says it has no name and cannot sign a contract. But it is willing to give up a life-saving candy for the freedom to repair the train. Life-saving candy? In a flash of thought, a pure black sugar cube appeared on the system panel in front of Qin Liu. After the system scanned it, it displayed, as long as you hold the candy, you will be immune to all harm, duration, until the candy is completely dissolved. Damn, a damage immunity buff. Isn't this better than those expensive, worthless junk in the system? Qin Liu felt a surge of excitement in his heart but deliberately kept his composure. Okay, I will take a bit of a loss, let's finalize this deal. However, for the candy, I want to test it, we will only close the deal after verifying the goods are correct. Let it show part of the 100 weird maps. The system stalled for a long time this time. The train repairer has agreed to show part of the 100 weird maps, which has been stored in the system, the host can view it freely. Qin Liu immediately clicked to view in the system, and indeed it was a very detailed 100 weird map. Especially the description of Sister Toilet was even more comprehensive than the system's scanning identification. The system could only identify and understand Sister Toilet's current situation, but the 100 weird maps wrote clearly that Sister Toilet was initially weak, but possessed the ability to devour and plunder, and could evolve infinitely. For example, the Phoenix Man. The system scan only showed its profession and the abilities it currently possesses. But the description on the 100 weird map was much more detailed. It has super destructive power and resistance. When it evolves into a natural form, it can be unaffected by the self-destruction red light's impact. There were also some bizarre strangenesses, each with more peculiar abilities, one more difficult to defend against than the other. However, Qin Liu had not encountered these peculiarities yet. Qin Liu particularly checked the beautiful stewardess and the cursed strangeness. So this cursed strangeness is actually a boiling sheep. Qin Liu chuckled to himself. The cursed strangeness is very strong, it has no own domain, its profession can be regarded as the invincible beautiful stewardess's personal bodyguard. Wherever the invincible beautiful stewardess goes, it will follow, lurking in the shadows. When the invincible beautiful stewardess triggers a rule, it will appear and perform indiscriminate attacks. Even a simp is so powerful, it truly leaves one speechless. Fortunately, it won't stay in carriage 12 as a gatekeeper. Qin Liu thought. This thing is not bad, worth having. Deal. Qin Liu happily finished speaking to the system and took out the Phoenix Man from the superpowered pack. Sister Toilet and Brad didn't know that Qin Liu had been communicating with the system in her mind for quite a while. They thought Qin Liu was really angry and was going to take out the Phoenix Man to verify something. Really? If I'm wrong, I'll give you back half a bottle of the repair liquid. Sister Toilet suddenly felt a bit regretful when she spoke. First, I'll return half of that half. With such confidence, don't back down. If you're right, I'll get you a nice outfit. It will look much better than your current outfit, which shows your arms, legs, and belly. I have such a good figure, why can't I show it off? Sister Toilet proudly retorted. Bullet comments. Qin Liu, I advise you not to meddle. Please respect women's freedom to dress. Your duty is to complete the rules of the Weird Talk Challenge, not to teach the weird how to dress. If you dare to make Sister Toilet wear one more piece of clothing, I can't really do anything. No way, I'm already kneeling in front of the screen, begging Liu to have mercy and not do anything extra. Chapter 111. As Qin Liu was really about to release the Phoenix Man, Sister Toilet felt a bit nervous. After all, the strength difference was quite big. Brad was also tense. Hey, straight dude, are you really going to let it out? I must remind you that I can't hold it. Sister Toilet said. Even though we are a community of fate, if you die, I can still regenerate after repairing in car number 3. It's just returning to the initial state. Brad followed up to advise, brother, I thought about it, and whether we know why car number 1 self-destructed again isn't really that important. Qin Liu said firmly, no, this is very important. Saying this, Qin Liu took out the dazzling knife. Brad's face darkened involuntarily. This was the thing he hated seeing the most so far. No exceptions. Even if a strange creature jumped out and ate him, he still didn't want to see the dazzling knife flash again. Sister Toilet also couldn't stand Qin Liu using the dazzling knife. She asked with a stern face, what are you doing with the knife? Of course, it's for opening the bag. Am I peeling fruit? As she spoke, Qin Liu put on sunglasses and poked open the seam of the ordinary thermal clothes. Sister Toilet let out a scream. Just as she wanted to escape, her moves were suddenly paralyzed. Brad sighed with sorrow in his heart, knowing he couldn't avoid it, and simply sat down to accept judgment. First, give me the candy. Don't play tricks on me. I can lock you up the first time, and I can lock you up the second time. Qin Liu said coldly. The Phoenix Man's hand came out from the sleeve. With a flick of his palm, a piece of candy was immediately placed in Qin Liu's hand. Qin Liu scanned it and confirmed it was injury-free candy. Since the duration of injury-free is as long as the candy is in my mouth, I should be able to keep it by holding it in my mouth and then spitting it out. Qin Liu was, of course, cautious of the Phoenix Man and immediately put the candy in his mouth. Besides being a bit sweet, there were no special feelings at all. After ensuring safety precautions, Qin Liu finally opened the thermal clothes and released the Phoenix Man. As soon as the Phoenix Man was freed, he suddenly grew larger and quickly returned to his big chunk form. Seeing his imposing manner, he could crush someone with just a finger. Give me the energy candy. The Phoenix Man's voice was rough and loud. It's placed with you, why don't you take it yourself? Qin Liu looked at the thermal clothes. Where is it? The Phoenix Man's expression suddenly changed as he shook the thermal clothes. Seeing he really didn't shake out any candy, Qin Liu's heart suddenly raced. He had clearly placed the bag of candy inside the thermal clothes to lure the Phoenix Man. How could there be none? Could it be that this guy is playing tricks, taking the candy bag for himself and then pretending it was never there to cause chaos? Just as he was about to shake it himself, the system suddenly reminded him. Host, the superpowered pack has anti-theft capability. Non-hosts cannot take anything out from inside the bag. The strange beings trapped inside the bag cannot retrieve anything from it either. Hearing the voice of the system, Qin Liu felt a huge stone in her heart suddenly drop. In a moment of urgency, she forgot that her small backpack had an anti-theft mode. It wasn't that she forgot, mainly, she hadn't considered that the small backpack could autonomously sort and store what was inside. Qin Liu reached into the small backpack, and as she thought, she really pulled out the bag of candy. The Phoenix Man took it and showed a sigh of relief expression on his face. Holding it in his arms, he cuddled it for a moment, then opened the bag and started counting one by one. When he counted to 13, he suddenly became anxious. Why is one less? The Phoenix Man glared at Qin Liu and pressed again. Why is one less? Before his words finished, the Toilet Sister's paralysis effect was lifted. Sensing that Qin Liu was in danger, she immediately turned to reveal the truth, because it was taken. Qin Liu quickly hugged her and covered her mouth, interjecting, because I hid one. One shouldn't have evil intentions, but one must be wary of tricks. When you fix the train car 16, I will give you the last energy candy. The Phoenix Man still stared with eyes wide like copper bells. No, just now she said taken instead of hidden by me. Qin Liu also revealed a killing intent. Have you gone stupid from fixing the car? She just wanted to say hidden by him, but her tongue hadn't fully recovered from the paralysis yet and couldn't distinguish the sounds, so he sounded like taken, understand? After saying that, Qin Liu twisted the Toilet Sisters but with her left hand, then released her mouth with her right. The Toilet Sister had just hurried to explain for Qin Liu, not thinking too much about it, but now she of course realized. If the Phoenix Man knew that one candy had been eaten by him, he would surely explode. Diddi, it's because the stutter was too much to say clearly, the Toilet Sister said with a smile. The Phoenix Man looked at this and then that, his anger mixed with a bit of grievance. Then when you get to car 16, you must give me the last energy candy, or something big will happen. The Phoenix Man chose to trust Qin Liu. Of course. I don't need your energy candy anyway. Hurry up and go fix the other cars, Qin Liu said. The Phoenix Man stood there motionless. He was checking whether Qin Liu really had hidden the energy candy. Qin Liu realized what he was doing, sneered, and said, since it's hidden, how could I let you find it easily? What do you want to do first, fix the car or find the candy? Reminded like this by Qin Liu, the Phoenix Man immediately became dedicated, turning to leave. You reacted quickly this time, you almost ruined my good deed. Your stuttering act was pretty convincing, Qin Liu praised. The Toilet Sister angrily broke away from Qin Liu's embrace, rubbed her somewhat sore butt, her face full of anger and sourness. It's obviously so powerful, why did it immediately go to fix the car just because you said a few words? Did you make a deal with it too? Because it obeys, Qin Liu replied ambiguously. So you really made a deal with it? You scumbag, you really are whoever is strong raises whoever. I tell you, my growth potential is the strongest among all the bizarre vehicles in Snow Country. You only need to raise me. Seeing the Toilet Sister's jealous look, Qin Liu couldn't help but laugh. The little girlfriends he had before weren't even this jealous. I've also been raising you. I give you all the good food. Qin Liu still didn't deny making a deal with the Phoenix Man. You scumbag, you will regret it, the Toilet Sister huffed proudly, turning into light and diving into the mirror. Brad was eating melon seeds nearby, secretly analyzing Qin Liu and also feeling that Qin Liu must have made a deal with the Phoenix Man. This made Brad very envious. Why can every powerful bizarre creature make deals with Qin Liu? Then next, shouldn't he make deals with the cursed creature and the cleaning creature? Why is it always us who gets hurt, while all the benefits are his alone? The more Brad thought about it, the more heartbroken he felt, thinking this time's rules-based bizarre talk challenge was the most unbalanced one. Why should the one who took the first blood keep rolling in benefits? Others can't even get a single assist. Bad review. Chapter 112. The World in the Mirror. Sitting cross-legged, Sister Toilet tried hard to calm her mind and gather her energy. But she couldn't calm down at all. Thinking about it more made her even angrier. It's driving me crazy. Sister Toilet floated up and darted out of the mirror, hovering in front of the Phoenix Man. Is it true that you've made a contract with that dead straight man? The Phoenix Man didn't answer and continued to walk forward. His steps were still slow and heavy, as if carrying a 1,000-pound repair tool on his back. Hey, I'm talking to you. This is really rude. Seeing the Phoenix Man ignoring her, Sister Toilet became even angrier and immediately became solid, standing in front of him. Move aside, don't delay my work. Then tell me, is it true that you've made a contract with Qin Liu? The Phoenix Man only thought about work, and with his path blocked, he felt increasingly irritated. If I didn't make the contract, how could I come out? The Phoenix Man, tired of her, just spoke the truth to get rid of her. But what he didn't know was that Sister Toilet's contract was not the same as the exchange agreement he signed with Qin Liu. Sister Toilet certainly didn't know the essential difference either. She thought the Phoenix Man's contract was the same as hers with Qin Liu. This made Sister Toilet incredibly jealous, and her pretty oval face suddenly turned into a watermelon face. Alright, dead straight man, you've really made another contract. What's the content of your contract? A contract is a contract. What content is needed? Go back to your own domain and don't interfere with my work. I will interfere. Naya. Sister Toilet floated quickly, moving left and right, forward and backward. If you break the contract with him, whatever you want, I will get it for you. Sister Toilet began her tempting attack. I don't want anything, I just want to do my job well. Don't waste my time. If repair time and self-destruction time don't match, we both will die. The Phoenix Man pushed Sister Toilet away and continued to walk forward. Sister Toilet was furious but dared not confront him due to their power differences. She could only float away angrily. Haha, Sister Toilet is so cute. Love it. My wife, of course, is cute. Are you men sick? How can you like this paranoid, hot-tempered woman? Oh, she's not even a woman, she's a female freak. I just like her, it's none of your business. Watch your tone, or I'll rip out your tongue. If you can hit more, if not, keep quiet, or I'll twist your arms off. The men in the livestream were trying to defend their wife, while Sister Toilet had already floated in front of Qin Liu and the others. But her target wasn't Qin Liu, it was Brad. Sister, is there something? Brad asked cautiously. Can you sing and dance rap? Sister Toilet asked. Brad looked puzzled and bitter. I can't. Then lend me your head. Sister Toilet said as she reached for Brad's head. Qin Liu reacted quickly, hitting her with a toilet brush. Have you lost your mind? Qin Liu asked coldly. Sister Toilet suddenly appeared wronged. This place has been repaired, hiding something sinister. If you don't lure it out, you might get eliminated for violations at any moment. We have a contract, if you get hurt, I get hurt even worse. Of course, I have to find them and devour them. After speaking, Sister Toilet stared at Brad. Get on the table and sing and dance rap. Brad was almost in tears. Sister, don't say I can't even do it, I only have one leg right now. When Brad lifted his broken leg, he suddenly froze. A few minutes ago, his leg had been cursed and was only affected up to below the knee. Now, it had already reached the root of his thigh and was visibly eroding away. How could this happen? How did it change so fast? Brad asked in shock. Although he had always known his fate, he had been hoping to delay it. After Park Duan and Lakuri revived, they hadn't lost their memories from life. So, for Brad, living a little longer was just to learn a little more. Although he signed the resurrection contract with Qin Liu, when he would be resurrected is still up to Qin Liu. Qin Liu looked at Brad's legs, her face filled with confusion. Though she didn't know what had happened, she felt a strong sense of crisis. Sister Toilet might make a fuss, but at this moment, she became serious right away. I know, in this situation, there is only one possibility, the curse anomaly is getting closer, Sister Toilet said with a serious face. The angry watermelon face also returned to the powerful and commanding goddess egg face. The closer the curse anomaly gets to me, the faster the curse erodes me, right? Brad asked. Of course. Just like nuclear pollution, the closer you are to the source of pollution, the more severe the radiation, Sister Toilet explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Liu and Brad glanced at each other. How could she, from a world of weird tales within the Snow Country ghost car, know about nuclear pollution and radiation? Ame, where did you come from? Qin Liu asked. Sister Toilet blinked her big, puzzled eyes. I'm right here on this train? You've always been on the train? Of course. Where else could I go? Why do you ask that? Is there nuclear energy on the train? Nuclear energy? What is that? I've never heard of it. Qin Liu and Brad? What's wrong? Say something. Sister Toilet said anxiously. It's nothing, continue. Sister Toilet puffed her cheeks, thinking, these two men are so strange, it's exhausting talking to you. Where was I? Oh right, the curse anomaly is getting closer to us. Strange, why does it want to chase us here? Does it want you to die sooner? Sister Toilet asked. Qin Liu felt that something was wrong. The 100 Weird painting was clear, wherever the invincible crew member goes, the curse anomaly will follow her. This means that the invincible crew member is actually coming this way. What does she want? If they couldn't strike it, it was a troublesome and tricky character. Ame, go check the other train cars to see where the beautiful stewardess is, and if she has any abnormal behavior. If you can lure her into the toilet to ask her purpose, that would be even better. Report back to me immediately. Qin Liu said. Okay. Sister Toilet cheerfully replied and turned into a flash of light, disappearing. Dragon Country brother, I don't have much time left. Why hasn't the command center reacted yet? Brad said, looking up at the non-existent camera. Command center, are you choosing to let me expose the secrets? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Brad's phone rang. It was a video call request from the Eagle Sauce Country command center. As soon as Brad connected, he immediately saw that the electronic wall behind the commander displayed the online negotiation screen between the Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce Country teams. Brad, this is the command center. The trade negotiation between Eagle Sauce Country and Dragon Country has yielded results. However, your exchange contract must add one more clause, and Dragon Country has agreed, the commander said. Chapter 113. What additional condition? Brad asked coldly. He knew those people's methods too well and had no good thoughts about the additional conditions they proposed. Since Dragon Country now holds the power to speak, if they agree, the condition will likely not be good. Brad even felt a sense of crisis, always thinking that his country might sell him out. For instance, reaching an agreement with Dragon Country that they didn't know about, telling Qin Liu not to resurrect him. Don't try any tricks. If you want me to die completely, someone will always seek justice for me. The cost won't be lower than the anomalies descending on a city. Brad said. The commander sensed his suspicion and discontent, and understood that his threat was no exaggeration, so he immediately soothed his emotions, also reassuring Brad's friends in the real world. People like them are very useful, but if they get angry, they can indeed bring great disasters to the country and the people. We are always fighting for you to get the best winning conditions. The new clause is that Qin Liu must revive you in the control room. He cannot revive you early. If he doesn't make it to the control room, all agreements are void, said the commander. Brad couldn't help but frown. He knew that kind of guy wouldn't easily agree to Long Country's conditions. Brad's mind started to race as he quickly analyzed the pros and cons of this clause. At first glance, it was indeed beneficial for him. But the drawbacks were also very clear. Qin Liu only had one revival card. Would he really smoothly make it to the control room alone? Although he controlled 3 strange entities and was indeed strong, without anyone to help him avoid danger, one mistake would mean everything was lost. With Qin Liu's personality, he definitely couldn't rely solely on any one challenger. If this revival card was given to someone else, there would be no more revival cards afterward, and he would be completely dead. In that case, I want to add one more condition on top of this. Brad looked at Qin Liu. You must revive others only after you have a second revival card. You must always hold a revival card for me. Qin Liu thought to himself, don't mention one, as long as you dare to die, I could create 100 cards for you right now. However, Qin Liu put on a worried expression. I am a very kind person, and seeking a reward for saving someone is because the train doesn't allow free service. I have your family's things, and if I have the revival card but don't revive you immediately, wouldn't that force me to break my word? That would ruin my virtues, good upbringing, and excellent qualities. Brad was taken aback, his deep blue eyes turning into tiny dots. What is he talking about? Virtue? Upbringing? Quality? When did he have those? The command center of Eagle Sauce Country. They never expected that this small added condition would make Brad compromise, but Qin Liu would oppose it. Then what do you want? Brad was a bit speechless. You are the most important partner, I acknowledge. If I cannot revive you immediately, I will really feel sad, so... Qin Liu directly took Brad's phone and yelled at the command center of Eagle Sauce Country, we need more money. Finally, Qin Liu, keeping within the call time limit, had a successful negotiation with the command center of Eagle Sauce Country about adding terms and returned the phone to Brad with a joyful face. Alright, dear brother, let's sign the contract. Brad felt completely dazed. By the time they finished signing the agreement, another part of Brad's leg had already been corroded up to his thigh. Even more unexpectedly, his fingers began to corrode too, forming an encirclement against his body. The speed was truly alarming. Qin Liu glanced at the direction of the restroom, his unease growing stronger. If this really was because of the cursed entity approaching, then Brad's curse would accelerate, which would be a big problem. The cursed entity was nearly a crushing-level presence for them right now. Against this strange entity, all of Qin Liu's cards combined would only allow him to escape. At this moment, it was actually Brad, who was close to the end of his life, comforting him, bro, you don't have to be too nervous. If the cursed entity could really ignore the self-destructing red light and chase us, we wouldn't have easily survived in the restroom before. Qin Liu nodded in agreement, what you said makes sense. But he was still worried, if the cursed entity feared the red light, what about the invincible attendant entity? As this thought crossed his mind, the system suddenly appeared. Ding, the restroom seeker is scared by an external object, fear value -1-1-1. Qin Liu, why am I still being deducted fear value? System, the restroom seeker is your contracted entity. If she is scared by a strange entity, the fear value will be calculated against you. If she is scared by something else, it will also deduct your fear value. Although it sounded reasonable, Qin Liu couldn't help but curse, damn it. Then, he frowned and took out a warm clothing from his bag, heading straight towards the bathroom. Brad's expression tightened. What happened? There might be a bit of a situation, but it's not a big problem, Qin Liu said. If it were a big problem, the fear value deducted would definitely be more than 3 points. As Qin Liu reached the corridor outside the bathroom door suddenly swung open, and Sister Toilet, like a lost lamb, stumbled into Qin Liu's arms, trembling and calling out, bad straight man, no good, no good. Qin Liu played his role as a straight man, Duong, and pushed Sister Toilet aside, entering the bathroom himself, quickly hanging the warm clothing around the mirror frame, completely covering the mirror. If the curse really chased through the mirror, this clothing would definitely not stop it. But sometimes, to survive, it wasn't necessary to defeat the opponent, just buying some time to escape would do. Sister Toilet looked at him in a daze, not very understanding. What are you doing? Qin Liu didn't answer her, but asked, what did you encounter? Why were you scared? Sister Toilet was taken aback and pouted angrily, what are you talking about? I'm so strong, how could I be scared? Saying such things means you don't believe me and insult me. Since you don't believe me and insult me, then we might as well dissolve our contract. Qin Liu stared at her intently, if you can say dissolve our contract, then it seems you've encountered something strange that you couldn't handle. Sister Toilet's pretty face turned red, refusing to back down, your words are really unpleasant. What do you mean again? There's no again. Putting aside those few, I'm really strong, and you can't find another ghost on the whole train with as much potential for growth as me. Rounding up, I'm the strongest on the train. Qin Liu frowned, stop beating around the bush, get to the point. Sister Toilet felt very embarrassed, she waved the severed arm in her hand, filled with broken mirror shards, the point is, I found a way to save Brad. If anyone could live, who would want to die? Brad looked over with shining eyes. I can use the shattered mirror magic to give this arm to Brad. Sister Toilet showed up I'm really smart expression. Then she looked closely at Brad, hey? Why are you missing so much? Brad smiled weakly, I didn't want to either. Qin Liu then stared at the arm in Sister Toilet's hand and said, if I'm not mistaken, this seems to be an arm of Park Duanquan, right? The broken mirror shards on the arm seemed to be those they had inserted earlier to observe the Phoenix Man. Sister Toilet nodded, proudly saying, I couldn't act in the red light, so I took Park Duanquan's arm, used the small mirror to see the situation in the red light compartment, and now I can bring it back for Brad to use. It's a win-win, isn't it awesome? Qin Liu asked, after attaching it, will this arm be able to come back to life? No, I don't have the ability to bring the dead back to life, Sister Toilet said honestly, I can only mend the broken mirror. Then why attach a corpse? Any chair leg, mop handle would work, Qin Liu said helplessly, stop saying useless things. Did you find something in the red light compartment? Sister Toilet blinked and suddenly said, Qin Liu, why don't you dissolve our contract? If you do, I will tell you what I saw. Do you want to think it over again? Qin Liu leaned casually against the bathroom doorframe, one hand reaching into his bag, and his gaze at Sister Toilet was very cold. Sister Toilet, usually proud and arrogant, felt a bit flustered and scared under Qin Liu's sharp and cold gaze. Qin Liu usually was very easy to talk to and easy to deal with. But when it truly came to life and death, he was more ruthless and decisive than anyone else. Tap, tap, tap. From a position farther than carriage 3, faint sounds of high heels echoed, almost imperceptible. The atmosphere between Sister Toilet and Qin Liu became increasingly heavy. Brad opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something to ease the tension. Before he could speak, Qin Liu spoke again, I know what you saw, even if you don't say anything. However, I really did not expect that a strange creature walking in the red light could scare you like this. Sister Toilet lowered her head, feeling very embarrassed. Is this your first time seeing a strange creature walking in red light? Qin Liu smirked, the one with the strongest potential for growth? Ha ha. With this little courage, how could you dare to call it the strongest? But it's just a crew member. She's not some Phoenix Man needed to maintain the carriages, why should she be immune to the red light? Sister Toilet argued stubbornly. You'll know the reason if you swallow her, Qin Liu said expressionlessly. Swallow? No way. If I swallow her, the curse will definitely come out. Once the curse appears, you'll die, and if you die, I die. So we should just break the contract, right? After breaking the contract, I can swallow her and run, and then revive you. What do you think? Sister Toilet looked eagerly at Qin Liu. At that moment, the sound of high heels tap 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 became clearer. Qin Liu remained silent, while Brad, whose body had almost disappeared and only his head remained, wore a half smile, as if he were enjoying the show. In fact, Sister Toilet's words were not without reason. Now, the contract bound their lives together, as long as Qin Liu was dead, Sister Toilet would also be wiped out. If the contract were broken, Sister Toilet could swallow the beautiful crew member and escape, and even if Qin Liu died, she wouldn't be affected. By then, if Sister Toilet digested the beautiful crew member and gained unbeatable attributes, she might even inherit the liquor curse strange, which would be perfect. But the problem was, would Sister Toilet really revive Qin Liu? The audience around the world shared their opinions. Reviving a strange creature? This old sick should explode into black mist and never be reborn. Yay! Finally, it's Qin Liu's most possible moment to die. People from Sakura country send their congratulations. He harmed my appa like that, the toilet seeker should die too. Don't break the contract. Let's die together. Just a question, if old Liu dies, will the contract recently signed with Eagle Sauce Country become invalid? Extra. Extra. Eagle Sauce Country agrees to return 3 top physicists to Dragon Country, but they were intercepted at the airport. In the end, it was all for nothing. Dragon Country cannot escape a devastating fate. The live room was already filled with various howls. Sister Toilet stared at Qin Liu, waiting for him to make a decision, looking genuinely obedient and loyal. After all, only Qin Liu could agree to get back the contract that bound her. This was so sad. What a lively scene. What resurrection game are you all playing? A charming voice rang out. Qin Liu and Sister Toilet turned their heads at the same time to see the invincible crew member standing at the door of carriage number 2. She walked in high heels, strutting like a model, smiling like a blooming flower, stunningly beautiful and making people's hearts flutter. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, everyone changes their minds together. Sister Toilet felt completely fried. Family, who understands? This one is a twisted strange creature that can wander unharmed in self-destructive red light without repair responsibilities. She quickly crouched on Qin Liu's back, breathing on him like a ghost. Really, breaking the contract is our last glimmer of hope. Just break it with me, I swear I will definitely save you. At that moment, the crew member had already walked up to Qin Liu. Why did you come here? You made me search so many carriages for you, the crew member said. I told you, I don't have a fixed job, I move wherever I'm needed. Just now, I helped with the maintenance, Qin Liu replied. Haha, I know. I met him. He just finished repairing carriage number 3 and said you're a good person, the beautiful crew member laughed, her petals fluttering. Qin Liu silently gave a thumbs up to the Phoenix Man. This strange is quite nice. Suddenly, the crew member's eyes sharpened, and her gaze landed on Sister Toilet. Hey, you over there. Why are you touching his bag? Are you trying to steal something? Just now in car 6, he saw me and ran, sneaky and secretive. Sister Toilet was very angry. What's stealing? Qin Liu and I are tied to life and death. His things are my things, can't I just touch my own stuff? But because of the strange, harmless yet red-eyed pervert in front of her, Sister Toilet didn't dare to make a fuss and could only explain timidly, don't say that, I just thought his bag looked great, so I looked at it a bit more. The attendant wasn't forceful either. When Sister Toilet casually brushed her off, she believed it. As long as that's the case, there absolutely cannot be any stealing on this train. After saying this, she smiled and looked at Qin Liu. Good person, I need help now, can you help me? This development made Qin Liu relax a lot. As long as it wasn't starting off with a fuss, it wasn't a death sentence. You tell me, what help do you need? Qin Liu cautiously embraced the good person persona. The dining car has self-destructed, it can't be used until it's repaired. I'm hungry, so I came to buy some food from you. A small matter. Qin Liu immediately laid out a table full of rice-based foods for the attendant. When setting it up, he suddenly got a fright. Brad was left with only the part above his upper lip. Even like this, he was still alive, his eyes constantly moving to tell others he was still alive. The attendant saw Brad, paused for a moment, and said, what kind of weird thing is this? Why does his nose look like a male toy? Qin Liu thought, it doesn't look the same, it is one. The attendant was curious and wanted to observe closely. But at that moment, Brad's remaining part, like burnt paper, was lightly blown away by the wind, instantly turning to ashes. Supreme Rule, Challenger Brad from Eagle Sauce Country has been cursed and died due to curse erosion. Challenge failed. Deduct 10 points of national fortune from Eagle Sauce Country. The strange has descended, the mountain chicken has landed. Yellowstone volcano awakens. Once this death proclamation was made, not only Eagle Sauce Country but the whole world let out a wail. If the Yellowstone volcano erupts, it means 3/4 of Eagle Sauce Country's land will be destroyed. Even the Dragon Country, far across the ocean, will be affected by the volcanic ash, which could reach 10 to 20 centimeters thick, a disaster indeed. More disastrous is that the world's temperature could drop by 10 degrees. This sudden drop would lead Blue Star's ecosystem into a small-scale formatting. Truly, the longer you live, the heavier the punishment. This isn't fair. Brad was the second last to die. The punishment for Eagle Sauce Country has already affected the entire Blue Star world. If Qin Liu dies last, how great will the disaster be for Blue Star? Like a comet hitting Blue Star? Why aren't those shouting about emigrating saying anything now? Better watch as you leave the solar system. A bunch of internet fools. This is a disaster for all of Blue Star, yet you are still here mocking and gloating. People like you shouldn't be alive. Damn. Why are you even more of a saint than Qin Liu? I'm going to die, and I can't complain? Die. Once dead, I won't have to pay the mortgage, won't have to work, and won't have to deal with my wife's anger. I've long wanted to leave this damn world. According to the disaster at hand, soon someone calculated that if Qin Liu died, half of Blue Star would be lost, and the living standards of survivors would drop back 100 years. Many who didn't want to die and wanted to save Blue Star stood up to support Qin Liu, wishing him victory. Seeing this report, Dragon Country netizens were stunned. In the past, when Dragon Country failed, those foreign guys celebrated, cursing Dragon Country to keep losing. Now, the situation changed dramatically. Thought it was an illusion. In the car. Hey, why is all this food so cold? Is there anything hot? The beautiful attendant suddenly spoke up. Cold? Qin Liu said in surprise as he stepped forward to touch the bowl. Sorry, my backpack doesn't have insulation features. System, the super-powered backpack has insulation and heating features, would you like to use them? Qin Liu, don't make trouble. If I needed it, would I have purposely bought it cold? Disappear. The beautiful attendant was quite sensible. Hearing that Qin Liu's backpack wasn't insulated, she didn't make a fuss and quietly started eating. I have to say, this personality is really much better than the Toilet Sisters. Qin Liu looked at her with pity and said, it's not good for a girl to eat cold food. How about this, I'll get someone to heat it up for you. Upon hearing this, the beautiful attendant's eyes sparkled. Sure, you're such a good person. Qin Liu smiled as he accepted the good person card, then took out a weather doll. He pulled the string, and the fireman appeared, shining bright. Little fire, help the beautiful lady heat up her meal. The fireman silently took the bowl, flames igniting in his hands, and soon the fried rice began to steam. Without saying a word, he handed the fried rice to the attendant, who passed him a bowl of treasure rice while eating. Can you help me with this too? Thank you. The fireman also seemed very steady. He continued to silently take the bowl, silently heat it, and silently return it. The attendant was very satisfied, and the scene was harmonious. At that moment, Qin Liu suddenly felt a huge pulling force. Then with a loud bang, Qin Liu was dragged into the restroom. The attendant was so shocked that she dropped her chopsticks. What happened to the good person? Is he okay? The fireman looked back at the restroom door and said, he's fine. He has an upset stomach these days. Do you need your seafood porridge heated? I do need it, thank you. You're also a good person. The attendant was incredibly touched. Inside the restroom, the toilet sister grabbed Qin Liu by the collar. Bastard, scumbag, heartless man. How can you be like this? What did I do? Qin Liu looked at her innocently. Don't think I can't tell. You let the fireman heat up her meal, letting him take the chance to sprinkle fire into her food. Don't you just want the fireman to consume her more easily? Why didn't you give me this opportunity? Qin Liu, you've changed. The toilet sister accused him. Chapter 116. Aren't you going to terminate the contract? Qin Liu launched a decisive attack. That's because I thought you would take care of this girl's spirit. I thought you couldn't handle it. The toilet sister said angrily. Qin Liu replied, after what happened in Car 12, I never considered taking care of it again. The cursed spirit has too strong of a possessiveness. I'm afraid the moment I bring out the contract, she would turn to ash. Besides, controlling her doesn't mean I can control the cursed spirit, it's not worth it. In fact, Qin Liu completely gave up on this idea after seeing the introduction of the invincible attendant in the 100 weird patterns. This invincible spirit's main ability is to create chaos that affects others, truly a super rule-breaking machine. And this skill is passive. So as long as I take her along, it would definitely be a path full of dead ends. Yeah, I'm such a loyal and low-risk spirit. You have good things but don't feed me, instead, you feed the uncontracted fireman. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Truly, no matter how many precautions, it's hard to guard against a home thief. If I had known, I would have eaten the fire spirit long ago. Whoa. The toilet sister was broken down. So, will you terminate the contract? Qin Liu pressed on. I won't. You're not throwing a tantrum anymore? I'm not. Apologize. Say sorry. Without any hesitation, the toilet sister said, Brother Qin Liu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum. I shouldn't have shouted to cancel the contract just because of a little setback. I was wrong. Can you let me eat this one outside? Saying it so sweetly, the toilet sister felt it wasn't sincere enough. She lifted her short skirt and was about to kneel down. Qin Liu hurriedly pulled her back. Don't do that. If you bruise your knee, the audience might think it was my doing. If you want good food, just behave and follow my orders. Okay, I'll listen to everything you say. The toilet sister's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her hands. Qin Liu, actually, it's very simple. We'll set up a trap. 10 cursed spirits won't have a way back. The toilet sister blinked in confusion. What kind of trap? Come closer and listen. Qin Liu beckoned. So one person and one spirit huddled together, whispering and discussing for a long time. After discussing the specific plan, Sister Toilet murmured, then according to this, I can eat both. Qin Liu was speechless. Can you swallow both the curse weird and the attendant weird at once? Sister Toilet muttered, I can eat them in 2 meals. No, you must eat them around the same time. Qin Liu said coldly, don't bite off more than you can chew. Oh. Sister Toilet was not entirely convinced, but ultimately did not argue much. However, seeing her like this, Qin Liu felt a bit uneasy about her. Do you have any difficulties in executing this? It's best to make it clear now, don't act tough when the moment comes. If something goes wrong, I'm helpless. Sister Toilet pouted, looking as if she had suffered great injustice. There's a tiny bit. If I directly swallow the curse weird, it might be absorbed back by it. Remember that big guy? Sister Toilet asked. Which big guy? The food processor in car 6. I was swallowed by him, and in the end, I broke out of his belly. Sister Toilet said. Qin Liu immediately recalled that thrilling scene. He really thought Sister Toilet had been done for. Your belly can't be that weak, right? Qin Liu pinched her. It was too flat, he couldn't pinch any flesh. I remember the Phoenix Man exploded in your belly, and you were fine. Is the curse weird even stronger? Sister Toilet shook her head, it's not the same kind of harm. If I swallow it, it might absorb me back. The curse weird also has the attribute of devouring and growing. Qin Liu furrowed his brows, angrily snorting, you female liar. At first, you said only you have the devouring attribute, then you said the fireman has it too, and now you say the curse weird does as well. How many weirds actually possess devouring growth abilities? Sister Toilet looked very wronged, I don't know about others. I didn't tell you before because I hadn't encountered the curse weird yet. Qin Liu was so angry he held his forehead. The 100 Weirds Atlas did mention that the curse weird also has the attribute of devouring and growing, but Qin Liu didn't pay attention. Because he never thought about raising the curse weird, he always wanted to catch it to feed Sister Toilet. He really didn't expect the devouring of the curse weird could actually happen in the form of direct absorption. They're together, they must be taken down at the same time, or we will all die. If you're not sure, then switch with the fireman, you eat the invincible one, and he eats the curse. You choose. Sister Toilet looked wronged, feeling conflicted. 1 minute later. You take your time choosing, I can't wait any longer. Qin Liu said as he walked outside. Sister Toilet anxiously paced in place. She truly didn't know which to swallow that would help her more. Both weirds seemed to want her. What's even more frustrating is that under this difficult choice, no matter how she chooses, it will benefit the fireman. He didn't make a contract with Qin Liu, why should he just be raised for free? Not happy. As soon as Qin Liu returned to the table, the invincible attendant said joyfully, what you made is super delicious. I've never had food this good before. Thank you for liking it, I'm very honored. Do you want to keep eating such delicious food in the future? Qin Liu asked. Of course. But I don't have enough money. The attendant showed a troubled expression, her eyes revealing regret. Qin Liu said, it's okay, on this train, you don't have to spend money as long as it's an equal exchange. The attendant's eyes sparkled with happiness, and she asked, then what can I exchange? Before Qin Liu could respond, the men in the livestream began to help choose. Does Qin Liu really need to hesitate? Of course, it's a body for a body. No problem. In this way, you directly get the beautiful attendant, that's way better than catching and taming. Look at Sister Toilet, she's still arguing about saving. You guys are overthinking. Does offering your body mean sticking with you for life? When disaster strikes, everyone will of course fly away. But getting a little benefit is still good. Cursed weird, do you all think I'm air? While the netizens were having a lively discussion, Qin Liu put forward his own conditions. Let the invincible beautiful flight attendant accompany him to the control room. As soon as this condition came out, it instantly petrified billions of netizens. Not taking any advantage at all, is he such an upright gentleman? But not really, just now he was squeezing the little belly and face of the toilet sister. Qin Liu was not the kind of person who wouldn't take any advantage. Being invincible is good, even Qin Liu has become obedient. Such a simple condition, the flight attendant agreed without a second thought. Alright. Whenever you want to eat those foods you just had, I will give them to you, cold or hot, soft or hard, everything is available. And you just need to accompany me all the way to the control room. Come on, let's sign the contract. Qin Liu took out a contract. Seeing this scene, the netizens were shocked again. Is a contract really necessary for this? This flight attendant won't attack you, what kind of contract is this? Instead, it's you who has to be at her beck and call. This contract is completely incomparable to that of the toilet sister. Iron brothers, something doesn't feel right. Could Qin Liu be spiritually polluted, starting to self-destruct? Good point upstairs, I agree. With your IQ, don't even try to guess. Which of Qin Liu's actions have you figured out? Absolutely, I also think this contract from Qin Liu must be a trap. Don't forget, just now he even let the toilet sister choose which one to swallow. He must be digging a pit for the beautiful flight attendant. But the contract content is ordinary. Where's the pit? The expert group magnified the contract in Qin Liu's hand, but could not see any traps. If there is a trap, it would be used against Qin Liu. If the beautiful flight attendant is a glutton and just wants to eat, there's no way Qin Liu's food supply would run out. This contract is truly a self-pitiful act. The flight attendant looked at the contract and immediately happily agreed. Just as she was about to sign her name on it, the space behind her began to distort. Quickly a vertical black hole appeared in the twisting space. The black hole only appeared for less than a second. At the moment it disappeared, it sucked the contract in her hand and vanished with it. The flight attendant seemed confused about what happened and was startled. Her expression changed. What just happened? Our contract is gone. The flight attendant's expression was fearful. Qin Liu tested the outcome and helplessly sighed. What else could it be? Of course, her devoted admirer didn't want her to sign the contract. The jealousy is quite strong. However, Qin Liu guessed correctly. The curse requires a wind-up time to cast its move. This is indeed their opportunity. Chapter 117. Qin Liu said, "It's nothing, I just feel that as trained staff ourselves, signing a contract is too formal, a verbal agreement is enough." "I believe you are a sincere person." The beautiful flight attendant nodded vigorously. "Actually, I am also a trustworthy good person. Communication among good people is this simple and pure." "Ah yes. Qin Liu casually brushed off the flight attendant, then looked at the fireman and made a C gesture with his hand. "The meaning is, as soon as the toilet sister comes out, act immediately. Since the timing has been grasped, there's no need to delay any further." The 100 Ghosts diagram says that the invincible flight attendant is a super lure of weirdness, aimed to deliver endless surprises to challengers. Although Qin Liu doesn't know what the hell surprises are, seeing those double quotation marks, he believes it's better to swallow early than to be anxious later. But at this moment, the fireman suddenly shook his head at Qin Liu. Qin Liu's pupils trembled. What does this mean? Could the fireman not swallow the invincible? He frowned and walked towards the restroom. The plan has changed. He needed to adjust the details with the toilet sister again to prevent her from exploding. Just then, the toilet sister came out of the restroom. She had already seen the little movements of Qin Liu and the fireman and whispered, "I told you the fireman is useless, you just didn't believe it. The fire seed takes time to be effective once ingested, it's definitely not something that can be swallowed in one go." "Oh." It wasn't that it couldn't be swallowed, it just needed some time. Qin Liu breathed a sigh of relief. "Let me split it into 2 meals," Sister Toilet said with a displeased look, trying to go towards the beautiful stewardess, but was pulled back by Qin Liu covering her mouth. Eat, that's all you think about." Qin Liu whispered, "The original plan must be delayed, and it can't be changed. Plus, bringing her along means you won't miss out on any food." Before Sister Toilet could say anything, the stewardess suddenly shouted at them, "Hey, what are you two whispering about? I've finished eating, when are we leaving?" Qin Liu immediately turned around and greeted the stewardess with a smile. "Let's go now." Clop. Clop. The sound of the stewardess's high heels echoed continuously in the second carriage. The temperature in the carriage grew colder, and Qin Liu could see his breath. Yet the beautiful stewardess remained completely unaffected. Clearly, she was wearing a short skirt exposing her long, white legs, but there was no sign of cold goosebumps on her skin. Whoosh! A cold wind swept through. Near the door to the third carriage, several dark shadows suddenly appeared. Bang! 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 One of the smaller shadows kept bouncing a ball on the carriage floor. The sound was quite grating. It was the little weird family. Moreover, after a system scan, it showed that this family was noticeably stronger after being resurrected. "These passengers look unfriendly. Should we call for help?" the beautiful stewardess asked. "No need, we have enough manpower." Qin Liu almost answered too quickly. If she called out the curse weirdness or some other strange thing at this moment, it would be disastrous. They all look ugly and scary. The stewardess actually contributed a few points of fear, and the whole weird creature burrowed into Qin Liu's arms. Qin Liu had no choice but to hug the stewardess for comfort, fearing that her unstable emotions might summon something incredibly dreadful. Sister Toilet watched in anger, grinding her teeth, but she didn't go crazy. However, seeing the little weird family approaching, Sister Toilet showed no intention of taking action. She not only refrained from doing anything herself but also intentionally blocked Fireman. Qin Liu. Sister Toilet was indeed a bit hard to deal with. Even in this situation, she still wanted to throw a tantrum. Qin Liu sighed quietly, then silently took out the dazzling knife from his bag. Just as he was about to draw the knife, the little weird family suddenly froze. Suddenly, the little weird creature threw the ball in Qin Liu's direction. Qin Liu kicked out, intending to send it flying. But at that moment, Qin Liu realized that it was not an ordinary basketball. It was a basketball with a shark mouth on it. What the heck? Qin Liu tried to retract his leg, but it was impossible to stop. If his foot went into the shark mouth, at least his lower leg would be gone. At this critical moment, Sister Toilet finally moved. With a flash of white light, Sister Toilet grabbed the basketball, and with a puff, she crushed it and swallowed it. You dare to come out and act wild? You're overestimating yourselves. The little weird family neither ran away nor attacked. Fusion. Transform, the little weird creature suddenly shouted. As soon as the words left its mouth, the whole weird family glowed, quickly merging together. The scattered individuals rapidly condensed into a single mass. The feet were two weird creatures, the hands were two ghosts, and the body was a big ghost, tall and stout, strange and ugly. Sister Toilet smirked coldly and struck suddenly. Amid the flashing white light, a mix of screams from men, women, and children rang out. A few seconds later, the carriage was left only with the white light radiating from Sister Toilet. Fusion? Is this all? It's not worth mentioning. Sister Toilet said disdainfully. Having dealt with the little weird family, Sister Toilet did not come back to chat with Qin Liu, but disappeared directly. Now Qin Liu was holding the stewardess, and seeing Sister Toilet made him angry. Unfortunately, she couldn't hit Qin Liu, nor could she hit the stewardess. Naturally, it was better not to see them and be less troubled. She is so powerful, why isn't she wearing a uniform? The stewardess said. She's more of a free spirit, don't mind her. Let's keep moving forward, Qin Liu said. Arriving at the door to the third carriage, Qin Liu couldn't help but frown. After the carriage was repaired, the door was closed. In that case, I can only revive Shella. Qin Liu thought to himself. System, exchange for a revival card and place it under the table where Xiaogui just transformed. Ding! Revival card exchange successful, consuming 10,000 scare points. It has been placed in the specified location and can be retrieved by the host. Qin Liu pulled the crew member back. He left her by the door, not knowing if she might cause trouble out of fear or some other reason. What are you looking for? The crew member asked curiously. Qin Liu felt around under the table, then stood up with a revival card in hand. Then he took out another one from his backpack, happily saying, now I have two. This was like speaking to the crew member but was actually directed at the audience from the Blue Star world, especially the Eagle Country. Holding onto a card for Brad forever, Qin Liu certainly did not forget. Qin Liu took out the organizational backup for Likori and revived him on the spot. In a burst of colorful light, Likori appeared intact in the carriage. Big brother, I'm alive again? Thank you, big brother. Likori died knowing the experience. This time he was revived. All he felt was the excitement of being alive again, without any other emotions. I said that as long as I have the card, you will be prioritized for revival. Qin Liu said. Likori was overwhelmed with gratitude. I knew Big Brother would keep his word. You are the best Big Brother in the world. Looking across the universe, if there are other civilizations, Big Brother, you must be the one who values loyalty the most. Stop with the flattery, go open the door. Likori. I really should be thankful I have this ability, he can't help but revive me. Although he was being ordered around, Likori was quite happy. Likori was happy, but the Indians were furious. They had already died, the punishment had come, and now they were alive again. Wasn't there a risk of being punished again? They cursed Qin Liu's actions, even protesting in the streets, demanding their government negotiate with the Dragon Country, forbidding Qin Liu from reviving Likori again. However, this was of course pointless. Did they not see the Earth's dominant Eagle Country brother, wanting Qin Liu to control the room to revive Brad, had to pay a hefty price? A mere protest, useless as can be. And just as Likori was opening the door, the toilet sister floated beside Qin Liu. Why did you revive him? Wouldn't it be faster and more convenient to fly with you in the mirror? Chapter 118. Qin Liu showed a face of resistance. No thanks. Flying with you in the mirror feels worse than death. I'd rather go through the door safely. Why wouldn't it be safe with me? The toilet sister questioned, confused and unconvinced, adding a hint of grievance. Do you want to bring so many people, including this beautiful lady? Qin Liu felt that the annoying reason behind toilet sister's little temper was simply a lack of intelligence. Toilet sister looked at the innocent and curious beautiful crew member, then floated away in frustration. Before long, Likori had opened the door. Qin Liu protected the crew member and continued walking forward. This made Likori very confused. Toilet sister was Qin Liu's contractual partner, who had saved his life multiple times. He did not care for her this much. This beautiful crew member was cared for meticulously by Qin Liu. The Phoenix Man moved slowly. When carriage number 1 self-destructed, he hadn't even repaired carriage number 5 yet. Although one candy could repair one carriage, the Phoenix Man's repair speed was clearly slowing down. While waiting in carriage number 5, the beautiful crew member and Qin Liu took some food. Seizing this opportunity, Lurk summarized and reported his discovery to Qin Liu. Big brother, have you noticed that according to the current self-destruct program, carriages 1 and 12 self-destruct together, the next will be 2 and 13, 3 and 14, 4 and 15, 5 and 16. We are trapped in carriages 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And then? Qin Liu asked. In that case, the 13 we haven't gone through yet. The strangeness of compartments 14, 15, and 16 has been eliminated by self-destruction, so we are safe now. I have a bold idea. Let my sister take the Phoenix Man directly to control room 16, fix the control room, and then my sister will come back to lead us there. As long as we get to the control room, we can drive the train to the final station, and then we will be victorious. Lurk was so excited about his brilliant discovery that he wanted to celebrate. Qin Liu smiled. Your idea is indeed constructive. Lurk was overjoyed, his breathing becoming rapid. Not only Lurk, but even the people of Long Country, Eagle Sauce Country, and Asan Country were thrilled. If this works, it would mean they could safely pass through. The happiest were certainly from Long Country, as Qin Liu would pass safely. Next happiest were from Eagle Sauce Country, because they could recover their losses. The people of Asan Country were not happy because they could recover losses after Lurk's pass, but rather to celebrate that he would no longer bring disaster to the country. People from other countries were not happy at all. Especially the Cherry Blossom Country and Pickled Cabbage Country. Cherry Blossom Country was still waiting for Qin Liu to die, but he wouldn't die. Pickled Cabbage Country was the most frustrated. Now that Qin Liu had only one resurrection card, it had to be given to Brad. Now that they avoided the strangeness of compartments 13, 14, 15, and 16, it meant he would not drop the resurrection card again, which meant Pact Wankuan completely lost the possibility of resurrection. To struggle so hard, only to end up with continuous injuries, ultimately with no recovery at all, who could withstand this? The fan group of Pact Wankuan was the most emotional. They quickly voiced their demands online, urging the country and Eagle Sauce Country to negotiate, giving them whatever they wanted, asking Eagle Sauce Country to give the resurrection quota to Pact Wankuan. If Koan dies, then more than 30 million fans would collectively commit suicide, causing Pickled Cabbage Country to lose over 30 million elite talents. The news reached Long Country, and the netizens of Long Country were amused. In the third rule of Strange Talks Challenge, Long Country was also selected, and it was another popular star. His fans were also clamoring about what to do, threatening with hundreds of millions of fans. What was the result? After the challenger died, a few female fans made a fuss about suicide, making the news, but there wasn't much movement among the other 100 million. This kind of fan is not unique to Long Country. Lurk's good idea didn't extinguish Qin Liu's enthusiasm, and instead, he encouragingly said, then we must do our utmost to survive until that time. Lurk suddenly tightened his heartstrings. Big brother, we just need to keep dodging the self-destructive compartments behind us. The strangeness in the compartments was never a match for you before, and it won't be now. We are absolutely safe. Right. As long as there are no changes, it is indeed so, Qin Liu said. Changes? What changes? Lurk became nervous. Qin Liu glanced at the beautiful attendant. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, everything will be fine. Lurk was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shivered. He finally understood why Qin Liu was so considerate of her. He was afraid she would cause trouble. Thinking back to the water compartment, if it weren't for the timely appearance of the restroom sister, they would have already been wiped out. It seems the one who looks the most harmless is actually the most dangerous. Big brother, don't you have a safer, more reliable way? I'm planning. Just behave and don't create trouble for me. Qin Liu said. Lurk swallowed a mouthful of cold air and quickly pledged loyalty. Big brother, you know me, I've always been loyal, obeying orders without question, definitely not as crafty as Pak Shiba. What about stealing candy? Lurk. I knew this was not something I could get away from by not mentioning it. Lurk felt bitter. Big brother, let me explain. Why is it suddenly so cold? Where is this wind coming from? Lurk wrapped himself in the blanket. The ears instantly turned bright red from the cold. Qin Liu looked in the direction where the cold wind was blowing and suddenly stood up nervously. Lurk turned around and looked in the direction Qin Liu was watching, almost screaming in fear. The Phoenix Man was repairing car number 6, but somehow one piece of glass was not fixed. Strange, flood-like entities were rushing in from outside, wrapping the Phoenix Man as if he were trapped in a beehive. Brother, how could this happen? Cars number 3, 4, and 5 were the ones with the broken glass, and they're fine. Why is it car number 6 that has a problem? Lurk asked, already hiding behind Qin Liu. We didn't touch car number 6, instead, we put something on the windows to get through inspection, Qin Liu frowned and said. Maybe this thing is causing trouble for the Phoenix Man. Can't we just help him fix it? Lurk expressed his confusion as his brain suddenly stopped working. You're a programmer, fixing a car is like writing a program. If something is added or removed from the program, it will malfunction. Isn't that hard to understand? Qin Liu said, feeling a bit speechless. Luckily paused for a while and finally realized, maybe my brain isn't working well after dying so many times. Never mind, what's important is, brother, what should we do? Just as Qin Liu was about to speak, Luckily suddenly started trembling skillfully. It's coming. The strange entities are coming toward us. Brother, should we retreat to car number 4? The situation took a sharp turn. Chapter 119. The crew members saw the multitude of strange entities surging into the carriage, screaming in terror, trembling, and turning pale. In an instant, Qin Liu's system notified him that he had gained a huge amount of scare value. If he hadn't seen the 100 mysteries figure, Qin Liu would have been very happy, trying every means to contract it. After all, such an entity that attracts monsters and contributes scare value is truly rare. But at that moment, Qin Liu felt no fluctuations in his heart, only a bit of annoyance. The more entities surrounded the crew member, the faster the curse entities would arrive. Those strange beings rushing in were like startled bees, buzzing and surrounding the crew member, showing their claws and fangs. Yet the entities merely roared and howled at her, making grabbing, pulling, and biting motions without laying a single finger on her. It was as if there was some forbidden wall between them that prevented them from touching the crew member. Brother, what's going on? The entities in the aquatic carriage aren't attacking her, and even those outside the carriage dare not touch her. Isn't that too strong? Luckily trembled so much he could hardly speak. It's indeed strong, but also really cowardly. I'm just worried she might suddenly go mad, that's why I've been taking care of her so carefully. Damn it, no matter how much we planned, I didn't expect the Phoenix Man side to have a problem first. While speaking, Qin Liu exchanged for a bunch of firecrackers, without saying a word, directly hanging them all over Luckily. Luckily was already on the verge of death with anxiety, and when he saw how Qin Liu treated him, he was instantly terrified. Brother, do you want me to draw the entities away? Am I that kind of person? When has it not been me going first when something happens? Qin Liu said coldly. Luckily's face stiffened as he felt aggrieved. It's true you go first in dangerous situations, but you really are merciless in using us to draw aggro. Brother, how do we use these firecrackers? Luckily asked. It's up to you. Hanging them on you to explode is fine, or lighting them and throwing them out to blow up the entities is okay too. I might not be able to look after you later, just drag it out for as long as you can, Qin Liu said. Luckily was taken aback, finally understanding Qin Liu's good intentions, hurriedly expressing his gratitude with heartfelt promises. Brother, let's escape quickly, if the curse entities come out, it will be too late. Luckily looked back at car number 4. That place was still a safe zone. Wait, it's not time to escape yet. Qin Liu said, immediately opening the system exchange mall and looking for a urn that required 100,000 scare values to redeem. When he first saw it, he was utterly disgusted. He couldn't understand at all why such a cursed thing would appear in the exchange mall. But later he found out that this was actually used to refine the strange. It was just that the system level wasn't high enough, the urn was still basic, capable of refining only B grade and below strange. Apart from its refining ability, the urn also had a trap function. No matter how strong the strange was, once inside, it would be trapped for 3 seconds. This was simply a divine tool tailor-made for cursed strange. Big brother, look, the space is starting to twist, Lukuri shouted in shock. Qin Liu looked, and sure enough, behind the beautiful stewardess appeared a twisted vertical black hole. The cursed strange was about to come out to play the role of a flower protector. Little La, it's time for your performance. Go, blow up those strange surrounding the stewardess, Qin Liu commanded. Lukuri's jaw nearly dropped, his eyes were bulging out like they could roll away at any moment. Big brother, can't those strange buy us a little time? Why blow them up now? If you want to live, just do as I say. If you choose to run, I won't blame you. But your life or death will have nothing to do with me from now on, Qin Liu said coldly. Lukuri trembled in fear. Gritting his teeth, he said, Big brother, I trust you. After saying that, Lukuri really moved forward, taking off some small firecrackers from his body and lighting them, throwing them at the strange. Because he was too nervous, he accidentally threw quite a few onto the beautiful stewardess. The small firecrackers exploded continuously, even igniting the stewardess's clothes. Qin Liu opened the 100 strange chart and accurately found the information about the cursed strange. Every time it appeared, it came out from the twisted black hole he created. It was just like the mirror used by the toilet sister. But the cursed strange was stronger, its twisted space could move stealthily with the stewardess. But for it to come out, the twisted black hole would inevitably be revealed. May, come out. As soon as the words fell, the toilet sister drilled out from the shiny floor beneath Qin Liu's feet. Where's your net? The toilet sister said with a bitter face. She was always ready, but seeing Qin Liu not using the so-called net, she stayed hidden, not appearing. Eat this, Qin Liu handed over a piece of candy. The toilet sister looked at it, astonished, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg inside. What Qin Liu gave her was the damage-reducing candy given to him by the Phoenix Man. Is this really for me? Hey, are you really going to die? If you die, I'll die if I eat this. If you genuinely want what's good for me, let's cancel the contract, the toilet sister said. Cancel your ass. Let's execute the plan. Quick, eat it, and after you finish, I'll catch the cursed strange to feed you, Qin Liu said sternly. The toilet sister shivered again, dazedly taking the damage-reducing candy and putting it in her mouth. Qin Liu shouted again, Fireman. The firefighter Strange, who had been silently following Qin Liu's group, finally made his presence known. There's no time, execute the plan now. Qin Liu signaled him towards the stewardess's direction. The fireman's eyes lit up with desire, his drool flowing like magma. It was clear he had been craving the beautiful stewardess for a long time. But he said in fear, but I still need a little more time. There's no time. She's on fire, and if you don't go put it out, that means you are breaking the rules. The cursed strange May will handle it. The fireman looked at the toilet sister in shock. You've become stronger than the cursed strange now? The toilet sister shrugged, pouting, not answering. Hurry, it's now or never, or it'll be too late, Qin Liu shouted. At the same time, he said to the system, directly equip all the armor I exchanged for inside the stewardess's clothes. Equipping. Equipped. The fireman hesitated for 2 seconds, suddenly bursting into flames all over, rushing forward. The strange surrounding the stewardess was touched by the fireman's flames, immediately twisting and screaming, quickly turning to ashes and dissipating. The fireman rushed to the stewardess's side, watching her burning clothes. With a swift swipe of his hand, he transferred all the flames from her body to his own. He's turning against you? Is he going to betray you? The toilet sister asked with a worried face. Because of the candy in her mouth, her speech was a bit slurred. Before Qin Liu could answer, he saw the fireman squeeze the stewardess's face, forcing her mouth open. Then, he spat a fiery blast from his mouth and shot it into the stewardess's mouth. In an instant, flames burst from the stewardess's 7 orifices, fire starting to burn from within her body. The fireman opened his skeletal mouth, laughing ominously, squeezing the stewardess into a fireball, and swallowed her whole. Roar! The curse let out a strange, earth-shattering roar, causing the twisting black hole to shake violently. Bang, bang, bang. The glass of the recently repaired carriage number 5 shattered completely. Strange howls from the outside surged in through the windows. Seeing this, the toilet sister suddenly extended her arms, sweeping them with one motion, turning those who tried to approach Qin Liu into dust. The system's fear value receipt prompt reached a new peak at this moment. The 100,000 fear points spent on the urn were all earned back in an instant. With the toilet sister blocking the way, Qin Liu no longer needed to split his attention, immediately heading towards the twisting black hole with the urn in his hands. His clothes had somehow changed into a black suit, white gloves on his hands, a mask and sunglasses covering his face, holding the urn with both hands. His appearance was solemn, as though he were preparing for a funeral. With the fireman and the toilet sister taking action, the previously noisy Rikuri, who had been holding fireworks, now seemed to have no presence, quickly retreating. The fireman, who had consumed the stewardess's strange fire, was now glowing red all over, the color not resembling fire but more like self-destructive red light. He looked back for a moment and then walked forward in large strides. Wherever the fireman went, the strange beings in carriage number 6 were completely burned to ashes. The dense mass of strange beings wrapped around the Phoenix Man was also not spared. Inside the carriage, the situation was horrific, but the strange beings outside remained undeterred, flying in without fear. The fireman didn't stay to help the Phoenix Man but kept walking forward. Qin Liu could no longer worry about what the fireman was up to, as his attention was entirely on the leg that was extending from the twisting black hole. It was a gray-black leg, full of festering sores and decaying skin. As it was about to step onto the floor of the carriage, Qin Liu fearlessly rushed up, placing the urn beneath the foot. At the same time, a gray-black, rotting hand reached out from the twisting black hole, grasping for Qin Liu. An indescribable feeling of pressure instantly overwhelmed Qin Liu. Qin Liu felt as if his whole body was being squeezed from all sides, yet it also felt as though it would explode from being stretched too much. In short, the sensation was difficult to put into words. Just as Qin Liu thought he was about to explode into a puff of black smoke, his black suit suddenly emitted a red light. The pressure on Qin Liu immediately eased, and he quickly summoned a string of small firecrackers, attaching them to the gray-black, decaying hand. Crackle, crackle. The cursed creature is startled by the firecrackers, fear value +1, confusion value +1 +1 +1 +1. Ding gain 10 confusion points, you may open a system blind box. Do you wish to open it? This was the first time Qin Liu had received confusion points from the strange beings, and he never expected he could open a blind box. Open, open, open. Open it now. Ding, successfully opened the blind box. After a 5-minute cooldown, the blind box will be unlocked. Qin Liu. Damn it. How is this different from a scam? Qin Liu raged in his mind at the system, but his actions didn't stop for a second. After hanging the firecrackers, he pulled out the dazzling knife and stabbed the cursed creature with it. The damage wasn't much, but the effect was outstanding. The cursed creature is startled by the white light, fear value +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. The cursed creature trembled and stepped right into the urn. In that instant, the cursed creature was truly immobilized. Then, the cursed creature's leg began to stretch, constantly being sucked into the ashtray. The body part inside the twisted black hole was quickly sucked into the ashtray. Because it was being pulled and deformed, the appearance of the curse monster could no longer be clearly seen. Ah Mei! Qin Liu picked up the ashtray, shouted loudly, and threw it towards Sister Toilet. Sister Toilet's long hand stretched out, and she caught the ashtray mid-air. A mouth grew in her palm, and she swallowed the ashtray in one gulp. Perfect. Lurk, who had noticed the situation here early, didn't forget to boast while busy, Sister Toilet is mighty, Big Brother is amazing. However, before he could finish speaking, the mouth on Sister Toilet's face opened, as if spitting out a date pit, and with a poof, she spit the ashtray out. The ashtray clattered and rolled on the ground, finally bumping into Qin Liu's feet. Lurk's eyes were fixated on the box. This thing could even hold a curse monster. It was definitely a divine artifact. Unfortunately, he was currently tangled up with the little monsters and couldn't pick it up. Qin Liu stared at the ashtray, his expression becoming serious. The main purpose of the ashtray was to trap and consume the curse monsters. Sister Toilet, this idiot, spat the box out. Could it still deal with the curse monsters? Before he could think, Sister Toilet suddenly clutched her stomach, showing a painful expression. Her belly was swollen, as if she were about to give birth. At the same time, Qin Liu felt a spasm in his stomach, and this pain seemed to be getting worse. Not long after, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The same feeling he had when facing the curse monster earlier, the sensation of his body about to explode, returned. Qin Liu stumbled, nearly kneeling down. The black suit he wore, the red light dimming more and more, began to crack with lines, eventually completely ruined. His gloves, sunglasses, and mask were also reduced to ashes along with the suit. Sister Toilet, clutching her stomach, gave Qin Liu a glance, then flew into the mirror. With the two powerful experts gone, Lurk was immediately so anxious that he nearly cried. Big Brother! To hell with you, quickly help me to Carrefour! Qin Liu grabbed the ashtray with one hand and clutched his stomach with the other. Lurk stared at the sweat beads rolling down Qin Liu's face, shocked, and his gaze uncontrollably lingered on Qin Liu's small backpack for 2 seconds. After a brief internal struggle, Lurk bent down, carried Qin Liu on his back, lit the small firecrackers on his body, and shouted as he ran toward Carrefour. The strange creatures rushing in from outside wanted to kill Qin Liu and Lurk, but they hesitated to approach because of the small firecrackers on Lurk, which were exploding in flames. They dared not grab them, only retreating ahead and chasing from behind, dodging to the sides. Lurk, carrying Qin Liu, ran all the way to Carrefour and slammed the door shut with a bang. Even though he ran as fast as he could, several strange creatures followed closely. Worse yet, the small firecrackers on Lurk's body had run out. It's over, I'm going to die again. Lurk closed his eyes, resolutely accepting death. Just as the strange creatures were about to tear him apart, a flash of cold light streaked across the car, and a spark of electricity shot through the air. Lurk and the strange creatures were all paralyzed. Big Brother, you can still draw your sword, save me. Lurk silently called in his heart. But what he got in response was a splash of water. Lurk shivered, realizing he could move. Big Brother, I can move now, your sword. Lurk quickly turned around, looking at the porcelain rice soup bowl in Qin Liu's hand, and immediately swallowed the rest of his words. He had thought he had gained resistance, immune to Qin Liu's sword's paralysis effect. It turned out not to be the case. It was Qin Liu who poured the rice soup on him, relieving the paralysis. Stop dawdling, kill them. Now it's up to the two of us, Qin Liu said weakly, his voice barely audible. He was drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just been pulled out of the river. Lurk stared blankly, a murderous intent suddenly flashing in his eyes. This was the weakest Qin Liu had been since the beginning. If someone wanted to steal his bag, this was the best opportunity. Lurk walked over to Qin Liu and coldly asked, Big Brother, how do we extinguish them? Qin Liu exhaled, looking as if breathing was a great effort. Help me take off my backpack. Qin Liu said weakly. At this moment, he was so weak that he couldn't even lift his hands. Lurk paused for a moment and did as told. Put my hand into the bag, then pull it out. Qin Liu said. Lukuro stood frozen for a second and continued to follow the instructions. When he pulled Qin Liu's hand out from the small backpack, he saw that it was holding a bedsheet. Cover them with it, jump on and strike, that's enough. This time, Lukuro stood still for 5 seconds. Okay. In the end, he took the bedsheet and did as Qin Liu instructed, smashing those strange beings before they could move again. After all the strange beings exploded, Lukuro searched the floor of the compartment full of hope. Unfortunately, nothing dropped. Looking at Qin Liu, he seemed even weaker than before. It was as if he was about to collapse at any moment. The command center of Asan Nation saw that Qin Liu was struggling and realized it was a rare opportunity, immediately sending a message to Lukuro, hoping he would take advantage of Qin Liu's illness to end his life. However, Lukuro did not do that. Stealing a bag, just to steal a useless bag, it was as if it had recognized its owner. Besides Qin Liu, no one could take anything from it. If it weren't like this, how could Pu Shiba have suffered so terribly after stealing it back then? Big brother, are you okay? Do you want me to get you some defensive or healing items? Lukuro asked sincerely. Shala, you are a person of loyalty, smart, skilled, and your IQ is still online at critical moments. Qin Liu responded sincerely. Upon receiving this praise, Lukuro was not overjoyed but instead became anxious. I ignored the command center's orders. Do you still suspect I have a rebellious heart? Although Qin Liu looked weak enough to die with a single slap, Lukuro was too scared to act. He was fully equipped. One could only guess how Sister Toilet would react, and the Phoenix Man would come looking for Qin Liu again. If he found that Qin Liu was dead, he would surely bear the blame. Big brother, Don't speak, help me. Lukuro's heart raced. Frowning in silence for a few seconds, he continued to help lift the hand. Qin Liu kept pulling out items from the backpack, a resurrection card, firecrackers, sunglasses, rice balls, a plain warm coat. And some items he had never taken out before. Finally, he even handed over the dazzling knife to Lukuro. Seeing Qin Liu giving away all his equipment, the world exploded. Fool! He is really betting on Lukuro's absolute loyalty. But this is simply impossible. The stupid university student doesn't even know how to read the room, really foolish enough to walk into a human trafficker's car. I understand now, this guy is not a saint but an idiot. Who would have thought that Lukuro would be the final winner? If Eagle Brother in the underworld knew, he would surely rise from the grave. The entire Blue Star world exhausted all the insults possible, angrily cursing Qin Liu for being stupid. Lukuro was utterly bewildered, looking at the equipment and then at Qin Liu, finding it hard to believe. These items that everyone coveted had fallen into his hands so easily. Big brother, you give me a resurrection card, do you want me to resurrect you? This is meant for Eagle Brother, I'll temporarily leave it with you. If it gets taken away by other strange beings, then I will have betrayed Eagle Brother. That's not my style. Lukuro was shocked in 2 ways. First, he was shocked that Qin Liu was truly this faithful. Second, he was shocked that he hadn't reserved one for himself. Could it be that Qin Liu would not die? With boldness, Lukuro asked his inner question. Qin Liu was weak, but his smile remained calm and bright. I definitely won't die. Qin Liu said with great confidence. The world was shocked. Even the great immortals did not dare to boast like this. He, a mere mortal university student, was so reckless with his words? Big brother, if Sister Toilet loses, then you. Qin Liu smiled and shook his head. Do you think that the key to my contract with Sister Toilet is her? You're wrong, the contract itself is the focus. If Sister Toilet wins, she grows strong, and I stay safe. The only way Sister Toilet could lose is by being cursed and consumed. Along with that contract, it would transform into my agreement with the curse. From then on, the curse would protect me in the shadows like it protects the crew. He. With this explanation, the whole world suddenly understood. No wonder he chose to let Sister Toilet eat the curse. It turned out that no matter who won between Sister Toilet and the curse, Qin Liu would always be the winner. Such scheming, was this really a clear and foolish university student? Someone with an IQ of question mark really couldn't be trifled with. Big brother, does that mean you cannot die no matter what? Laculi asked. I guess there are still 2 ways to die. One is if a strong anomaly kills me, and Sister Toilet doesn't have time to protect me. The other is if you try to harm me now. The whole world. Just now they said he was clever and had high intelligence, and now he exposed his own weakness. Is this using his own death as a way to slap the world audience in the face? Laculi thought, if he dares to say this, he must be testing me. He wants to see if I am truly loyal. If I act against him, he would jump up and kill me, never bringing me back to life, or making me the second challenger of the Thousand Island country. You are smart, and I am not dumb either. Big brother, with what you say, I feel very fearful. Even if you give me immense courage, I wouldn't dare betray you. I've said it before, I will always be your most loyal little brother. Luckily spoke with strength, as if making a solemn vow. Good job. You really are reliable. Qin Liu suddenly stood up with a smile, patting Luckily on the shoulder. The strength in his palm seemed to penetrate directly to a person's innards. This was nowhere near the strength someone who just couldn't even lift their hand should have. The big brother, you're okay? Qin Liu chuckled, I told you I wouldn't have any issues. Let me tell you again, Sister Toilet absolutely cannot have any problems. She is my contracting ally. How could I let her lose? As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of white light surged in. Sister Toilet appeared before them. Her skin was crystal clear, tender as if it were dripping with water, glowing white, and even the quality of her hair seemed to have improved. Looking at her spring-like radiance, she completely resembled an extraordinarily beautiful woman who has been nurtured and well cared for, with not a hint of someone who had just gone through a life-and-death battle. Sister, you. Luckily found it hard to say anything. It was unclear whether it was excitement, shock, or the lingering fear of almost being killed by the command center. If he had actually attacked Qin Liu just now, he would have already been a dead man. Do you think I look prettier now? Sister Toilet smiled like a blooming flower, flaunting her pride. Luckily nodded fiercely. Because I swallowed the curse. Qin Liu brother gave me a damage-free candy, and the curse couldn't hurt me at all. As she spoke, Sister Toilet opened her ruby lips and spat out half a piece of candy. Look, it hasn't completely melted yet. I've had it in my mouth, do you want it? Qin Liu snatched it away. We've already made a contract, why would I still reject you? Now, can you take us directly to the control room? Of course. Sister Toilet wrapped her arms around Qin Liu and grabbed Luckily, diving into the shining floor of the carriage. A whirlwind of clouds and wind passed through, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at the control room. This place was filled with running instruments, yet there wasn't even a single seat. Without waiting for Qin Liu to speak, Luckily began to move around and observe. After looking for a while, Luckily's whole body trembled. What are you trembling for? Is there something scary here? Qin Liu asked. I'm not afraid, I'm too excited. Big brother, sister, look, this is the digital life generation equipment. I study computers, and my original intention is to pursue digital life. Big brother, can I operate it? Luckily couldn't hide his excitement. Of course, only you understand these things. Hurry up. Luckily started his operation. Big brother, there is a very powerful program here, it's controlling the strange train in the snow country. If we want to gain complete control of the train, there's only one way. What way? Big brother, you have to let your soul leave your body. To put it scientifically, using the digital life generator, your consciousness and memories will enter the digital world, where you will battle with the programs inside. Whoever wins controls the train. But doing this has two outcomes for you, big brother. One is to win and seize control of the train. The other is for your consciousness to be devoured, becoming a part of the program, and you will never return. As Luckily explained, the program on Qin Liu was responding wildly. Okay, send me in. Qin Liu said decisively. I want to go too, otherwise who will protect you? The toilet sister requested to join the battle. But Luckily shook his head. Sister, although you have awakened and have your own consciousness, you are generated by the program. Once you go in, you will immediately become part of the program, only increasing the difficulty for big brother. The toilet sister was anxious and unwilling. Qin Liu, brother, make me stronger. I want to break free from the control of the rules. While saying this, she cupped Qin Liu's face with both hands. You are just an average warrior, you will definitely die once you go in. Don't underestimate my abilities. You stay here to protect little Luckily, I will go in and fight. I am the boss, I have the final say. Both of you keep quiet. Little Luckily, I am determined, send me in. Qin Liu spoke with great resolve. After persuading the toilet sister, Luckily operated again, and after a flash of electric light, only Qin Liu's breathing flesh remained. In the world of the program, it was bright and nothing could be seen. I have been waiting for the victor. Once I devour you, I can grow and unlock more powerful Bizarre Tales dungeons. A very mechanical voice came. But it was impossible to tell where the voice was coming from because Qin Liu was completely surrounded by sounds. You belong to me, the Luckily of the country of A will be the final victor. Because the train has always been at the terminal. Qin Liu turned around but could not find the source of the voice. He could feel some codes surrounding him. I am here to take you down. Qin Liu replied. Ignorant. This is the digital world, I am the king here. You are just a new effort, a new food for me. Have you ever seen food defeating the one who is going to eat it? What if the food also comes with a program? What? In an instant, Qin Liu suddenly felt the program leave him. He couldn't communicate with the program and couldn't view the program panel. In the space, strings of numbers collided, and Qin Liu felt he had entered a world of thought. It seemed like he could see everything but could not see anything clearly. He didn't know how long it passed, but the system returned to Qin Liu. Host, the system has devoured the rules. Now, the system has gained the ability and talent of the rules, which the host can manipulate and use. Qin Liu was overjoyed. It was indeed as he predicted. No wonder the system became so excited outside, it really had the confidence to take down the rules. After checking the system panel, he indeed found a new talent, time reversal. Time reversal, after using this talent, it can reverse the natural disasters that come during the challenge of the rules, excluding bizarre occurrences. After some reading, Qin Liu left the digital world with a satisfied expression. Outside, the toilet sister became increasingly nervous and anxious. Eventually, she simply rested her chin on her hands on the ground, eyes fixed on Qin Liu's flesh. Suddenly seeing Qin Liu move, she was first very excited, then turned proud. What creator rules? Is this all? Even this weakling can defeat it, no wonder you wouldn't let me in. I had no chance to show off at all. The toilet sister huffed. Although she said it proudly, her body was honest, unconsciously rubbing against Qin Liu, touching and looking, afraid he was missing a piece of meat. She forgot that only his consciousness and memories entered, while his physical body remained still in front of her. Big Brother is amazing. Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother is invincible. Lurk jumped up and cheered. Since you praise me like this, I will be awesome just this once. Qin Liu said, taking out a pile of shimmering gold cards. There were easily over 100 of them. Revival cards? So many? Lurk was stunned, mouth agape. The one he had saved suddenly didn't seem significant at all. I said before, as long as I have cards, I will revive everyone. Especially the challengers from Qianghua. I didn't want him to die, which is why I kept reviving him. Saying this, Qin Liu took out backups of everyone, placing the revival cards one by one on top. What was once a white control room turned into a dazzling array of colors, like a large dance party. At that moment, all the Strange Rule live streams from every country restored. As the light faded, the control room was filled with people. All challengers were revived. With a flash of light and shadow, all challengers returned to the real world. The disasters that had descended due to failure all received a rewind in time, the calamities no longer present. Those who died due to the disasters, along with the resources that were persecuted, also all revived, restored. However, only Qin Liu from Longguo did not return to the teleport point. Where was Qin Liu? He, along with the system and the toilet sister, appeared in a city that had been bizarrely afflicted. He was going to eliminate the strangeness and reclaim the city.